I am Lin Yusin, and I was brought back to the capital by my so-called third brother, Lin Xiaoyang, after being mistakenly raised in the countryside for years. Apparently, I was switched at birth, and now they've found out the truth and want me back. On the way, I realized that everything happening to me is just like a novel I once read. In that story, the real daughter returned home but was bullied by the fake one, Lin Xianxian, who played the victim so well that she won everyone's sympathy. In the end, the real daughter was harmed by her. I responded quietly to my brother's words, acting obedient, but deep down, I knew their love wouldn't last. Lin Xianxian was sure to pull some tricks to make them pity her again. I was right. Soon after we arrived, a maid ran up, crying that Lin Xianxian had fallen and was unconscious. My mother, Zhao Hanya, panicked and was about to rush to her. I silently laughed at Lin Xianxian's efforts. Maybe I should cause a scene and find a way to escape this family before they dump me again. But unexpectedly, my mother hesitated and didn't go check on Lin Xianxian. Did she hear my thoughts? I realized my brother, Lin Xiaoyang, might have heard them too. As we entered the house, my mother held my hand tightly and promised to treat me well from now on. I was a little surprised. Wasn't she supposed to ignore me and care for Lin Xianxian instead? Things were not going according to the story. Inside the house, my mother introduced me to my other brothers and assured me they would support me. I acted sweet and polite, but in my heart, I couldn't help but pity my mother. She was a beautiful woman stuck with a terrible husband who had been raising another woman's daughter all these years. Just as things seemed calm, Lin Xianxian showed up, pretending to be apologetic and weak, saying she felt guilty for delaying my homecoming. I knew she was up to something and couldn't wait to see what she had planned. Meanwhile, my brother looked confused when I mentally called Lin Xianxian a green tea, a scheming woman. I had to be careful if they could hear my thoughts. Escaping might not be so easy. When I returned to the mansion, Lin Xianxian, the fake daughter, came pretending to care about me. She tried to act all sweet, offering to teach me about life in the mansion. I knew she was just calling me a country bumpkin in disguise, but I smiled politely and thanked her. Mother, Zhao Hanya, was not fooled. She saw through Lin Xianxian's act and sent her away. I could see the frustration on Lin Xianxian's face as she left, and I knew she would go crying to her mother and my so-called father, Lin Xiong'an. It wouldn't be long before he came to scold us. After that, my mother gave me a box full of expensive jewelry. I tried to refuse, but inside, I was screaming with joy. So many priceless treasures, red agate, pearls. This was like winning the lottery. Mother laughed at my fake modesty and told me everything was mine now. Later, at dinner, I finally met my so-called father, Lin Xiong'an. The moment he saw me, he showed his disgust and immediately scolded me for not greeting him properly. Typical. He was clearly here to support Lin Xianxian. Before I could speak, Mother snapped back at him, pointing out how he hadn't even bothered to check on me all day. Lin Xiong'an then started defending Lin Xianxian, complaining that she was hurt and sad. But Mother wasn't having any of it. She told him off, saying that today was my day, and if Lin Xianxian got hurt, it was her own fault. I couldn't help but cheer for Mother in my head. She was amazing. Then Lin Xiong'an said something really nasty, saying that bringing me back was just an act of kindness, and that I could never compare to Lin Xianxian, who had been raised as a proper lady. That made Mother furious. She slammed her hand on the table so hard that it cracked right down the middle. Lin Xiong'an and Lin Xianxian jumped back, scared out of their minds. I was so impressed. My mother was truly the daughter of a general. She then declared that if Lin Xiong'an didn't respect me, she would divorce him. He panicked because he still needed our family's wealth to support Lin Xianxian's future marriage. I knew he wouldn't dare let Mother leave just yet. He needed her dowry to help Lin Xianxian marry into the royal family. Mother had plans, and I could tell she wasn't going to let Lin Xiong'an get what he wanted. I felt safe with her standing up for me, and I knew I had found my strongest ally. My so-called father, Lin Xiong'an, tried to act all nice after my mother got angry. He said he cared about me and that his harsh words were just out of concern. Yeah, right. I knew the truth. Years ago, he and his mistress tricked my mother into marriage by drugging her drink and forcing her into a scandal. Thanks to my mother's powerful family, he climbed his way up to an important government position. Thinking about it made me sick. My mother was so upset after hearing my thoughts that she nearly fainted. I quickly held her up and helped her recover. She was obviously regretting her life choices, and honestly, I couldn't blame her. She told my father off and took me and my brother away, leaving him looking angry and confused. Lin Qianqian, of course, was unhappy and complained, but my father just told her to be patient and not make trouble until they got my mother's dowry. Figures. Back in my mother's courtyard, she kindly offered me food and put some meat in my bowl. I could tell she was sad, so I tried to cheer her up by giving her some food, too. Meanwhile, I was thinking about how to teach my father a lesson, maybe shave his head bald or mess up his nightly activities with some special medicine. My mother and brother heard my thoughts and choked on their food. Oops. Mother suggested I sleep in her room that night, and I happily agreed. It felt nice to be cared for. We talked late into the night, and I made up stories about my tough childhood in the countryside, making her cry. I felt guilty and quickly comforted her. By the end of the night, we grew much closer. The next morning, when I arrived at breakfast, Lin Qianqian was already trying to stir up trouble, calling me lazy and uncultured. Before I could respond, my mother pulled me to sit beside her and ignored Lin Qianqian completely. I could feel Lin Qianqian glaring at me like she wanted to eat me alive, but I just smiled sweetly. Mother scolded Lin Qianqian for being rude, which made her shut up, at least for now. I could tell she was fuming inside, but I didn't care. I was too busy enjoying the delicious food my mother had prepared. Everything tasted so good. I was stuffing my mouth like a little squirrel when I caught my brother staring at me with a funny look. Today might actually turn out to be a good day, despite the drama. After breakfast, my brother Lin Xiaoyang suggested taking me out for a walk and some shopping. I agreed happily, but of course, Lin Qianqian tried to tag along. Luckily, my brother brushed her off, reminding her about her head injury. I could tell he didn't want to deal with her either, which made me secretly happy. Once we were out of the mansion, I asked where we were going. He said we'd shop a bit and then check out some exciting event. Curious, I followed him to a famous jewelry shop called Lu Jin Pavilion. He told me to pick anything I liked, but I knew my brother didn't have much money. Half of his earnings went to the royal treasury, and the rest to my eldest brother's military expenses. I decided not to spend too much, but he insisted and bought me a beautiful jade hairpin as a welcome gift. After shopping, he took me to Xia Pavilion, where a poetry gathering was happening. The place was crowded with scholars and beautiful ladies. From our private booth upstairs, I watched the event unfold, making comments in my mind about everything. Some poems were bad, some people looked funny, and one man was especially handsome. I was having fun, enjoying the show. Unbeknownst to me, my brother could hear my thoughts and was silently suffering through them. However, what we didn't realize was that someone else could also hear them. In the booth next to ours, two important-looking men were also watching the event. One of them, Li Xiaocheng, seemed cold and serious. Suddenly, he frowned and asked his friend if he heard someone speaking. His friend, who was relaxed and playful, said he hadn't. Li Xiaocheng brushed it off at first, thinking he was just tired, but when I continued my mental chatter, spilling juicy secrets about important people, his interest piqued. I thought I was just having fun, but my words about famous officials and royal gossip had caught his attention. He ordered his guard to investigate who was in the next booth. Oh, it looked like I had gotten myself into trouble without even realizing it. While I was busy enjoying the gossip at the poetry event, my brother looked nervous, sweating because of my thoughts. He was worried that if anyone found out I knew so many secrets about powerful people, I'd be in big trouble. But hey, I was just thinking to myself, right? I pointed to a man dressed in dark green and asked who he was. My brother told me his name was Lin Jun, someone he was familiar with. But I knew better. Lin Jun was actually my father's illegitimate son, and he wasn't a good person at all. He was using my brother, and my father's plan was to keep my mother's dowry for Lin Qianqian's marriage and Lin Jun's future. I warned my brother to stay away from him, hoping he'd take my advice seriously. When we left the poetry event, we ran into two very important men. One of them was Li Xiaocheng, the powerful and feared regent prince, and the other was Lord Fu, a noble with royal connections. My brother quickly bowed and pulled me along, warning me to be careful. But I couldn't help staring. Li Xiaocheng was incredibly handsome. Unfortunately, it seemed he heard my thoughts. He stared at me coldly, and I realized he might know I was the one thinking all those things during the poetry event. My brother nervously introduced us, and when Fu Darren mentioned Lin Xianxian, I had to hold back my annoyance. Li Xiaocheng didn't say much, just walked away, but I could feel his gaze lingering. As soon as they left, my brother scolded me, telling me to stay far away from the regent prince. Apparently, he was known for being ruthless and dangerous, basically the emperor's weapon. I nodded, pretending to listen, but I couldn't help thinking how exciting all this was. When we returned home, something felt off. The atmosphere was tense, and the servants seemed scared. My brother and I rushed to my mother's courtyard, worried something had happened. Thankfully, she was fine and calmly going through the account books. I told her about my fun day, and she smiled, gently patting my head. But when I asked what was going on, she casually said she had just dealt with a few servants. In reality, I knew she had found out that many of the household staff were actually my father's spies, secretly stealing her dowry. My mother was no pushover. Things were about to change in the Lin family. At this time, a woman dressed in luxurious clothes came in from outside. She looked pitiful and charming, but a little old.
Sister Lin.
Why is Xichin here? Zhao Hanya saw Wang Xichin coming. Her eyes flashed, her expression eased a little, and she asked softly. She sent someone to follow Lin Xianxian's maid today, and came back to report that she saw someone entering the Wang family. The Wang family is a relative of Lin Xiong'an's mother's family. To be precise, Wang Xichin is Lin Xiong'an's cousin. She often came to the mansion to accompany her over the years, so she thought she was wrong at the time.
But now...
Sister Lin, I haven't been here for several days. I want to accompany you. By the way, why did I feel that some servants were missing when I came here? Wang Xichin walked up, sat next to Lin's mother, and asked casually.
Oh.
This old woman can't be the lover of that scumbag father. Lin Xianxian is simply carved out of the same mold as her. Just her green tea look exactly the same as Lin Xianxian. After hearing this, Zhao Hanya's eyes flashed, and she looked up and looked at Wang Xichin seriously. If Xinxin hadn't mentioned it, she would not have noticed that Lin Xianxian and Wang Xichin looked so similar. Zhao Hanya thought of all the times Wang Xichin came to the Lin mansion over the years, and there were actually precedents. Every time Wang Xichin came, she would stay here for a night. Although she lived in Xiangyu Pavilion, it was indeed the closest place to Lin Xiong'an's study. And Wang Xichin was very good to Lin Xianxian. At first, she thought that Wang Xichin and Lin Xianxian were on good terms and liked girls, but now it seems. A trace of sarcasm flashed in Lin's mother's eyes, and then she calmed down in an instant. Oh, these servants made some mistakes, and were sold. Lin's mother replied lightly. What mistakes did they make? Wang Xichin asked again with a nervous look. Mother Lin glanced at her, raised the corners of her lips, and said softly, Oh, we found out that they have 2 hearts and betrayed their master. Do you think they should be sold out? Is that so?
Then.
It's time to deal with these bold servants. Wang Xichin's face changed slightly, pretending to be calm, and smiled awkwardly. Looking at that guilty expression, I'm afraid that the servants that Mother dealt with today are the servants she bribed. This hand is really long, but Mother is still powerful. She dealt with the servants and even dealt with this mistress.
It's really gratifying.
But this woman didn't come here just to ask about the servants, right? Lin Yusin looked at Wang Xichin thoughtfully, feeling that she should have other purposes for coming here this time. Sure enough, Wang Xichin spoke. Sister Lin, I heard that Xianxian was injured yesterday and you didn't pay much attention to her. She was very sad. I met her just now. She looked so haggard, and I felt distressed when I saw her. Sister Lin, after all, you watched Qianqian grow up. Even if she is not your biological daughter, you have raised her to this age. You can't be partial to one over the other. Wang Xiqin tried to persuade her earnestly, as if she was doing it for your own good. I am here to stand up for my daughter. Lin Yusin lowered her head and rolled her eyes, her green tea almost overflowing. Xiqin, you seem to care too much about Qianqian, don't you? People who don't know would think Qianqian is your daughter. You have to come all the way here to be a peacemaker and help Qianqian out. Zhao Hanya's gentle mood just now turned cold in an instant, and she looked at Wang Xiqin and said without emotion. When Wang Xiqin heard this, her whole body froze, and then she pretended to be calm and said, Lin. Sister Lin, what are you talking about? How could Qianqian be my daughter? I'm just afraid that your own biological daughter will come back and ignore Qianqian, so I'm kindly reminding her. Well, you look so nervous, I was just kidding. Looking at Wang Xiqin's reaction, Lin's mother smiled calmly and spoke. Wang Xiqin heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this, then looked at Lin Yusin on the side, with a flash of disgust in her eyes, and said with a smile, This is your biological daughter. She is so beautiful, but a little impolite. I have been here for so long, and she has not greeted me. This old green tea didn't get any good from her mother, and now she comes to talk about me. Let me see how I deal with you.
Hey.
Mother, who is this auntie? Why is she dressed like a colorful peacock? So ugly. Lin Yusin asked Lin's mother with a puzzled look on her face. Lin's mother saw the cunning in her eyes at a glance, so she didn't say much, just helped when appropriate. She is your father's cousin. She is your cousin. You can call her Aunt Qin. Lin's mother gave a brief introduction. It turns out to be Aunt Qin. Oh, it's my fault. I just came to the Lin mansion, and I don't recognize everyone. I'm really embarrassed. But since Aunt Qin is my father's cousin, she is still a guest. How can you come here and meet your niece for the first time without any expression? Lin Yusin said, and she felt aggrieved. Mother, am I not welcomed? Aunt Qin doesn't like me so much. She has been here for so long, but she didn't notice me. She scolded me when she saw me. She didn't bring any gifts when she met me for the first time. I 555555. I am so miserable. I might as well not come back. Lin Yusin pinched her thigh with her hand, and tears fell down. She cried so pitifully. Hiss. You hit me too hard. It hurts too much. I won't do it again. Carry some onions with you. It will work just as quickly. Lin Xiaoyang, who was watching the show on the side, trembled all over. What's going on with his sister? Okay. Xin, don't cry. Your Aunt Qin doesn't dislike you. She brought a gift. If you don't believe me, ask her. Although Lin's mother knew that her daughter was pretending, she still felt distressed. She quickly pulled her daughter over, comforted her softly, and passed the blame to Wang Xiqin, who was dumbfounded. I brought it. Xin, don't cry, I'll get it for you. Wang Xiqin saw that the ball was kicked over and knew that she was going to lose money today, so she could only agree. She slowly took a hairpin from her head and handed it to Lin Yusin reluctantly, still saying politely, Xin, this is my gift to you, do you like it? Lin Yusin pretended to wipe her tears, walked forward to take the hairpin, and said happily, Yeah, I like it, but Xin found that everything on Aunt Qin is beautiful. Aunt Qin, can you give them all to me? This. Wang Xiqin was shocked and hesitated. These jewelries were all given to her by brother-in. She liked them very much. The one she gave to that dead girl just now had made her feel distressed for a long time. It turns out that Aunt Qin still doesn't like me, mother. I am the daughter of the Lin family and the granddaughter of the general's mansion, but someone doesn't like me. I'm going to complain to my aunt. Lin Yusin was bullying others cleanly and neatly. No, Xin, Aunt Qin likes you very much. Just tell Aunt Qin what you want, and I will give you whatever I have. Wang Xiqin said with gritted teeth. She would endure it. When brother-in divorced this witch and married her, she would make sure that this dead girl died without a burial place. Aunt Qin, really? Then I want this, and this. I like this one too. Lin Yusin was no longer sad after hearing this. She took 2 steps forward, and before Wang Xiqin could give anything to her, she started taking things from her head, hands, and body.
Hey.
What are you doing? Wang Xiqin wanted to stop her, but it was useless, because she was not as strong as Lin Yusin. Hairpins, earrings, bracelets, pendants around the waist, all were taken away by Lin Yusin. After that, she smiled at Wang Xiqin and said, "Thank you, Aunt Qin. You are so nice. This is the feeling of home." Wang Xiqin was on the verge of collapse. She didn't have any jewelry on her body, like a poor person.
You.
Wang Xiqin raised her finger and pointed at Lin Yusin for a long time without saying anything. She was so angry that she was shaking. A smile flashed in Lin's mother's eyes. Lin Xiaoyang also lowered his head, and his shoulders were shaking violently. At this time, Lin Xiong'an walked in with Lin Xianqian. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit strange, she asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Lin Xianqian, who was following behind, also saw Wang Xiqin's current situation. She exclaimed, walked forward to support Wang Xiqin, and asked worriedly, "Aunt Qin, what's wrong with you? Did something happen?" When Wang Xiqin saw Lin Xiong'an coming over, she instantly became confident. Her eyes turned red, and she immediately looked at Lin Xiong'an with tears in her eyes and said, "Cousin, Xinxin asked me for a gift, and I let her take whatever she likes." Who knew .5555? Cousin, don't blame Xinxin. It's me as an elder who didn't make it clear. This old green tea, little green tea, plus a scumbag, the 3 scumbags are complete. Lin Yusin had the things she had just brought back in her hand. She casually put them on the table beside her, ready to watch the show.
Well.
She felt that she should prepare some melon seeds or something in the future. It would be soulless to watch a play without food. You rebellious girl, how could you do such a ridiculous thing? Aunt Qin is your elder after all. You have looted all her things. What a shame. Return them to your Aunt Qin. Lin Xiong'an looked at Lin Yusin and yelled, "Lin Xiong'an, why are you yelling at me? Since you said Xiqin is the elder, what's wrong with the elder giving the younger a little gift? These things have been given away, can they be taken back? Aren't you afraid of losing face for your Shangshu mansion and the Wang family?" Zhao Hanya saw that this scumbag was indiscriminately attacking his own daughter, and stood up and yelled at Lin Xiong'an angrily. "Does that mean she's giving it away? That's simply robbing. Look at what's left on Xiqin. Look at the jewelry in her hands and on the table. She's really from the countryside and doesn't know any rules." Lin Xiong'an didn't care about that. He only knew that the things in Zhao Hanya's hands were his, and the things in Wang Xiqin's hands were also his. This little rascal dared to rob him, just to go against him. Zhao Hanya always knew that Lin Xiong'an was very selfish, but she didn't expect him to be so cruel. "Lin Xiong'an, am I your wife? Or is she your wife? Why do you protect her in every way?" Zhao Hanya suddenly stopped being angry, and she asked coldly,
You.
"What are you talking about?" Lin Xiong'an roared in anger, as if his tail was stepped on. Zhao Hanya looked at the man she had lived with for more than 10 years in front of her, and suddenly felt that it was meaningless. Although she married him for some reasons and didn't have much feelings for him, she made up her mind to take good care of her husband and children from the moment she got married. As a result, she found out that her heart was fed to the dog. This man is so hard to figure out. In the past 2 days, she listened to Xinxin's inner thoughts and learned a lot of truths, but she hadn't verified them yet, so she thought that as long as she didn't push her too far, they could still maintain this marriage. Now it seems that she has to find a way to get back the dowry he took away, and then divorce and make him leave the house empty-handed, otherwise her children will be ruined by him. Zhao Hanya figured it out, and she was no longer distressed, and she felt relaxed.
Huh.
Why does Mother feel a lot happier? Did she vent her anger by snatching the green tea jewelry just now? Or am I adding fuel to the fire to make Mother happy? Lin Yusin's eyes turned quickly, and then she tilted her head to look at the 3 people opposite and asked in confusion, "Father, isn't it? Look, Sister Qianqian and Aunt Qin look so similar. They're just like cast from the same mold. The three of you standing together really look like a family of three, right? After hearing this, the three people opposite immediately lowered their heads, covered up, and panicked. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was something wrong. Lin Xiong'an was out of breath and shouted in panic, "You rebellious girl! How dare you make up stories about your father? I will beat you to death today." Then he walked straight to Lin Yusin, raised his hand, and hit her in the face. "Xinxin, sister." Lin Yusin took out a silver needle from her pocket, intending to paralyze him with one shot, but she didn't have the energy to do it. Zhao Hanya was quick-witted and grabbed Lin Xiong'an's hand, then kicked him in the abdomen and kicked him out.
Ah, ah,
"Cousin and
Dad."
Amidst several exclamations, Lin Xiong'an was kicked out and couldn't react for a long time. "Lin Xiong'an, I'm here, try to touch her?" Zhao Hanya glared at Lin Xiong'an, who was lying on the ground for a long time and couldn't get up. "Sister Lin, how can you be so heavy-handed? He is your husband. Cousin and how are you?" Wang Xichin looked at Lin Xiong'an with concern and stepped forward to support him, glaring at Zhao Hanya and questioning. When she was concerned about Lin Xiong'an, the expression on her face was as if her husband had been beaten. "Lin Xiong'an, you knew my ability when you married me. I don't ask much of you, but if you attack my child, I don't mind both of you being destroyed." Zhao Hanya didn't give him face this time, and directly stated her thoughts and position.
"You witch."
"You better take care of yourself." Lin Xiong'an was kicked, and now he was a little scared of this witch. After being helped up by Wang Xichin and Lin Qianqian, he said this and turned away. After they left, Zhao Hanya sat on the stool without saying a word. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Lin Yusin saw that her mother looked wrong and asked worriedly. "It's okay, I just feel that fate is playing tricks on me." Zhao Hanya saw the worried eyes of the two children, smiled and shook her head, and comforted them. "Mom, we don't care about Dad. By the way, that kick you just made was so cool. Do you know Kung Fu?" Lin Yusin changed the subject, looked at Zhao Hanya with admiration, and asked, "Well, I learned it from your grandpa. Back then, your grandpa took me to the battlefield to kill the enemy." When Zhao Hanya talked about her youth, the light in her eyes could not be blocked.
"Hey."
"My mother is a soaring eagle. It's a pity that she is trapped in the backyard of this small land. I will find a way to let her fly out in the future." Lin Xiaoyang also looked at his mother distressed. "Okay, it's getting late. You all should go back." Zhao Hanya was a little depressed after such a commotion, so he asked them to go back. Lin Yusin obviously saw it too, walked over and helped her mother to the bed, then took out a sachet from her arms, put it under Zhao Hanya's pillow and said, "Mom, this is a calming sachet. Put it under the pillow, it can make you sleep better, and nothing will happen when you wake up tomorrow." "Okay, you are thoughtful. Go back and rest." Zhao Hanya nodded with satisfaction and urged Lin Yusin to rest quickly. "Okay." When Lin Yusin went out, her second brother was still waiting. "Let's go. I'll take you to your own yard." Lin Xiaoyang said to Lin Yusin. "Hee, thank you, second brother." Lin Yusin said with curved eyes and a smile. Lin Yusin followed Lin Xiaoyang back to her own yard, called Tingyu Pavilion, just to the left of her mother. Her mother said that she would feel more at ease if she was closer to her. Lin Yusin didn't care. She could sleep anywhere, so she agreed with her mother. Lin Xiaoyang took her to the outside of the small yard, gave her some instructions, and left. Lin Yusin followed the maid into the small yard. What came into view was a fish pond. It was not big, and you could see carp swimming around in the fish pond. There was a rockery on the left, like a small landscape painting. Lin Yusin pursed her lips and smiled. It seemed that her mother was really attentive to her. Lin Yusin went straight to her room. In addition to the landscape in the yard, the house was much more exquisite. The furniture was made of fine mahogany, and the decorations were all carefully designed. Lin Yusin sat on a stool, stretching her chin to think. In the past 2 days since she came back, she didn't see the Lin family revolving around that fake daughter. Instead, they almost turned against each other. Why is this development a bit wrong? Did I travel to a fake novel world, or did her arrival change the plot? But this change is too big. No, if you calculate the time, the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet will be held in a month. It is said that one day there will be envoys from other countries to provoke the Xia kingdom. At that time in the novel, the Xia kingdom won the game by chance. But at the dinner that day, there will be an assassination. If she can go, then we have to see if the original plot has been changed. After sorting out her thoughts, Lin Yusin touched a mark on her wrist, and then her expression moved, and the whole person disappeared on the spot. Lin Yusin entered her portable space. There was a room with a bookshelf full of books, but Lin Yusin had already read them all. There was also a forest with many medicinal herbs. Even if they were dug, they would still grow on their own. This space was a jade pendant passed down from her ancestors in her previous life. She also accidentally found out about the space and read all the books in it. She had learned almost everything she needed to learn. She learned all her skills by herself here. She sorted out the things in the space. From the time she traveled through time to the time she knew that the space had also followed her, she had never had time to come in. Today, she just came in to prepare some medicine for backup. It was already late at night when Lin Yusin finished her work. She left the space and went to sleep directly. In the next few days, Lin Yusin did not go out and stayed at home with Zhao Hanya. Zhao Hanya dragged her to learn some etiquette of a lady from a wealthy family, saying that she was afraid of making a fool of herself in front of outsiders. Lin Yusin felt that her mother was right, so she studied seriously for a few days. On the 5th day, his third brother, who was on a business trip, came back. "Mother, my son is back." Lin Yusin, who was studying in her mother's yard, heard a man's voice. She turned her head and saw that it should be her third brother, who was very delicate and handsome, with a feeling of a gentleman. Is this the third brother? He is so handsome. No wonder he has so many peach blossoms. It is not unfair for the third brother to die on a woman. Lin Shishao, who stepped in, was stunned. Who was talking? Died? Was he talking about him? He looked around and finally looked at Lin Yusin. Shower is back. Zhao Hanya also heard Lin Yusin's words and looked at her youngest son and called out. Lin Shishao heard his mother calling him and hurried forward to salute. Give mother peace. Okay, I'm glad you're back. Let me introduce you. This is your sister, Lin Yusin. Zhao Hanya was still very happy to see her son come back, but she did not forget her daughter. Xin, this is your third brother. Hello, third brother. Lin Yusin greeted with a smile. Well, hello, sister. Lin Shishao replied politely. Although he knew that his sister was taken away by mistake, he still found it unbelievable. But now looking at the cute and lively girl in front of him with eyes blinking, he felt more intimate. Is this what blood connection is? Lin Shishao had a good first impression of this sister.
Wow.
Third brother is so handsome. He has inherited the beauty of his mother. He is so good at growing up. Lin Shishao was stunned. He didn't hear it wrong this time. He did hear someone talking. Third brother? He looked at the well-behaved sister in front of him. Was she talking just now? But he didn't see her mouth moving. What happened? It is said that the third brother's luck with women is quite strange. Wherever he goes, there are women throwing themselves at him. There are all kinds of women. Sometimes the third brother can't avoid them. After a long time, it is said that the third brother is a. But the third brother is a capable man. He has been on duty in the Ministry of Punishment at a young age, but unfortunately, he was ruined by his scumbag father. The scumbag father colluded with outsiders to set a trap for the third brother, so that he accidentally slept with the concubine of King Rui. He was caught on the spot, and his life was ruined by King Rui. The third brother committed suicide because he could not bear the humiliation. Lin Yusin looked at her third brother and sighed regretfully in her heart. Lin Shishao had recovered from the shock and understood that it was his sister's voice just now. The sister's scumbag father refers to their father, Lin Xiong'an? King Rui? When Lin Shishao thought of this, his eyes flashed, but suddenly, he felt a chill down there. Zhao Hanya also looked cold after hearing this. Lin Xiong'an. Lin Xiong'an, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. You are worse than an animal. Sister, this is a gift from my third brother.
Keep it.
Lin Shishao came back to his senses, took out the gift he had prepared in advance from his arms, and handed it to Lin Yusin. Thank you, third brother. Lin Yusin was not polite and happily took the box. When she opened it, she saw that it was a red jade hairpin. Very beautiful. It is beautiful, but I have too many hairpins. Why is it popular to give hairpins to everyone now? She only has one head. She can't wear them all. Lin Yusin complained in her heart with a smile. As long as you like it. Lin Shixiao's mouth twitched, but there was nothing he could do. He had already given it away, so he couldn't come back to give it again, right? Lin Shixiao sat here for a while and left. He had to report back to the Ministry of Punishment when he came back. As a result, Lin Xianxian came over right after he left. Mother, this is the soup I cooked myself. Would you like to try it? Lin Xianxian said tenderly, then opened the food box she had been holding, took out a bowl of soup from it, and handed it to Zhao Hanya. Is there any poison in this soup? It smells wrong. No, I can't let Mother drink it. Lin Yusin looked at the bowl of soup, and her face suddenly turned bad. Just when she was about to stand up and overturn the bowl of soup, she heard a pop.
Ah!
When she saw Zhao Hanya's hand shaking when she took the bowl of soup, the bowl fell to the ground. Lin Xianxian exclaimed with a regretful expression on her face. Fortunately, Mother didn't drink it, but Lin Xianxian and her daughter are really cruel. Seeing that I came back and threatened their status, they started to poison? Zhao Henya looked coldly at Lin Xianxian, who was feeling annoyed in front of her, and said in a cold voice, I have beaten you, and you can go back. Mother, I was careless just now, don't be angry. I will send it to you next time. Lin Xianxian saw Zhao Henya's cold face and hurriedly said in a flattering manner, Sister, you are too careless, but next time you send it, can you send me one too? I want to drink it too. Lin Yusin walked up and grabbed Lin Xianxian's hand and patted it, saying, I like it.
I will send you one next time.
Lin Xianxian looked at her with contempt. She was indeed from the countryside. She had never had a bowl of chicken soup before, but she was still scrambling for it. Humph. Well, I am very pleased that you have this heart.
Go.
Zhao Henya also softened her tone at this time and said, Then my daughter will leave. After Lin Xianxian left, Lin Yusin looked at her back and secretly laughed in her heart. This green tea, quiet for a few days, started poisoning as soon as it appeared? Don't you like poisoning? You will have a hard time tonight. Zhao Henya looked at her daughter in confusion. It seemed that Xin must have done something, right? The corners of her lips were slightly raised. It felt good to be protected by her daughter. At night, in Lin Xianxian's Cuyu Pavilion, after taking a bath, Lin Xianxian felt itchy all over her body. She started scratching, but it didn't stop. In the end, Lin Xianxian's body was covered with blood marks. She also saw a doctor, but it was useless. The next morning, a scream came from Cuyu Pavilion, and Lin Yusin, who was far away in Tingyu Pavilion, heard it. You deserve it. Lin Yusin laughed. Zhao Hanya began to investigate the poisoning. Since they had already started, she couldn't just sit there and wait for death.
Montague, miss.
A black shadow suddenly appeared in the room, stood in front of Zhao Hanya, and said respectfully, I have something to tell you, help me check it. Zhao Hanya looked at Mou and said softly, Yes. Then the person flashed by again and disappeared on the spot. This was the secret guard that her father gave her when she got married, saying that it would be useful in some way. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years later, the first time they were used was to let them investigate her husband.
Zhao Hanya smiled sarcastically.
2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Lin Yusin had been at home for many days and had learned almost all the etiquette. She couldn't hold it in any longer, so she ran to her mother and said that she wanted to go out for a walk. Zhao Hanya only told her to be careful and let her go. Lin Yusin left the house happily. Let's go, shouted I, let's go to the next house. Lin Yusin was in a good mood for the first time. She went out by herself. She pulled the maid towards the next house. At this time, a little beggar rushed over and bumped into Lin Yusin's arms, almost losing her balance. Miss, be careful. Xiaodai saw this and exclaimed, and hurried forward to help her own lady. After Lin Yusin stood firm, She looked at the little beggar in front of her and was about to ask about the situation, but he just ran away with his head down. Lin Yusin didn't react at first, but she felt that this scene was very familiar. Oh no! Lin Yusin reacted and touched the purse on her waist, and it was gone. Xiao Dai, hurry up and chase him. He stole my purse, Lin Yusin said, and chased in the direction of the beggar. Miss, wait for me. Xiao Dai saw this and chased after him. I was careless. I have been living comfortably at home these days and have forgotten the plot. This time, the purse was stolen because of the trick of the scumbag father's mistress. She stole her purse and framed her for having an affair with someone, thus ruining her reputation. Lin Yusin gritted her teeth and chased after him. Although she had some self-defense items, her physical strength was still limited. Li Xiaochen on the second floor saw this scene and heard Lin Yusin's thoughts. He looked at the figure running away and said in a cold tone, "Go and help."
Ah?
Wang Yu on the side was stunned. Help? Who to help? As a result, he received Li Xiaochen's cold eyes. Wang Yu froze all over, lowered his head and replied, "Yes," turned and went out. Lin Yusin chased the beggar all the way to a sparsely populated alley. Who don't run away, give me back my things. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying the weak. Lin Yusin panted, holding the wall and saying threatening words, but Lin Yusin was beautiful. Even if she was fierce, she was still fierce. The little brat was not afraid of her at all, shook his head and refused to give it. Lin Yusin frowned, ready to take out her silver needle, intending to give the boy an injection and let him sleep.
Bang!
The little brat fell to the ground directly.
Huh?
What happened? Why did he fall? Lin Yusin went forward to check and found that he was knocked unconscious. Someone was helping her? Lin Yusin looked around and didn't see anything. No matter what, Lin Yusin picked up the purse and prepared to go back. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly thought of something. The corners of her lips rose, and she turned to look at the beggar. "Since you want the purse, I'll give it to you." Lin Yusin searched in her for a long time and took out a purse with the same pattern and put it in the beggar's hand. Then she turned and walked away. Not long after, she saw Xiao Dai coming over.
Miss, how are you?
Xiao Dai asked worriedly. "I'm fine, let's go home." Lin Yusin was in a good mood and went back with her maid. A figure walked out of the dark, glanced at the purse in the beggar's hand, flicked a stone at the beggar, and then turned and left. The beggar on the ground woke up in a daze, looked around in horror, and saw that the purse was still in his hand. He hurriedly got up and ran in one direction. "Regent's mansion." "Your Majesty." Miss Lin went back, but she left a fake purse there. Li Xiaochen didn't even raise his head, continued to look at the official documents in his hand, and said something insignificant.
Go down.
Yes. Wang Yu responded and retreated. Not long after Lin Yusin returned home, she heard the servants come to report. "Madam, Mrs. Bai from the Xiangfu sent a visiting card to invite Madam and Miss to a banquet." Xiangfu? Zhao Hanya was stunned. She didn't have much contact with the Xiangfu, and she didn't get close to them. Why did they listen to their Linfu this time? "Okay, I got it. Go down." Zhao Hanya waved her hand and let the servants go down. Xiangfu? If I remember correctly, the daughter of Xiangfu, Bai Yaoyao, was her eldest brother's sweetheart, but she was kidnapped by bandits in the end. The eldest brother went to rescue her alone, but was killed and lost his legs, and lived a lonely life. But if that Miss Bai was good, it would be fine, but that Bai Yaoyao was indeed colluded by her scumbag father and the prince, and was used to deal with the eldest brother for the military power in his hands. Zhao Hanya's face turned pale. Before she could recover, she heard someone calling her at the door. "Mother, I'm back." Lin Yusin turned around and saw a man with a sturdy appearance, a tall figure, and handsome features. He was a martial artist. "Hey, Liar is back. How many days do you plan to stay this time?" Zhao Hanya saw her son, whom she hadn't seen for more than a month. Her panic just now calmed down, and she asked with concern. "I'm going to stay at home for a few days this time, so I can accompany you." Lin Chenglai looked at his mother and smiled. "This is my sister, right?" He turned his head and looked at the girl sitting next to him. When he walked to the door just now, he heard Bai Yaoyao's name. He didn't rush in but listened roughly. The voice calling him brother should be said by this sister, but he didn't know whether it was his illusion or real just now, because he didn't see his sister open her mouth just now. So what he heard just now needs to be verified. Hello, big brother. Lin Yusin stood up and saluted politely. Big brother looks like a muscular man, strong and powerful, with such a good figure, but he can only use a wheelchair in the future. It's a pity. It seems that this trip to Bai Mansion must be made. Bai Yaoyao will give her big brother hope this time, making big brother feel that they have a mutual understanding and make big brother fall in love with her. I have to go and see if I can stop it. I can't let big brother spend his future in a wheelchair. Lin Chenglia's eyes flashed, and he felt warm in his heart when he looked at his sister. Here, this is a gift from big brother to you. Lin Chenglai took out a dagger and handed it to Lin Yusin.
Wow.
I like it very much. Lin Yusin was instantly delighted when she saw the dagger, and immediately took it in her hand to play with it. Hee, I was just thinking about getting a protective item. Big brother, this gift touched my heart. It's finally not a hairpin. Zhao Hanya looked at her daughter. Their daughter's return has brought great changes to their lives, but they are all looking forward to it. As long as you like it, just tell big brother if you want anything in the future. A smile flashed in Lin Chenglia's eyes. Yeah, thank you, big brother.
Oh.
Big brother is back. What are you so happy about? Lin Xiaoyang, who hadn't been back for 2 days, came back and asked curiously. Second brother. Big brother gave me a dagger. I like it very much. Lin Yusin explained. Oh, you like the one given by big brother, but you don't like the one given by me? Lin Xiaoyang pretended to be angry and said. No, I like the one given by second brother too. Lin Yusin said immediately upon seeing this. How come I didn't realize that my second brother still likes to be jealous and childish? Lin Xiaoyang. In a blink of an eye, it was the day of the Xiangfu banquet. After Lin Yusin packed up, she set off with Zhao Hanya, but after she got on the carriage, she saw Lin Qianqian sitting in the carriage. It's been a few days since I last saw her green tea look, and I'm still a little uncomfortable. Am I still a little worried? No, I'm a normal person. Lin Yusin shook her head wildly in her heart. Sister, don't you like seeing your sister? Why are you so unhappy? Now there are only the two of them in the car, and Lin Qianqian didn't pretend anymore. That's not the case, but I'm a little uncomfortable sitting with trash, so I'm still getting used to it. Lin Yusin sat down calmly. Lin Qianqian sat in the right seat, and Lin Yusin didn't argue with her, and sat directly on the left. You scolded me. Lin Qianqian pointed at Lin Yusin and yelled angrily. Who should scold who? Lin Yusin grinned at Lin Qianqian's angry look. You. Humph, I won't bother with you, but you will suffer in the future. Lin Qianqian thought of something and swallowed her anger. Humph. You will suffer in the future. Soon, they arrived at the Prime Minister's residence. Lin Yusin followed Zhao Hanya in, and when they entered the back garden, they saw many ladies and daughters gathered together to chat. Madam Bai, how are you these days? Zhao Hanya brought her 2 daughters to greet Madam Bai. Madam Bai raised her eyes and glanced at Zhao Hanya with a trace of disdain and jealousy. But she smiled kindly and said, Madam Lin is here. Good, all good, sit down, sit down. Zhao Hanya also took her daughter to find an empty seat and sat down. Madam Bai looked at Lin Yusin beside Zhao Hanya and asked curiously, Madam Lin, who is this girl? Hey, this is also a family shame. This is my biological daughter, Lin Yusin. She was taken away by mistake when she was born and was only recently brought back. Zhao Hanya sat dignifiedly, holding Lin Yusin's hand, explaining with a smile. Really? I thought it was just a rumor at first. This girl really looks a bit like Zhao Hanya when she was young. It's just that the temperament is not the same. The biological one is back. What about the previous one? The discussions around were getting louder and louder, with all kinds of words. Lin Yusin and Zhao Hanya sat there without changing their expressions, and Zhao Hanya chatted with these ladies with a smile. Lin Qianqian sat aside, listening to everyone's discussions, her gums almost broken. She rubbed her hands back and forth in her sleeves, lowered her head, and the tears and hatred in her eyes could hardly be hidden. I have called you mother for so many years, and you really don't give me any face. Then don't blame me for being cruel. This Madame Bai is mother's mortal enemy. This banquet is a hongmen banquet. Zhao Hanya chatted with the ladies with a smile on her face, but there was not much smile in her eyes. Madam Lin, your biological daughter is back. Don't treat your adopted daughter differently. Madame Bai said meaningfully. Of course, as long as Qian is obedient in the future, I will definitely treat her like my own daughter. Zhao Hanya smiled and looked at Madame Bai and spoke calmly. Why does the atmosphere feel a bit strange? It feels a bit like a battle between two enemies, but this Madame Bai is a tough character. When she was young, she always compared herself with her mother. But after her mother got married, she married into the Xiongfu not long after. For so many years, there have been no illegitimate children in the Xiongfu, all because of Madame Bai's tricks. But maybe it's retribution. Madame Bai has only one daughter and no son, and she treasures Bai Weiwei very much. Apart from her relationship with her mother, based on her training of Bai Weiwei, she would never let Bai Weiwei marry the eldest brother, because Bai Weiwei has already had a connection with the prince, and they're thinking about the position of the crown princess. The reason why the eldest brother is interested in Bai Weiwei is that when the eldest brother was lost and bullied by a beggar when he was a child, he met Bai Weiwei, and Bai Weiwei helped him scold the beggar. From then on, Bai Weiwei has been the eldest brother's white moonlight. But don't you know who Bai Weiwei is? Today I want to see what the eldest brother's white moonlight is like. Lin Yusin sat beside Zhao Hanya, thinking. She looked up and looked around calmly, wondering which one was Bai Weiwei. Zhao Hanya said calmly, "Why didn't you see the girl Bai? This time she is the protagonist, and she cannot show up. Miss Bai has been proficient in everything from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting since she was young. Show it to my girl, and let her learn well. Weiwei will be here soon. Let's play our own games first." Mrs. Bai's face froze, and then she smiled and said, looking at Mrs. Bai's face, "Bai Weiwei is not going to meet the prince in private, right? It is said that this banquet is set up for the prince. On the surface, it is a birthday party for Bai Weiwei, but in fact it is a banquet for joining the prince. There must be something interesting today." Lin Yusin's eyes rolled, and she stood up and whispered to Zhao Hanya, "Mother, I'm going out for a walk. It's too stuffy here." "Well, go ahead, be careful." Zhao Hanya knew that she couldn't control this girl, so she could only warn her. "Well, Mother, I know." Lin Yusin stood up and quietly left the back garden. "Your Highness, I will definitely help you take down Lin Qinglai and make him listen to me wholeheartedly." Lin Yusin walked around the backyard for a while based on her feeling, just to see if she could eat melons. After all, every family has some privacy. Isn't it played like this in TV dramas? As long as it is a banquet, there will be melons to eat. Look, the melons are delivered. Lin Yusin quietly hid behind the rockery closest to her and squatted. She quietly poked her head out and looked at the two people behind the rockery. But she didn't notice that there were two figures on the other side of the rockery. So, the rockery is a good place to hide people and have an affair. These two people are the prince and Bai Weiwei. They are too close.
Wow.
Holding hands, hugging. "Prince, I have sacrificed my beauty to help you. I hope you won't let me down." Bai Weiwei stepped forward and took the prince's hand, and her whole body was almost leaning against him. The prince took Bai Weiwei's waist, raised her chin with one hand, and said ambiguously, "Don't worry. Weiwei helped me get the military token from that boy, and my position as the crown princess is yours."
Really?
Bai Weiwei's eyes lit up and said in surprise,
What?
"You don't believe me?" The prince's face moved closer and said softly, "No. How dare I not believe you? The crown prince? I was too happy. I felt like I was dreaming. It's a blessing for me to be favored by the crown princess in several lifetimes." Bai Weiwei's soft face showed anxiety when she heard it, and she hurriedly explained,
Ugh.
"Oh, I'm going to. These two are so annoying. I have to give them some more." Lin Yusin raised her hand and flipped it, and a slingshot appeared in her hand. She was a little tired squatting on the ground, so she simply sat on the ground, lying on the edge of the rockery, and took out the slingshot. She took out a pill from her and shot it towards the prince and the other two. When the pill was about to reach them, it had already dispersed and turned into a colorless and tasteless powder. The prince and Bai Weiwei inhaled the powder without knowing it. That's good to know. Well, it's getting late.
Go quickly.
That kid finally came back from his rest. Whether you can keep him stable this time depends on you. The prince lowered his head and kissed Bai Weiwei, urging her not to forget the important things. Hateful. I know I won't ruin your good deeds, don't worry. Bai Weiwei was kissed and looked at the prince coquettishly. Then she was about to turn around and leave, but she felt weak and hot all over after taking 2 steps. It's so hot. The prince was also like this at this moment. He felt hot all over, and his mind began to blur. His 2 hands began to pull up his clothes. In a trance, he saw a woman in front of him. He hurriedly grabbed her, hugged her in his arms, and leaned over to kiss her.
Wow.
I feel that the drug is strong. Is it so intense? TSK. The prince's figure is not that good. Wait, now is not the time to watch the show. We have to find a way to attract people here. This good show must be shared with everyone. Lin Yusin thought of this, and excitedly stood up and headed towards the garden. Master, this girl from the Lin family is a bit cruel. Wang Yu was a little shocked and had a different understanding of this young lady from the Lin family. Li Xiaochen looked at the back of the leaving figure without saying a word and frowned when he heard the voice behind the rockery. Go help her. After a long time, Li Xiaochen spoke. Oh, yes. Wang Yu was a little stunned. It was okay to ask him to help last time, but why did he have to help her this time? What's wrong with the prince? However, as a subordinate, he could only obey orders. He said respectfully and turned to leave. Li Xiaochen didn't want to see this filthy thing and disappeared on the spot with a flash. Before returning to the banquet, Lin Yusin went to do something and then returned to the banquet venue in the back garden as if nothing had happened. When Zhao Hanya saw her daughter coming back, she wanted to ask where she had been, but before she opened her mouth, she heard the servants shouting, "There's a fire! There's a fire!"
What?
There's a fire! Go see what's going on? Madame Bai's face changed, and she immediately asked someone to check. After a while, a servant came to report, "Madam, it seems that there is a fire near the eldest lady's Weixia pavilion." What? Why don't you go and put out the fire? Madame Bai's face turned pale. It's bad. The prince is still in the mansion. Don't let anything happen. Madame Bai didn't care about so many ladies and family members. She got up and went to the backyard and Weixia pavilion. Let's go, mother. Let's go and see what's going on. Lin Yusin whispered in Zhao Hanya's ear. How can I feel at ease if I don't go to see those 2 scumbags? Zhao Hanya's eyes flashed with a smile, but her face showed anxiety. She stood up and said, Ladies, we are invited to attend the banquet today. Something happened in the Bai mansion. We can't just ignore it. Let's go and take a look. In case we are needed, we can help, right? Yes, let's go and take a look. If we can help, we will help. Everyone had their own plans. If the Bai mansion could owe them a favor, that would be great. So the ladies who wanted to go stood up and headed towards Weixia pavilion. With Zhao Hanya leading the way, the speed was not slow at all. Mrs. Bai just arrived at the rockery outside the courtyard of Weixia pavilion and saw that the fire was not big, so she realized something was wrong. Then she heard an unusual sound. She obviously thought of something, her face changed, and she hurriedly ordered, Go. Block the yard for me. Don't let anyone in. Go quickly. Yes. The servant just agreed, and was about to block the door when he heard the sound of a large group of people talking. Madam Bai, this fire is a big deal. Let's see if there is anything we can do to help you. That's right, Madam Bai. Don't be polite with us. We brought a lot of servants with us, and we guarantee that we can help you. Then 4 or 5 ladies and several young ladies all rushed in. Madam Bai's face turned pale. It was over. As soon as the lady who rushed in finished speaking, she also realized that something was wrong, because the unbearable sound came intermittently. The ladies present were all experienced and knew what was going on at once. They all looked at each other.
Oh,
There is a good show to watch. Madam Bai, there are such bold people in your mansion who do such shameful things in the daytime. That's right. Which servant is so bold? Madam Chen, the Minister of Justice, hated these dirty things the most, and was the first to speak out with a frown. Several other ladies also spoke up in agreement. Mrs. Bai was being held by the ladies. After all, it was a family scandal. She said coldly to drive them away, "I will handle this matter myself. I am sorry for not hosting you well. Please go back." She originally wanted to deal with this matter privately. No matter which servant it was, it would be a disgrace to their mansion if this happened. But now that so many people were present, there was no guarantee that someone would not spread the news. The Bai family had lost all their face this time. The ladies looked at each other and regretted not seeing the joke of the Bai family, but they could do nothing about it. After all, this was the Bai family, and it was somewhat unreasonable for outsiders like them to be present. "Then I will go back."
goodbye.
The ladies said goodbye one after another and walked out with their daughters. It's a pity that I didn't see the exciting part.
It was a waste of the stage.
Lin Yusin shook her head regretfully. Zhao Hanya looked at her with amusement, but there was nothing she could do. After all, this was someone else's secret, so she couldn't stay there shamelessly. Just when Zhao Hanya was about to leave with Lin Yusin, she saw a group of men coming in from outside. Lin Yusin looked carefully and actually saw her scumbag father, her eldest brother, her second brother, and even the regent whom she had met before in Xia Building. Lin Yusin's eyes lit up.
Ha ha ha.
"I don't have to leave now. What's going on?" The servants said there was a fire. The Prime Minister followed the regent and strode over. When he saw his wife, he asked anxiously, "Master, the servants said there was a fire, but when I came here, I only saw a pile of fire there, and the small kitchen in Wei Wei's yard was burned down, and nothing else was left." Mrs. Bai had no choice but to answer truthfully with so many adults there. She pointed to a pile of leaves in the corner, which had been almost burned and was still emitting black smoke, and a house in the yard. "Wait, didn't I just set this fire? Why is the small kitchen on fire too? Is God helping me?" Lin Yusin looked at the small house in the yard in confusion. Who did this? Wait, what's that sound? The Prime Minister was about to get angry when he heard a strange sound. Some of the adults around who had good ears had heard it when they first came in, but they just didn't say anything. Lin Xiaoyang and Lin Chenglai also heard it. The two looked at each other and looked at their own sister. They had a hunch that this matter was related to his sister. "You, as a father, found out too late. The rice has been cooked. Don't thank me. Now the prince must be your son-in-law." Lin Chenglai obviously heard this, and he also guessed who was inside, and his face turned pale. He knew from his sister a few days ago that Bai Weiwei was deliberately hanging him, but after all, the person he had been thinking about for so many years was now with someone else. How could he pretend that it didn't happen? Oh no, Big Brother doesn't look very good. Has he guessed something? But there is no way. This Bai Weiwei has had an affair with the prince for a long time, and she is still hanging Big Brother, which is really hateful. Instead of letting Big Brother be killed by this woman, it is better to nip this matter in the bud. So, Big Brother, it is better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. In the future, your sister will find you a good wife who loves you sincerely. Lin Yusin saw that Big Brother's face was not right, and she felt a little guilty. But for Big Brother's life, she should be the evil person.
This.
Madam Bai hesitated, and the Prime Minister pushed Madam Bai away as if he was his own wife, and walked straight inside, followed by a group of people watching the show. "Well, I will see today. You two adulterers dare to do this shameful thing in my Prime Minister's mansion." The Prime Minister walked through the rockery, and when he got to the back of the rockery, he saw two white bodies, close together, still working hard, with no tendency to stop.
"Come on, pull them apart."
The Prime Minister roared when he saw this, and the servants behind him hurried forward to pull the two apart. After pulling them apart, everyone could see who they were.
The
Crown Prince? Bai Weiwei? The people around immediately turned around when they saw this, not daring to look any further, and were all panicking in their hearts. If the crown princess scandal was known to the emperor, they would be in trouble. If they had known earlier, they would not have come to watch the fun. Everyone had different thoughts. Only the regent and Lin Yusin didn't feel anything. These two are too fierce, right? When I left just now, Bai Weiwei didn't have so many marks on her body, but now there is not a single good mark on her body. This crown prince likes this. Lin Xiaoyang and Lin Chenlia's mouths twitched. It seems that they have to take time to teach their sister more in the future. She stays in the countryside, and she speaks so directly? It's simply unbearable to listen to. Even the regent, who doesn't show his emotions, glanced at her. Zhao Hanya also made up her mind to find a nanny for her daughter when she returned to teach her how to be elegant. Lin Yusin didn't know yet that she would have to start taking classes again for a long time in the future. Weiwei? My Weiwei. Mrs. Bai obviously saw Bai Weiwei. Her face turned pale, and she immediately reacted, stepped forward to hug her daughter, and picked up the clothes on the ground to cover her daughter's body. Her hands were shaking, and tears were falling down. Rebellious daughter.
Slap.
The prime minister was furious, took a step forward, raised his hand, and slapped Bai Weiwei in the face. This slap woke up Bai Weiwei, who was not very sober. She opened her eyes in a daze, looked at so many people around, was stunned, and then looked at her father's angry eyes, and there was something obviously wrong with her body. She looked down, and her face turned pale in an instant.
Ah!
Bai Weiwei screamed, hugged her body, and hid in Mrs. Bai's arms and cried bitterly. You still have the nerve to cry? Look at what you have done. With such a big noise, the prince finally woke up. He looked around, then looked at himself, and reacted all of a sudden, with anger on his face. Great, your prime minister's mansion is really great. So, you were waiting for me here? The prince said angrily while putting on his clothes. Prince, what do you mean? We just learned about what happened today, and my daughter is also a victim. Today, we have had physical contact. Don't you admit it? After hearing what the prime minister said, he became even angrier. No matter what the reason was, this happened. If you, the prince, said nothing and directly put the blame on their prime minister's mansion, then this matter will never end. This prince did not say that I don't admit it. I was obviously drugged just now. This prince was in your prime minister's mansion, and this happened. You have to give me an explanation? The prince took a deep breath, calmed down his anger, and said to the prime minister. The prime minister was so angry that his face turned red, but he had nothing to say. This happened in their prime minister's mansion, which made them unreasonable. Your Highness, I will go to the emperor to apologize for this matter. He could only swallow this humiliation and not let him know who did it, otherwise he would cut him into pieces. The prime minister gritted his teeth and looked fierce. The prince felt guilty when he heard that he had to apologize to the emperor. Although he knew that he was being plotted, there were so many people watching. If he didn't admit it, the position of prince would be abolished. So he calmed down and said, Prime Minister, no matter what the reason, since Miss Bai has committed herself to me, I will ask my father to grant us a marriage. But without this chess piece, Lin Qinglai would have to find another way to prevent him from finding out who it was. The prince thought bitterly and looked up at Lin Qinglai. Oh, this prince must be bleeding in his heart. This Bai Weiwei is useless. She can't hold my elder brother back, and she can't cheat him of the military power. I'm afraid I have to think of other ways. But who is afraid of who? Lin Yusin rolled her eyes at the way the prince looked at her elder brother. That's great. Let's leave it at that for today. My lords and ladies, I'm sorry for the poor hospitality today. I will definitely send you an apology in the future. Please go back. The prime minister got the promise and felt much better. He turned around and ordered all the lords to leave. As a result, he turned around and saw that the regent was still there. His face froze, and he hurried forward and said respectfully, Regent, I was negligent today. I will apologize next time. Isn't this regent cold and ruthless? How can he still be in the mood to come and watch the fun today? The prime minister is in a bitter mood. It's not easy for him to hold a banquet. No problem. Li Xiaochen said these two words expressionlessly, turned around and left. Seeing that the regent had left, the others also said goodbye and left the Prime Minister's mansion. Lin Yusin and Zhao Hanya walked towards the gate of the Prime Minister's mansion, followed by the reluctant Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian looked at Lin Yusin in front of her with resentment, and the handkerchief in her hand was almost crumpled into silk. She thought she would see Lin Yusin's ugly deeds today, but she was happy for a long time, but it turned out that Bai Weiwei was in trouble. Didn't Dad say that someone would deal with Lin Yusin? How come this which is still jumping in front of her intact? Lin Qianqian was very unwilling, but there was no way. She had to endure it. When Lin Yusin came out, she saw her eldest brother waiting at the door.
Brother?
Lin Yusin called out curiously. Mother, sister. Father and second brother went back first. I will stay to take you back. Lin Chenglai looked at the two and said,
Come.
Then Lin Yusin helped Zhao Hanya get on the carriage. When Lin Yusin was about to get on the carriage, she heard her eldest brother calling her. Sister. What's wrong, brother? Lin Yusin stopped getting on the carriage and turned back to ask in confusion. Lin Chenglai took a deep look at his sister, said thank you in his heart, then shook his head and said, It's okay, go in, it's windy outside. No wind? Big brother is weird today. Forget it, maybe Big brother saw Bai Yueguang fall from the altar today and was in a bad mood. I can understand it. I will go back and give Big brother a few jars of good wine so that Big brother can get drunk and relieve his worries. Lin Yusin looked around in confusion, but then she thought of something and got up and got into the carriage with a look of understanding. Lin Chenglai, who stayed outside the carriage, twitched his mouth. It was unnecessary. Zhao Hanya looked at the two siblings, pursed her lips and smiled, but did not expose them. After Lin Qianqian got on the carriage headed towards the Lin mansion. However, Lin Yusin kept talking to Zhao Hanya on the way. Both of them ignored Lin Qianqian, which made Lin Qianqian angry again. After returning to the Lin mansion, Lin Qianqian got off the carriage, flicked her sleeves, and went back to her residence. Zhao Hanya looked at her leaving back, without a trace of emotion in her eyes. Lin Yusin also said something to Zhao Hanya and went directly back to her own Tingyu pavilion. Zhao Hanya watched her daughter leave and said to the maid beside her, Go and call the second and third young masters back to me and tell them that I have something to find them.
Yes.
The maid bowed and went to find someone. Zhao Hanya said to Lin Chenglai, Come with me. Although Lin Chenglai was puzzled, he still followed Zhao Hanya obediently and went to his mother's yard. Zhao Hanya sat on a chair and looked at Lin Chenglai straight. Mother, is there something you want me to come for? Lin Chenglai felt a little uncomfortable, and he could only bite the bullet and ask, No hurry. Wait for your brothers to come, and then we'll talk together. Zhao Hanya retracted her gaze, picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and said lightly. After a while, Lin Xiaoyang and Lin Shishao came over. Mother, do you have anything to do with us? Seeing that his eldest brother and third brother were all there, Lin Xiaoyang looked at his mother in confusion and asked, Pinga, all of you go out and guard the door. Don't let anyone in. Zhao Hanya said to the big maid beside her. Yes. Pinga responded, asked the servants around to retreat, and closed the door. Seeing that there were no outsiders around, Zhao Hanya asked directly, I asked you three to come here today because of your sister. You three should have noticed that your sister is special, right? You should have heard her inner voice, right?
What?
Can you hear it too? Lin Chenglai was a little bit unbelievable. It was incredible enough to hear the inner voice, but it turned out that he was not the only one who could hear it. Could this kind of thing be so common? Indeed, I can hear it too. If nothing unexpected happens, Yang and Shower should be able to hear it too. Zhao Hanya nodded and expressed her doubts. Yes, I can hear it too. Me too. Lin Xiaoyang and Lin Shishao both admitted that they could hear it.
This. Then why did Mother call us here today?
Lin Chenglai looked at his mother in surprise, but he quickly reacted and asked. Zhao Hanya looked at her three sons and said seriously, I called you here today to tell you that we heard what your sister said in her heart. This matter is too unbelievable.
Don't tell your sister for the time being.
We just need to know it ourselves and don't spread it out. It might bring disaster to Xinxin. Also, you should be able to hear what Xin said in her heart. Although those things that were predicted in advance are too ridiculous, these things, those demons are lurking around us, and we have to guard against them. You should all know about what happened in the Prime Minister's mansion today. It was Xin who did it in order to help Liar change the ending. Xin has begun to help us change our destiny, but we are her mother and brother, and she, a girl, should not have to bear these. We have to hold our own destiny, in our own hands. Let us do these dirty things in the future. What do you think? After Zhao Hanya finished speaking, she looked at her 3 sons, waiting for them to digest it, and did not speak again. After a long time, Lin Chenglai stood up, bowed to his mother, and said seriously, "Mother, I know that my sister did this for me. I am not a person who cannot distinguish right from wrong. I know how good my sister is to me. We will protect her in the future." "Yes, we will protect her." The other 2 also nodded seriously. "It's good for you to know. You must keep today's matter to yourself, understand?" Zhao Hanya was very satisfied with the attitude of her 3 sons, but she did not forget to give some instructions. "Sons know." Lin Xiaoyang nodded in response. "Well, Liar, there is one more thing. Do you blame Xin for what happened today?" Zhao Hanya hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up to remind her eldest son. "Mother, I know that my sister did this for me. How could I blame my sister? And since she chose the prince, she is no longer the person in my heart." Lin Chenglai said in a deep voice. "Well, it's good that you know. You will always meet someone better in the future." Zhao Hanya breathed a sigh of relief and comforted her. She knew that her own son was not the kind of indecisive person, but it was possible that he would have a rift with Xin because of this matter. "Okay, you all go back.
I'm tired."
Seeing that the matter was discussed, Zhao Hanya began to drive people away. The next day, Lin Xianxian went straight to her Tingyu pavilion, saying that she was looking for her to play. Really, someone came to look for trouble so early in the morning. Is life unbearable? Lin Yusin did not expose her. She wanted to see what Lin Xianxian was going to do. "Sister, let me take you out for a walk today," Lin Xianxian said enthusiastically, holding Lin Yusin's hand. "No, what happened yesterday was too scary. I won't go out for a while." Lin Yusin did not accept it. Lin Xianxian gritted her teeth, then smiled awkwardly. "Yesterday was quite scary." "That's right, sister. Girls should learn to protect themselves. You never know when you will be assassinated." Lin Yusin looked at Lin Xianxian and said meaningfully. Lin Xianxian's heart tightened when she heard this, and she couldn't speak clearly. "Sister. Sister, you are right then. We won't go out, just stay in the mansion. Sister will accompany you?" Lin Yusin looked at her and raised her eyebrows. "You are still not giving up. Then let's see who will play who." "Okay. It's up to you." Lin Yusin shrugged and ignored her. She planned to clear a piece of vacant land behind her yard and planned to plant some medicinal herbs to attract people's attention so that the things in her space can be exposed. Lin Yusin took the handed over by the maid and walked to the backyard. She planted some flowers in her backyard, but not many, just looking beautiful. She first cut all the flowers in the backyard, divided them into portions, and then put them in a vase, and then said to Xiaodai, "Send these flowers to mother, eldest brother, second brother, and third brother's yard." "Yes." Xiaodai replied with the vase, and then retreated. "Sister, what are you doing? Why did you cut all these flowers?" Lin Xianxian has been following behind Lin Yusin, watching Lin Yusin's series of actions. She was stunned and asked in confusion. "Oh, I want to make room here," and planned to plant something else. After Lin Yusin distributed the flowers, she casually replied to Lin Xianxian and then turned around and started to loosen the soil. "Sister, this is not good. This yard is also carefully prepared for you by Mother. You just ruined it like this. Mother will be sad when she knows. And this is the Shangshu mansion. You plant those useless things in the mansion. It doesn't fit your status, right?" Lin Xianxian rolled her eyes and said contemptuously. As expected, she came from the countryside and only did these things that were not presentable. "You don't have to worry about that, but didn't you say you would come to accompany me today?" Lin Yusin was a little impatient when she heard what Lin Xianxian said, but she rolled her eyes, raised her mouth, and began to dig a hole for Lin Qianqian.
Yes.
Yes. Lin Qianqian had a bad feeling, but she still admitted it. Oh, I knew that my sister was the best. You came to play with me today, but I still have so much work to do today. Since you are here, why don't you help me do some work? After Lin Yusin finished speaking, she took the in her hand and stuffed it directly into Lin Qianqian's hand, and then held Lin Qianqian with one hand, not giving her a chance to escape. Lin Yusin, you are so presumptuous. I am a rich lady, and you actually let me do these things that lowly people do? Lin Qianqian wanted to take a step back, but her hand was held tightly by Lin Yusin. She had no way to retreat, and she was immediately angry and yelled at Lin Yusin. Sister, you haven't faced the reality yet. I am the real daughter of the Lin family, right? You are just a fake daughter who was taken away by mistake, and you don't even know who your biological parents are. You are just a guest in this family, an outsider. And it was you who said you would accompany me today, and now I want you to work with me. If you agree, stay. If you don't agree, leave quickly. Lin Yusin rolled her eyes after hearing her words. This woman didn't recognize her identity yet, so she spoke to her rudely.
What are you talking about?
I am. Lin Qianqian was so angry when she heard what Lin Yusin said, and yelled at Lin Yusin. But halfway through yelling, she suddenly remembered what her mother had said to her, and she endured it. Her mother sent her a message last night, saying that the things had been obtained, and asked her to find a way to get things done. Her mother said that it was not the time to make it public, that she was also her father's daughter. I have to wait until my father gets all the dowry, divorces that old woman, and then deals with this witch. By then, she will be the daughter of the Lin family, and she is the only one.
Who are you?
Lin Yusin raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Qianqian, her eyes flashing sharply, pressing directly at Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian felt a chill on her back when she was looked at, and she also realized that she almost let the cat out of the bag just now, and hurriedly perfunctorily passed it over. Sister didn't say anything. Oh, by the way, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Lin Qianqian said and turned around and ran away. Lin Yusin looked at her back, sneered, didn't care, but leaned over and started to loosen the soil. In the next few days, Lin Qianqian came to sit for a while every day. Lin Yusin ignored her, and she didn't care. She was determined to come to her to show her presence. But Lin Yusin didn't care at all, and sometimes she would deliberately give her a separate space and give her a chance. 3 days later, Lin Yusin finally planted the medicinal herbs she wanted to plant. She planted some of the medicinal herbs in her space in the backyard, except for some precious herbs, which she didn't transplant because she was afraid they wouldn't grow well. Lin Yusin had nothing to do today, so she planned to go to her mother's place. She took advantage of the fact that Lin Qianqian hadn't come over to bother her, and after breakfast, she went straight to Zhao Hanya's yard. Mother, Lin Yusin kindly called out before she went in. Hee, what have you been doing these days, girl? You didn't come to see me. I heard that you dug up the backyard. Zhao Hanya was still very happy to see her daughter coming over, and asked a few questions with concern. My daughter cut the flowers in the backyard these days and planted some medicinal herbs. Lin Yusin didn't hide it from Zhao Hanya. Sooner or later, she would know that she knew some medical skills. Okay, you can make your own decision on this matter. By the way, has Lin Qianqian come to play with you these days? Has she made things difficult for you? Zhao Hanya heard from the servants that Lin Qianqian has been running to Xinxin's yard every day recently, and she hopes not to make Xinxin unhappy. She said she wanted to play with me, so she came to sit in my yard every day. Lin Yusin shrugged and said indifferently, but she was secretly complaining in her heart. Playing with me is an excuse, and framing me is the real thing. I just don't know if she has put her things away since she comes every day. Such a good opportunity has been given to her. If she doesn't seize it, don't blame her. Zhao Henya listened to her daughter's voice and felt relieved when she saw that her daughter had a plan. That's good. By the way, I just got the news that the emperor has granted a marriage between the prince and Bai Weiwei. Zhao Hanya thought of something and thought her daughter would be interested, so she mentioned it. Really? Lin Yusin's eyes lit up. This news is not bad now. This Bai Weiwei should have nothing to do with her eldest brother. but I'm afraid they will use other tricks, so I have to be on guard. Zhao Hanya's eyes flickered, pretending not to know, and started talking about another thing. Xin. Mother found a nanny for you to teach you some rules for being a girl.
Ah?
Didn't you just learn etiquette some time ago? Why are you learning again? Lin Yusin was frightened by Zhao Hanya's words. Why is she still learning?
Ah?
Why can't I leave learning wherever I go? I don't want it. Help me. It's for your own good to let you learn. You learn for a while first and then we can talk about it if it doesn't work? Zhao Hanya smiled and comforted, but she was worried in her heart. If I don't let you learn some rules, then those dirty jokes in your heart, if outsiders hear them, how can you get married in the future?
Oh.
Okay. Lin Yusin's voice was not beautiful in an instant, but she did not disappoint her mother's kindness. Be good. Lin Yusin came happily and left listlessly. That afternoon, the teaching nanny came. This time, they didn't learn etiquette, but women's virtues. Reciting the 4 books and 5 classics every day, Lin Yusin was almost crazy. So, on the 5th day, she ran away. That's right, Lin Yusin ran away. That night, she carried a small bag, took out a rope from the space, and ran out over the wall. Mother, eldest brother, second brother, third brother, I'm sorry, I'm going out for a few days, and I'll come back when I've had enough fun. Lin Yusin looked at the Lin mansion behind her and left without any nostalgia. She didn't see that there were 2 people hiding on the wall behind her. Brother, just let my sister go like this? Lin Xiaoyang asked in confusion. He also heard his sister's voice and knew that his sister actually wanted to run away from home. As a result, the eldest brother said that he didn't care for the time being. It's good to let her go out and relax. Someone is following her. Mother said that the family has been restless these days. Lin Chunglai looked at his sister's figure leaving and said helplessly, Is Mother ready to take action? Lin Xiaoyang asked worriedly. Well, I heard from my mother that they are all reaching out to Xin. We have to deal with it as soon as possible. Lin Chunglai did not expect that his proud father would be such a hypocrite. He was very strict with himself since he was a child, and he thought that he had too high expectations of him. Now he knows that he just doesn't like all the children his mother gave birth to. And he himself, behind the scenes, has both sons and daughters, so he will not care about them even more. After that, the 2 brothers went to their mother's yard and talked with her for a long time before coming out. After Lin Yusin left, she entered a dark alley. When she came out, she was dressed as a man and went straight to Yanhonglu. Yanhonglu is the largest brothel in Beijing. In addition to some abducted and sold good girls, there are also some daughters of criminals. After their homes were raided, some of the better-looking ones would be sent here, and the less beautiful ones would be sent to the military camp to serve as military prostitutes. These are the news that Lin Yusin has inquired about during this period. Lin Yusin stood at the door of Yanhonglu and saw 2 women in gorgeous clothes standing at the door, soliciting customers.
Wow.
Is this the legendary Yanhong building? It's so lively. The 6th prince often comes here. For the sake of Miss Rian, he almost died of exhaustion. As soon as Lin Yusin walked in, she was stopped by the woman at the door. Sir, come in quickly. There are all kinds of girls in there.
Oh.
Really? Are they as beautiful as you? Lin Yusin raised her hand and lifted the woman's chin, smiling frivolously. Don't worry, sir. I promise she's prettier than me. The woman looked at Lin Yusin shyly. Okay, that's good. Lin Yusin walked in with a step that didn't recognize any relatives. When you walk into Yanhong building, you can see the hall on the 1st floor. There are men and women at each table. Every man has a girl in his arms, drinking, chatting, and even going up and down. It's a bit unbearable to look at, but who is Lin Yusin? She is a modern soul. She has even watched CDs. This is nothing. Lin Yusin was taken to a private room.
She walked in.
It smelled very good. It was incense. Sir, please sit down first. I will call a girl for you. The old procuress who brought her in said respectfully and went out to call for help. In the regent's mansion. Your Highness. Wang Yu received the news and hurried to report to the prince. What's wrong? Li Xiaochen was ready to rest. Well, Miss Lin ran away from home. Our people followed her all the way. As a result, Miss Lin entered Yanhong Building. Wang Yu lowered his head and said it with difficulty. He was dumbfounded when he received the news. What kind of girl would run away from home? You said you would leave home, but you still went to a brothel. His Highness had helped Miss Lin twice for no reason during this period. He hesitated again and again, but still came to report. Li Xiaochun was silent for a while, but still put on the clothes he had taken off. He disappeared on the spot with a flash. Prince? Wang Yu looked up in surprise. Where is the person? Lin Mansion. Young master, that young lady went to Yanhong Tower. The servant came back to report. What did you say? Lin Chenglai was stunned and asked again in disbelief. The young lady went to Yanhong Tower. The servant lowered his head even more. He felt that he might not live long. If he knew that the young lady visited the brothel, he would be killed. He had a miserable life. Lin Chenglai turned around and went directly to his mother's yard. Mother, what's wrong? Why are you here so late? Zhao Hanya asked when she saw her son coming so anxiously. My sister went to a brothel, Lin Chenglai said awkwardly with his head down. Nonsense, this girl doesn't care about her reputation. If this gets out, how can she get married in the future? Shuiying. Zhao Hanya heard it and said anxiously, calling out her shadow guard. Master. A black shadow suddenly appeared, kneeling in front of Zhao Hanya, and responded respectfully. Go and protect Xinxin. You will follow her in the future. Zhao Hanya ordered. Yes. Shuiying flashed and disappeared on the spot. Mother, why don't you bring your sister back? Lin Chenglai asked puzzledly. There is no rush these 2 days. It's better to wait for her to play outside. Zhao Hanya sighed and said. Lin Yusin didn't know how many people would be worried about her coming to Yanhong Building, but she is very happy now. With beauties in her arms and music to listen to, it's really a happy time. Is Miss Rian here not here? Lin Yusin asked casually while drinking the wine handed over by the beauty. Miss Rian has been kept by a big shot and doesn't receive guests now. What's the matter? Does the master also want Rian to accompany you? Aren't we beautiful? A sweet-looking woman on the left glanced at Lin Yusin and said, How could that be? I'm just curious. You're the prettiest. Lin Yusin hurriedly hugged the beauty, kissed her face, and comforted her. Hate it. The woman shyly hit Lin Yusin's chest. This Rian is the 6th prince's woman. For her, the 6th prince even gave up the title of Prince given by the emperor. Among the 5 sons of the emperor, only the 6th prince was not crowned a king. It is rumored that he wanted to marry this Rian girl, but the emperor disagreed and cancelled his throne. People all say that the 6th prince is deeply in love. But I know that this Rian is just a shield. Although the 6th prince is lustful and has many women, the real reason is that the 6th prince is retreating to advance, but he is secretly recruiting troops to prepare for the future succession and rebellion. He was the first among all the princes to rebel, but he was also the one closest to the throne. Who would have thought that a prince who indulged in excessive would have such a large force to rebel? All of them are accumulated year after year. The 6th prince has many industries, and this Yanhong Building is one of them. This time I came to see what Yanhong Building, the most profitable one in the hands of the 6th prince, looks like. By the way, save someone. Lin Yusin drank calmly and hugged the beauty. She didn't know that there were 2 people on her roof. One was Li Xiaochun, and the other was Shuiying. And Li Xiaochun heard what she said in her heart just now. He listened expressionlessly, and only he knew the horror in his heart. After knowing that he could hear the inner voice of Miss Lin, he approached her intentionally or unintentionally, just to know a lot of things. When he heard Wang Yu say that this girl ran to Yanhong Building today, he hesitated for a moment, but still came. He was afraid that something would happen to this girl, and he would not be able to know more secrets in the future. As a result, he came for the right reason this time. He heard a lot today. In this way, Lin Yusin hugged the beauty and drank for an hour. After an hour, Lin Yusin staggered out under the pretext of going to the toilet. When there was no one around, he took out a pill from his arms and stuffed it into his mouth. After waiting for a while, he finally sobered up a little and then turned around and ran straight to the backyard. Lin Yusin walked and searched, and soon found the kitchen of Yanhong Building. Before he arrived, he heard the sound of beating and scolding inside. "You idiot, if it weren't for your good looks, I wouldn't buy you. You can't even cook well. I'll beat you to death, you waste."
Fa, fa.
The sound of beating came from inside. Lin Yusin ran over quickly, hid under the window, and looked inside. There was a little boy inside, who was being beaten by a fat woman. The boy held his head, said nothing, endured it silently, and his eyes were full of despair. After seeing clearly, Lin Yusin frowned. Is this the emperor's son who is living among the people? This is too pitiful. This kid is also unfortunate. He was switched at birth and raised in a family surnamed Chiu. But the man in this family likes to gamble. When the boy was 5 years old, he was beaten to death because of gambling debts. The creditors used him to pay off the debts. Moreover, he was very beautiful, so he was sold to this Yanhong Building. Because he was too young, he was arranged to work in the kitchen. He was not recognized by the emperor until he was 18 years old. However, because he had been in a brothel, he was abandoned in the fight for the throne. But who knew that such a person would eventually become the emperor? The first thing he did when he became the emperor was to destroy the Yanhong Building. In addition to his experience, his temper was very uncertain. He would look at other people's heads if he was not careful. But such a person made Xiagua the leader of the 4 countries. He is really a controversial person. If I save him now, if he becomes the emperor in the future, will he protect the Lin family? Thinking of this, Lin Yusin took out a slingshot from her arms and then touched a pill and shot it at the woman inside. The pill still broke in the air, colorless and tasteless. 1, 2, 3.
Bang!
Then there was a muffled sound, the sound of something falling. Lin Yusin covered her mouth and nose, entered through the main gate, hugged the child on the ground, and ran towards the back door. Li Xiaochen looked at Lin Yusin's back. He was still shocked when he saw this woman running with the child in her arms. Is this woman going to interfere in the succession to the throne? Did she eat gentian? Li Xiaochen was silent for a moment, but still chased after her. When Lin Yusin ran out of Yanhong Building, she realized that she seemed to have gotten out smoothly. With this kid's identity, it's not safe outside. Take him back first. Wait until he recovers from his injuries and makes his own decision. Lin Yusin looked at the kid in her arms, hesitated for a moment, and finally ran towards the direction of the Lin mansion. Li Xiaochen watched Lin Yusin return to the Lin mansion, and then return to the regent's mansion under the cover of night. Your Highness. Wang Yu saw that the prince had finally returned, and hurried forward. Li Xiaochen changed his clothes, walked out from behind the screen, sat down at the desk, tapped the table with his fingers, and spoke after a long time. Wang Yu, I asked you to check someone. Lin Yusin went back to her yard along the road, carefully placed the boy in her arms on her bed, and stretched out her hand to feel his pulse. How many days has he not eaten? Did he faint from hunger? In addition to long-term malnutrition, he also has many beatings. He is lucky to be alive. Lin Yusin saw that although the pulse was weak, there was no other problem. He was in poor health and could only be slowly recuperated. She took some medicinal materials from the space for the boy, boiled medicine for him, fed him, and then gave him a few injections to relieve the pain. Lin Yusin also simply applied medicine to his injuries. When Lin Yusin finished all these, it was almost dawn. Lin Yusin did not plan to sleep anymore and told the maid to prepare breakfast and bring it to the room to eat. After Lin Yusin finished breakfast, she told Xiaodai to take care of the child. Then she got up and went to her mother's yard. Mother, Lin Yusin said before she arrived. I must be hallucinating. Lin Xiaoyang shook his head and asked hesitantly. No, my sister ran away from home. She shouldn't come back so early. Lin Chenglai also shook his head and said, who would have thought that someone who ran away from home last night would come back just one night? But Lin Yusin is like that. Anyway, no one knows that she ran away from home, so just pretend that nothing happened. Mother, eldest brother, second brother, you are all here. After Lin Yusin rushed in, she saw that the eldest and second brothers were also there and hurriedly greeted them. Eldest brother, you have been too idle at home recently, right? Is the second brother's business not doing well? Why are you at home every day? The two brothers twitched their mouths slightly and touched their noses. They also have things to do, right? Zhao Hanya smiled at her daughter, didn't ask anything, pretended not to know, and asked gently, Have you had breakfast? Do you want to eat together? Mother, I have eaten. I came here today to tell you something.
That.
I went out last night and saved someone. Can I stay? Lin Yusin said with a guilty conscience. People?
Who?
Zhao Hanya asked, puzzled.
It's
It's just a child who was abused. I just couldn't bear to see it. Lin Yusin explained briefly. She didn't dare to say that she went to the brothel. The emperor's son, plus the future emperor. This child is important enough. Lin Chunglai and Lin Xiaoyang were shocked, and even Zhao Hanya was scared. Why does it feel like my sister is getting more and more courageous, even daring to participate in the affairs of the royal family? What does Xin want to do? Zhao Hanya was very experienced after all, and soon regained her composure and looked up to ask her daughter. I want to keep him for now and raise him first. This child has suffered a lot and is quite pitiful. Lin Yusin thought for a while and said, We have to keep this child. Although he'll be a tyrant in the future, it is undeniable that he is also a wise ruler. Let's talk about the future later. Let's keep him first. Maybe he will be useful? Okay, let's raise him first. Zhao Hanya saw that her daughter had already made up her mind, so she didn't stop her. Moreover, with a child's identity, it was impossible to throw him away casually now. Okay, Mother, I'll go back first. The child is still sleeping at my place. I'll go back and take a look. Seeing that her mother agreed, Lin Yusin got up and prepared to go back. This girl is so impetuous. Zhao Henya looked at Lin Yusin's back with a smile and said helplessly, Mother, this matter. Lin Chunglai hesitated and spoke. Let's leave it at that for now. We have to deal with the things in the mansion first. Zhao Hanya knew what her son wanted to say, but there were other things to do now. Yes, but my sister is back now, and the family affairs can't be concealed. Lin Chunglai thought of something and said worriedly. It doesn't matter. Sooner or later we will know. Xin is not a canary to be protected. This girl has a lot of dragons. Zhao Hanya was not worried at all. She didn't tell Xin before, because she didn't want her to encounter these bad things as soon as she returned home, although she knew these things from her. But as parents, they still hoped to leave a good living environment for their children, and she should bear these troubles. Mother, the person I sent to follow came back and said that he had sold a lot of things yesterday. Lin Xiaoyang suddenly spoke up and told the news he knew. I didn't expect him to be so impatient, but he didn't come to me for money this time.
Zhao Hanya snorted coldly.
Since she knew that Lin Xiong'an had betrayed her, she sent the shadow guard to investigate him. After so long, she really found out a lot, so she asked Yang to set up a trap to make his illegitimate son addicted to gambling and now owe a lot of money. Yesterday, his lover had sent a message to Lin Xiong'an, and it depends on what Lin Xiong'an does. Mother, I think he won't give up your place. Lin Xiaoyang said in a deep voice. Although he didn't want to admit it, their father was so unbearable to hear. Well, I know. I'll just wait for him to come. Zhao Henya touched her fingers and said calmly. Lin Yusin returned to Tingyu Pavilion and saw that the child had woken up. She hurried forward and asked with concern, How is it? Where are you still feeling uncomfortable? The boy stared at his sister in front of him in a daze, without saying a word. Where is he? Is he dead? Don't be afraid. I rescued you from the brothel. You will live in my house from now on. When you grow up, you can leave on your own. If you don't want to stay, I can give you some money now. You can leave after your injury is healed. Seeing that he was on guard, Lin Yusin explained briefly and gave him two choices. The child listened to what Lin Yusin said, still looking at her warily, without answering. Lin Yusin was not in a hurry. Seeing that the child was fine, she whispered, You take a rest first. You can think about what I said. When your injury is healed, give me an answer. After Lin Yusin finished speaking, she got up and left the house, fearing that he would feel uncomfortable. Lin Yusin then went to the backyard to serve her medicinal herbs. At noon, she fed the child medicine and watched him fall asleep, Then she went to her mother's yard and had lunch with her mother. Zhao Hanya said she would wait for Lin Xiong'an in the morning, and Lin Xiong'an came in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Lin Yusin didn't leave after lunch. She was thinking about whether she could get rid of the etiquette study, so she was here to talk to Zhao Hanya, and she had been coaxing her for a while. Zhao Hanya actually regretted it when her daughter ran away from home. Nothing was more important than her daughter's happiness. Her daughter finally came back, and she didn't want her to force her away. He didn't agree for so long, but he just wanted to tease her. It was at this time that Lin Xiong'an rushed in anxiously. "Madam, help!" Lin Xiong'an's voice came from outside.
Ah,
"It's the scumbag dad. I've been busy studying for a while, and I haven't seen him much. Why is he so haggard? Is there something that happened that I don't know about?" Lin Yusin looked at Lin Xiong'an in surprise. He didn't look like a master of the Shangshu mansion at all. He had a scruffy beard, and his clothes were not tidy. It seemed that he hadn't taken a bath for many days. "What's wrong?" Zhao Hanya glanced at him as if nothing had happened and asked, "Madam, I owe someone 5,000 taels of silver because of something. Even if I take out all my silver, it's still not enough. I remember you have some in your dowry. Can you give it to me to help me out?" Lin Xiong'an stated the purpose of his visit straight to the point. He didn't know what was going on during this period. He was very unlucky. He planned to let Miss by Lin Qinglai, but it didn't work, and the prince was angry with him. He asked Wang Xiqin to destroy that stinky girl Lin Yusin, but there was no progress. His son still owed a lot of gambling debts. What can he use to pay it back? He was very busy during this period. "Husband, I don't have any silver. My dowry was emptied by you a long time ago. Where can I get it?" Zhao Hanya didn't give him any face and refused directly.
you.
"No, Hanya, don't you still have half of your dowry in your hands? It's worth at least 2,000 taels of silver. Lend it to me first for emergency use. Do we still have to care so much about it between husband and wife?" Lin Xiong'an ignored Zhao Hanya's sarcasm. He didn't believe that Zhao Hanya would have no silver. He just wanted to get the silver and pay off the debt, otherwise his precious son would be useless. "I don't have silver." Zhao Hanya sat expressionlessly, just looking at the man in front of her quietly.
No?
"I think you don't want to help me. Zhao Hanya, we are husband and wife. Are you so heartless?" Lin Xiong'an saw that Zhao Hanya was not moved and immediately shouted angrily. "I don't have 2,000 taels, but I have 500 taels, but I have a condition." Zhao Hanya said calmly. "What condition?" Lin Xiong'an asked hurriedly when he saw that she finally gave in. Although there were only 500 taels, he always had a way to make her take out the rest. "I want a divorce letter." Zhao Hanya said word by word.
What?
Lin Xiong'an was stunned, thinking that he had heard it wrong, and asked again softly, "What's going on? Why does my mother want a divorce? It's not mentioned in the plot? Is there something I don't know? Or has the plot been changed? However, it's better to divorce. Such a man should be kept for the new year. The sooner the better." Lin Yusin was also stunned when she saw this scene, and then she reacted and was quite happy so that her mother could be free from suffering. "I want a divorce. As long as you write a divorce letter, I will give you these 500 taels." Zhao Hanya looked at Lin Xiong'an indifferently.
Impossible?
"I can't divorce. Don't even think about it. You are my person in life, and you are a ghost of our Lin family in death. You have to give this money today even if you don't want to." When Lin Xiong'an heard about the divorce, he was furious, with a ferocious face, and shouted at Zhao Hanya. "Why are you so excited? Think about it. If you don't agree, and your illegitimate child's hands or feet are chopped off, won't you be heartbroken? Oh, and when will Wang Xiqin and Lin Qianqian be able to take the position? One has no status, and the other is just an adopted daughter. How pitiful." Zhao Hanya looked at Lin Xiong'an's anger and chuckled and said,
You.
"What are you talking about nonsense? Where did I get my illegitimate child? What's the relationship between Wang Xiqin and me? What's the relationship with Qianqian? I think you are crazy." Lin Xiong'an was exposed, and he roared in anger and shame. "Whether I am talking nonsense or not, you know it in your heart. If you want to continue to be the Shangshu, you should write a letter of divorce. Otherwise, not only will your illegitimate child be abolished, but you may not be able to keep your official position. Zhao Hanya's aura was fully open, and she didn't care whether he admitted it or not, as long as the goal was achieved. Don't exaggerate here. How can you, a woman, have such great ability to touch a minister like me? Lin Xiong'an didn't believe it at all. He didn't believe that a woman could touch his official position. I don't have the ability, but don't forget who my father is. He is the general who protects the country. I just need to report you to the emperor. They say that you are colluding with the prince and the king of Rui. What you have done is enough to kill you many times. When the prince and the king of Rui know that you have the best of both worlds, will they still help you? Zhao Hanya stood up, walked to Lin Xiong'an, leaned close to his ear, and whispered. But Lin Xiong'an was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. How could she know? No, she had no evidence. She was just making it up. Lin Xiong'an comforted himself and instantly gained confidence. He gritted his teeth and pretended to be stupid and said, "What are you talking about? You are a woman, and you are going to be beheaded for discussing the heirs of the emperor and the affairs of the court. I'm just talking about you now. If they know, how long can you live?" Zhao Hanya said softly, with her lips hooked. You. Lin Xiong'an was choked by Zhao Hanya. Today, he really saw what kind of person his wife, whom he had married for more than 10 years, was. The virtuous and kind woman in the past was all pretended, but the current Zhao Hanya made him a little scared. But at the same time, he was mixed with resentment in his heart. The woman who had always been looked down upon and despised by him suddenly used this method to deal with him. How could he bear this? But now he could only bear it. Okay, are you going to write the divorce letter? Zhao Hanya stepped back, away from Lin Xiong'an, and asked again. I'll think about it. Lin Xiong'an planned to delay time and wanted to find someone to think of a solution, so he said so. Okay, I'll give you 3 days. If you still don't agree, then your illegitimate child, the things you've done, or your official position may not be kept. Zhao Hanya didn't continue to force him. She knew that there would be no result today, so she gave him 3 days to think about it. Zhao Hanya, you and I have been husband and wife for many years. Do you have to be so heartless? Lin Xiong'an asked, gritting his teeth and glaring at Zhao Hanya. Zhao Hanya looked at Lin Xiong'an's face and suddenly wanted to laugh. She looked at Lin Xiong'an and said, I am heartless? Lin Xiong'an, I once imagined that after marrying you, I would take care of your husband and children and be a good wife and mother. Over the years, I almost forgot what kind of person I was before. But what was the result? You had an affair with Wang Xiqin and gave birth to the witch Lin Xianqian. You also replaced my child and made me raise a daughter for your Wang Xiqin, while my own child suffered outside. Who is heartless? Let's not talk about this. Then let's talk about what happened before I got married. If I hadn't planted the drug and knew nothing, would you sleep next to me? Then who drugged me, do you know? Lin Xiong'an listened to what Zhao Hanya said, sweating profusely. How did she know? He obviously did these things very secretly, and it was impossible to be detected.
What are you talking about?
What drugging? Didn't you pull me at that time? Lin Xiong'an began to play dumb. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. It's been so many years, and I don't care. But you have to write the divorce agreement. Otherwise, I will let you know what will happen if you offend me. Zhao Hanya. Zhao Hanya saw his cowardly look and thought it was boring, so she started to order him to leave. Okay, go. Zhao Hanya, don't regret it. Lin Xiong'an shouted with a guilty conscience, and then ran out. Remember, you only have 3 days. Zhao Hanya said to Lin Xiong'an before he left the door. After Lin Xiong'an left, there was no sound in the room, and the silence was terrifying. Lin Yusin walked up silently, took her mother's hand, and asked softly, Mom, have you decided? Yes, I have decided. From now on, Mother will live alone. Zhao Hanya touched Lin Yusin's head with a smile. Mom, when did you start to doubt Dad? Lin Yusin asked curiously. She didn't dare to speak after watching the show for so long just now. I was afraid that it would affect my mother's performance, but how did my mother find out Lin Xianqian's identity? I remember the plot. My mother didn't know these things until she died, and I didn't let it slip, right? Zhao Hanya looked at Lin Yusin's frowning brows and said with a smile, I heard you say that Lin Qianqian and Wang Xiqin looked alike that day, so I began to suspect it, so I sent people to investigate, and they really found out a lot of things. Mother, what did you find out? Lin Yusin pulled Zhao Hanya to sit down, poured her a glass of water, and asked curiously, There is gossip. I want to hear it. We only found out the identities of Wang Xiqin and Lin Qianqian and the matter of his illegitimate child, who was raised outside. Zhao Hanya didn't want to hide it, and it was hard to find out anything about what happened 15 years ago. After so long, her shadow guard only found out that someone deliberately drugged her at that time, and nothing else was found. However, her test just now made her guess who did it, but it didn't matter anymore. As long as the divorce was successful, she would have plenty of time to deal with them in the future. Mother, it doesn't matter what we haven't found out. As long as you divorce him, you can welcome a new life. Lin Yusin said comfortingly. It seems that Mother didn't find out that the scumbag father had colluded with the prince. It's understandable that they didn't make any big moves now. But after what happened today, the scumbag father will probably give it a try. We have to be prepared in advance. Zhao Henya looked at her daughter in front of her with a smile. A faint light flashed, and then returned to calm. Well, Mother knows. By the way, how is your child? Zhao Hanya changed the subject and asked about the child. He is too defensive against me now. Let's improve slowly. He has been abused since he was a child. His mind is a little abnormal, and he won't trust people easily. I plan to wait until his injuries are healed and let him make his own decision on whether to stay or go. Speaking of the little boy, Lin Yusin was successfully diverted to the topic and expressed her own thoughts. Okay, you arrange it. You don't need to follow etiquette during this period. Take good care of the child and don't run around. There will be a state banquet in a few days. Envoys from other countries will be there, and our family will also be there. You should prepare for the time. Zhao Hanya took Lin Yusin's hand and said, Okay, got it. Mother, I'll go back to see the boy. I'll leave first. Lin Yusin fled in panic. When did Mother say that? It's so scary, but I don't have to learn those broken etiquettes. I'm so happy. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hanya laughed and shook her head. Lin Yusin returned to her yard and went to see the boy first. He was awake and lying on the bed in a daze. She walked over, bent down, and asked softly, What's your name? Look, I saved you, but I still don't know your name. My name is Lin Yusin. What about you? The child turned to look at Lin Yusin, shrank back, and spoke after a while. Chio Tingo. The voice was a little hoarse, but not unpleasant. Your name is quite nice. Then, I will call you Xiaohao from now on? Don't worry, you can recover here first, and you can decide whether to stay or leave after you are well. I won't force you to do anything. If you want to stay, you are my brother, and I will protect you in the future. If you want to leave, I will give you some money, and you can leave by yourself. Lin Yusin moved a stool and sat in front of the bed and spoke to him softly. Thank you. After a long time, Chio Tingo's small voice came. It's okay. I just happened to be there. It's impossible for me to watch someone die without helping, right? By the way, this is my bed. You will have to stay here for one night and sleep in the next room tomorrow. Lin Yusin said halfway, remembered something, and said embarrassedly, I brought you back secretly last night, so as not to disturb the servants. I put you on my bed. Don't mind. Chio Tingo shook his head gently. He looked at the big sister in front of him, and somehow, he didn't feel disgusted with other people. He didn't hate watching her talk to him. Just watching her talk like this, his heart was much calmer. This kid. Luckily, he didn't grow crooked. He can still be saved. Kid, I helped you this time. You have to grow up well. Chio Tingo's eyes suddenly widened. What's that voice? Xiaohao is too thin. I'll dig 2 ginsengs to nourish him later. Such a young child can be killed. It's no wonder that Xiaohao grows up to be a big shot. First destroy Yan Honglu. This kind of cannibalism should have disappeared long ago. Chio Tingo looked at Lin Yusin suddenly. Was the voice just now said by this big sister? Why didn't I see her move her mouth? Hey, why is Xiaohao looking at me? Are you hungry? Xiaohao, are you hungry? I asked Xiaodai to get you some food, but you can only drink some porridge. You are too hungry, you can't eat too greasy food at the beginning, understand? Lin Yusin asked Xiao Tingo gently. Xiao Tingo nodded, indicating that he was hungry. Yes, it was this big sister who was talking just now. Could it be her inner voice? Why can I hear the inner voice of the big sister? Am I a monster? The 5-year-old Xiao Tingo was scared for the first time. He suddenly hugged himself and trembled all over. Seeing this, Lin Yusin hurried forward and asked with concern, Xiaohao? What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? But he didn't say anything and still hugged himself in fear. Lin Yusin had no choice but to reach out and hug Xiao Tingo, patting his back gently, saying softly, Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'm here, I'm here. After a long time, Xiao Tingo finally recovered. Lin Yusin didn't let him go, just hugged him and patted his back until he fell asleep. Lin Yusin was helpless. Why did she feel like she was taking care of the baby in advance? Lin Yusin saw that he fell asleep, so she let go of her hand, put him on the bed, covered him with a quilt, and got up and walked out. Hey, this psychological trauma is a bit big. How can this be treated? If you don't believe it, go and look it up in a book. Lin Yusin thought of Xiaohao's illness and was a little worried, so she went directly to the next room, entered the space, and started to look up information in a small room. The investigation lasted until dawn, and the result was that he had to look after his own psychological problems, and the rest had to be treated with warmth. Lin Yusin scratched her head. What could she do? Just raise him as her son? Well, that's fine. So Lin Yusin dug 2 ginsengs and left the space. She went to the next room to see Xiaohao and was relieved to see that he had woken up. Awake? Are you feeling better today? Lin Yusin asked softly. Xiao Tingo sat up slowly and wanted to get out of bed, but was stopped by Lin Yusin. You're not well yet, you can sleep more, it's okay. I'll go next door. Xiao Tingo said in a low voice. He didn't forget that his sister said yesterday that this was her room, and he couldn't occupy it all the time, and he was a boy. Then after breakfast, go over there to rest? Xiaodai. Go prepare breakfast, I'll eat here. Lin Yusin took his hand, took him to the round table in the room, and told the maid to get the food.
Sit down.
Put your hand out, let me see it. Lin Yusin asked him to sit down, intending to take his pulse. Xiao Tingo obediently stretched out his hand. Seeing that he was so obedient, Lin Yusin smiled and touched her sleeve, but in fact, she took out a candy from the space and handed it to him. Since you are so obedient, I will give you this candy. Xiao Tingo stared blankly at the candy in Lin Yusin's hand and stretched out his hand to take it after a long while. Seeing that he took the candy, Lin Yusin concentrated on taking his pulse. Well, it's much better than yesterday, but your health is too poor. You need to supplement more. Lin Yusin retracted her hand, touched Xiao Tingo's head, and said softly, You are fine, but your foundation is too poor. Eat more in the future, so that you can grow up quickly. Xiao Tingo looked at Lin Yusin's face, with a dependence that he himself did not realize, and he nodded. Well, good boy. Xiaodai brought the food. After Lin Yusin and Xiao Tingo finished their breakfast, they sent Xiao Tingo to the next room to rest. After all, Xiao Tingo is a boy. Although he is only 5 years old, this is in ancient times, and there is a difference between men and women. When he is well, he must be arranged to live in the yard of the eldest brother. After Xiao Tingo is settled, Lin Yusin has nothing to do. She sits in the yard, thinking about the past few days. There are a lot of things in the past few days. I have only cut off the eldest brother's white moonlight and saved the future emperor. Today, my mother also mentioned the matter of divorce. I believe it will be done soon. But the last time the purse incident has not happened yet. Am I wrong? They are not using it to frame me? Then what are they going to do? Lin Yusin raised her hand and tapped the stone table beside her. After a moment, she retracted her hand and didn't think about it. Anyway, my mother is going to divorce. As long as it succeeds, why should I care about them? As long as they provoke me, I will solve it together. As a result, the next day, something happened that Lin Yusin had expected. Miss, it's bad. Lin Yusin had just accompanied Xiaohao to breakfast, and Xiaodai came in a panic and shouted. What's wrong? What happened? Lin Yusin looked at Xiaodia's appearance and asked in confusion. Miss, there are many people outside the mansion. A man came with a purse and said that he wanted to spend his life with you privately and asked to see you. Xiaodai finished the story anxiously. Oh, I thought they wouldn't come after so long. But they are waiting for her here? At this juncture, if I am not chaste, then mother will have one less bargaining chip for divorce. He is going to start looking for a breakthrough from our 3 children. Lin Yusin narrowed her eyes slightly. A trace of fierceness flashed in her eyes, and said in a deep voice, Miss, what should we do now? My problem is easy to solve, but I'm afraid they will attack my 3rd brother again. Lin Yusin sighed. It seems that mother made him angry yesterday and started to jump over the wall. Miss, how can it be easily resolved? You are a woman, and women's reputation has always been more important than anything else. If you don't handle it well today, your reputation will be ruined. How are you going to get married in the future? Xiaodai saw that the young lady was not anxious at all and was still worried about the 3 young masters, and she was extremely anxious. Don't worry, it will be fine. By the way, what did my mother say? Lin Yusin thought of her mother and asked. The lady is very angry and has led people to the gate. Xiaodai replied hurriedly. Let us go and see who dares to act wild in our Lin mansion. After Lin Yusin finished speaking, she stood up and walked towards the gate. Xiao Tingo, who was in the house, also heard the conversation just now. He was a small man, and his eyes gradually became emotional as he watched Lin Yusin leave. Regent Palace. Your Highness, it's bad. Our people came to report that Miss Lin is in trouble again this time. Wang Yu hurriedly walked into Li Xiaochun's study to report. What trouble? Li Xiaochun asked calmly, as if it was nothing important. With the ability of that girl, could she be bullied? There is a man who took Miss Lin's purse and said that he had secretly agreed to spend his life with Miss Lin. He made trouble at the gate of the Lin mansion and asked Lord Lin to give his daughter to him. Wang Yu said seriously. A faint light flashed across Li Xiaochun's expressionless face, and he stood up and walked out with big strides. When Wang Yu chased him out, he could no longer see the prince. It seems that Miss Lin is different from my prince. Are we going to have a princess? Wang Yu was shocked by his discovery, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. No, I have to talk to Mu Qiu. With that, Wang Yu went straight to a room in the backyard. At this time, the gate of the Lin mansion was very lively, surrounded by some civilians. A man with ordinary looks and simple clothes was talking nonsense at the gate. The daughter of the Lin mansion is just acquainted with me. She has already secretly agreed to spend her life with me. I came here today to ask for the daughter of the Lin mansion. The man stood at the door and said to Chun, the housekeeper, You thief, don't talk nonsense. How can Our Lady be what you can dream of? If you keep talking nonsense, I will have someone send you to the government. Chun, the housekeeper, scolded the man. He had already sent someone to invite the master and the mistress, hoping that they would be quick. Otherwise, with so many people around, the young lady's reputation would be ruined. I'm talking nonsense? You called your young lady out to confront me? She said that she would marry me, and I have the token of love she gave me. I came here today to ask for your hand in marriage. Do you want to break up the couple? The man said confidently, as if he was not afraid of anything. He took out a purse and shook it in the air. Yes, you, the Lin family, will not help to break up the couple, right? That's right, you can't look down on people for being poor. Let the daughter of the Lin family come out to play chess and see what she says. That's right, you dare not admit it? The purse has been given. Is the daughter of the Lin family so unbearable? The people around began to speak up to support the man, and there were all kinds of voices. The discussion became louder and louder. Butler Chen raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. This matter today was not easy to resolve. We in the Lin family will not do such a thing. If it is true, I will let the 2 of them get married. But sir, which daughter of the Lin family you are talking about is this? To be honest, I have 2 daughters in my family. At this time, Lin Xiong'an came out, stepped on the spot accurately, put on his extremely hypocritical smile, looked at the man harmoniously, and asked. However, his attitude also made the discussions around him a little quieter.
Who else can it be?
Of course, it is Miss Lin Yusin from the Lin family. The man raised his head and said proudly. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Xiong'an's eyes, and then he said seriously, "If you have feelings for my second daughter and you have decided to spend her life together, then for this marriage, I..." Lin Xiong'an. Zhao Hanya's voice came from behind the door, interrupting Lin Xiong'an's words. Zhao Hanya walked quickly to the door, looked at Lin Xiong'an coldly, then turned to look at the man standing opposite, and said in a cold voice, "You said that my daughter and you secretly got married? Are you sure? When did it happen?" "Just last month, I met Lin Yusin by chance, and then we fell in love at first sight and fell in love with each other." The man didn't even think about it and spoke. Zhao Hanya's coldness became heavier and heavier, and her murderous aura became heavier. "Do you know what the consequences of slandering the daughter of the Shangshu mansion will be?" Zhao Hanya said sternly. Li Xiaochen, who was hiding in the crowd, watched the scene, and his whole body was getting colder and colder. Hiss. Why is it a bit cold? Yes, I feel cold too. There were two young men around muttering. Li Xiaochen heard the familiar voice when he was hesitating whether to help. "It's so lively? If I had known, I would have come out earlier to watch the show. There must be some exciting clips that I didn't see just now, huh? That man is the rumored boyfriend they found for me? It's too ugly. That's it? You may not recognize him even if you go out. It seems that Li Xiaochen is still handsome. Next time you have a chance to meet him, take a few more glances and wash your eyes." Li Xiaochen listened to her inner voice, and a smile flashed in his eyes that he himself did not notice. Zhao Hanya was numb after hearing it. "My daughter, is Li Xiaochen someone you can mess with casually?" But she didn't have time to preach to her daughter now. There were still a lot of troubles here. "Let me ask you one last question. Are you really engaged to my daughter?" Zhao Hanya looked across the street. Her son came back. She turned to look at the man and asked again. "Yes, I admire the second lady of the Lin family, and I ask the lady to agree to this marriage." The man knelt down and began to sincerely ask for marriage. "Madam, this boy looks very sincere. Will you agree? Don't ruin this beautiful marriage." "That's right, they are together and it can be considered a day of success, so just agree." There were more and more voices of help around. Zhao Hanya ignored him and looked at the man, saying, "I gave you a chance, you didn't want it, Bring it up." Zhao Hanya finally said to Lin Xiaoyang, who had been waiting for a long time. "Mother, I brought the person." Lin Xiaoyang said, and asked the servants to bring a woman to the man. "Do you know this person?" Lin Xiaoyang asked the man. The man took a look at the woman who was brought, his whole body stiffened, and then shook his head to deny. "I don't know her. What do you mean by bringing her here?" "Okay, Lu Chen, you actually said you don't know me? They said you want to marry a rich family's daughter. It turns out to be true? Are you going to abandon me and the child? You are forcing me to die. Woo woo woo. Why am I so miserable?" When the woman heard that the man said he didn't know her, she broke down and questioned the man named Lu Chen with tears in her eyes. "You're talking nonsense. You and I don't even know each other. Don't even think about slandering my reputation." Lu Chen's face darkened. This woman wanted to ruin his plans. "I'm pregnant with your child. You have such a cruel heart. Lu Chen, you are not a human being." The woman seemed to have made up her mind. She turned to look at the people and said with tears in her eyes, "My name is Fang Dahua. I am from Fangjia village, Jeju. His name is Lu Chen. We have been childhood sweethearts since we were young. His family is not well off. My father took pity on him and accepted him as a student. 5 years ago, he said he wanted to go to Beijing to take the imperial examination. We got married the day before he left home, but we never heard from him again after he left. Half a year ago, my father passed away, so I had to go to Beijing to look for him, but I found him in a brothel. But he said he would treat me well in the future. I also thought that I had finally found him, so I wanted to live a good life with him. As a result, he wants to marry someone else now." Fang Dahua said to the end. She was already crying. "Isn't this Chen Shimi a scumbag? So ugly, and still such a scumbag, bah." When Lin Yusin walked to the gate, she heard the woman's cry and felt a little sympathetic, but she didn't show up, intending to see the situation. You witch, you're talking nonsense. Lu Chan was exposed and immediately became angry. Okay, I didn't call you here to see you cry. You said this man is your husband, so what evidence do you have? Zhao Hanya interrupted the woman's crying with a cold voice. It's not that she has no sympathy, but now nothing is more important than her daughter's innocence. Evidence? There is a scar on his thigh, and his family has our marriage certificate. Fong Dahua thought for a while and said, Madam, this matter is not glorious after all. How about we go inside and talk about it? Lin Xiong'an was afraid that the situation would change, so he wanted to call people in so that it would be easier to handle with fewer people. No need, since he wants to make trouble here. Then let's solve it here to clear my daughter's name. Zhao Henya glanced at Lin Xiong'an and directly cut off Lin Xiong'an's little thoughts. Then she looked at Lu Chun and said sternly, Since you have a wife, you still come to slander the daughter of my Lin family. I think you are too bold. Also, you said that you and my daughter were secretly engaged, but you know that my daughter was just recognized last month. A girl who just returned home, who can't even recognize all her family members and doesn't know how to walk on the streets of the capital. How can she have time to go out of the house and get engaged to other men for life? My purse is the evidence. Lu Chan was speechless when asked, and just shouted palely, while holding up the purse. Purse? You'd better take a closer look at the purse in your hand. When Lin Yusin heard the purse, she knew it was her turn, so she walked out and looked at the man to remind him. Lu Chan was stunned, looked at Lin Yusin in confusion, frowned and asked, Who are you? What's wrong with my purse? Ha! You don't even know me? Then what are you doing here today? Lin Yusin rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, Where did they find this? They went out without a brain, right? They still want to ruin my reputation? Of course I'm here to marry.
You.
You are the second lady of the Lin family, Lin Yusin? Lu Chen said halfway, reacted, stammered, but he looked at Lin Yusin's beautiful face, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. If he marries this woman today, he will be very successful. As for that yellow-faced woman, if she dares to ruin his good things, she will be divorced when she goes back today. Lu Chan gritted his teeth and thought hatefully. Yes, I am Lin Yusin. You said you and I have a relationship, and there is a purse to prove it, but I have never lost a purse, right? Lin Yusin said as she took out her purse from her waist and shook it towards him. You said you didn't give it to me. Look at these two purses, they are exactly the same. Lu Chun was immediately excited when he saw that the two purses were exactly the same.
Hehehe.
I told you to check the purse in your hand carefully again. Lin Yusin laughed softly, as if looking at a fool. Lu Chan was stunned, picked up the purse in his hand, and looked at it carefully again, and found the words embroidered with needles on the inside of the purse. Why are there words here? Lu Chun murmured. Seeing that he had discovered it himself, Lin Yusin smiled and said, Come on, don't be afraid. Tell me what you found. There are words on it, the word Qian embroidered. Lu Chen did not hide it and said it directly. He thought it was Lin Yusin's small handwriting or something. But Lin Xiong'an's face changed, and he was about to speak when he was interrupted by Lin Yusin. Yes, there is a word Qian embroidered in this purse. Do you know the origin of this word Qian? What do you mean? Isn't this your name? Lu Chen looked at Lin Yusin in confusion and asked, You don't even know the situation of our Lin family, and you dare to come to my Lin mansion to marry my daughter. You are so bold. Let me tell you this, we have 2 daughters in our Lin mansion. In addition to me, there is also an adopted daughter named Lin Qianqian. The purse in your hand belongs to Lin Qianqian. Lin Yusin didn't hide it and said it directly. She was waiting for this moment. Lin Qianqian? Lu Chun was stunned. Could he have made a mistake? Yes, this purse also belongs to Lin Qianqian, so the person who secretly married you is Lin Qianqian. Lin Yusin said directly, throwing the melon on Lin Qianqian's head. Li Shaochen hid in the crowd, looking at the bright woman, with a slight smile on his lips, which he didn't even notice. Zhao Hanya didn't say anything. After coming out from Lin Yusin, her aura also subsided a little. Seeing the turn of events, a smile flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect her daughter to have a trick up her sleeve. Yusin, what are you talking about? How could your sister do such a thing. Lin Xiong'an heard that the blame was about to be put on Qianqian at the door and immediately spoke out to stop it. Father, you can't favor Lin Qianqian just because she is the illegitimate daughter of you and Aunt Qin, right? Since she has already secretly decided to spend her life with Lu Chen, you can't break up the couple. Isn't this chilling my sister's heart? Seeing that his scumbag father wanted to jump out to stop him, Lin Yusin said something that made him angry.
What are you talking about?
What illegitimate daughter? Lin Xiong'an was exposed in front of so many people, and he was angry.
Oh.
She can't be called an illegitimate daughter, but a rascal. After all, the mother of this kind was not brought into the mansion, nor did she open a mansion outside, so the product she gave birth to can only be considered a rascal. Lin Yusin looked at Lin Xiong'an, and a flash of anger flashed in her eyes. Dare to use her as a target? Then I will ruin your reputation. You rebellious girl. Lin Xiong'an was furious, stepped forward, raised his hand, and hit Lin Yusin in the face. As a result, Zhao Hanya quickly raised her hand, grabbed Lin Xiong'an's hand, looked at him expressionlessly, and said, "Do you want to embarrass yourself here?" This sentence made Lin Xiong'an regain some reason. He looked at the many civilians around him, all looking at him like this. He gritted his teeth and endured the anger. He looked at Lu Chen and roared threateningly, "Think it through, which daughter is it?" Lu Chen pondered. They said that he should come to ask for Lin Yusin's hand, but the word Qian on the purse was too unreasonable. If he turns around and asks Lin Qianqian to marry him now, will the success rate be much higher? Anyway, as long as she is a girl from the Lin mansion, she will be helpful to his career in the future, so he can marry anyone. After Lu Chen figured it out, he looked up at Lin Xiong'an and said seriously, "Master Lin, I made a mistake just now. It was Miss Lin Qianqian who secretly married me. Look, there is a word Qian embroidered on this purse. This is what Miss Qianqian gave me, and I also sent her letters. If not, please let Miss Qianqian come out to confront me."
You.
Lin Xiong'an was so angry at Lu Chen's betrayal that he couldn't speak clearly. "Humph. I'm so angry at you. You are still so cruel that you don't even let your children go." Lin Yusin thought bitterly.
Oh.
There are letters. Mother, we have to go back and look for them. My sister's lover has come to our house. We have to help him, right? We must not let my sister be sad. Lin Yusin said to Zhao Hanya in surprise. "Come on. Go to the eldest lady's yard to look for it." Zhao Hanya said to the servants. "Look for Yusin's yard too." Lin Xiong'an said unwillingly. Zhao Hanya listened and looked at Lin Xiong'an with murderous eyes. "Where do you want to find it?" "I'm afraid you can't find it even if you turn it upside down. I took it out and put it back in Lin Qianqian's closet when Lin Qianqian stuffed it under her bed. It's better to return it to its original owner." Lin Yusin pouted and was speechless. How could her scumbag father want to drag her down with him? When Zhao Hanya heard this, she gave her personal maid Cui Lu a look and whispered a few words. Cui Lu leaned over gently, then turned and walked towards the mansion. Is this a reversal? So, after all this time, this man is asking to marry the adopted daughter of the Lin family? Who can say for sure? Just now he said he wanted to marry the second daughter of the Lin family, and now he says it's the eldest daughter of the Lin family. But that's true. If he really marries the Lin family, he will be able to rise to the top. Hey, you say, the second daughter of the Lin family is so beautiful, so the eldest daughter must be no bad, right? What about the eldest daughter? Didn't I hear the second daughter of the Lin family say that Lin Qianqian was born to Lord Lin and someone else, and was brought to the mansion to be raised, and the mother didn't even give her a status? Really? This official family really has a lot of secrets? The civilians below have already started discussing what happened today. Within a day, it is estimated that the whole capital will spread. But this is not what Lin Yusin is worried about. She hopes that her scumbag father's reputation will be ruined, so that his future life will be more difficult. But Lin Xiong'an on the side had a hard time enduring. His reputation was almost ruined today. How could he not hate it? Originally, he had planned to use this incident to ruin the reputation of that stinky girl Lin Yusin and then marry her off. This would also make Zhao Hanya miserable and regret what she did to me yesterday. The result is exactly what happened now. The plan was ruined and he got into trouble. Found it, madam. At this time, Cui Lu came out quickly and handed the things in her hand to Zhao Hanya. Zhao Hanya took it and looked at it one by one, her face getting uglier and uglier. At this time, Lin Xianxian also ran out. She was waiting for news in the mansion, waiting for the news that Lin Yusin married a peasant, but she saw a group of servants rushing into her boudoir and searching, and finally found a stack of letter paper. She immediately felt an ominous premonition and hurriedly followed the servants out. Father, what's going on? Why did these servants rush into my daughter's boudoir to search for things? Lin Xianxian looked at her father in confusion, hoping that he could explain it to her, but she was destined to be disappointed. Lin Xianxian, look at what you have done, Zhao Hanya said, throwing the letter directly in front of her. Lin Xianxian was stunned and subconsciously squatted on the ground to pick up a piece and read it. The more he looked, the paler his face became. Lin Xiong'an picked it up and read it. When he saw the contents and Xianxian's name, how could he not believe it?
No, it's not mine.
Father, you have to believe me. It's not mine. Lin Xianxian was so scared that tears came out of her eyes. She quickly pulled Lin Xiong'an's sleeve and cried to deny it. You still say it's not you, but the names written on it are all yours. How can I believe it? Lin Xiong'an slapped Lin Xianxian in the face and glared at her. Lord Lin, now you can believe that I and your daughter have feelings for each other. I beg you to agree to my proposal to marry your daughter. Lu Qin was good at reading people's expressions. He obviously saw who the question in the letter was directed at and immediately asked for marriage. This kid is perceptive and ambitious, not bad. Now I want to see how Lin Xianxian will argue. This marriage is probably going to be a success. Get lost. My daughter won't marry you, a peasant. Lin Xiong'an roared, making his last struggle. Lin Xianxian was the daughter he truly loved. How could he bear to let her marry such a peasant from a poor family? But someone made him uncomfortable. Lord Lin, if you don't agree to this marriage, I will show off everywhere that Lin Xianxian, the daughter of the Lin family, has already committed herself to me. In this way, I'm afraid no one will come back to marry Miss Xianxian in the future. Moreover, after what happened today, Miss Xianxian's reputation is probably ruined. Lu Qin saw that Lin Xiong'an was unwilling, and he took a few steps forward and whispered to Lin Xiong'an. You threaten me? Psst. Lin Xiong'an was so angry that his veins were bulging, but in public. He couldn't do anything, so he could only endure it. Wow, I like this Lu Qin. Just the rhythm that he can make his father angry to death. I look at him with a new eye. Zhao Hanya raised the corners of her mouth slightly, pursed her lips, and endured it. But now the situation has been reversed. She doesn't plan to intervene for the time being because the situation has been decided. Lin Xianxian is going to get married. Sure enough, after a while, Lin Xiong'an calmed down and spoke. He looked at Lu Qin and said coldly, Lu Qin, since you and Xianxian like each other, then I agree to your marriage, but my daughter must be the legal wife, and you can decide which one of your original wives is you. Thank you, father-in-law, for the calculation. I understand. I will make arrangements properly and will not be wronged, Miss Xianxian. Lu Qin heard that Lord Lin agreed and immediately promised happily.
No.
I won't marry, father, I won't marry. When Lin Xianxian heard that her father had promised her to this mud-legged man, she didn't care about crying and immediately pleaded with her father. You have to marry even if you don't want to. Lin Xiong'an was already angry, and now he was even more upset when he saw Lin Xianxian. He slapped her again, then threw his sleeves and went back to the house. Father.
Ooh.
Father. Lin Xianxian ignored the pain on her face and chased after Lin Xiong'an. Li Shaochen glanced at Lin Yusin, then disappeared in the crowd. Today he watched a good show. The Lin family had a leader which was quite interesting. Seeing that the protagonists were almost all there, Zhao Hanya turned to look at Lu Qin, who was no longer angry, and said calmly, Since the master has agreed to your marriage with Xianxian, then you can take some time to come to propose marriage. Thank you, madam. I will definitely set an auspicious time to come to propose marriage. I'm leaving now. After Lu Chun thanked Zhao Hanya, he took Fong Dahua away. Okay, everyone please go back. There will be a happy event in the future, and I will definitely invite you to come and have fun. Zhao Hanya said to the people who had not left outside. You're too polite, madam. Now the civilians outside also began to go back. This farce was finally over. Mother, what will happen to Fong Dahua in the future? Lin Yusin thought of Fong Dahua just now, still a little bit reluctant, and asked her mother softly. It's okay, that woman is not someone who will suffer any loss, don't worry. Zhao Hanya patted the back of Lin Yusin's hand and comforted her. If that woman had a soft personality, she would not have gone to the capital from Jeju alone. Lin Xianxian's life in the future will probably not be easy. But these have nothing to do with her, Zhao Hanya, as long as she doesn't mess with her. Lin Xiong'an study. Father, that letter is really not mine. Father, you have to believe in your daughter. Lin Xianxian knelt on the ground and cried uncontrollably and hurriedly explained to her father. Lin Xiong'an did not speak. His face was extremely dark, and after a long while he spoke. I know, you get up. But you have to marry this marriage. Today's incident has made such a big fuss. I'm afraid that everyone in the capital knows about it. Even if you don't marry, you may not have someone to come back to marry you in the future. Father. Lin Xianxian looked at her father in shock. Is her father going to give up on her? Okay, it's settled. Don't worry, I will prepare a generous dowry for you and will not let you suffer any grievances. Lin Xiong'an comforted. Yes. Seeing that her father was determined to recognize this marriage and marry her to that mud-legged man, Lin Xianxian could only grit her teeth and agree to this marriage. Xianxian, did you put the letter in Yusin's room when your mother asked you to do so? Lin Xiong'an asked, confused. Yes, I put it under her bed. Lin Xianxian said this, recalling the situation at that time, and replied with certainty. But how come it appeared in your room, and your name was on it? Lin Xiong'an frowned and asked in confusion. Father, could it be that Lin Yusin found something? Lin Xianxian seemed to have thought of something, and immediately said with certainty, Father, she must have found something and deliberately put it back in my room. Yes, it was her, that witch. Lin Xianxian was so angry that she trembled all over. Her reputation was ruined, and she was forced to marry that peasant. How could she not hate him? What you said makes sense. I underestimated that girl. She had such means. But what's the matter with that purse? How could your name be on it? Lin Xiong'an thought of that purse and asked in confusion with a frown. Father, this is not Lin Yusin's plan, right? She knew about it a long time ago, so she deliberately designed these things to wait for us to fall into it? Lin Xianxian SIQ was fully online at this moment, and she quickly thought of this lair. Impossible, that girl has always lived in the countryside, and she is extremely. How could she know our plan? I think it must be that witch Zhao Hanya, only she has this method. Lin Xiong'an thought for a long time, and felt that Lin Yusin was not so smart, and had such a method to play him around. He felt that this matter must be related to that witch Zhao Hanya. Father, what should we do now? Lin Xianxian knelt on the ground and asked Lin Xiong'an. You go back first. Since your matter is a foregone conclusion, then let it be. Don't worry, I will seek justice for you. Lin Xiong'an looked at his daughter sitting on the ground. After all, she was the daughter he loved for more than 10 years, and said softly, Father, I want them to be torn into pieces. Lin Xianxian gritted her teeth, and the hatred in her eyes could not be hidden. Don't worry, your father will definitely take revenge for you once he finds out. You go back first, I'll go out for a while. Lin Xiong'an comforted Lin Xianxian, stood up and walked outside. Mother, Lin Xianxian deserves what she got for her crime today. Lin Yusin followed Zhao Hanya back to Xianlin Pavilion, sat on a chair and looked at her mother, grinning. Now that Lin Xianxian's problem has been solved, the next plot should be about the eldest brother. But Bai Weiwei has been granted marriage to the prince, so she shouldn't be a threat to the eldest brother. Lin Yusin was happy, but also a little worried. After all, the timeline of this matter has not passed yet, and anything can happen. Okay, Xin, the next thing is the state banquet. Don't think about other things for now. Zhao Hanya saw that her daughter was frowning because of her eldest son's matter, so she quickly changed the subject. Right, state banquet? In the plot, it was this state banquet. Qi state made things difficult for our country, and the regent was stabbed to save the emperor and was poisoned and unconscious. However, Qi state launched an attack on our border because of this state banquet. When the emperor saw that no one was available, he sent his grandfather, the general who guarded the country, to lead 500,000 soldiers, but he died in battle. No, we can't let Qi state succeed in this state banquet. Lin Yusin couldn't sit still when she thought of this, and hurriedly stood up and said to Zhao Hanya, "Mother, I have something else to do, I'll leave first." Xin, wait. Seeing her anxious look, Zhao Hanya didn't expose her, but called her, "Mother?" Lin Yusin looked at Zhao Hanya in confusion. Shuiying. Zhao Hanya patted Lin Yusin's hand gently, signaling her to stay calm, and then shouted to the air. As soon as the voice fell, a black shadow flashed by, stopped in front of Lin Yusin, and knelt down. "Mother? Who is this?" Lin Yusin looked at the kneeling person in surprise. Could this be the legendary Shadow Guard? Too cool, isn't it? His name is Shuiying. He will follow you and protect you. I have assigned him to you some time ago, but I have never had the chance to tell you. You can ask him to do anything in the future. Zhao Hanya looked at Lin Yusin and said gently, "For me? Hee, that's great. I was just worried that I had no one to use." Lin Yusin was happy now. Shuiying's skills were much better than hers. She only knew some boxing and kicking skills. She usually used poison or silver needles to defend herself. If she really met a master, she would be skinned alive. I just don't know how powerful Shuiying is. I will try it when I have time in the future. Well, go. Zhao Henya saw that she was so happy, smiled, and let her go back. After Lin Yusin left, Zhao Henya received news that Lin Xiong'an had left the house. Send someone to keep an eye on him and see where she went. Zhao Henya ordered calmly. Yes. After the servants left, Zhao Henya looked outside the gate and slowly said, "Lin Xiong'an, don't let me catch you." After Lin Yusin left Xianlin Pavilion, she returned to her own courtyard, and her shadow automatically hid in the dark. She sat in the room and pondered. She may not be able to handle the state banquet alone. It seems that she needs to find a helper. Who should she find? Lin Yusin stretched her chin to think, and didn't even notice Xiaohao coming over. Sister? Xiaohao heard that his sister was back, and hurried over to see. Seeing that his sister ignored him for a long time, he had to call out carefully. Somehow, he felt that there was a reassuring smell on his sister, which made him unable to help but get closer. Xiaohao, how do you feel today? Lin Yusin heard someone calling her, and hurriedly looked up. Seeing that it was Xiaohao, she smiled gently and asked a few questions. Much better, I can get out of bed, and the wound doesn't hurt so much. Xiaohao answered in a low voice. Really? That's good. When you get better, I'll take you out to play, okay? Lin Yusin was very happy to see Xiaohao finally talk to her so much today. She knew that this boy was slowly accepting her. Yeah. Xiaohao nodded gently, but when he looked at Lin Yusin's smiling face, the corners of his mouth subconsciously rose. But he was uneasy in his heart. For a man as ominous as him, did his sister really like him? Lin Yusin didn't know about Xiaohao's uneasiness for the time being because she started to think about things again. Who is she looking for? She just arrived in the capital not long ago. Who else does she know besides her 3 brothers? Hey, the regent? There is also a Lord Fu. Looking for the eldest brother? He has already returned to the barracks this morning. He will probably not be back until next month when he takes a leave. It's useless to look for him. Second brother? He is just an imperial merchant. We don't know if he can attend the state banquet. Even if he can attend, he probably has little influence. Looking for the third brother? The third brother's official position is not bad. He works in the Ministry of Punishment. But I have been back for more than a month, and I have only seen the third brother twice. He is so busy, and this matter involves so many things. Forget it. Let's find an outsider. If it doesn't work, let's go to the regent. After all, he was either injured or poisoned this time. It's okay to let him save himself. Yes, that's him. But she only met the regent once, and he may not remember her. Wouldn't it be bad for her to look for him rashly like this? Forget it. Let's go and try it first. Fu Bane, I don't deserve it. Xiao Hao was confused. What was his sister talking about? He didn't understand, but he didn't dare to say more to upset his sister, so he just kept looking at his sister, frowning, gritting his teeth, or picking his ears. After Lin Yusin figured it out, she stood up and said to Xiao Hao, be good at home. Sister is going out to do something. Then she walked out. Xiao Hao looked at Lin Yusin's back and made up his mind. Sister, I will work hard to grow up and help you in the future. Shuaying. After Lin Yusin left the house, she was ready to go to the regent's palace, but she walked a few steps, stopped, stood there awkwardly, and called Shuaying out. Master. Shuaying flashed and appeared beside Lin Yusin, calling respectfully. Shuaying, how do I get to the regent's palace? Lin Yusin looked at Shuaying and asked awkwardly. Shuaying. Master and subordinates come. After that, Lin Yusin followed Shuaying all the way to the regent's palace without any obstacles. Lin Yusin looked at the magnificent words Regent's Palace and was still a little shocked. Is this the Regent's Palace? The words on this plaque are not painted in gold, right? Is it so luxurious? But how do we get in? Go in directly from the main gate? No. Tomorrow the capital will spread that the second young lady of the Lin family broke into the regent's palace without sending a visiting card and was thrown out by the regent? Forget it. Let's keep a low profile and climb over the wall. Find the regent first? Lin Yusin nodded secretly, then took Shuaying around the gate, walked to the side of the wall of the back door, and said to Shuaying, wait for me here. If I don't come out in 2 hours, come in and save me. Yes. Shuaying agreed, but he knew that if his master was really caught, he probably wouldn't have the ability to save his master from the regent. But as a servant, even if it costs her life, she has to rescue her master. So Shuaying is ready to die. Fortunately, Lin Yusin didn't know. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to be so reckless. After Lin Yusin gave Shuaying instructions, she quickly jumped over the wall and jumped into the regent's mansion. Climbing the wall was a piece of cake for her. After Lin Yusin landed, she looked around. This was a corner of a courtyard, and there were not many people. She started to look for people one by one like a ghost. As soon as Lin Yusin entered the regent's mansion, the secret guards knew about it, and then reported it directly to Wang Yu. Your Majesty, that Miss Lin climbed over the wall and entered our regent's mansion. Wang Yu was also shocked when he got the news. This girl is really brave. She dared to break into the regent's mansion. However, he thought of the special way his master treated her, so he ordered the secret guards to keep an eye on her first and ignore it. He would make plans after he reported to the prince. Li Shaochen raised his head from reading the official documents and looked at Wang Yu. A trace of surprise flashed across his expressionless face. What is she doing here? Li Shaochen asked in confusion.
I don't know.
How about I go and invite her over? Wang Yu suggested. No need. Li Shaochen refused, then stood up and walked out. Wang Yu looked at the disappearing back, his mouth twitching. You went to greet her yourself without her needing to. He said one thing and meant another. When Li Shaochen smiled at Lin Yusin, he saw her hiding in the kitchen and eating secretly. Well, the food in the regent's mansion is delicious. Well, eat more. You won't be able to eat it after today. By the way, where is the regent? I've been looking for him for a long time, and there's not even a servant here. Is the regent's mansion so deserted? We've all come in today. If we can't find the regent, what should we do about the state banquet? Should we look for someone else?
Who should we look for then?
When Lin Yusin thought of this, the roast chicken in her hand didn't smell good anymore. She took a bite of the roast chicken fiercely, then put it back in place, and put the eaten side underneath, so that it couldn't be seen. Well, I'm really smart. Lin Yusin wiped her hands and prepared to go out to continue looking. Since she was here, she must meet the regent today. The regent looked at Lin Yusin's back, then returned to the study. He said to Wang Yu, lead her to the hot spring in the backyard.
Ah?
Yes. Wang Yu was puzzled, but he didn't ask, and went out to do his job. Didn't you go out to look for her just now? Why are you doing this again? Lin Yusin searched for a while, but couldn't find even a living ant, let alone the servants. Just when she was about to give up and climb over the wall to go out, she finally heard someone breathing in the mansion. The prince is taking a bath in the hot spring in the backyard. You take this tea to him. A man's voice sounded. Yes. The servant agreed, took the tea tray, held the tea, and walked towards one side. Lin Yusin hid in the dark and saw the scene. After the man left, she followed the servant all the way to the hot spring. Lin Yusin hid behind the rockery outside for a while. After the servants left, there was no movement inside, so she slipped in.
Huh.
Where are the people? Didn't they say they were here? Lin Yusin walked in and saw a round pond with steam rising from it. She looked around and didn't see anyone. This is the legendary natural hot spring. It is said that after the regent was poisoned at the state banquet, he relied on this hot spring to control the toxins. It seems that this hot spring has a great background. Lin Yusin looked at the hot spring, and her eyes lit up. What a good thing. She stretched out her hand to test the water. The water temperature was just right. No one here now. Since I'm here, let me try the miraculous effects of this legendary hot spring. Lin Yusin looked around and saw that there was indeed no one. She raised her hand and was about to undress. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from the water and grabbed Lin Yusin's hand.
Ah.
With a force, Lin Yusin fell into the hot spring pool. Lin Yusin was not prepared and choked on several mouthfuls of water in her mouth. She almost died. The strong hands grabbed Lin Yusin's arms and lifted her up. Cough, cough, cough. After choking on the water, Lin Yusin coughed for a long time. After she finally recovered, she looked up at the culprit. Are you crazy? Don't you know that scaring people can kill you?
You.
Lin Yusin looked up and started to curse, but she became speechless after seeing who it was. Oh my god, why is it the Regent Li Shaochen? I won't be silenced, will I? And why is he not wearing any clothes? He is inviting people to commit crimes. After Lin Yusin saw that it was Li Shaochen, she ran away from home bravely. When she woke up, she saw that Li Shaochen was not wearing any clothes. Lin Yusin quickly covered her eyes and exclaimed, "Ah, Regent, why are you not wearing any clothes? This is what I want to ask you. I don't know why Miss Lin is in my palace and followed me here to peek at me taking a bath." Li Shaochen sneered at the girl who was pretending in front of him. He was very brave in his heart. How could he be shy now?
Peek.
I am watching openly, okay? It would be a pity not to look at such a good figure. This figure would be at the level of a male model in modern times. The chest muscles, abdominal muscles. Drooling. Regent, I came to see you for something. The servant said you were here, so I followed you. As a result, I didn't see you and was about to leave. Regent, please don't be offended.
Hee hee.
Lin Yusin pretended to cover her eyes, smacked her lips, and explained awkwardly.
Ah.
It would be such a pity if such a beautiful person died in the future. Li Shaochen stepped back a few steps, slowly walked out of the hot spring, picked up the clothes beside him, put them on, looked down at Lin Yusin, who had not yet reacted, and said coldly, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Hey, isn't this regent said to have a cold personality and a strange temper? And he kills people without blinking an eye? Just let her go like this? There won't be any trap, right?" Lin Yusin hesitated for a moment, put down her hand, and saw Li Shaochen standing by the pool, looking at her. But if I tell him directly that he will be injured and poisoned to save the emperor at this state banquet, will he think I am not smart and exaggerating? It seems that I have to think of a tactful way to say it. Lin Yusin thought again and again, then raised her head and looked at Li Shaochen and said, "Regent, I came here today to make a deal with you. Are you qualified to discuss a deal with this king?" Li Shaochen looked at Lin Yusin and said with disdain, "Your Highness, you can't say that. Whether this minister is qualified to trade with you depends on whether Your Highness Chu Zun and I are worth the deal." Lin Yusin didn't care about Li Shaochen's attitude, leaned her back against the wall of the pool, looked straight at Li Xiaochen, and spoke confidently. Okay, this king will give you this opportunity. Tell me, how to trade? Li Xiaochen didn't beat around the bush with her, and asked directly. Lin Yusin suddenly felt that the hot spring was a little hot, and it didn't seem appropriate for her to talk about business with Li Xiaochen in the pool with her head tilted back like this. So she stood up and walked out, walked straight towards Li Xiaochen, stopped in front of him, looked up and said, Your Highness, I have some news here. If this news can save your life, then I hope that my Lin family will be in trouble in the future, and I hope that your Highness can help. Why didn't I realize that Li Xiaochen was so tall before? My head is almost broken when I look up. What news? Li Xiaochen's eyes flashed with a smile, and his expression did not change. Your Highness, this state banquet. You have to be careful of the people of Qi, especially the women. As the saying goes, the more beautiful a woman is, the more poisonous she is. If you don't pay attention, you may lose half your life this time. Lin Yusin looked Li Xiaochen up and down, and said seriously, with a little regret in her tone. What you said is very right. Li Xiaochen said, and looked Lin Yusin up and down, only to see that Lin Yusin had just come out of the hot spring, her clothes were already wet, and it was obvious that Lin Yusin's curvy figure could be seen. Lin Yusin followed his gaze, and looked down. She reacted immediately, and raised her hands to hug her chest. She yelled at Li Xiaochen in anger. You hooligan, you pervert.
What are you looking at?
Oh my God, I forgot my clothes were wet.
Didn't he see me?
But as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. I can bear it. Lin Yusin gritted her teeth. She had lost a lot on this trip today.
Oh.
Do you think this prince would like a bean sprout like you? Li Xiaochen looked at the panic and anger of the girl and felt amused. It seemed like he was looking at her, so he didn't hold back when he spoke.
You.
Okay, I hope that at the state banquet, the prince can find a woman that satisfies you.
Goodbye.
Lin Yusin was furious. She looked at Li Xiaochen coldly, said something cruel, and turned around to leave. Li Xiaochen, you rascal, you look down on me, but I look down on you even more. I shouldn't have come today. I'll wait for you to be poisoned to death at the state banquet. I can think of other ways to save you at my grandfather's place.
Li Xiaochen.
If I save you in the future, I'll write your name upside down. Lin Yusin scolded Li Xiaochen in her heart, and she felt relieved. Just as she was about to step out of the hot spring pool, she felt her arm being pulled by something. The force was so strong that it directly pulled Lin Yusin back and fell into an embrace. Before Lin Yusin could react, she felt a sinking sensation on her body, and something covered her. When Lin Yusin reacted, she saw that she was wearing a cloak, and the embrace had also left. She looked up at the man 2 steps away from her in confusion. What was he doing? How can you go out like this? Do you still want your reputation? Put on the cloak, I'll let Wang Yu take you back. Li Xiaochen had a cold face, covering up his discomfort. He just thought it was not good for a girl to go out wet like this. Well, that's it. Is Li Xiaochen sick? He looked disgusted just now, but now he gave her his cloak? Isn't it said that the regent is cold and ruthless and doesn't like women? If I didn't feel anything wrong just now, did he hug me just now? Right?
Oh.
Thank you, Your Highness, but my people are outside the mansion. I can go back by myself. Don't bother you. Lin Yusin looked at Li Xiaochen in confusion and really couldn't figure out the regent's idea, but no matter what his intention was to give her the cloak, it did help her, so she still thanked him. After Lin Yusin finished speaking, she walked towards him again, walked a few steps, and stopped without looking back. This time she said very seriously, Your Highness, although what I said today is unfounded, you can still take it to heart. You'd better be on guard against women in Qi. If you don't believe it, you can check it in advance. After Lin Yusin finished speaking, she disappeared into the night. That's right, it's getting dark. Lin Yusin looked at the sky and felt guilty. She had been in the palace for almost 2 hours. She wondered if Shuiying would rush to complain to her mother. Thinking of this, Lin Yusin's steps became faster and faster. After a while, she appeared at the wall where she had just entered the palace. She jumped and climbed out of the wall. Li Xiaochen followed her all the way and laughed at her climbing the wall. She didn't look like a lady from a noble family at all. Your Highness. Wang Yu appeared beside Li Xiaochen. Go check who the envoys from Qi who came to attend the state banquet this time are. Li Xiaochen ordered coldly. Yes. Wang Yu responded and retreated. Li Xiaochen looked at the wall that Lin Yusin had just climbed and pondered. After Lin Yusin and Shui Ying returned home and finished dinner, she did not go to her mother's place, but went directly back to her own yard. After changing her clothes, she looked at the cloak beside her and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. I'll give it back to him when I have a chance in the future. Lin Yusin murmured to herself. Gurgle. A sound came from her stomach, which made her come back to her senses and shout to him. Shout I, hurry up, bring me food, I'm hungry. Yes. After Lin Yusin had eaten and drunk enough, she went to see Xiaohao. Seeing that he was already asleep, she did not disturb him, but went back to her room to sleep. The next day, after Lin Yusin got up, she went straight to her mother's yard. She came back late yesterday and hoped that her mother didn't know. Lin Yusin stepped into Xianlin Pavilion with a fluke mentality and saw her mother sitting in the upper seat with an expressionless face, holding a pair of scissors and starting to trim the branches. Every time she cut, Lin Yusin's heart trembled, and she felt that she was cutting her life. Mother! Lin Yusin greeted Zhao Hanya with a guilty conscience. Zhao Hanya glanced at her and asked sternly, You still remember to come back? Where did you go last night? Mother, I went to the temple outside Chengwai to pray yesterday, so I came back late. Mother won't do it again, next time. Lin Yusin lied with a guilty conscience. I can't tell Mother that I went to the regent to ask him to beware of the envoys from Qi. This secret meeting with a foreign man will make Mother even more angry. It's better not to tell her. Zhao Hanya felt helpless. This daughter has big ideas. If she doesn't tell her about these things, she can't help to, obviously, if she wants to. And if this matter is related to the envoys, it is related to the diplomatic relations between the two countries, then the regent is indeed more suitable. Zhao Hanya suppressed her worries. This time her daughter was for the general's mansion, and she couldn't hold her daughter back. Okay, pay attention to safety when you go out in the future, and don't come back too late, understand? Zhao Hanya's worries finally turned into instructions. I know, Mother. Seeing that her mother did not blame her, Lin Yusin was immediately happy. Hee. After escaping a disaster, she remembered something and asked in a low voice, By the way, will your father divorce you as promised in the 3-day agreement with you? It doesn't matter. I didn't expect to successfully divorce him. He didn't get the dowry, and now he divorced me. He won't lose a lot. He will definitely find a way to delay time. Zhao Hanya knew Lin Xiong'an very well, and knew what kind of person he was. Mother, not only that, in addition to wanting to get your dowry, he also wants the military power of the eldest brother to offer to the 6th prince. He will not divorce you until the eldest brother gives up the military power. However, this time Lin Qianqian was promised to someone else, and did not marry the 6th prince. I guess the military power is determined to get it. Lin Yusin complained about her scumbag father's ruthlessness in her heart. Zhao Hanya's hands clenched unconsciously. She said that Lin Xiong'an went to the 6th prince's mansion after leaving the mansion yesterday. She thought that the 6th prince was the mastermind behind this incident. In the end, he was the one who rushed to curry favor with others and used the blood of his own family to pave the way for his career. Mother, if the divorce is not successful this time, I have a way to make him take the initiative to propose the divorce. Lin Yusin thought about it and realized that dragging it on was not a solution. She had to sever ties with her scumbag father as soon as possible. What method? Zhao Hanya came back to her senses, looked at her daughter curiously, and asked, Mother, he doesn't want to divorce you mainly because you are still useful. What if you are useless? Lin Yusin said mysteriously. Zhao Hanya understood. She looked at her daughter and said with a smile, You are just a little smart. Mother will handle this matter herself. You should not interfere. It is not good for a daughter to interfere in the divorce of her parents. Okay. My daughter knows. Lin Yusin shrugged indifferently. As long as her mother and her scumbag father can successfully divorce, she can retreat behind the scenes. Madam, Wang Xiqin came to the mansion. At this time, the servant came in to report. It is probably because of Lin Qianqian's marriage. Her daughter married a peasant. Wouldn't she be angry to death? She must have gone to the scumbag father to make trouble. Lin Yusin immediately thought of the purpose of her coming and said gloatingly, "As long as they don't come to trouble us, let them do whatever they want." Zhao Hanya was not surprised by Wang Xiqin's arrival. It would be strange if she didn't come. "Mother, I think she will definitely come to make trouble," Lin Yusin said firmly. As for Wang Xiqin, that woman, her own daughter suffered such a big loss this time. She must come to seek justice. But if they agree to marry so easily, it would be strange. They might be thinking of a countermeasure. Lin Yusin touched her chin and thought. Zhao Hanya also reacted. If she wanted to suppress them, she had to work harder. Sure enough, when lunch was about to start, Wang Xiqin came over angrily. "Zhao Hanya." The voice came before the person. Lin Yusin was about to pick up her chopsticks to eat. She stayed in her mother's yard to eat today, just to watch the fun. But this actor really knew how to pick the time. He came during the meal. Wouldn't this make people indigestion? Lin Yusin rolled her eyes and looked at Wang Xiqin striding in. Xiqin, what are you doing? Do you really think my Lin mansion is your home? Where are your rules? Where are your manners? Zhao Hanya slammed the table and said sternly to Wang Xiqin, who came in. Wang Xiqin was stunned by the yell. It was the first time she had seen Zhao Hanya so fierce. She was always gentle before. Even when she was angry, she would remain expressionless and silent. But today, she was full of aura. Wang Xiqin was suddenly a little scared, but when she thought of her daughter's marriage, she was furious. She looked at Zhao Hanya angrily and said, "Hanya, Qianqian is also your daughter. How could you bear to let her marry that peasant?" Zhao Hanya looked at Wang Xiqin's anger, sneered, and said disdainfully, "Xinxin is my only daughter. I only have this one daughter." As for Lin Qianqian, she was originally a country child. Otherwise, she was taken away by the wrong child. She has enjoyed so many years of happiness and love for our Xinxin. Who knows where she would live a hard life now? I didn't send her back because of our friendship for so many years. As for her marriage, didn't she find it herself? The love letter, the keepsake, and the man, she found them all by herself. She found a husband for herself. As a mother, I will definitely fulfill her wish, don't you think? Mother is mighty. Lin Yusin watched with relish, and from time to time she cheered for her mother in her heart.
You.
Zhao Hanya, how can you be so heartless? That guy called Lu Chen already has a wife at home. Is Qianqian going to marry him as a concubine? Wang Xiqin was speechless for a while after being confronted by Zhao Hanya. When she reacted, she was still very angry. This master has already made an agreement with that boy that he will deal with that woman. When Qianqian marries, she will definitely be the legal wife. But then again, why are you so excited about Qianqian's marriage? If you don't know, you would think you are Qianqian's mother? Zhao Hanya glanced at her and said casually, After all, I watched Lin Qianqian grow up. I have long regarded her as my own daughter. Is it wrong for me to care about her?" Wang Xiqin choked and quickly covered up. "Xiqin, I'm just talking casually. Why are you so nervous? But come to think of it, you haven't married for so many years. You've become an old maid already. If you really have such a big daughter, you'll be trapped in a pig cage." Seeing her nervous look, Zhao Hanya pretended not to notice and added fuel to her fire. Sister Hanya, what are you talking about? I haven't found the right one yet. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Sister Hanya, I'll come to see you next time." Wang Xiqin felt guilty about what she said. She said a few words in panic to cover up, and then fled. "Mother, since you already know that Lin Qianqian is their daughter, why don't you expose the three of them?" Lin Yusin looked at Wang Xiqin's running back and asked curiously with a pout. "It's not the right time yet. Exposing them in advance will only make them more open and above board, wandering under my nose to discuss me. It's good now. It's good to see them jumping around like clowns. Besides, if Wang Xiqin still wants a reputation, as long as she is not pushed too far, she will probably wait until I am divorced and take over." Zhao Henya looked at her daughter and explained to her patiently. Lin Yusin understood and nodded frantically. Mother is still amazing. Old is still spicy. Mother is mighty. Your grandfather sent someone to care about you today. I told him that I will take you back to see him tomorrow. Zhao Henya smiled at Lin Yusin and raised her hand to touch Lin Yusin's head. Grandfather? Lin Yusin looked at Zhao Henya in surprise. She has been back for more than a month and has not seen the legendary general who guards the country yet. Well, go and see him before the state banquet. She also said that when will she find an opportunity to meet her grandfather, the general who guards the country.
Well,
he heard about what happened yesterday, so he sent someone to care about you and asked me to take you back to see you and recognize people. Zhao Henya nodded and smiled. Okay, but mother, tomorrow is the 3-day appointment with your scumbag father. We are leaving the house. What about him? Lin Yusin nodded, and then remembered something and asked. No need to wait until tomorrow. He will come to delay time this morning. As soon as Lin Xiong'an was mentioned, his face immediately turned cold, and he said coldly, Okay, it's good that mother knows the situation. Mother, then I'll go back first. I'll go prepare some gifts for my grandfather. After saying that, Lin Yusin went back to her own yard. This girl. Zhao Henya shook her head with a smile. Lin Yusin returned to the yard and went straight to the backyard. She planned to give some precious medicinal materials to her grandfather. After all, she had no money, and only the things in the space could be taken out to give to others. But fortunately, they were family members, and she didn't feel bad at all for giving them away. As a result, as soon as he walked into the backyard, he saw Xiaohao weeding in her small medicinal field. Xiaohao, what are you doing? Are you feeling better? Lin Yusin called him. Xiaohao's whole body stiffened, and he carefully raised his head, looking at Lin Yusin, who was now beside the medicinal field, and spoke carefully. I am much better, and I have nothing to do every day. I thought I had nothing to do, and saw that there were herbs planted here. I used to do these jobs when I was at my adoptive father's house. I can do it. Lin Yusin looked at him speaking so cautiously, walked forward helplessly, raised her hand and touched his head, and said softly, It's my negligence. I have been too busy recently, and forgot about you. But you are too young, and these jobs are not something you can do. If you feel bored, starting tomorrow, I will find a teacher for you to teach you how to read and practice martial arts, okay? Now, let him learn more self-protection skills. With his identity, he will have a chance to survive in that place where people are eaten without spitting out bones in the future and become the ultimate king. Although he succeeded in the end, it is always good to have more skills, at least you will suffer less. Okay. Although Xiaohao didn't quite understand what his sister said, he knew that his sister would not harm him. Well, now you help me dig some herbs. I'm going to my grandfather's house tomorrow to deliver some precious herbs. Seeing that he agreed, Lin Yusin smiled and ordered. She didn't treat Xiaohao as a porcelain doll because of his identity and began to teach him some common sense. Yes. Xiaohao, let me teach you some pharmacology now. Maybe it will be useful in the future? Seeing that he nodded, Lin Yusin began to talk to him about pharmacology. She pointed to a herb on the ground and said, This one is L-Schultzia ciliata, pungent, slightly warm, used to relieve fever, harmonize the middle and eliminate dampness, promote diuresis, and reduce swelling. This one is Perilla frutescens, pungent, warm, used to release cold, promote qi and relieve fullness, stabilize pregnancy, and detoxify fish, and this one is Schizonepida tenuifolia, pungent, slightly warm, used to disperse wind and relieve exterior symptoms, clear rashes and stop itching, and stop bleeding. Xiaohao listened carefully at the side. He was not stupid, he could be said to be very smart. Lin Yusin taught him a lot after he taught him once. This afternoon, Lin Yusin taught Xiaohao to recognize the herbs grown in the backyard. After dinner, Lin Yusin took a pharmacology book from the space and threw it to Xiaohao. You have recognized most of the herbs in the backyard today. If you visit them more often in the future, you will remember them all. However, there are thousands of Chinese herbs. I don't ask you to learn all of them, nor do I expect you to study medicine in the future. Now you just need to master the basic knowledge of pharmacology and learn to distinguish poisons and life-saving drugs. Read this book first. I will give you another one after you have memorized it. Tomorrow you will practice martial arts with Uncle Shuiying. Don't give up, okay? Lin Yusin said to Xiaohao seriously. Yes, sister. Xiaohao also nodded seriously. He will definitely study hard. When he has the ability, he can help your sister and protect her. Okay, you should rest early today. I'm leaving first. Lin Yusin returned to her room. Shuiying, master. Shuiying appeared on the side waiting for instructions. Go find your mother and ask her to find a better teacher. Lin Yusin instructed. Yes. After Shuiying left, Lin Yusin went to the space, picked up the backpack in the space, and went straight up the mountain. The herbs in her backyard were just some ordinary herbs. She had to get some ginseng and ganoderma to be able to use them. Lin Yusin dug 200-year-old ginseng and a 50-year-old ganoderma. She found a piece of cloth to wrap them up and put them together with a pile of herbs. She planned to send them to her grandfather tomorrow. After finishing all this, she was about to undress and go to bed when she realized something was wrong. She didn't know martial arts, but it didn't mean that she couldn't detect the abnormality. There was someone in her room. Who? Lin Yusin paused while taking off her clothes and took out 3 silver needles from her sleeves and shot them behind the screen. A figure behind the screen quickly dodged the silver needles. Seeing that the silver needles couldn't hit him, Lin Yusin took out her spare poison this time and prepared to throw it at the man. The man reacted very quickly. He turned around and came directly towards Lin Yusin, grabbed her hand that was about to poison, and pulled it forward. Lin Yusin was pulled in front of him, and then Lin Yusin saw who was coming. The regent? Lin Yusin was dumbfounded. Where was this?
Who was she?
I didn't expect that Miss Lin was so ruthless. I almost got stabbed like a hedgehog. Li Xiaoqin didn't loosen his grip on Lin Yusin, and his face was almost touching Lin Yusin's face. Hee, I just thought it was some pervert who broke into a woman's bedroom. Lin Yusin laughed awkwardly. Who knew that the regent would break into a woman's bedroom at night? But what is Li Xiaoqin doing here? Is he attracted by my beauty? No. I am indeed lustful, but I just want to satisfy my desire. If he really gets serious, I'm afraid. Lin Yusin was thinking wildly in her mind. She really couldn't figure out what the regent was doing here because this kind of thing was not something the regent would do. I wonder what the prince wants to see me for? Lin Yusin quietly moved her head back and asked carefully. Li Xiaoqin saw her cautious look, loosen his hand, and let her go. Then he straightened his clothes, stood up and sat at the round table in the room, raised his hand and patted the table, and said in a cold voice, Sit down. The prince is looking for you. There is something important. Seeing him like this, Lin Yusin knew that he really had something important to say, and she was not afraid immediately. She walked over and sat down and asked, Tell me, it's only been a day since we last met, and the prince is looking for you. What's the matter? I sent someone to check what you told me. The envoy sent by Qi to our country this time is the 3rd prince, Chu Shubai, and in addition to a 2nd-rank official, there is also a princess who is called Princess Chenfu with him. Li Xiaoqin directly told Wang Yi the information he asked him to check today. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he came directly, as if he didn't listen to the girl's inner thoughts and always felt that something was missing. Princess Chenfu? No one else? Lin Yusin frowned and asked. No. Li Xiaoqin looked at her and shook his head. Lin Yusin touched her chin and thought. Princess Chenfu, if it was her, no wonder the assassination was successful. Princess Chenfu's real name is Lu Qingyan. She was originally a daughter of a 5th-rank official, but with her own ability, the emperor promoted her to a princess. She later successfully helped the 40-year-old Emperor Qi to ascend the throne. The Emperor Qi wanted to make her a princess, but she refused. This woman is also very powerful in Qi. But this woman came to their Xia country to attend the state banquet. In fact, there is another purpose. When Lin Yusin thought of this, she looked up at the man sitting opposite her, and her eyes could not stop disgusting. At the beginning, according to the plot, I thought this woman came to kill the emperor, and Li Xiaoqin was only injured because he rescued him. Now it seems that the emperor was implicated by this man. A man's beauty is a disaster.
Li Xiaochen, Li Xiaochen.
If you hadn't rejected her so thoroughly before, she would not have come to kill you. What she can't get must be destroyed. This woman's heart is really too cruel, and she has so many eyes that she can be an ant nest. It seems that it is still a bit difficult to save this prince this time. If it doesn't work, let this man use a self-torture strategy first, and wait until he is injured and poisoned, and then save him? Anyway, she has a lot of medicine. Li Xiao just sat there without saying a word, looking at Lin Yusin's rich expressions, frowning, gritting her teeth, and pouting, which is really fun. But the premise is that he didn't hear the girl's inner voice. He frowned. What's going on? When did he know that Princess Jinfu? And when he heard that this girl let him get hurt first, he wanted to hit someone. What are you thinking about? Winking? Li Xiaochen interrupted Lin Yusin's random thoughts directly.
Ah?
Oh, I didn't think about anything. Lin Yusin came back to her senses and said awkwardly, What do you think of this Princess Jinfu? Li Xiaochen asked again. Your Highness, Princess Jinfu has a bit of a weird personality, and she is a special existence in Qi State, so you should be careful. Lin Yusin had no choice but to remind him tactfully. This woman is too troublesome. Her identity is so special, and we can't touch her. It seems that in the plot, Qi State launched an attack on our country because of her. If it really doesn't work, Your Highness, please pledge yourself to her. Sacrifice yourself for the benefit of the people of both countries. Lin Yusin had thought of the worst plan in her heart, but she couldn't say it out loud, for fear of being silenced by Li Xiaochen. Li Xiaochen began to grit his teeth. This girl. Suddenly, Li Xiaochen stretched out his hand and grabbed Lin Yusin's arm, pulled her into his arms, and directly pulled Lin Yusin into his arms and imprisoned her.
Ah!
Your Highness! Lin Yusin was stunned. When she came to her senses, she was already in Li Xiaochen's arms. What was Li Xiaochen going to do? Lin Yusin wanted to struggle, but found that Li Xiaochen's hands were like two mountains, preventing her from moving at all. Your Highness? What do you want to do? You didn't come here so late at night just to tease me, did you? Lin Yusin looked at Li Xiaochen expressionlessly and asked, I'm not doing anything, but I'm just very curious. You care about me so much and are afraid that I will be seduced by other women. Do you love me? Li Xiaochen raised one hand, pinched Lin Yusin's chin, fixed her head, and slowly moved his face closer to Lin Yusin's face. Narcissism is a disease that must be cured. Lin Yusin rolled her eyes, but now she was controlled and she didn't dare to say it, so she could only smile foolishly. Your Highness is a hero of Xia country. Who in Xia country doesn't admire you? If you go out, those daughters of famous families will fight to marry you?
Hee hee hee.
What about you? Li Xiaochen didn't spare her and asked.
Me?
What about me?
Ha!
Lin Yusin pretended to be stupid. Li Xiaochen just looked at her without asking any more questions.
Why are you looking at me?
Have you never seen a beautiful woman? You only know how to bully weak women like me. If you have the guts, go chop off your rotten peach blossom? Humph. Lin Yusin was so angry at this moment. If she had known, she would not have reminded this stinky man. He actually took advantage of me. A smile flashed in Li Xiaochen's eyes, and then he let go of Lin Yusin. Lin Yusin felt that he had let go, so she got busy and ran to the farthest place from him. Li Xiaochen didn't care about her attitude, stood up and said to her, If what happened this time is true, then I owe you a favor, but you don't have to interfere in this matter.
Got it.
Lin Yusin didn't have a good face for the regent now, so her tone was not very good. The regent didn't say anything else, and disappeared on the spot in a flash. Lin Yusin blinked her eyes. Is this Qinggong? It feels better than Shuiying's.
Bah.
Li Xiaochen, this rascal, dare to touch me. Next time I will poison you to death. Lin Yusin didn't sleep well tonight. She had a nightmare all night. She dreamed that Li Xiaochen touched her and wanted to kill her. She woke up in shock. When Lin Yusin got up in the morning, she made up her mind. After the state banquet, she would stay away from Li Xiaochen. The farther the better. When Lin Yusin left the house, she saw Xiao Hao starting to learn martial arts with Shuiying. He was squatting in the yard. His hands and feet were shaking, but he didn't give up. As expected of the future emperor, he has perseverance. Xiaohao, come on. After Lin Yusin encouraged Xiaohao, she went back to her room to take the gift she prepared for her grandfather yesterday and walked towards her mother's yard. Mother? Lin Yusin walked in and saw that her scumbag father was there. What's going on? It's morning now, and this scumbag father spent the night here last night? No way. We're about to get a divorce, and he's still trying to my mother? Lin Yusin looked at the scumbag father and thought about all kinds of suspicions. Xin is here. Come and sit down, we'll leave after breakfast. Zhao Hanya quickly interrupted her daughter's guess. If she continued to think about it, she might have Xiaowu. She felt sick just looking at Lin Xiong'an now, and she really couldn't bring herself to eat.
Yes.
Lin Yusin came back to her senses, walked forward, looked at Lin Xiong'an, and greeted him symbolically. Father. Humph. Lin Xiong'an looked down on his daughter, so he didn't even look at her. He snorted coldly and said to Zhao Hanya in a deep voice, "It's settled. Don't mention the divorce again during this period of time." After Lin Xiong'an finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and turned to walk out. Lin Yusin blinked her eyes, watched him leave, and asked Zhao Hanya curiously, "Mother, he came here to discuss the divorce? What did he say?" "What else can he say? He said that the state banquet is about to start and he doesn't want to make any jokes and upset the emperor at this critical moment, so we'll discuss it after the banquet," Zhao Hanya said calmly, while eating the dishes she had just picked up. "Don't worry, Mother. He won't be able to delay for much longer." Lin Yusin was relieved to see that her mother was in good spirits. After the mother and daughter finished their breakfast, they went out. Half an hour later, at the gate of the general's mansion, Lin Yusin and Zhao Hanya were helped off the carriage by servants. Lin Yusin looked up at the plaque of the majestic general, and Lin Yusin suddenly stood in awe. The general of the state is a loyal and brave family. Zhao Shiji was born in a grassroots family. He joined the army because he was poor. After several life and death experiences, he got the position of general. Later, he was directly named the general of the state by the emperor for his meritorious service. Zhao Yingjie has 5 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son Zhao Yinghua died in battle 10 years ago, leaving behind his wife Sherui and 2 sons, Zhao Chenxi and Zhao Chenxian. The second son Zhao Yingfeng did not die, but he could not do much. 10 years ago, his eldest brother died in battle, and he became a waste and was paralyzed in bed for 10 years. His wife Qinlongji and 1 son Zhao Qindong. The third son Zhao Yingbua was a premature baby, so he was weak since childhood, so he did not learn martial arts, but took the path of imperial examinations. However, he has taken the exam 3 times, and every time he failed, there would be problems. His wife Qianli has 2 sons, Zhao Chunhai and Zhao Qinfeng. The 4th son Zhao Yinglan and the 5th son Zhao Yingshu are not married yet, but they are also serving as soldiers under Zhao Shiji. The only daughter in the general's mansion is her mother, Zhao Hanya. She was the most favored in the general's mansion, but she was forced to marry Lin Xiong'an because of a conspiracy. Although the Zhao family was heartbroken, they could do nothing about it. They have been helping in secret for so many years. Otherwise, how could Lin Xiong'an, who was so stupid, be promoted to the position of Shangshu? Lin Yusin collected her thoughts and followed Zhao Hanya inside. When the 2 of them walked to the reception room was already full of people. There were 2 elderly people over 50 sitting at the top. The man looked stern, but his eyebrows showed his joy, which showed that he was very happy about Lin Yusin's arrival. The old lady sitting next to him looked much more harmonious. Lin Yusin looked at so many people and suddenly felt a little scared. Are there so many people in my grandfather's family? It feels like a 3-court trial. Are the ones sitting at the top my grandfather and grandmother? My grandfather looks so serious, or my grandmother looks easy to talk to. Zhao Qingjie frowned. What was that voice just now? Grandfather? The only person here who called him grandfather was. Zhao Shiji looked around at a few of the younger generations, and they all felt that it was not him, and that the voice just now was a female voice. Suddenly, Zhao Shiji looked at Lin Yusin, who was walking towards them. Grandfather, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Lin Yusin was still a little scared when she was stared at by such a man who had been on the battlefield and killed people, but it was only for a moment. After all, she was a modern soul and knew the greatness of soldiers, so these fears could be ignored. Zhao Shiji's sharp eyes flashed. Dad, Mom, I brought Xinshin back to see you. Zhao Hanya led Lin Yusin to the two elders and introduced them. Xinshin, hurry up, call someone. After Zhao Hanya's words, Lin Yusin began to call people sweetly. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Grandma. Good child. You have suffered these years. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Fanglan was happy when she saw Lin Yusin. This child must be from their Zhao family. She quickly stretched out her old hand, held Lin Yusin's hand, and said excitedly, Grandma, your granddaughter is not tired. Now you are back, right? Lin Yusin was pulled by her grandmother enthusiastically and answered with a smile. Well, Grandma is too enthusiastic, I like it, hee, but this grandfather didn't say a word, doesn't he like me? But if he doesn't like me, he won't ask her to come back, right? Lin Yusin raised her eyes quietly and looked at Zhao Shiji, and happened to meet the stern eyes of her grandfather. Lin Yusin was stunned, but then smiled sweetly at Zhao Shiji. No matter, Grandpa is a hero after all. The mission this time has not been completed, so I can't be scared away by Grandpa. Well, come on. At this time, Fanglan also looked up and saw Zhao Shiji with a wooden face, so she raised her hand and slapped him.
Fa.
You old thing, who are you showing your wooden face to? Yusin finally came back today. If you scare her away, you can go to the woodshed and sleep. You old woman, when did I have a wooden face? Can't you save some face for me in front of the children? Zhao Shiji was slapped, and the sternness just now disappeared. He argued with Fanglan and admitted his mistakes. It was obvious that he was controlled by his wife. Lin Yusin, who was watching from the side, was stunned.
Wow.
Are all the women in the Zhao family so powerful? Grandfather is actually controlled by his wife. Ha ha ha. Others couldn't hear Lin Yusin's voice, but Zhao Shiji and Zhao Hanya heard it. One looked embarrassed, and the other pursed his lips to hold back a smile. Others were used to it. After all, every day, father and grandfather had to be punished by mother and grandmother. Next, Lin Yusin was led by Zhao Hanya to recognize several other uncles and aunts around her, as well as several brothers and younger brothers. Hello, eldest aunt, second aunt, third uncle, third aunt, fourth uncle, fifth uncle, eldest cousin, cousin. Hello, third cousin, fourth cousin, and cousin. After Lin Yusin recognized them one by one, she felt dizzy. She couldn't remember their names, so she could only call out their rankings and positions. So dizzy, it's not a good thing to have a large family. There are too many, and I can't remember them all. Zhao Hanya was helpless, but there was nothing she could do. It was her daughter's first day back, and it was a bit difficult for her to recognize so many family members at once. Okay, if you can't remember, come back a few more times in the future. Won't you recognize them all? Zhao Hanya said in a low voice.
Yeah.
Okay, mother. Lin Yusin agreed. By the way, Grandpa, Grandma, this is the gift I brought for you. They are all some medicinal herbs. You can keep them for later use. Lin Yusin asked Xiao Dai to give her the bundle. After she took the bundle, she opened it and handed it to her grandmother. After Fanglan took it, she opened it and saw that they were all some ordinary herbs, but for each one, Lin Yusin wrote the name, purpose, and amount on a small piece of paper. She was very meticulous. However, when she turned to the end, she saw that there was something wrapped in a piece of cloth in the bundle. She took it out curiously and asked, What is this? Fanglan curiously pulled the small package in her hand and asked Lin Yusin, It's just some medicinal herbs. Grandma, you can open it and see if you like it. Lin Yusin replied with a smile. Seeing her say this, Fanglan smiled and opened the cloth. There were still 2 ginsengs lying inside, which were quite big, and a Ganoderma lucidum. These are the 100-year-old ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum that I picked myself. I hope Grandma likes them. Lin Yusin explained to her grandmother. Fanglan looked at the 100-year-old ginseng in her hand and saw that there was still some soil on it that had not been washed off. She knew that the ginseng should have been dug up not long ago. Fanglon was very surprised. Moreover, such a large 100-year-old ginseng was rare and worth a lot of money. What's more, she gave 2 at a time, and with the Ganoderma lucidum, this gift was not expensive. Fanglon was very happy that her granddaughter still had this kind heart. Okay, Grandma will accept it. Thank you for preparing these. Fanglon patted Lin Yusin's hand, looked at her with satisfaction, and said, "This is what I should do. I hope that after the state banquet, the general's mansion will be able to survive this crisis safely. Otherwise, we have to prepare some hemostatic and healing medicines. I just don't know what the regent is going to do. I should have asked a few more questions last night. Now, he doesn't let me intervene. Now I can only wait. If the assassination at the state banquet is successful, the regent falls, and Qi's state rises up. Then my grandfather will definitely go to the battlefield. There are old people and young people in the general's mansion, and there are several women. There is basically no one who can really go to the battlefield, so this time going to the battlefield can be said to be going to die. I am worried, but I still have to find a way to remind my grandfather, just in case. If the regent fails, the general's mansion can also leave a way out. Make plans early." Lin Yusin's worries were not shown on her face. Zhao Shiji was extremely shocked when he heard these words in Lin Yusin's heart. Does this girl know what she is talking about? What state banquet assassination? What Qi state uprising? They will never come back from the general's mansion. But Zhao Shiji has lived to such an old age after all. After a few breaths, he returned to normal and listened quietly to Lin Yusin's words in his heart. Zhao Hanya knew about this. She came back this time to reveal this to her father on behalf of her daughter, so that he could make plans early. Everyone sat together and chatted for a while. Zhao Hanya winked at her mother, and Fanglon understood. Okay, Chen Si, you are the eldest brother. You take Yusin out for a walk. Fanglon said.
Yes.
Zhao Chensi responded with a fist, then said to Lin Yusin, "Let's go, Sister Yusin. I'll take you around the mansion. Then I'll trouble you, Cousin Chensi." Lin Yusin glanced at Zhao Hanya, then stood up and saluted to several elders, then followed Zhao Chensi out. Now is not the time to talk about business. It seems I have to find a chance to talk to my grandfather alone. Lin Yusin thought of a plan as he walked. Seeing this, the other cousins followed. After all, there has never been a younger sister in the family. This cousin finally came back, so we must cultivate a good relationship. Just now when the grandfather was here, they were as obedient as quails. Now that they finally came out, they must show their faces in front of their younger sister. So the brothers and sisters walked out in a mighty manner. You all go back too. Fanglon drove away the other sons and daughters-in-law. After everyone left, the 2 elders and Zhao Hanya were left. Hanya, do you have anything to do? Fanglon looked at her daughter and asked hurriedly. Father, Mother, I want a divorce. Zhao Hanya took a deep breath and said slowly.
What? Why?
Wasn't it all fine before? Fanglon was shocked to hear that his daughter wanted a divorce. In today's society, divorce is an extremely embarrassing thing, unless something unforgivable really happened. Did that kid do something to offend you? I'm going to kill him right now. He bullied my daughter. Does he want to live? Zhao Shiji couldn't pretend to be fierce anymore. His manic temper was exposed. He stood up immediately and rushed out angrily. Old man, sit down and listen to what your daughter has to say. Fanglon grabbed Zhao Shiji's hand and pulled him back. Tell me. I want to see how this stinky boy has offended Hanya. With Fanglon pulling him, Zhao Shiji calmed down a lot. Their Zhao family is famous for protecting their shortcomings.
No one can bully their Zhao family.
Mother, I just found out during this period that Lin Xiong'an is a beast. Zhao Hanya sat aside and slowly told everything she had found out during this period. She spoke very calmly, as if she was not talking about her own business. But after she finished speaking, the 2 old people were so angry that they couldn't speak. Lin Xiong'an, that beast, I felt that he was not right at the beginning, and it turned out to be true. That kind of beast should go to, I want to kill him. Zhao Shiji was really angry this time. His own precious daughter had been deceived for more than 10 years, and now even his own children were being attacked. It was simply not a human being. Son, you have suffered. Fong Lan's eyes were red, and she regretted it very much. If she had not let her marry that scumbag, it would have been better. Their Zhao family could afford to support her. But now it was too late to say anything. Mom, it's not hard. I have several sensible children, and my daughter is very satisfied. Zhao Hanya softly comforted the two elders. Okay, if you want a divorce, then divorce. If you need anything, come back and tell us. We Zhao family can support you and the children. Zhao Shiji calmed down and finally said a normal sentence. Thank you, father. Zhao Hanya felt relieved in her heart. It felt good to have someone behind her back. Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? We are a family and don't talk about different things. Fong Lan said with a glare at her. By the way, father, there is one more thing. Zhao Hanya took a deep breath and spoke. What is it?
Tell me.
Zhao Shiji didn't think too much and asked curiously. Father, something may happen at the state banquet. It may be related to the friendship between the two countries. If it is really unavoidable at that time, your daughter hopes that you can make plans early. Zhao Hanya said seriously. When Zhao Shiji heard the word state banquet, he became serious. After listening to his daughter's words, he knew what she wanted to say. Suddenly, he stood up and said to Zhao Hanya, Come with me to the study to talk. As he said, he went to the study. Zhao Hanya saluted with her mother and chased after her. Fong Lan was left with a face full of worry and sadness. Is there going to be a war again this time? Neither the father nor the daughter spoke after entering the study. After a while, Zhao Shiji looked at his daughter and asked, Who told you this? My daughter found out by accident. Zhao Hanya didn't know that her father could hear her thoughts, so she wanted to keep it a secret. The fewer people who knew about her thoughts, the better, even if it was her father. Zhao Shiji glanced at her, snorted coldly, and said, Humph. When Yusin came today, something strange happened. She didn't move her mouth, but I could hear her talking, and what she said was the same as what you said. Father, you. Zhao Hanya looked at her father in surprise. Could it be that her father could also hear his daughter's thoughts? If I'm not mistaken, that voice is Yusin's voice. And what exactly is the situation of what you said? You give me a truthful answer. Zhao Shiji looked at his daughter and said seriously, Father. Zhao Hanya had no choice but to tell him that she and her 3 sons could hear her daughter's thoughts, and also said some things that his daughter could predict in advance. After finishing the story, Zhao Shiji, who had lived for most of his life, could not come back to his senses for a long time. Father? Zhao Hanya looked at her father, worried that he would be upset, and called out, Hanya, your daughter is not ordinary. But it's okay if I know about this matter. Judging from the situation just now, we should be the only 2 people in our Zhao family who can hear Yusin's voice, so don't tell anyone else about this matter. Zhao Shiji came back to his senses, recalled the expressions of his family members in the living room just now, and seriously admonished his daughter. Yes, my daughter knows. This is related to her daughter's safety. She will not take risks. Father, what about this matter? Zhao Hanya mentioned it again, with concern. Whether this matter is true or not, I will pay attention to it, but if it really happens, our Zhao family will not retreat. I can only make remedial measures in advance so that your mother and others can have a better life later. Zhao Shiji knew what his daughter wanted to say, but he was a general of a country after all, and it was impossible for him to be a deserter when the country was in danger. Father. Zhao Hanya wanted to say something but was interrupted by Zhao Shiji. Okay, I have my own plans. By the way, since Yusin has something to say to me, you can bring her here later. Zhao Shiji has made up his mind. Zhao Hanya looked at her father and felt very sad, but she knew what her father was thinking and understood it, but she couldn't accept it. If her father didn't come back, the family would collapse. But she knew she couldn't stop it. Zhao Hanya held back her tears and walked out of the study.
Hey.
Zhao Shiji looked at his daughter's back and sighed. Lin Yusin was very lively. Sister Yusin, look over there is the back garden. Second aunt planted a lot of roses. Very beautiful. I'll take you there. What flowers do you want to see? Sister Yusin, come on. I have a lot of fun things. I'll take you there. Zhao Chunhai and Zhao Qinfeng are of similar age, younger than Lin Yusin, just like children at heart. Now they pull Lin Yusin to show her the things they like. Okay, I'll go and see them one by one, okay? Lin Yusin smiled helplessly. Okay, you two little brats, it's Yusin's first time here. Take her to get familiar with the environment first. The eldest cousin Zhao Chenxi is the oldest and most stable. He glared at the two younger ones, then looked at Lin Yusin and said, Yusin, there are too many children at home. It's a bit noisy. Don't be surprised.
Haha, cousin, how could that be?
It's more lively when there are more people. I like it very much. Lin Yusin shook her head and said. Afterwards, the eldest cousin took a group of younger brothers and sisters for a walk and told a lot of embarrassing stories from their childhood, which made Lin Yusin laugh. However, when passing by the yard of the second uncle, the brothers were in low spirits. The eldest cousin said with a sad expression, This is the yard of the second uncle. My father died in the war, and the second uncle was also paralyzed. He has not left this yard for so many years. Zhao Qindong on the side also lost his smile. His father is like this now, but he can't do anything. He can only work harder. Lin Yusin saw that the few people who were still alive and kicking just now were silent. The departure of the eldest uncle 10 years ago and the injury of the second uncle were the pain in their hearts. So she said, Can I go in and see the second uncle?
Yes.
Everyone looked at Zhao Qindong at the same time. He was stunned, and seeing that Lin Yusin was serious, he nodded in agreement. However, he only brought Lin Yusin in, and the others waited at the door consciously. Second uncle didn't like them to see him like that, so they came to see him secretly every time. Zhao Yingfeng had been paralyzed in bed for 10 years, and his body was no longer as good as before. After so many years, he went from a general to a waste. Only he knew the taste of it, so he didn't let the younger generation in the family come to see him, just to let them feel free, without pressure and sadness. When Lin Yusin followed Zhao Qindong into the second uncle's room, she smelled a strong smell of medicine. Why is there such a strong smell of medicine? Don't you open the window for ventilation? How can the second uncle bear it like this? Lin Yusin looked around and saw that the window was really not opened, but she had just arrived and it was difficult to control it, so she had to follow him inside. When she got closer, she saw a handsome man sitting on the bed, but maybe because of long-term paralysis at home, his skin was a little sickly white and he was too thin. If he loses more weight, he will become skin and bones.
Wow.
This is my second uncle. He is so handsome, but now he is lying on the bed. Otherwise, he would definitely be a handsome man in Beijing. It seems that the good genes of this general's mansion are all in my second uncle. Zhao Yingfeng paused while reading. What was that sound just now? He looked up suddenly and saw Zhao Qindong walking to the bed with a girl. Dad, I brought Sister Yusin to see you. Zhao Qindong walked to the bed and said to Zhao Yingfeng, who was sitting on the bed. Zhao Yingfeng was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Lin Yusin and realized that this girl might be the daughter of his younger sister. Then he yelled at his son. You stinky boy. Why did you bring Yusin here? Yusin will be scared soon. Father, Sister Yusin wanted to come in to see you, and I had no choice but to agree. Zhao Qindong was very aggrieved and explained in a low voice.
You.
Zhao Yingfeng wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Yusin. Second uncle, please don't blame my second cousin. I wanted to come and see you. After all, this is my first time to visit my grandfather's house. I met so many family members today. It's impossible for me not to come and see my second uncle. Don't you agree? Lin Yusin spoke up quickly, otherwise my second cousin would be criticized. Second uncle, you have been locked up for many years, so your mood is not very stable. But it's true. If you change to anyone, lying in bed for 10 years, it would be strange if they don't go crazy. But this second uncle is also pitiful. In fact, he could have escaped from the battle unscathed. It's just that he heard the news of his eldest uncle's death, and one of his men stabbed him in the back, which led to his siege. If my grandfather hadn't passed away quickly, my second uncle probably wouldn't have come back. However, the second uncle did not know that his subordinate was actually a spy from Qi State. He had been lying in ambush beside him for so many years in order to disintegrate the Zhao family army. He did not expect that he would succeed. The death of the eldest uncle and the injury of the second uncle were all done by them. Grandfather was overwhelmed by the loss of a son and the injury of another son. He was so angry that he injured his heart and lungs and had been recuperating for so many years. If Qi state rises up this time, will grandfather be able to come back alive after going to the battlefield? Lin Yusin looked at Zhao Yingfeng and felt sorry for his experience. The family of generals had to endure too much. Zhao Yingfeng listened to Lin Yusin's voice stiffly. Yes, he guessed it, because after Lin Yusin said a few words in her heart, he knew that this might be Lin Yusin's voice before he saw Lin Yusin open her mouth. He also heard that he had wrongly trusted him and ended up like this. His eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth not to let his emotions show. But was what Yusin said just now about Qi State's rebellion true? Zhao Yingfeng didn't care about the past at this time. If he really started a rebellion, his family's current situation would only mean he would die. Zhao Yingfeng was a little anxious. He looked at Lin Yusin and was about to ask something, but after a pause, he gave up. After all, what he just heard was too unbelievable. What if it was an illusion caused by being locked up at home for so many years? He should go and ask his father to see if there was any movement in Qi State recently. So Zhao Yingfeng changed his words and said, "Good boy, your second uncle didn't let you come because he was afraid that I would scare you. No, your second uncle is a hero. Yusin is not afraid." Lin Yusin shook her head and comforted him. After all, people whose second uncles have been trapped in the trough for many years will have low self-esteem. Zhao Yingfeng chuckled, then took something out of his arms, handed it to Lin Yusin, and said, "This is the gift I prepared for you. I was thinking of asking your second aunt to give it to you later. Since you are here, your second uncle will give it to you himself."
Really?
"Thank you, second uncle." Lin Yusin happily took the small wooden box and opened it. It was an exquisite bracelet, but the material was silver and the style was very novel. Lin Yusin picked it up and put it on her hand. The size was just right. She raised her hand happily and showed it to her second uncle. "Second uncle, does it look good?" "It looks good, but this is not an ordinary bracelet. It can be turned into a dagger. Do you see the pattern on it? The raised part of the pattern is the switch. As long as you press it, it will become a dagger that can cut iron like mud." Zhao Yingfeng explained patiently. Lin Yusin's eyes lit up. There is such an operation? She started to operate according to what Zhao Yingfeng said, and it really turned into a dagger. Lin Yusin picked up the dagger and shot it at the wall quickly and accurately.
Bang!
The dagger went straight into the wall 3 inches. Zhao Yingfeng raised his eyebrows. His niece was not simple. Although he had been in bed for many years, he had been on the battlefield in the past, and his martial arts were not weak. He saw the lethality of his previous throw. Although he had no internal strength, he could use clever strength to achieve the purpose of shooting. And the momentum of this girl's shooting just now did not seem like a girl in the boudoir. Lin Yusin ran over to take it down and couldn't let it go. When she came to her grandfather's house today, in fact, just now in the living room, those uncles and aunts also gave her gifts, but they were all some jewelry. Only this dagger touched her heart. Although her eldest brother also gave her a dagger, she carried it with her every day, but the one given by her second uncle could be well hidden and more convenient. As long as you like it. Zhao Yingfeng was very happy to see that his niece liked it. At least he could use it. "Uncle, you gave me a gift, so I'll give you one too." After admiring the dagger, Lin Yusin turned it back into a bracelet, put on her hand, and then looked at Zhao Yingfeng and said, "What?" Zhao Yingfeng was stunned. He had a gift? "Uncle, stretch out your hand." Lin Yusin gestured. Although Zhao Yingfeng didn't know what Yusin was going to do, as an uncle, he could unconditionally agree to his niece's request. He intuitively knew that Yusin would not harm him, so he consciously raised his thin hand and stretched it in front of Lin Yusin. Lin Yusin smiled sweetly at him, and then put her hand on his pulse. "Yusin, what are you doing?" Zhao Yingfeng and Zhao Chendong were both stunned. Isn't this the action of taking a gift? Is this taking the pulse? Lin Yusin didn't answer. She closed her eyes and concentrated on feeling. After a long time, Lin Yusin opened her eyes with sharp eyes. As expected, she looked at Zhao Yingfeng and asked seriously, "Uncle, do you trust me? I won't hurt you." Zhao Yingfeng looked at Lin Yusin's eyes, which were clear and clean. After a while, he smiled and spoke. "Yusin, you say." Lin Yusin was very happy to see that her uncle trusted her unconditionally. This is family. She felt warm in her heart. Then Lin Yusin said with a serious expression, "Uncle, I can cure your leg. If you recover well, you can live like a normal person. However, your paralysis is not caused by a spinal injury but poisoning."
Poisoning? How could it be?
Zhao Chundong exclaimed, because his father had been brought back for so long and countless doctors were invited, and they all said that he was paralyzed because of a spinal injury, and it was incurable. Because his father's spine was indeed injured at that time. Zhao Yingfeng was also stunned. He had been paralyzed for so many years, and it was actually because of poisoning. And today he heard someone say that he could still live like a normal person. Is this not a dream? That's right, but I still have to research what kind of poison it is. But before the antidote is developed, I can cure second uncle's leg first.
Lin Yusin nodded and said,
"Sister Yusin, are you sure?" Zhao Chundong asked worriedly. "Second cousin, don't worry, I met an old Chinese doctor in the countryside before and learned something from him. I won't do anything that I'm not sure of. If you're still worried, I can give second uncle an acupuncture first to relieve his pain." Lin Yusin explained patiently. After all, it was incredible that they believed that a girl who was still wet behind the ears could cure this 10-year-old illness on their first meeting. "Second uncle's legs hurt every day, right? You have endured it for so many years. When I came in just now, you were just like an ordinary person. You were bearing it alone, right?" Lin Yusin looked at Zhao Yingfeng, her eyes full of admiration. People can endure pain for a while, but they can't endure it for a lifetime. However, second uncle has endured it for 10 years without letting his family know. Just based on this perseverance, Lin Yusin is full of heartache and admiration. Zhao Chundong's eyes were red when he heard it. He looked at his father. His eyes were full of self-blame. He didn't know that his father was suffering every day. I'll go call grandfather and mother." He was a little confused for a moment and immediately thought of the pillars of the family. After saying that, he turned around and ran out. Zhao Yingfeng looked down at his legs, his eyes full of indescribable expressions. After a while, as if he had made up his mind, he raised his head and said to Lin Yusin seriously, "Yusin, second uncle will give himself to you. No matter how bad it is, there is no worse result than this. Don't worry, second uncle, I won't let anything happen to you." Lin Yusin said with a smile. As long as the second uncle agreed, it would be fine. If he didn't agree, she planned to come over at night and knock the second uncle unconscious before treating him. Lin Yusin took out a pack of silver needles from her sleeve and shook it in her hand. "Second uncle, shall we start? If the pain is unbearable, tell me so that I can adjust it in time." Lin Yusin reminded. "It's okay, I can bear it." Zhao Yingfeng shook his head. He was already like this. How could he not bear this little pain? Lin Yusin lifted the quilt and rolled up the 2 trouser legs of the second uncle. What came into view was a pair of withered and ugly legs, which were covered with scars, showing how many injuries he had suffered at that time. Lin Yusin sighed in her heart, then abandoned distracting thoughts, focused her eyes, and looked solemn and holy. She picked up a silver needle and quickly and accurately pierced the acupuncture points on her legs. When Lin Yusin was piercing the 10th silver needle, the sound of footsteps came from outside. Grandfather, grandmother, second aunt, etc., everyone came. But Lin Yusin couldn't be distracted now, so she ignored them. However, although everyone in the general's mansion rushed over anxiously, but seeing that silver needles had been inserted into Zhao Yingfeng's legs, even if they were worried, they did not dare to come forward to disturb him. This is family. Although they met Lin Yusin for the first time, they could give her enough trust. On the way back, Zhao Shiji had listened to his grandson's story and knew that Lin Yusin had a way to treat Yingfeng's legs. He also knew the suffering his son had endured in the past 10 years. He was happy, but also distressed. He was happy that no one had been able to cure his son's legs for so many years. Now there is a chance to get better. There may be only a slight chance, but it is good to have hope. At the same time, they were also worried. They didn't want to have hope and then be disappointed. The heartache is that his son has been in pain for so many years, but he didn't let his family know and endured it alone. What a silly child. Zhao Shiji's old eyes were filled with tears. A decisive general. Now he is just a father who loves his son. Fang Lan was also in tears, distressed. If Zhao Shiji hadn't supported her along the way, she would have collapsed. Now she leaned on Zhao Shiji. Watching her son suffer, her heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles. Chen Lanji was not as calm as her father. She saw more and more needles on her husband's legs, and she felt distressed and blamed herself for what her son said on the way. She was his wife, and they had slept in the same bed for so many years, but she didn't notice that something was wrong with her husband. How could she be so stupid? Chen Lanji couldn't help crying, but she didn't dare to cry loudly, for fear of affecting Yusin's treatment. Husband? In the end, Chen Lanji couldn't help it, and called out to Zhao Yingfeng carefully. I'm fine, don't worry. Zhao Yingfeng endured the severe pain and comforted her softly. It was really painful, but it was within the range he could bear. Husband, why are you sweating so much? Does it hurt? Yusin, what's wrong? Why is your second uncle in so much pain? Chen Lanji saw him sweating in pain, but she was not relieved. Instead, she became more worried. Her husband was in so much pain in front of her. How could she not worry? Second aunt, if you believe me, I will give you a healthy husband. Lin Yusin said without raising her head, and then continued the action in her hand. It was this sentence that made Chen Lanji calm down. Zhao Hanya walked forward, hugged Chen Lanji, and comforted her softly. Second sister-in-law, don't worry. Yusin knows how to behave. So everyone waited in the room, but no one spoke, for fear of disturbing Lin Yusin's treatment. In half an hour, Zhao Yingfeng's legs were full of silver needles. Zhao Yingfeng was already sweating profusely from the pain, but he kept gritting his teeth and persisting. Lin Yusin also had a thin sweat on her forehead because she was concentrating on acupuncture. After the last needle was inserted, Lin Yusin stopped, she slowed down, and then stood up. Yusin, what's wrong? Second aunt and Fang Lan saw Lin Yusin stood up and hurried forward to ask. Grandma, second aunt, I gave acupuncture to second uncle today mainly to relieve his pain. Another purpose is to see what second uncle's legs look like after all these years, and to pave the way for future treatment. Don't worry, he will feel some pain now, but wait a quarter of an hour and the needles will be removed, and he won't feel pain today. Lin Yusin explained to Chen Lanji, with a pale face. Zhao Hanya saw that her daughter was sweating all over her head and felt a little weak, so she hurried forward to support her. Yusin, are you okay? Zhao Hanya asked worriedly. It's okay, just a little tired, I'll be fine after a rest. Lin Yusin leaned in Zhao Hanya's arms and comforted her. Then she looked at the people around her and said, seriously, grandfather, grandmother, second aunt, I am serious about what I said today. I have a way to cure second uncle's leg. It just can't be restored to its previous state, but he can live like a normal person. Zhao Shiji was the first to react. He suppressed all kinds of thoughts in his mind and asked worriedly, Yusin girl, how sure are you? 80 to 90%. Lin Yusin answered seriously. What's Na Yingfeng's condition now? Zhao Shiji asked worriedly again. He's fine, he will be fine after the needle is removed soon, but I will prescribe a prescription for him. Let him drink it for 5 days, and then do the leg surgery in 5 days. Lin Yusin patiently explained the treatment plan. Surgery? Everyone was puzzled and looked at Lin Yusin. Yes, it was an operation. Second uncle's leg was broken, and the treatment was delayed. The doctor didn't have such high skills, so it caused the current situation. If you want to cure it, you have to break it and then build it up. But this process is very painful. Let second uncle eat something good these days, replenish his energy, and take care of his body, otherwise I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on. Lin Yusin looked at everyone and explained seriously. Okay, Yusin, your second uncle will be handed over to you. Do your best and don't feel pressured. Zhao Shiji took a deep breath and said solemnly to Lin Yusin. He was afraid that she would feel pressured and blame herself if she couldn't cure it, so he added the last sentence. But he didn't want to miss any opportunity to cure his son. After all, Ingfeng is like this now. As long as there is a chance, he will agree. He has already lost a son and can't lose another one. Yusin. Second aunt also stepped forward and grabbed Lin Yusin's hand, but because of sobbing, she wanted to say something but couldn't say a word. Don't worry, second aunt. Lin Yusin reached out and patted her shoulder to comfort her. A quarter of an hour passed quickly, and Lin Yusin turned around to remove the needles. After Lin Yusin removed all the silver needles, Zhao Yingfeng clearly felt that his legs were not so painful anymore, and they were warm. He is not in pain anymore? The surprise that immediately popped up in Zhao Yingfeng's eyes was no lie. My legs don't seem to hurt anymore? Zhao Yingfeng muttered to himself, but was still heard by others. The first person to hear it was his wife, Chun Lanji. Husband, what did you say? Chun Lanji immediately stepped forward and asked cautiously. My legs don't seem to hurt anymore. Zhao Yingfeng was called back to his senses by his wife. His eyes were red, and he looked at his wife and said it again. Really? Chun Lanji and the Zhao family were all pleasantly surprised. This was good news. If the pain was gone, Zhao Yingfeng would suffer less. Yes. Not only did it not hurt anymore, but I also felt warm and comfortable. Zhao Yingfeng said excitedly, without any of his previous elegant temperament. Uncle, take your medicine obediently these days. I will come over every day to give you acupuncture. I will perform surgery on you in 5 days. Lin Yusin packed up her silver needles, wrote a prescription, handed it to her second aunt, and then explained the matters. Okay. Zhao Yingfeng was very obedient at this moment. He did whatever Lin Yusin asked him to do, and he did not act like an elder at all. Zhao Shiji was very happy to see that his son was not seriously injured, and there was still a possibility of treatment. He asked everyone to go back, and then said to Lin Yusin, Yusin, come with me to the study. I have something to talk to you about. Yes. Lin Yusin was puzzled, but she also thought that he called her because of the injury of her second uncle. Lin Yusin followed Zhao Shiji to the study room under the enthusiastic gazes of the Zhao family. The people who stayed behind looked at Lin Yusin's back with love. The eldest aunt, I didn't expect Yusin to have this ability. The third aunt, it's good for a girl to have a self-defense ability. The third uncle, Yusin is amazing. She is worthy of being my niece. The younger ones were also full of admiration and simply regarded Lin Yusin as a god. Lin Yusin didn't know that she had gained a lot of fans from the Zhao family this time. Lin Yusin followed Zhao Shiji to the study room. I wonder if Grandpa wants his granddaughter to come here. Is there something? Lin Yusin looked at her grandfather who sat in front of the desk for a long time without saying a word, just looking at him, and had to speak first, without saying anything. Zhao Shiji looked at the little girl in front of him, and a trace of tenderness appeared on his serious face. He smiled and said, Can I chat with you? Yusin girl, how are you doing in the past? Although I was living outside before, I was still doing well. Seeing that her grandfather was really asking her, Lin Yusin repeated what she had told Zhao Hanya. Zhao Shiji listened, and was silent for a moment. He looked at Lin Yusin with a look of heartache. This child has been outside since she was a child, and must have suffered a lot, but she didn't want to say it. He didn't force it, and he would make up for it later. In a short moment, Zhao Shiji imagined Lin Yusin's abuse in his mind. Fortunately, Lin Yusin didn't know. Otherwise, she would be speechless. But Lin Yusin thought of another thing. She looked at Zhao Shiji and suddenly said, Grandfather, I wonder how your health is? This question made Zhao Shiji stunned, and he looked at Lin Yusin puzzled. Except being a little tired sometimes, everything else is fine. Can Yusin take a look? Lin Yusin asked politely. Zhao Shiji smiled. Although he didn't understand why Yusin suddenly cared about his health instead of talking about that matter, he still stretched out his hand and put it on the desk. Lin Yusin walked over, slowly put her hand on Zhao Shiji's wrist and began to feel his pulse. After a while, Lin Yusin withdrew her hand. She looked at Zhao Shiji and said seriously, "Grandfather, your heart pulse shows signs of damage. Have you been injured before?" "Yes, the injury from the battle 10 years ago. I thought it was healed after so many years." Zhao Shiji was surprised for only a moment, and then he admitted it. "Grandfather, don't worry, I will prescribe you a prescription, and you will be cured with my acupuncture treatment." Lin Yusin looked at Zhao Shiji and said, "As long as grandfather's body is cured, he will have the capital to go to the battlefield. I hope grandfather will be safe." On the way here just now, she thought that if she told her grandfather to prepare in advance to avoid this incident, it would probably be impossible. Not to mention whether the regent could prevent the incident at the state banquet from happening. Even if he did, Qi State had been eyeing China covetously for a long time and would send troops sooner or later. And she can understand the spirit of soldiers. In order to defend the country, they can die regardless of their own lives. Besides, Xiaogua is not able to go to the battlefield now. The regent can go, but that requires the regent to be intact. So, she can only increase the military value of the general's mansion now. Lin Yusin thought about the countermeasures in her heart and felt that this was the best. That's why she didn't mention it. And Zhao Shiji went from being puzzled to being moved. This child really considered their Zhao family wholeheartedly. "Yusin, grandfather will do whatever you say. You can arrange this general's mansion in any way you want. Grandfather gives you this right. Yusin, grandfather will hand over the family to you." Zhao Shiji didn't let Lin Yusin embarrass him. He suddenly said something serious. Lin Yusin was confused. "Hand it to her?" "No. Why did you hand it over to her? Isn't this topic about the body? Or did grandfather notice something?" Lin Yusin quickly reacted. After all, her grandfather had lived for most of his life, so it was impossible for him not to notice it. But what did it mean to hand it over to her? "Grandfather, what do you mean by handing it over to me?" Lin Yusin asked cautiously. "It means literally. During this period, the health of the family has been taught to you. You can arrange it however you want." Zhao Shiji said it again seriously. "Okay. Grandfather, please rest assured to hand it over to me. I promise that they can live to 99. Lin Yusin didn't care what the situation was. Anyway, since her grandfather gave her this power, she had to make good use of it and improve the military strength of the entire general's mansion by several levels. Good. The grandfather and grandson talked about other topics again, and they forgot the time. It was not until Fong Lan sent someone to call them to eat that they stopped. During the meal, the grandfather also announced the news in front of everyone. During this period, the general's mansion was under the management of Lin Yusin. Everyone present was surprised, and no one was dissatisfied, and they all accepted it with pleasure. Lin Yusin saw it all, and her heart was warm. This is family. In the Zhao family, she could feel respect and love. Therefore, she would definitely be able to protect this general's mansion. After lunch, Lin Yusin began to take the pulse of the Zhao family and then began to formulate a conditioning plan according to each person's condition. When leaving, Lin Yusin told them that she would come tomorrow to officially start the treatment for them. Lin Yusin was escorted to the carriage. Even her mother, Zhao Hanya, did not have this treatment, which made Zhao Hanya feel a little bit sad. But she was happy. Her daughter was accepted by her family and loved so much. How could she not be happy? The two returned to the Lin mansion. Because Lin Yusin was busy going back to make a plan and medicinal materials, she went straight back to her yard and started tinkering when she arrived at the mansion. She first wrote a treatment and conditioning plan for everyone. In addition to the second uncle and grandfather, the most serious one in the Zhao family was the third uncle. The third uncle was weak so he could only be treated slowly and not be impatient. But Lin Yusin decided to try the marrow-changing grass in the space. The marrow-changing grass is something in the space, not outside. This grass can change the body's constitution. She ate one by accident in her previous life. Otherwise, she would have died many times. Several ants have minor illnesses, and they can be cured by taking a few doses of medicine, and then they will strengthen their bodies. And several cousins are in good health and can directly enter the conditioning stage. If she could use the hot spring in the Prince Regent's mansion, the Zhao family would be able to recover faster. But this is just a thought, not a reality. She doesn't want to see the Prince Regent again. Lin Yusin sorted out the treatment plan, and then after dinner, she dismissed the servants, returned to her room, went straight to the space, and began to prepare medicine. She prepared medicine for each person, and each person's medicine was different, and the dosage was also different. Some people even had several sets of medicine to use together. It was almost dawn when Lin Yusin finished. She thought about it and directly prepared medicine for her mother and second brother. The eldest and third brothers could only wait until they were free to treat them. This time, we have to do it all, and the whole family will treat the body together. The next day, after Lin Yusin had breakfast, she went directly to her mother's yard. "Mother, this is the medicine I prescribed for you. You should boil it and drink it for 3 days first, and then change to a medicinal bath after 3 days. Lin Yusin put a set of medicine on the table. "Do I need to take medicine too? I'm in good health." "No need, right?" Zhao Hanya was stunned. Why did she ask her to take medicine as soon as her daughter came over? "Mother, since I have to take care of my grandfather, then your 3 brothers can't be left behind, right? 1 care is care, 2 care is care, and mother, your health is not that good." Lin Yusin looked at Zhao Hanya with a cryptic expression and said. Zhao Hanya immediately realized that something was wrong, and she looked at her daughters seriously. "What do you mean? You gave birth to me and my brother, which has hurt your body. In addition, you haven't paid attention to your health for so many years, so your body still has serious problems. It just hasn't erupted yet. Once it erupts, it will be difficult to treat." Lin Yusin said earnestly. "Zhao Hanya, I thought she had a serious problem with her body. Or was she poisoned by Lin Xiong'an and the others, and the result is like this? That woman doesn't hurt her body when she gives birth? Okay, I'll drink it." In the end, Zhao Hanya reluctantly agreed. "Okay, wait for my second brother to come over. You give him this medicine. Let him drink it first. I'm going to my grandfather's house." Lin Yusin said, took out another medicine and put it on the table, then walked out. This girl. Zhao Hanya looked at Lin Yusin's back with amusement. In the next few days, Lin Yusin ran to the general's mansion every day and came back in the evening. After 5 days of treatment, Zhao Yingfeng's leg nerves have shown signs of recovery. In addition, Zhao Yingfeng has been forced to take supplements every day in the past few days, and his whole body has obviously gained some weight. Today is the day when Lin Yusin will perform surgery on Zhao Yingfeng. Everyone in the general's mansion was guarding outside. Even her second brother was there. Lin Yusin took out the surgical instruments that she had asked someone to make a few days ago. She used a silver needle to anesthetize Zhao Yingfeng and began to disinfect with the alcohol she extracted herself. Lin Yusin looked at Zhao Yingfeng, who fainted directly, with a serious expression. She picked up a scalpel and started the operation. After 2 hours, the operation was finally over. Because there was no one to help her, she did the whole process alone, so her movements were much slower, but at least her first operation in another world was successful. Lin Yusin's face was pale, and she smiled with a sense of accomplishment. She packed up her things, then stood up and walked out slowly. When the people outside saw her coming out, they all came up and asked, "How is it?" Lin Yusin smiled at everyone. The operation was successful, but when he wakes up, the wound will be very painful. It will not hurt when the wound heals. In addition, his injury is to the bone, so he will have to do recovery training after the wound heals. Recovery is a long process. Lin Yusin patiently explained to everyone and took out the prescription she had written in advance, handed it to Chenlongji, and said, "Second aunt, this prescription is to be taken from today and changed every 5 days. I will prescribe a new one for second uncle then. Also, second uncle may have a fever tonight, so you can send someone to find me then." Okay, second aunt, I'll remember this. I really have to thank Yusin." Chenlongji was about to cry again, and Lin Yusin was so scared that she quickly changed the subject. How is Grandpa's medicine going? Did your third uncle take the medicinal bath I prescribed for you? How are the ants taking the medicinal food? Are the cousins physically fit?
Ah,
I still have homework to do. I'm leaving first. Yes, I didn't run one lap less today. I'll make it up. The younger ones ran the fastest. Oh, I'll go see how the food is prepared in the kitchen. The eldest aunt ran away.
what?
I haven't settled some accounts yet. I'm leaving first. The third aunt also ran away, and she didn't forget to pull the third uncle away when she ran. The grandfather and grandmother who were left behind looked at Lin Yusin awkwardly, and they realized that this family was a little disobedient. Lin Yusin was speechless. Is the medicinal food she made very unpalatable? Why do the ants dislike it so much? Ants, it's not unpalatable, it's very unpalatable. They would rather drink medicine. Lin Yusin, these cousins are in poor health. Cousins, it's not that they are in poor health, but that you don't play by the rules. It was agreed that they would run one lap every day, but in the end, they ran one lap and a lap around the general's mansion and in every courtyard. After one lap, they could run half of the capital. On the first day, they collapsed in bed and couldn't get up. If it weren't for the second uncle's surgery today, they wouldn't have been lazy for so long. Hee hee. Only the second uncle and the grandfather in the family seriously completed the treatment plan given by Lin Yusin because one wanted to stand up and the other was the mainstay of the family, so they had to stand up. And because the others didn't know the seriousness of the matter, they thought it was just a simple exercise for them. But after 5 days of conditioning, everyone has obviously improved, but they don't know it themselves. However, although everyone was a little scared and wanted to be lazy, the daily tasks were still completed. The Zhao family didn't drag their feet, which Lin Yusin was relieved about. Lin Yusin waited until lunch. The second uncle woke up, checked the situation, and saw that nothing was wrong, and told some things after the operation, and then left the general's mansion. Time passed quickly, and it was the 10th day of the 7th month, when the Xia kingdom held its state banquet. Every year, the whole capital would be very lively on this day. Envoys from various countries came to Beijing in advance, and there were people who were playing in the capital, but Lin Yusin didn't pay attention to these. In addition, she was worried about the state banquet and was busy treating her second uncle, so she didn't know what was going on outside. She didn't hear any news about the regent and didn't know what he planned. How is the Princess Jinfu? But today, I should be able to see the legendary princess. Early in the morning, Lin Yusin was called up by the nanny sent by her mother, and then she dressed up. Lin Yusin looked in the mirror and looked at the beauty in the mirror. Her eyes lit up. The beauty in the mirror was like a beautiful ancient music. Her figure was graceful, like a willow swaying in the wind, and she was dressed in colorful hanfu, which looked gorgeous and dignified. Her face was like delicate white jade, with a faint blush, which made people fascinated. In fact, she had never looked at her appearance carefully before, but she took a closer look today and found that she was indeed a rare beauty. She has inherited all the advantages of Lin Xiong'an and Zhao Hanya. Although Lin Xiong'an is a scumbag, it cannot be denied that he is really good-looking. Lin Yusin looked at her face in the mirror and sighed. With this appearance, she is definitely one of the best in Beijing, right? After Lin Yusin admired her appearance, she went to the front hall to meet her mother. My Yusin is indeed the most beautiful. Zhao Hanya saw Lin Yusin dressed up, her eyes lit up, and she took her daughter's hand and praised. Mother, I was born beautiful. Lin Yusin raised her chin proudly, looking very proud. Haha, my sister must be the most beautiful. At this time, the second brother's voice came from outside, and then the second brother walked in wearing a black dress, which made him look much more stable. Second brother. Lin Yusin greeted with a smile. Sister is really beautiful today, mother. Let's go. It's time. The eldest brother and the third brother are already waiting at the door. Zhao Xiaoyang praised, and then signaled that the time was up and they could leave. When did the eldest brother come back? Lin Yusin and her mother followed the second brother outside. When she heard the second brother say that the eldest brother had also come back and the third brother was also there, she asked curiously.
Oh,
You little heartless little thing, your eldest brother has been back for 2 days. He must be present at this state banquet, so he came back early. As a result, You have been leaving early and returning late every day for the past 2 days, and you haven't even seen a single person. Zhao Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and accused his sister. The three brothers were puzzled at first. They thought that it was not easy for the three brothers to get together, and they wanted to accompany their sister well, but it turned out that she was busier than them. They went to ask their mother, and only then did they know that their sister was helping her grandfather's family treat illnesses during this period. But can a sister treat illnesses? The three of them remained skeptical, but they didn't hear any bad news for so many days, and they heard that the second uncle's operation was successful, so they had to believe it. At the same time, there was still a sense of pride in his heart. How could he not be happy that his sister was so capable? He felt wronged at this moment. It was not easy for him to accompany his sister, but his sister didn't have time. They were abandoned. Are they not her best brothers? When the three of them walked to the door, they saw her scumbag father, who she hadn't seen for a long time, waiting at the door. Father, eldest brother, third brother. Lin Yusin followed Zhao Hanya and walked forward to salute. I heard that you go out early and come back late every day recently. You don't look like a lady at all. How can you be so decent? Lin Xiong'an scolded him as soon as he came up. Father, my daughter just went to my grandfather's house and didn't do anything immoral. Father, you're just trying to accuse me. Why not find a pretext? Lin Yusin's face gradually turned cold. This scumbag father, who embarrassed himself as soon as he came, is really tired of living. Humph. After this state banquet, I will let you and your mother divorce and leave the house. Lin Yusin rolled her eyes in her heart. Is this the attitude you talk to your father? Is this how your mother taught you? Lin Xiong'an got angry when he saw Lin Yusin like that. Sometimes the fate between father and daughter is really destined by heaven, but sometimes it is one's own choice. Some fathers and daughters have a good relationship, but some are like enemies. Lin Yusin and Lin Xiong'an are like this. Since Lin Yusin came back so long ago, Lin Xiong'an has never given her a good face. This is because he has never accepted this daughter from the bottom of his heart, so he is picky and disgusted. But Lin Yusin doesn't care. She just wants to be happy, so she looked at Lin Xiong'an and asked, I wonder how Sister Qianqian's marriage is going. When is it scheduled? She is also introduced by her mother, but I don't know who introduced her, and actually let her have a private relationship. You rebellious daughter. I'm going to beat you to death today. Lin Xiong'an was furious, raised his hand, and hit Lin Yusin. Lin Xiong'an, you dare? Zhao Hanya shouted sternly, adding a little internal force, which shocked Lin Xiong'an's heart and stopped his hand in the air. Lin Xiong'an, you slapped me today. Have you thought about the consequences? Zhao Hanya pulled Lin Yusin back and protected her behind her, then looked at Lin Xiong'an with cold eyes. Humph! Look at the good daughter you taught. Lin Xiong'an was intimidated by Zhao Hanya's momentum, but he roared angrily. My daughter is very good. You didn't care about her before, and you don't need to care about her in the future. Zhao Hanya said coldly and pulled Lin Yusin into the carriage. The three sons didn't say a word the whole time. When the three saw their mother and sister get on the carriage, they also got on the carriage one by one, ignoring Lin Xiong'an. Lin Xiong'an was left alone, looking at Zhao Hanya's carriage with resentment, waiting. I will definitely get rid of all of you and make room for my Jier. Lin Yusin, who was sitting in the carriage, didn't know that her scumbag father was already thinking about how to kill them. She was very excited now. Wow. First time to the palace. I wonder if it is as magnificent as on TV? And the emperor, he is the boss of this world. You must meet him. Zhao Hanya looked at her daughter chattering along the way with amusement. What happened just now had no effect on her. Well, she was still her clever daughter. When their carriage arrived at the gate of the palace, it stopped. Lin Yusin curiously lifted the curtain and looked outside. She saw many official carriages parked at the gate of the palace, and many official wives and young ladies came down from them one after another. Mother, are we getting off here? Lin Yusin was puzzled. This palace is so big. We are not going to walk in, right? Yes, we are going to get off the carriage here. This is the palace. All things outside the palace are not allowed to be brought into the palace. We are going to walk to Qianquan Palace to attend the state banquet. Zhao Hanya nodded and explained seriously. No way, are we really going to walk in? Oh, my legs are going to be useless today. Lin Yusin leaned against the window with no hope in life, watching the carriage in front of her start to get off people, and the next one would be their Lin family's turn. Zhao Henya had no choice but to take care of her daughter's complaints. As soon as she got off the car, she became cautious, not showing her teeth when smiling, and had to be careful when speaking. Lin Yusin also clearly noticed the changes in her mother, and she quickly reacted. This is the palace, not at home. There are many people with higher official positions and status than her scumbag father. If they offend them, the Lin family will not have an easy time. Even if they don't care about Lin Xiong'an, they have to care about the future of their 3 brothers. This is the officialdom of the imperial city. You can't do whatever you want. After Lin Yusin figured this out, the complaints in the car disappeared the moment she got off the car. She was gentle and generous, and she was extremely beautiful. Her smile was so bright that it made people's eyes light up. Zhao Henya clearly noticed the changes in Lin Yusin and looked at Lin Yusin with satisfaction. As expected of her daughter, she was so transparent. After that, Lin Yusin's family, Lin Xiong'an, walked in front. Zhao Henya and Lin Yusin walked behind, and the 3 brothers walked behind Lin Yusin. The family walked in one after another, chatting with familiar people. Lin Yusin was very well behaved along the way, not looking sideways, and followed her mother seriously. In this way, the group finally arrived at Chengquan Palace. Lin Yusin and the others entered the hall. Many officials and their families had already come and waited in advance. Some of them were already chatting with each other, some were laughing and talking, and some wanted to climb the ladder. If subordinates want to have a good relationship with their superiors, they have to flatter them. Lin Yusin followed her mother and found a seat to sit down obediently. Her scumbag father and brothers sat a little in front of them. Because the position of Shangshu is not low, it is a 3rd-rank official in Xia State, but Lin Xiong'an did not get there by strength. He was too watery, just an empty official position without much real power. But it did not prevent him from enjoying the treatment of a 3rd-rank official. Lin Xiong'an has always been proud of this, thinking that everything is earned by himself. Madam Lin, long time no see. Madam Su, long time no see. How are you recently? At this time, a lady who was close to Zhao Henya and the others began to talk to Zhao Henya, leaving Lin Yusin alone sitting bored. Lin Yusin sat like this for more than an hour. Everyone who was supposed to arrive had arrived, but the meal had not started yet. Lin Yusin felt so hungry. So hungry. When will the meal start? When will the emperor arrive? Oh, I haven't seen the envoy from Qi yet. I wonder if he has arrived? Lin Yusin quietly covered her stomach and swallowed her saliva. Thinking of the envoy from Qi, she looked around calmly, but saw no one. Just when Lin Yusin was about to think of a way to secretly eat something, she heard a hoarse voice shouting, "The emperor has arrived, the queen has arrived, and please welcome the regent." Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! 1,000 live the queen, and 1,000 live the regent. All the ministers, ladies and young ladies stood up and knelt to salute. Lin Yusin was not immune and followed her mother obediently. After the emperor and the queen sat on the high seats, the emperor smiled and said, "My dear ministers, please stand up. Today is a state banquet. You don't have to be so polite. Thank you, Your Majesty." Everyone answered in unison and stood up and returned to their seats. Lin Yusin looked up and saw that the emperor looked to be in his 40s. He was handsome, but he couldn't compare with Li Shaochen. But the emperor's aura was enough to make people afraid. The queen was dignified and elegant, graceful and luxurious, a model of women. Well, the emperor and the queen standing together are still very pleasing to the eye. It is said that the two have a good relationship, but it's a pity that the queen didn't live for more than 2 years. When the child died, the queen couldn't bear she was too sad, and her body was too damaged. In addition, someone poisoned her, so the queen's body is now almost at the critical point. If she is not careful, the poison will take effect. The plot says that after the queen died, the emperor did not appoint another queen during his lifetime, so there are still infatuated people in the imperial family. When Lin Yusin thought of this, she felt that the emperor was still very pleasing to the eye. However, the emperor and the queen who were sitting on the throne were shocked. What was that voice? What kind of poison method would kill me? Will the queen die? When the emperor and the queen hadn't figured out where the voice came from, the voice came again. However, if I can find a chance to detoxify the queen, I'm afraid the queen can live for decades longer. In addition, the queen's son is still in my house. If the queen dies, Xiao Hao will be very sad. I promised to take good care of him, so I will take care of his mother as well. Lin Yusin was thinking of countermeasures below. She felt that it would be a pity if the queen died, and Xiao Hao would be sad and upset when he knew the truth in the future. She didn't know that several people on the scene had changed their faces. Zhao Hanya was now sweating all over. Her daughter's Genshin began to act up again. How dare she interfere in the affairs of the royal family? When Xiao Hao was rescued, it was because she felt sorry for him. In addition, he was a child of the royal family. It was impossible to place him casually, so he was raised at home. How can you attend a state banquet and get involved in the affairs of the queen? However, as a mother, she can only support her daughter in doing what she wants to do. She has already thought about it. After the state banquet, she will find an opportunity to take Lin Yusin to meet the queen. She doesn't know if she can meet the queen smoothly. She can only say that she will do her best and leave the rest to fate. The three brothers also looked bitter. Sister, you really give us a difficult problem. The brothers can't control the affairs of the harem, let alone the emperor's harem. Brothers cheer you on this time? Li Xiaoqun picked up the wine glass on the table, looked in the direction of Lin Yusin with a smile, and then took it back.
Huh.
This girl is quite nosy. Isn't she afraid that the harem will eat people? When the queen heard about her son, her face turned pale. Is she talking about her son? She only has one son gone, and that is her 8-month-old Liner. At the beginning, Liner was in poor health and fell ill all the time. She went to Lingquan Temple outside the capital to pray for Liner. As a result, in the blink of an eye, Liner disappeared. She searched for a long time but couldn't find it. After 3 months, she only found a bloody shoe of Liner by the river at the foot of the mountain. They all said that Liner was dead, but she didn't believe it and thought that Liner was still alive. Now she heard that voice. Was her Liner really alive? Still in her house, who was she? She raised her head and looked at everyone below, trying to find out who was talking just now, but after looking around for a few times, she couldn't see anything unusual. Could it be that she was missing her son so much and had an illusion? Although the emperor was also very shocked by the news he heard, he was the emperor after all. He managed his expressions very well. Even if he was out of control, he was still very calm on the surface. The son of me and the queen? There was only Liner. Could it be that there was news about Liner? But who was that voice just now? Or did someone want to threaten me with Liner's affairs? If I knew that someone really dared to plot against him, I would have him torn into pieces. Lin Yusin didn't know what the emperor was thinking. If she knew, she would definitely roll her eyes and say that emperors have always been suspicious by nature. Is that true? Just when the emperor and the empress were thinking about how to find someone, envoys from other countries began to come to the audience. Prince Hulu of Sauna Kingdom is here to see you. A sharp duck voice began to call from outside the palace. Lin Yusin was startled. Oh my god, this Anucha's words are too scary. Lin Yusin patted her chest to regain her senses. When she looked up, she saw a man in foreign clothes, followed by 2 servants, walking to the front of the palace with a box. Hulu Kamuda of Sauna Kingdom pays homage to the Emperor of Xia Kingdom. The Prince of Sauna Kingdom respectfully performed the etiquette of their Sauna Kingdom. Okay, Prince Hulu has come a long way and has worked hard. The Emperor said to Prince Hulu happily, as if they were good brothers. The Emperor acted really well. How much does Sauna Kingdom rob our Xia Kingdom from the border every year? I guess the Emperor must have cursed the ancestors of Sauna Kingdom in his heart, right? The Emperor choked. If he found out who spread rumors about him, he would cut off her tongue. How could he curse their ancestors? He only cursed his parents. Your Majesty, this is a gift from our Sauna country to Xia country. Prince Hulu stood up and pointed at the gifts brought by the 2 followers behind him.
Oh.
You Sauna country is really thoughtful. Let's open it and have a look. The emperor immediately became alert. There are gifts to receive? That's great. Prince Hulu motioned to his two followers to open the wooden box, and suddenly there was a telescope inside. What is this? The emperor asked curiously. Your Majesty, this thing is called a telescope, and it can see things several meters away. Prince Hulu explained proudly, with contempt in his heart. There are many of these things in their country, and only the people of Xia Kingdom, who have never seen the world, would regard this thing as a treasure. So magical? Come and see it right away. The emperor's curiosity was aroused, and he motioned to present it to him. The chief eunuch beside the emperor personally went forward to take it and handed it to the emperor. The emperor took it in his hand and looked at it. Just as he was about to ask how to use it, he heard the voice again. What's so great about a telescope? Look how proud the prince of Sauna Kingdom is. This telescope is not just using two opposite mirrors or glass put into this tube and use the principle of light to see far away. Your Majesty, please don't show your fear. Otherwise, it will be our Xia Kingdom that will be laughed at, and that prince is waiting to see you laugh at it. Lin Yusin watched the emperor's actions and was very worried. The emperor paused. When did he show his fear? Nonsense. The emperor calmly put down the things in his hand and said lightly, Well, very good. I like it. Thank you, Prince Hulu. Please sit down, Prince. Prince Hulu was stunned. Why didn't he play by the rules? He also prepared a lot of words to satirize their Xia Kingdom. Prince Hulu now felt a blockage in his chest, like a punch on cotton. Weak. Thank you, Your Majesty. Prince Hulu thanked the emperor unwillingly, then found a seat and sat down. Xiao Jinhuai, the fifth prince of Zhao State, is here to see you. The eunuch's report sounded outside again. Then a man in green clothes came in, with a delicate appearance, a gentle and elegant temperament. Xiao Jinhuai, the fifth prince of Zhao State, pays homage to the emperor of Xia State. Xiao Jinhuai performed a ceremony of their Zhao State. No need for formalities, fifth prince. You have been tired from the journey. Fifth prince, you have worked hard all the way. The emperor showed his concern politely. Why do I feel that the emperor is perfunctory and says the same lines to every envoy? The emperor's mouth twitched, and he felt guilty. Don't let me know who is talking. I will definitely sew her mouth shut. The queen pursed her lips and smiled softly. This person is really interesting. It's not hard, Your Majesty. This is a state banquet gift from our Zhao country to Xia country. Xiao Jinhuai said modestly, and then asked the servants to put the things in front for the emperor to see. I saw that the things on the plate were covered by a piece of cloth. The servants pulled the cloth away at once. There was a large piece of blood coral on the plate, which can be said to be very spectacular and beautiful. Good, I like it very much. Fifth prince is thoughtful. The emperor's depression just now was cured now. Finally, there was a gift he liked. As a result, he didn't feel happy for long before he heard that voice again. The emperor is so easy to satisfy. Aren't you afraid of traps? This blood coral is indeed big, but there is no such big blood coral in the world. Half of this blood coral is fake, and it is mixed with a small amount of poison. If you put it in the room for a long time, you will leave this world happily. Lin Yusin touched her chin and looked at the pearl coral with shining eyes. She actually wanted the poison inside. The emperor's face turned pale, and he looked at the coral with his eyes back, but he couldn't get angry, because there was no evidence for this matter. Could it be just based on that weird sound? So the emperor could only bear it. He looked at the blood coral and really couldn't be happy at all. Is there no normal gift? Fifth prince, please sit down. The emperor's tone was not as happy as before, and he said expressionlessly. The fifth prince, Xiao Jinhuai, was stunned. What's wrong? It was fine just now. Why did he turn his face and disrespect people now? But no matter how Xiao Jinhuai thought, he would never think that the blood coral he gave had been exposed. Xiao Jinhuai sat next to the prince of Sauna country, and the two of them greeted each other politely. The third prince of Qi, Chu Shubai, and Princess Chenfu are here to see the emperor. A duck voice sounded. Here it comes. Today's highlight is here. The emperor was confused. What is the highlight? It can be said that except for the emperor and the queen, everyone else who can hear the inner voice knows what the highlight is and is waiting for a result. The third prince of Qi, Chu Shubai, is here to see the emperor. Princess Chenfu of Qi, Jun Chensi, is here to see the emperor. The two walked to the front of the hall and began to salute. The etiquette of their Qi country is actually similar to that of our Xia country, so it didn't feel very abrupt. And Lin Yusin finally saw the true face of Princess Chenfu. She is as graceful as orchid, with charming eyes like silk, and the beauty of her face is like a faint fragrance of flowers. Such a beauty is indeed rare. After Princess Chenfu saluted, she stared straight at Li Shaochen. Her eyes were almost stringy. This Princess Chenfu really came for Li Shaochen. Her eyes are almost tearing. TSK, TSK, TSK. This bad peach blossom is not easy to get rid of. But seeing how obsessed she is with Li Shaochen, she doesn't seem like someone who would kill him. The emperor's expression froze. Kill him? What does that mean? Why don't you make it clear? Then he looked at the prince and princess of Qi standing below and suddenly lost his enthusiasm, but he still had to do the surface work. Third prince, you have been tired from the journey. It's not hard, your majesty. This is a gift from our Qi to Xia. I hope your majesty likes it. The third prince Chu Shubai said a few polite words and then took out the gift they brought this time. The things they brought to the Qi banquet this time were packed in a giant box, and Chu Shubai signaled the servants to open it. After the box was opened, there was a small cell surrounded by iron bars, and there was a tiger inside. The tiger immediately became excited when it saw the sun, stood up, and started to hit the iron bars. Ouch! He yelled while bumping into other people, looking very frantic. What does the third prince mean by this? The emperor saw this. His eyebrows were sharp, and he looked at the third prince with a murderous look in his eyes. But the third prince, Chu Shubai, didn't mind at all. He smiled gently and said, "This is our national treasure, called the South China tiger. This tiger is the most docile one selected by our Qi state. My father said that as long as your Xia state can tame this tiger, he can marry Princess Chenfu to him, plus 5 cities. Oh my god, this reward is a bit poisonous." Princess Chenfu came here most likely for marriage, and she certainly didn't expect to go back, but giving away 5 cities is a bit strange. There won't be any trap. Moreover, if this tiger is tamed, you have to accept the trap of these 5 cities. If it can't be tamed, then the rumor that Xia state is not as good as Qi state will probably spread to the 4 countries tomorrow. This trick is really cruel. Lin Yusin looked at the third prince and Princess Chenfu standing in the palace, and she was full of admiration. Moreover, she saw that even when the third prince said that she would marry to Xia Kingdom, her eyes never left Li Shaochen. The emperor's eyes flashed. He was indeed tempted by the 5 cities, but when he heard that voice, his mind immediately became clear. 2 countries will not give you 5 cities for no reason. Even if Princess Chenfu has a high status in Qi Kingdom, she is not a member of the royal family of Qi Kingdom after all. This matter is a bit weird. But even if this is a trap, you have to jump into it now. Qi Kingdom is really great. The emperor gritted his teeth, swallowed his anger, and then said with a smile, "Haha, Qi state is really thoughtful. Who among you can tame this South China tiger? As long as you tame it, I will reward you greatly." There was silence all around and no one agreed. The emperor saw that no one stood up, which made him embarrassed, and his face darkened instantly. What? My country, Xia, is a great country, can't even tame a tiger? The emperor glared at the ministers below, very angry. A bunch of useless things. The emperor looked directly at Li Shaochen, signaling him to go up and try. Li Shaochen pretended not to see it, picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip, not giving the emperor any face at all, which made the emperor hold his breath in his heart. This stinky boy, now when I need you, you pretend to be a turtle, I just don't want you to. Would you like to try, Regent? The emperor began to call the names. Your Majesty, I caught a cold a few days ago, and now I'm still a little weak. I'm afraid I can't play. Li Shaochen just played badly and pretended to cough a few times. The emperor was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. It's only been a few days since you caught a cold? So weak? No wonder in the plot, Li Xiaochen had a life and death experience every time he was injured. TSK. It turns out he can't do it. Lin Yusin looked at Li Xiaochen curiously, as if she finally knew the truth, but she didn't know how much her words broke people's defense. Zhao Hanya's face froze. How can this girl say anything? She speaks without restraint. The three brothers of the Lin family coughed, sprayed water, and covered up in various ways. The three brothers looked at each other, and embarrassment flashed in their eyes. For the first time, they felt that it was a bad thing to hear their sister's voice. The emperor and the queen twitched their mouths, and the emperor looked at Li Xiaochen meaningfully. No wonder this stinky boy didn't get married at such a big age. It turned out that he couldn't do it. Li Xiaochen's eyes flashed with anger, and he glared at Lin Yusin. This stinky girl, dare to say he can't do it? Just put it on the account this time, and we'll settle it next time. Ahem. All right. Since the regent is unwell, forget it, who else can try? The emperor coughed fakely, let Li Xiaochen go, and said to everyone. In the end, no one dared to stand up. Ha! What? Xia country doesn't even have a tiger trainer, right? Seeing this, the third prince Chu Shubai asked, and his smug look couldn't be concealed. But Princess Chenfu didn't say anything. She had been looking at Li Xiaochen just now. She clearly saw Li Xiaochen glaring at Lin Yusin just now. She followed her line of sight and saw that besides Lin Yusin, there was also the wife of the Minister of Works, Mrs. Su, and her daughter, Su Xiaoxiao. But Su Xiaoxiao is 3 years younger than Lin Yusin and is only 11 years old now. Princess Chenfu finally looked at Lin Yusin because she was the most beautiful here, and she had a feeling that this woman would be a threat. So she didn't wait for the emperor to speak and went straight forward to salute and said softly, Your Majesty, since no men from your country have come up, why not ask the women to come up and try? The women in our Qi country can all train tigers, and they are no worse than men. This princess will not bully your Xia country. You find a woman to compete with me. If you beat this princess, then I will offer the 5 cities with both hands. If you lose, then you have to let your regent marry into our Qi country. As soon as Princess Chenfu finished speaking, there was an uproar below, and all kinds of discussions. What does Princess Chenfu want to do? Let a woman train a tiger? Isn't that courting death? That's right. Qi's intentions are obvious. The emperor won't agree. Will he? This is ridiculous. The emperor's face was not good either. It was disheartening that a woman had to fight for the face of this country. And she was too arrogant. The queen was also furious, but with so many ministers present, she couldn't lose her composure as the queen of a country. She obviously felt that the emperor was also very angry, so she reached out and held the emperor's hand to comfort him. The emperor felt the queen's comfort, took a deep breath, and looked at the princess with a cold look in his eyes. He asked, Since Princess Chenfu has made this request, I'm afraid she has already found a candidate. I wonder which daughter Princess Chenfu has taken a fancy to and wants to compete with her? Princess Chenfu curled her lips and smiled, looking in the direction of Lin Yusin. Oh my god, why do I have a bad feeling? This woman is interested in me, right? As expected, Princess Chenfu said, I don't know who this young lady is from. I think she's attractive to me. I wonder if she dares to come forward and compete with me? As expected, this woman is interested in me, but I didn't do anything. I didn't provoke her, did I? Lin Yusin was puzzled, but the enemy was already at the door. She couldn't surrender without a fight. She was about to stand up, but her mother was very quick. Zhao Hanya stood up, walked to the front, knelt down, and said, Your Majesty, this daughter of yours was just found. She used to live in the countryside and doesn't know how to train a tiger. Please show mercy, Your Majesty. Her grandfather, the general who guards the country, also stood up and knelt down. Your Majesty, please show mercy. Yusin is just a woman. How can she train a tiger? Isn't this going to cost her life? Even Lin Yusin's 3 brothers stood up and knelt down to beg the emperor to show mercy. Lin Yusin felt warm when she saw them, but she couldn't retreat now. Since the princess had chosen her, She must have set her sights on her, so she would definitely find ways to make trouble for her. She still had this awareness. So she stood up slowly. Since you want to compete, don't cry later. Lin Yusin raised the corners of her lips and walked to the front of the hall gracefully. The emperor and the queen looked at Lin Yusin straight in the eyes, and at the same time, they all realized that she was the voice that had been talking just now. Lin Yusin saluted the emperor and said, "Your servant Lin Yusin, the daughter of the Shangshu mansion, pays respect to your majesty." No need to be polite. The emperor looked at the magical woman in front of him curiously. Was she the one who had been talking just now? She seemed to know a lot of things. "Your majesty, your servant has an unwelcome request," Lin Yusin said respectfully.
You say.
"Since Princess Chinfu of Qi wants to compete with you today, can you decide the bet yourself?" Lin Yusin slowly stated her purpose. "That's right, the bet. I want to make Qi bleed heavily today. See if they dare to provoke our country for no reason." A smile flashed in the emperor's eyes. This girl is quite patriotic. But can she do it? The emperor thought for a moment and agreed. "Okay, I grant your permission. You decide the bet for today." Lin Yusin got the approval, then looked at Princess Chinfu and said lightly, "Princess Chinfu, you challenged me to a competition and I agree, but the bet has to be changed." "How do you change the bet?" Jun Chensi asked casually. She didn't think the woman in front of her could beat her. "If my daughter wins, then your Qi state will cede 10 cities and must not attack our country within 20 years. If you win, our country will not only send you the regent, but also give Qi state 10 cities."
How about that?
Lin Yusin said to Jun Chensi indifferently, as if what she said was not a big deal. But when Lin Yusin said this, Jun Chensi and Xu Shubai's faces changed. Did this woman know something? Before the two of them spoke, the ministers around them were already dissatisfied. "Your Majesty, this is absolutely not allowed. If you lose, that's 10 cities. "That's right, Your Majesty. Please think twice. How can such a national event be used for this bet?" "Your Majesty, this woman speaks wildly. If you lose, where is the dignity of the country?" There are all kinds of voices anyway, they are not optimistic. Lin Yusin lowered her head and rolled her eyes, but did not speak again. "I need to call you to do this, but none of you are up. Why are you complaining when I am the one to do it? You are a bunch of cowards. Since you want to quarrel, then quarrel as much as you want. I will not care. Anyway, I am a woman. No one will say anything if I don't compete." The emperor. That makes sense. He also wants to give up, but he can't. "Okay. Do you really think this is a vegetable market? Since my beloved ministers have such ideas, then you should all speak up and say whatever you want." The emperor looked at these ministers and had a headache. Then he kicked the ball to the ministers. Since they had opinions, they should come up with a solution. This. The ministers who were quarreling fiercely below were instantly speechless. What could they do? If they went on stage, they would either be killed by tigers or they would not know what to do about the land cession and compensation. This was a thankless task and it would cost lives. Arguing?
Why not?
Weren't you all filled with righteous indignation just now? Humph. You are really my good and beloved ministers. You all shrink back one by one when something happens. The emperor was furious when he saw them like that, a bunch of trash. The emperor looked at Lin Yusin, his expression became a little more harmonious, and he asked, "Lin Yusin, right? I wonder how confident Miss Lin is?" "Your Majesty, I was 70% just now, but now? I don't know." Lin Yusin directly acted like a rogue. "Humph. Do you know that the last person who dared to play smart in front of me, the grass on his grave is several feet high." The emperor got angry when he saw this girl like this, and deliberately said this to scare her. "Then there is nothing I can do." Lin Yusin shrugged and said indifferently, "Are you still going to compete?"
Jun Shensi asked impatiently.
The emperor knew that the sword was on the string and had to be drawn, so he said to Lin Yusin seriously, "Go, I agree to your bet. Whether you win or lose, I will admit it." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lin Yusin was happy to see that the emperor agreed. With the emperor backing her up, what else could she be afraid of? "Let's have fun. Princess, do you agree to my proposal?" Lin Yusin turned to look at Jun Chensi and asked, "I agree to the bet you mentioned." Jun Chensi felt that this woman could not successfully tame this tiger. It took her several days to tame a tiger in Qi state, and sometimes she would get injured. If it weren't for the fact that she had trained the tiger in Qi state, now she was sure that the tiger would definitely listen to her, so she would propose this bet. How could a rich lady like Lin Yusin tame this tiger in such a short time? Okay, how do we compare? Is it enough to tame it? Or is there a set time? Lin Yusin asked. We will see who can tame the tiger within the specified time, and whoever can tame the tiger will win. Jun Chensi looked at Lin Yusin with disdain in her tone. If she dared to compete with her for a man, she would see how she died. Lin Yusin didn't know that the princess regarded her as an imaginary enemy because Li Xiaochen looked at her. If she knew, she would definitely cry out for injustice, even more wronged than Do Yi. Okay. Lin Yusin nodded in agreement. Then the emperor ordered people to transport the tiger to the square outside the hall, which was heavily guarded. The emperor and his men watched in the hall. Yusin. Zhao Hanya worriedly grabbed Lin Yusin, who was about to go out. Mother, don't worry, your daughter will be fine. Be careful. Zhao Hanya knew that this was not the time to retreat, so she could only slowly loosen her hand, holding Lin Yusin with red eyes, and watch her walk out of the hall. This shameful thing, it's better to die. Lin Xiong'an's voice sounded at the side, and Zhao Hanya turned her head suddenly and looked at him viciously. Lin Xiong'an shuddered. His back felt cold, and then he shut up. Zhao Hanya no longer paid attention to this idiot who only bullies the weak and fears the strong, but focused on the situation outside the palace. The three brothers were also very anxious, but there was nothing they could do. This matter concerned the diplomatic relations and land cession between the two countries, and it was not something they could decide. Although Li Xiaochen was not very worried, because this woman was very strange, he also wanted to know what method this woman could use to solve it this time. And he had made preparations long ago. The envoy of Qi State would not make any waves this time. But they actually used him as a bet? They simply did not take him, the regent, seriously. Li Xiaochen tightened his hand, holding the wine glass, and gritted his teeth. The stinky girl was getting bolder and bolder. Li Xiaochen raised his eyes and looked outside. Everyone in the palace had their own thoughts. Lin Yusin didn't know all this. She was now standing in the middle of the square with Jun Chensi, and the tiger was not far from them. Before it was released, the fierce roar of the South China tiger could be heard inside.
What?
Let's start. Jun Chensi looked at Lin Yusin, his eyes flashing with contempt, and then he said to the servant beside the cage. The tiger trainer from Qi opened the tiger's cage and quickly retreated.
What?
The South China tiger noticed that the door was opened and jumped out. It happened to see two humans not far away. It immediately remembered that it had been caught before, and it was angry.
Romance. What?
The South China tiger rushed towards the two people fiercely. Jun Chensi was more direct. He pulled out the whip at his waist and rushed towards the tiger's face instead of retreating. Lin Yusin blinked. Is this how to train a tiger? Suppress with force? How come she didn't know that Princess Chenfu's force value was so high? It's not in the plot? Isn't this woman a crazy beauty? Why does it feel like a silly beauty? You have to have the ability to suppress with force, right? But there is a good show to watch, so why not watch it? Lin Yusin was speechless, but she was not in a hurry, so she sat on the ground, stretched her chin, and watched Jun Chensi fight the tiger. Jun Chensi whipped the tiger that rushed over, and whipped it directly on the tiger's back. This directly angered the tiger, and the tiger ignored its own injuries and opened its bloody mouth to bite Jun Chensi.
Ah!
This tiger's mouth is a bit big. If it bites down, won't this princess become a headless female corpse? Jun Chensi reacted and stepped back suddenly, and finally dodged it, but before she could stand firm, the tiger rushed over again. The tiger didn't give Jun Chensi any chance to react, so Jun Chensi had to keep dodging. In this way, Jun Chensi never found a chance to hurt the tiger again except for the first time. He was also hiding in a mess, and he was almost hurt a few times. Haha, this crazy woman is so embarrassed. It's so funny. Why is the tiger so crazy today? June Chensi gritted her teeth, and cold sweat began to appear on her back. She began to lose strength. She gritted her teeth, reached into her arms, and touched a bag of powder, which can make people hallucinate and then slowly become listless until death. June Chensi's eyes were fierce and murderous. "Beast, I want you to die today." June Chensi moved quickly, and the powder was already sprinkled on the tiger while dodging. Lin Yusin saw that the county lord had the intention to kill, and also saw what she sprinkled on the tiger. She thought to herself, it's not good. If the tiger dies, how can the game be played? This crazy woman must not ruin her plan. I'm not good. Is this crazy woman murderous? No, we have to save the tiger, otherwise we haven't achieved our goal today, which is too bad. Thinking of this, Lin Yusin quickly took out a bamboo flute from her arms, which was actually taken from the space, and put it to her lips. Then a piece of music sounded slowly, spreading throughout the square, and people felt calm after listening to it. What's going on? Why is Lin Yusin still playing the music? It's so late. Why does the princess feel like killing the tiger? Is this a foul? The Qi state has always been so shameless. Seeing this, the ministers began to discuss it, and some were worried. After all, this is a matter of winning glory for the country. If Lin Yusin loses, the face of Xia State and 10 cities will be gone. Although they don't think Lin Yusin will win. Even the emperor's face changed, and he looked at the outside field nervously. Li Xiaochen had already stood up and walked outside the hall, standing behind the soldiers, watching the movement on the field, ready at any time, no matter what. Lin Yusin, this woman, must not die. The tiger slowly calmed down after hearing the music, but the effect of the drug began to take effect. It stopped for a while and then became restless again. What? The tiger paced back and forth and jumped restlessly, but did not continue to attack June Chensi. Instead, it looked up in the direction of Lin Yusin, who was playing the music. After a moment, it ran towards Lin Yusin. Lin Yusin did not stop playing the music, nor did she move. She just sat on the ground with a peaceful expression, like a fairy falling into the mortal world. Everyone in the hall was nervous, thinking that Lin Yusin would definitely be eaten by the tiger this time. Zhao Hanya's eyes were red. "Yusin, you must be okay." The tiger rushed to Lin Yusin, stopped, did not move forward, and did not bite her. It just watched quietly, as if it was tired of standing, and then lay down in front of Lin Yusin to listen to her playing the music. Until Lin Yusin finished playing the song. Lin Yusin stopped playing, and the tiger opposite her began to become manic again under the influence of the drug. Woo woo woo. But it did not get up to bite Lin Yusin, but lay on the ground and whined. "Okay, I know you are uncomfortable. Here, eat it. You will feel better after eating it." Lin Yusin reached out and touched its head, then took out a pill from her arms, handed it to the tiger, and let it eat it. After a while, the tiger calmed down, just lying in front of Lin Yusin, waiting for Lin Yusin to touch its head. It looked so well behaved that people who didn't know would think it was not a tiger, but a cat. Did she succeed in taming it? It should be considered as such. The tiger is so well behaved in front of her now. The daughter of the Lin family has such ability. It's amazing. All the ministers in the hall were shocked. They thought it would be a tragic end. But she won without blood? This slap in the face was too fast, wasn't it? The third prince of Qi looked at Lin Yusin with interest in his eyes. This woman is interesting. June Chensi's eyes flickered when she saw this. She had an ominous premonition. Is this woman tamed? No, no matter what. She must not be allowed to win. June Chensi raised the whip and whipped the tiger. Lin Yusin frowned when she saw this. This woman is really crazy. But let's see who is crazy today. Lin Yusin picked up the bamboo flute and started playing it again, but the tune was changed. It was fresh just now, but now it was passionate. The tiger seemed to have intelligence. Just when the whip was about to hit it, it suddenly jumped and rushed towards June Chensi, directly hitting June Chensi and dodging the whip. At the same time, June Chensi was knocked away by it.
Bang!
June Chensi was thrown to the ground and climbed up in a mess, with a fierce light in her eyes. Today she is the princess of a country, but today she is so embarrassed. Lin Yusin, You deserve to die. Jun Chensi looked at Lin Yusin viciously, raised the whip, and whipped Lin Yusin. That's right. She didn't care about the tiger now. She wanted to kill Lin Yusin. As long as she died, the tiger would die soon. Lin Yusin saw the crazy woman coming towards her, and her face changed.
Oh my.
This crazy woman is angry and wants to kill me.
What?
Has the plot changed? Is it going to assassinate her? Lin Yusin narrowed her eyes slightly, stopped playing the song, and jumped directly onto the tiger's back. The tiger was not angry.
Bah.
At this time, Jun Chensi's whip hit the position where Lin Yusin was just now, and Lin Yusin also successfully avoided Jun Chensi's whip. Lin Yusin sat on the tiger's back, looking down at Jun Chensi, and said nonchalantly, "The princess, you don't admit that you lost? Are you going to kill people to silence them?" Lin Yusin, I will definitely kill you. Jun Chensi gritted his teeth and said hatefully,
Hey.
Princess, I'm wondering, you and I haven't even met before. Why are you picking on me and want to kill me? When did I offend you? Lin Yusin was so curious that she couldn't help asking. Before the princess named her to compete, she really had never seen this person, nor had she offended her, although she knew that there was such a person who would cause trouble at the state banquet. But she didn't know how she offended the princess. Since the princess wanted to compete with her, she has been full of murderous intent, as if she was her enemy. It was really inexplicable. Shouldn't you die? Any woman who Li Xiaochun looks at more should die. Jun Chensi's eyes were full of jealousy, as if Lin Yusin had stolen her man. Lin Yusin was speechless. This Jun Chensi is sick and seriously ill. If Li Xiaochun looks at her, she will die. Then all women in the world will die. If you want to kill me, why don't you kidnap Li Xiaochun and take him back to be your princess husband? What are you doing here? Princess Chensi, do you think you can kill me today? Do you want to look around you? You are in our Xia country. If you kill me here, do you think you can return to Qi country safely? Lin Yusin didn't want to talk to this lunatic anymore, so she shrugged and kindly reminded her of her situation. Jun Chensi was stunned and looked around. Only then did she realize that she was in Xia country and in front of the emperor of Xia country. Just now, because they were afraid that the tiger would hurt the emperor, they sent the imperial guards to surround the square in 3 layers inside and outside. There were so many imperial guards of Xia around. If she killed this woman today, she would not be able to get away. Jun Chensi took a deep breath, put down her emotions, and slowly put away the whip. Lin Yusin looked at her and put away the whip. She reached out and patted the tiger's back, then looked at Jun Chensi and said with a bright smile, Princess Chenfu, I won the tiger training competition. Only then did Jun Chensi realize that she had lost 10 cities and had to not attack Xia for 20 years. Her face turned pale instantly. She had a very high status in Qi, but the premise was that she had to make contributions to Qi. Otherwise, how could the Emperor of Qi allow a woman to ride on his head and jump around? And she knew that the Emperor of Qi had been planning for more than 10 years, waiting for the right time to send troops to attack Xia. This time, it was all ruined by her arrogance. The Emperor of Qi would not let her go. What should she do? Jun Chensi looked up at Lin Yusin, gritted her teeth, and said nothing. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lin Yusin knew that she didn't want to admit it, and she didn't care about her, and rode the tiger directly towards the entrance of the hall. She looked so majestic, like a female general returning in triumph. The tiger also let her ride obediently, not unhappy at all. When she walked into the gate, she didn't go in again because she couldn't go in. The entrance was blocked by the imperial guards. Lin Yusin didn't care and shouted directly from outside, Your Majesty, the 3rd Prince of Qi, now this competition, have I won? The emperor knew that Lin Yusin had won when she rode on the tiger's back without falling off. He looked at the face of the 3rd Prince of Qi, which was dark, and he was happy. He symbolically asked the 3rd Prince of Qi, Lin Yusin has already ridden a tiger and run around. What does the 3rd Prince think of this competition? The 3rd Prince looked at Lin Yusin and smiled gently. Your Majesty is joking. Lin Yusin is indeed a master at taming tigers. In this competition, Miss Lin did win. This time they had to swallow this loss by themselves. who told them to be too conceited and think that no one in Xia would be able to train tigers. As a result, they really got a slap in the face. The third prince looked at Lin Yusin with scrutiny and inquiry, and a hint of interest. This woman is not simple. If he could bring her back to Qi. A faint light flashed in the eyes of the third prince. Seeing that the third prince admitted it, Lin Yusin happily got off the tiger directly, led the tiger to the iron fence, waited for the emperor's people to come and transport the tiger away, and then Lin Yusin leisurely returned to the hall. At this time, everyone in the hall was waiting for Lin Yusin. When she came in, they all looked at her with curiosity, inquiry, and jealousy. Lin Yusin didn't care. Let them look. It wouldn't cost her anything. Your Majesty, I will not let you down. Lin Yusin walked to the front of the hall and saluted respectfully in response. Ha ha ha, good, Lin Yusin won this competition. The emperor was really happy this time. This Lin Yusin made him proud. Your Majesty, what about the bet this time? Lin Yusin reminded the emperor. Your Majesty, don't be too happy too early. There is still business to do. The bet hasn't been made clear yet. However, according to the stingy and vindictive Emperor Qi, the loss of 10 cities this time must be a grudge against the Xia kingdom, and they will definitely make trouble for it in the future. And the agreement not to invade the border of Xia for 20 years is enough to make the emperor of Qi blood. They have been planning to attack Xia for more than 10 years. This time she disrupted it. The third prince will be criticized when he returns. I am afraid that the emperor of Qi will do something desperate. However, if the 10 cities are not needed and the agreement of 20 years is enough, the emperor of Qi should be able to bear it temporarily. Moreover, I don't need 20 years, only 5 years. I guarantee that the Zhao family can send a few generals to fight the enemy. The Zhao family is now old, weak, sick, and disabled, and they have no capital to go to the battlefield, so they can just survive for the next few years. The emperor looked solemn. This girl was right. We must not let the old man Emperor Qi do something desperate. His Xia country has enough troops now, but there is no general who can be used. Since the decline of the Zhao family in the past 10 years, Li Shaochen has been in charge of half of the military power. However, I don't know how this kid offended some immortal. Once he is injured, he will be skinned alive. He is not suitable for the battlefield.
Hey.
Is it easy for him to be an emperor? He is worried. But just now this girl said that she could train a few generals for him. I wonder if it is true? When the emperor thought about it, he decided to adopt the method of the girl Lin and hide first, so he said, Third prince, this time the bet is won by Lin Yusin, but I am not the kind of person who takes advantage of the fire to rob. I can give up 10 cities, but can you Qi country not invade the border of Xia country for 20 years? The third prince was stunned. They don't want 10 cities? How is it possible? But he quickly came to his senses. He clasped his fists and saluted, and then said, Your Majesty, do you really not want 10 cities? What? The third prince is still questioning what I said? The emperor raised his eyebrows and asked. No, since the emperor has given a break and doesn't want those 10 cities, then this prince can still make the decision on the peace between the two countries for the next 20 years. This prince agrees. The third prince agreed on the spot. As long as the cities are not lost, 20 years will be quick. And it doesn't even take 20 years. As long as the Emperor Qi is well prepared, isn't Xia kingdom in their pocket? The third prince thought proudly in his heart. Okay, the third prince is straightforward. Come on, prepare the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone to write the contract. The emperor immediately asked someone to prepare the contract. After the third prince and the emperor signed the contract, the normal banquet performance began. Seeing that she had nothing to do, Lin Yusin returned to Zhao Hanya. Zhao Hanya grabbed her hand. Her hands were shaking, and it was obvious that she was scared this time. Mother, I made you worry. Lin Yusin looked at Zhao Hanya like this and felt very guilty, but some things always need someone to do them. Even if it's not me, it will be someone else. I can only say that I'm lucky that crazy woman found me. Jun Chenxi didn't do anything weird this time and sat quietly beside the third prince. There was singing and dancing in front of the palace, and the ministers in the palace were having a great time. No one was discussing the competition just now, as if it had never happened. Lin Yusin pouted. These old foxes, they said I was fooling around before I went to the competition, but now they treat me as if I didn't exist after the competition. They are really good. The emperor is the same. I won the competition, but there is no reward at all. You can't be so stingy, right? Forget it, I don't care that much, hee hee. The state banquet tonight is half over. There should be other good shows today, right? Lin Yusin looked around and observed the surrounding movements. Hey, that person over there seems to be Lord Wang, the Minister of Works, right? Seeing that he was staring at the dancers on the stage, his eyes were almost popping out. He is indeed a lecher. This man plays very lavishly in private, taking both men and women. It is said that he even did not let his sister-in-law go, but he hid it well and was not discovered. The corners of the mouths of the people who heard the inner voice twitched. They didn't want to hear this gossip. The corners of the emperor's mouth twitched too. Why did I pick it? Isn't that Lord Liu, from the Jiuqing military department? He has been cuckolded so many times that his son may not even be his, but he doesn't know. He holds his son in his hands for fear of him falling, and holds him in his mouth for fear of him melting. If he knew that his son was not his, wouldn't he cry to death? Everyone know. So that's how it is. Several people looked at Lord Liu's head with sympathetic expressions. Even the emperor expressed sympathy. His minister was wronged. After the banquet was over, Lord Liu was summoned to have a heart-to-heart talk. That was Shangshu Ji, who was one rank higher than her father. Shangshu Ji had much more power than her father. He was also a good official who worked hard and loved the people. It was a pity that he was in poor health and died early. Looking at his appearance, he was afraid that he had been ill. If he had been treated early, he might have survived. Everyone, yes. He was a good official. Emperor. After the end, let the imperial physician go to see Lord Ji. Such a good official must be retained.
Wow.
Are those two over there flirting with each other? How exciting! How dare they do such a thing in public, under the emperor's nose? But why does this woman look so familiar? She seems to be concubine Shu. Gosh, he dares to look at the emperor's woman? Everyone's face changed, and they looked at the emperor calmly. It seems that the emperor has been cuckolded quite a few times. The queen pursed her lips and looked at the emperor. Should she say it or not? Being cuckolded is something that no man can stand, not to mention that he is the emperor. The emperor's face turned black. He was still sympathizing with Lord Liu just now, but now he just felt that he was the cuckold. Although he had no feelings for these concubines, they were his women after all. To cuckold himself so blatantly was simply not taking me seriously. The emperor felt that his dignity was challenged, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. She had no idea about the trouble caused by Lin Yusin, and she was still looking for someone to read gossip. Is the sixth prince's impotence cured? Although he was half pretending, he doesn't even pretend now? Could it be that he has already planned some grand plan to seize power? Everyone's face changed. Even the emperor's face was gloomy. His sixth son actually wanted to seize the throne. Those who lingered among the flowers and were licentious were actually pretending?
Great.
My good son. The emperor was almost mad to death. This year's state banquet was full of surprises. Hey, that one over there. Lin Yusin. The emperor suddenly interrupted Lin Yusin's inner thoughts. If he continued to listen, none of his ministers and concubines would be good. Leave some for him. The emperor loved and hated this girl. This was the first time they met, and she left a deep impression on the emperor. Just the words that Lin Yusin said were enough for the emperor to chop off her head, but Lin Yusin didn't open her mouth to speak. He wanted to punish her for the crime of speaking without restraint, but he ignored it. The emperor was angry.
Oh.
Lin Yusin was stunned, and then she realized that someone was calling her, and it was still the emperor. She stood up in a hurry, walked to the middle, and saluted the emperor. Greetings, your majesty. I ask you, how do you train tigers? The emperor felt that as long as he didn't let her gossip, she could talk about anything. Your majesty, you should know that I was taken away by mistake since I was a child, and I have been living in the countryside. When I was a child, I met a weird old man. Which weird old man taught me. Lin Yusin lied with her eyes open, and you couldn't find out anyway. The emperor didn't mind whether this girl was lying or not. As long as this girl didn't say it in her heart, his goal would be achieved. But then he remembered what the girl said about him being stingy, glanced at her, and asked, "Oh, if you win this game, what reward do you want?"
Reward?
Anything is fine? Lin Yusin's eyes lit up at once. You tell me first. If I think I can accept it, then I agree. The emperor looked at her and was speechless for a moment. Am I that kind of stingy person? Then I want the hot spring in the Prince Regent's palace. Lin Yusin has been thinking about it for a long time, but she hasn't had a chance to study what the hot spring is good for, because in the plot, it can always save the injured Li Xiaochen from danger. Although Li Xiaochen died later, its effect is beyond doubt. If she can get it, she will study it, and then the strength of the Zhao family will recover faster.
This.
The emperor was speechless for a moment. He really couldn't give this reward. He looked at Li Xiaochen, who was drinking with his head down and looked like he had nothing to do with it and was indifferent, and he got angry. Li Xiaochen, what do you think? The emperor kicked the ball out directly. Li Xiaochen slowly put down the wine glass, saluted to the emperor, and then said in a cold voice, "The hot spring in my palace is in the Prince Regent's palace, and it can't be given away. It means that it is the property of the Prince Regent's palace, and it is impossible to give it away." The emperor looked at Lin Yusin and said, "Lin Yusin, that's a hot spring, and it's in the regent's palace. You can't take it away. How about changing it? You two are really good at kicking the ball. If you don't want to give it, then don't give it. If you want to give it to me, with an imperial decree, can the regent say no? You're bullying a woman like me? Humph. I don't want it anymore. Forget it. I was just joking. Reward or not, it's my duty." No matter how Lin Yusin complained in her heart, she looked respectful on the surface. "Emperor, if I hadn't heard your voice, I would have believed it." Li Xiaochen's eyes flashed with a smile, but he still didn't speak. The emperor didn't want to see this girl now, so he said directly, "Since the reward you mentioned can't be realized for you, but you did win the game for me this time, I will reward you with 1,000 taels of gold." "Thank you, your majesty." Lin Yusin's previous depression disappeared. Gold. Who wouldn't love it? Lin Yusin thanked him happily, then went back and sat down. At this time, the next dance was performed in front of the palace. The music was breathtaking. The 8 women on stage were beautiful and charming. Their graceful figures swayed in the palace, showing the charm of women. Seeing that the frown had stopped, Lin Yusin quickly pulled back from her joyful mood. She realized something was wrong. She looked at the ministers around her. They were very obsessed and watched without blinking, as if they were bewitched. Even the emperor was looking at the front in obsession. "It's coming. I thought there would be no more trouble tonight, but it's almost over. This is all." Lin Yusin was almost powerless to complain. She observed that most men were bewitched, and those ladies were just a little listless and weak, but their minds were still clear. "Mother, how are you?" Lin Yusin asked Zhao Hanya worriedly and took her hand to feel her pulse. "I just feel like I can't do anything, nothing else." "What's wrong with me?" Zhao Hanya lay on the table, speaking weakly. After taking her pulse, Lin Yusin whispered, "Mother, you are poisoned." It should be said that the whole hall is poisoned. However, this poison will not kill people. It will only make people hallucinate and be controlled. "What?" Zhao Hanya was shocked. She raised her head and looked around. Sure enough, so many ministers' wives were very abnormal. "Yusin, if something happens later, hide behind your mother." Zhao Hanya had no time to care about other things. This time, so many ministers, even the emperor, looked like he was poisoned. This matter was a big deal. She didn't want Yusin to get into trouble. "Mother, don't worry, we will be fine. The regent has already made plans. Take this first." Lin Yusin explained while taking out a pill and handing it to Zhao Hanya. Zhao Hanya took it without thinking and ate it. After a while, Zhao Hanya had strength. Seeing that her mother was fine, Lin Yusin looked at Li Xiaochen. She was really afraid that Li Xiaochen would be poisoned. As a result, she really saw that something was wrong with Li Xiaochen. He was poisoned? So useless? Lin Yusin looked at Li Xiaochen with a little disgust. But she soon found that Li Xiaochen was not affected. No, he was not unaffected, and he had strong self-control and could control his own consciousness. In other words, he could endure it. She looked at Li Xiaochen in surprise, blinked her eyes, and happened to meet Li Xiaochen's eyes, and was stunned. Did Li Xiaochen look at me just now? Is he begging me? No way. No, this is not the time to talk about this. Some of these dancers have smeared hallucinogenic drugs on their bodies. When they dance, the drugs evaporate through sweat. Jun Chenxi took out this drug and used it when training the tiger just now. Now, these dancers also have it. If there is no traitor in Xia State, she will not believe it even if she is beaten to death. Lin Yusin turned her head and looked in the direction of Qi State. Sure enough, the third prince of Qi State looked up at her and even picked up the wine glass in his hand and raised it to Lin Yusin. The meaning of provocation was too obvious. Chu Shubai, you rascal, you're provoking me, right? Then let's see whose drug is more powerful today. Lin Yusin looked at her brother again, frowning. As expected, they were all fascinated by the beauty, but she needed help now. Lin Yusin was close to them, so she went over and stuffed a detoxification pill into each of their mouths. They woke up soon and looked at Lin Yusin blankly. They felt that their jaws hurt a little, but they didn't know why. Lin Yusin didn't care what they asked. She took out a pill and handed it to her eldest brother, leaning over and saying to him, "Give this to the regent." Seeing his sister's serious face, Lin Chenglai remembered that something was wrong with him just now. He looked around and understood instantly. He stood up and quietly retreated. He walked out from the back of the hall, dressed as a eunuch, and went to the regent. He handed the medicine to the regent, but the regent was not so easy to approach. He was struggling with his mind and would be on guard against anyone who came to approach him. Li Xiaochen let go of Lin Chenglia's hand, and Lin Chenglai frowned anxiously. Lin Yusin saw it from the opposite side. Her face was as stinky as anything, and she glared at Li Xiaochen with gritted teeth. What is Li Xiaochen doing? He didn't even take the medicine I asked my eldest brother to give him? Is he waiting to die? I wonder if this time it is very likely to be aimed at him? This idiot, if you don't take the medicine, you won't have the strength to resist in a while, and I won't save you. Li Xiaochen heard Lin Yusin's voice and knew that this was the antidote she asked him to send. He no longer resisted, stretched out his hand to take the pill, and stuffed it into his mouth. After a while, he felt better. He looked at Lin Chenglai, who was dressed as a eunuch behind him, and whispered a thank you. Seeing that he was fine, Lin Chenglai whispered, "If you want to thank someone, thank my sister. She asked me to send you the medicine. Since the regent is fine, I will take my leave." After Lin Chenglai finished speaking, he lowered his head and prepared to leave. "Mr. Lin." Li Xiaochen stopped Lin Chenglai, whispered a few words to him, and then handed him something. Lin Chenglai looked at Li Xiaochen in surprise, but didn't say anything. He took the thing, lowered his head, turned around and walked out. After Lin Chenglai left, Li Xiaochen turned his head to look at Lin Yusin, his eyes flickering. He knew that she asked Lin Chenglai to send the medicine. Lin Yusin saw that her elder brother had left and knew that Li Xiaochen should be fine. She turned her head to look at the third prince, Chu Shubai, and Jun Chenxi. This dance is about to end. Jun Chenxi will definitely take action. I hope that Li Xiaochen will be prepared after she regains consciousness. As a woman, she can only do so much. It's not that Lin Yusin looks down on Li Xiaochen, but although there is not much description of Li Xiaochen in the plot, it is also briefly said that Li Xiaochen is a character that makes people tremble and children cry when they see him. It's just that he died too early, otherwise with his protection, Xiaohao would not have suffered so much when he ascended the throne later, and he became a moody tyrant. But then again, such a powerful person, knowing the inside story this time, actually capsized in the gutter? Lin Yusin was surprised. It's just that this time the poisoning became a hallucinogenic drug, not fatal. When Li Xiaochen heard Lin Yusin's voice, a trace of unnaturalness flashed through his heart. He had made preparations in advance, but he didn't expect that their method of using poison was so novel that it was hard to guard against. The dance was finally over. Jun Chensi had come out of the mood of failure. This time, she stood up gracefully, walked to the palace, and spoke to the emperor in a very seductive voice. "Your Majesty, this princess has admired the regent for a long time. Today, I beg your Majesty to allow this princess and the regent to get married, so that the diplomatic relations between the two countries will be permanently peaceful." The emperor was now confused by the hallucinogenic drugs and had basically no ability to think for himself. At this moment, he would basically do whatever someone told him to do. This was also what Lin Yusin was most worried about. She didn't expect Qi to be so bold and use this method directly at the state banquet. If something went wrong, Xia would have changed people. Lin Yusin took out the bamboo flute without thinking, put it to her mouth, and started to play. A fresh and leisurely song spread throughout the hall.
Jun Chensi's face changed.
Is this woman okay? How is this possible? Then he realized that he couldn't let this woman ruin her big plan. The third prince reacted faster. When Lin Yusin started to, he stood up and walked towards Lin Yusin. "Stop her."
Jun Chensi called.
Lin Yusin couldn't speak. Seeing that the third prince Chu Shubai was about to reach her, she couldn't move and she couldn't stop. At this moment, a hand suddenly appeared at her side, grabbed her, and pulled her aside. Lin Yusin fell to one side and walked into a wide embrace. Lin Yusin was a little confused. She felt that this scene was a little familiar, but she didn't have time to think about it. After she saw who was coming, she turned around and said, "I'll leave it to you. I'll go and detoxify them." After that, Lin Yusin turned around and went to find her second and third brothers. Li Xiaochen, who was left behind, looked at her back without saying a word. "Not even a thank you?" Li Xiaochen turned to look at the third prince with a sharp gaze and said in a cold voice, "The third prince is really good at means. The gift he gave to our Xia country this time can be said to be quite surprising." "What gift?" "The regent is really joking. I just think that the music played by Miss Lin is beautiful, and I want to ask for your advice." Seeing that he had missed the opportunity, Chu Shubai started to play dumb. He could not admit this, otherwise they would not be able to leave safely tonight. Lin Yusin didn't care where the two men were playing dumb. She went straight to her two brothers, took out a porcelain bottle from her arms and handed it to her second brother, saying, "Second brother, go and detoxify the emperor. Third brother, please protect me." When Lin Yusin took out the bottle of medicine, she felt very distressed. Although this detoxification pill was not made of any expensive medicinal materials, it was also the first kind of pill she made, and she had feelings for it. Okay. In fact, there was a very expensive medicine in the production of this medicine. Although she had it in her space, it was also hers. She didn't feel bad at all to give it to his family, but she would feel bad to give it to outsiders, and she had used several pills tonight. Lin Yusin wanted to just give up and didn't want to care about this mess at all, but she couldn't. She still had a family to protect. She resigned herself to finding a hidden place, asked her third brother to protect her, and then began to play the Qingling song. This hallucinogenic drug is not fatal, but it will make people stay in a state of nerve paralysis for a long time. If you don't take the antidote for a long time, you may become stupid. And her medicine is not enough for so many people, which is why Lin Yusin started to play the Qingling Chu, but she was interrupted before she finished the song. Now, if she wants to play it again, she has to play it longer and can't be interrupted. The sound of Lin Yusin playing the Qingling Chu resounded throughout the hall. Lin Xiaoyang took the medicine bottle and didn't have time to think about it. He ran directly to the emperor and fed him a pill first. Because the emperor took the medicine and was blessed by the Qingling Chu, the emperor woke up quickly. The emperor who woke up rubbed his forehead and immediately noticed that something was wrong around him. He asked Lin Xiaoyang on the side, "What's going on?" "Your Majesty, you were poisoned just now." It should be said that everyone in the hall was poisoned. Lin Xiaoyang replied respectfully in a low voice.
"Poisoned? Great.
Let's see who is so bold as to poison my state banquet." The emperor was really angry this time. If someone dared to poison right under his nose, I would see how many lives he would have. He is the king of a country, and he is not a fool. Except for Li Xiaochen and a few others in the hall, those from Qi are also fine. If they have not found out that they are related to Qi, then he can give up the throne he has held for so many years. This is their state banquet of Xia country. If there is no insider, his countrymen who want to poison will have to think twice. Jun Chenxi also saw that the situation here was not right. It was obvious that the emperor had woken up, and it was not easy to control him. So she planned to fight hard, and directly pulled out the dagger she had hidden in advance from her sleeve and rushed towards the emperor. She wanted to capture Emperor Xia alive, so that they could escape. As long as they escaped, the spies from Xia country outside Qi would let them leave safely. Besides, the people around the emperor had not recovered yet. Only Lin Xiaoyang was a man without any force. This was an opportunity. As long as they captured the emperor, they could escape safely this time. It could be said that Jun Chenxi was too confident and thought that she could turn the world upside down in the Xia Kingdom Palace by herself. Someone come to protect the emperor. Lin Xiaoyang saw the woman coming towards the emperor and immediately shouted loudly, and quickly flashed in front of the emperor. The movement here also made Chu Shubai come back to his senses. He secretly thought that it was not good. This woman actually wanted to kill the emperor. This time it couldn't be settled peacefully. He shouldn't have listened to Jun Chenxi's words, saying that this time he could control the Xia emperor and let Li Shaoqun marry her. He agreed because he was crazy. Now he couldn't end it, and he might even lose his life. Chu Shubai's face was very bad. The imperial guards outside the hall heard the call and swarmed in instantly, surrounding the entire hall, with swords pointing at Chu Shubai and Jun Chenxi. Seeing the scene, Chu Shubai's face turned even paler. Jun Chenxi had already rushed to Lin Xiaoyang and kicked him away. Lin Xiaoyang was kicked 1 meter away and lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. Lin Yusin was playing a tune. When she saw her second brother being kicked away, her heart tightened, but she couldn't stop playing the tune at all. Second brother, hold on. As long as you are not dead, your sister will find a way to save you. Besides, you were just kicked.
It's okay.
Lin Xiaoyang, who couldn't get up, covered his chest and said, "You are really my sister." After Jun Chenxi kicked Lin Xiaoyang away, the emperor was exposed. She raised her knife and stabbed the emperor. At this time, Li Shaoqun appeared in front of the emperor with a flash. With a sword, he directly blocked Jun Chenxi's dagger. Seeing that he could not hurt the emperor, Jun Chenxi directly hit Li Shaoqun. "Li Shaoqun, why don't you marry me? I love you so much. Why don't you marry me?" Jun Chenxi was a little crazy. She shouted unwillingly while hitting. "I have no feelings towards you. Whether you love me or not has nothing to do with me," Li Shaoqun said coldly, and then with his sword in his hand, Jun Chenxi was cut. Jun Chenxi's martial arts skills were not low, but they were not good enough in front of Li Shaoqun. After a few rounds, she was controlled by Li Shaoqun. Li Shaoqun's sword was against Jun Chenxi's neck, making her unable to move. Jun Chenxi looked at Li Shaoqun affectionately and sadly, and said, "5 years ago, you saved me in Qi State. Since then, I have been deeply in love with you. I dream of marrying you every day. I have worked hard in Qi State for so many years to sit in this position now, just to have an identity that matches you. Li Shaoqun, is it wrong for me to love you?" "I don't love you." Li Shaoqun frowned and said coldly. I didn't expect that Li Shaoqun was so unromantic. The princess has status, beauty, and skills. Although she is a bit crazy, overall such a woman is still top-notch. Why doesn't she like this? Does she like men? Lin Yusin played the song, and didn't forget to gossip. The corners of the mouths of several people who heard the inner voice twitched. This was not a good thing to say. Even the emperor's anger was dispersed by this, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But Li Shaoqun gritted his teeth. This woman could really think of anything. "If you don't love me, do you love her?" Jun Chenxi suddenly pointed in the direction of Lin Yusin, but Lin Yusin was half covered by Lin Shishao, so the first reaction of the people who heard the inner voice was that Jun Chenxi was pointing at Lin Shishao. Even Lin Shishao himself froze, and then goosebumps appeared. But he couldn't get out of the way. His sister was still playing the song. His sister said that if she didn't listen, She couldn't be interrupted, so he could only stand still and endure everyone's stares. Li Shaochen didn't answer her, but knocked her out with the hilt of the sword. She was talking too much nonsense. Lin Yusin had been playing the Qingling song for a while, and many people woke up one after another. What's going on? What happened? Why did the Imperial Guards come in? Keep your voice down. Something big must have happened. Why are you all looking at Lord Lin? What happened? The people who woke up saw that everyone was looking at Lord Lin with strange expressions and asked curiously. For a moment, they forgot about the tense atmosphere and the swords and guns on the scene. Lin Yusin wanted to laugh but couldn't, and she had a hard time holding it back, and she almost played the wrong song. Seeing that almost everyone was awake, Lin Yusin stopped playing the song, stepped out from behind Lin Shishao, and under everyone's gaze, walked to Lin Xiaoyang's side, looked at his condition, and was relieved to see that he was really fine. The crown prince and the princes only remembered their father at this time. "Father, how are you?" Several sons immediately asked with concern, but how many of them were sincere was unknown.
I'm fine.
The emperor was angry when he looked at these sons. Look at Li Shaochen. He can take precautions before something happens, think of countermeasures when something happens, and do things in detail. Look at these useless people. It's a headache to think about it. By the way, he seems to have another son. I wonder if he is useful? The emperor looked at these people and felt very disappointed. At this time, Lin Chunlai brought a team of people and escorted 2 people in and put them kneeling in front of the emperor. "Your Majesty, these 2 people are sneaking outside the palace, and I think they are very suspicious." Lin Chunlai saluted the emperor with a fist, and then reported. The emperor now sat back in his seat with lingering fear, and he looked at the queen with concern. The queen and the emperor have been together for so many years, and she saw what the emperor meant at a glance. She smiled and shook her head, indicating that it was okay. The emperor looked at the people below with relief. His eyes were not as gentle as when he looked at the queen, but cold and sharp, as if he was looking at a dead person. "Investigate. Investigate thoroughly for me. I want to see who colluded with outsiders to sell out his country." The emperor was angry. At the state banquet tonight, Xia Kingdom almost changed its owner. Yes. Zhou Lei, the commander of the Imperial Guards, stepped forward to receive the order, and then withdrew. "No. There is one person missing in this hall. The 6th prince is missing. I didn't notice him in the chaos just now. Now I find out that I didn't see him when I was dancing just now. No way. Could it be that the 6th prince seized power today? Isn't there still a year in the plot? How could it be advanced? Or did the 6th prince in the state banquet in the plot actually make a move? But it didn't work later, and he was not discovered. So he kept hiding and waited until a year later to make another move? It's very likely. No wonder the 6th prince looked a little strange today. It turns out that he came to test the waters today. If successful, he would detain the Qi people on the pretext that Qi poisoned the Emperor of Xia and use this incident to put pressure on Qi to help him ascend the throne. If it doesn't work, he is also a novice who knows nothing. He will continue to live until a year later, when Li Shaochen is seriously injured and unconscious, and there is no threat. Then he will have another chance. No wonder he is the person closest to the throne. He has made 2 preparations.
So, what is he doing out now?
To mobilize troops? Lin Yusin looked around and saw that there was no one who saw the 6th prince. She immediately thought of the poisoning this time and figured out the whole story. The emperor also heard it, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Where is the 6th prince? Why is there no one? Go and find the 6th prince for me, the emperor said angrily. Yes. The Imperial Guards immediately withdrew a team of people to look for people, but they were forced to retreat before they could go out. Wow, it seems to be real. The 6th prince is fast enough. The 6th prince rushed in with a group of soldiers and surrounded the place. The Imperial Guards confronted the soldiers in an instant. Father, I'm here to save you. The 6th prince walked to the front of the palace and looked at his father, who was sitting on it with a wicked smile. Cheer, are you really going to do this? The emperor looked at his son rebelling and asked with cold eyes.
Father, what are you talking about?
I'm really here to save you. Chung Lixiang said innocently, pretending to be stupid. Humph, save you. Then look at the man kneeling on the ground. Is he from your house? The emperor pointed to a man kneeling on the ground and said. The emperor had some impression of this man and had seen him twice. Inuch Lu had just told him that he had seen this man in the sixth prince's house. Chung Lixiang turned his head to look at the man on the ground, and his face suddenly changed. Didn't he leave? Why is he here? The man didn't speak all the time and lowered his head. The emperor spoke again. What else do you have to say now? Do you dare to say that this matter has nothing to do with you? Hee, father, so what if it's your son? Father, you forced me. I am also your son, but you have never cared about me and ignored me, just because my mother is a lowly servant? Father, you treat this outsider better than me. The sixth prince Chung Lixiang did not deny at this time. He pointed at Li Xiaochun on the side and shouted at the emperor unwillingly. Is this the reason why you colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country and poisoned me? The emperor frowned and asked without any emotion, as if what the sixth prince did could not affect him. No, father, you are wrong. The son did not want to poison you, nor did he want to colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country. The son just arranged a dancer, and I didn't participate in anything else, so it was not colluded with the enemy and treason at all. Seeing that his father didn't care about it, Chung Lixiang just broke the jar and blurted out everything. I just went with the flow. I thought that when Jun Chenxi came here this time, she would take some action when she saw Li Xiaochun. After all, it was rumored that she loved Li Xiaochun madly. So I added fuel to the fire when they took action. I just wanted Li Xiaochun to die. But I didn't expect an accident to happen. Li Xiaochun didn't go to tame the tiger. I guessed that crazy woman Jun Chenxi would have another trick up her sleeve. As expected, the group of dancers came in handy. When those dancers came on stage, I was just going to ask for help. I felt that since my father was going to be controlled, the country couldn't be without a king for a day, so I could do it for him. Chung Lixiang told everything. Father, you are all surrounded by me now. As long as you agree to give up the throne, I promise not to hurt anyone here. Chung Lixiang looked at the emperor excitedly and told him his final goal. You talk too much nonsense. Don't you just want the throne? Are you going to fight or not? I don't plan to go home. Anyway, the sixth prince will not succeed. Why so much nonsense? It's almost midnight now. I want to go back to sleep. Lin Yusin hid aside and saw the sixth prince talking for a long time. He was so bored that he couldn't help complaining in his heart. Suddenly, the emperor's tense heart almost didn't hold it. Does this stinky girl know what she is doing now? My son has taken the throne, and you still want to sleep? The other people had different expressions, but the Lin family members were sweating coldly. Daughter, sister. You'd better not talk now. Lin Xiaoyang also gently pulled Lin Yusin's arm. Lin Yusin immediately came back to her senses and asked, What's wrong? Second brother? I'm a little dizzy, hold me up. Lin Xiaoyang could only pretend to be dizzy to distract the girl's attention. The emperor was interrupted and felt better. He didn't want to waste time with this useless son. He directly winked at Li Xiaochun. Li Xiaochun put his hand to his mouth and blew a loud whistle, and the sound of fighting immediately came from outside. What's going on? What's going on? Chung Lixiang heard the sound, realized something was wrong, and shouted in panic. The people he brought with him went out to take a look and hurriedly ran in to reporting to the sixth prince. Our people have been controlled.
What?
Chung Lixiang felt cold all over and took a step back suddenly. It was over. He looked at his father and saw that there was no extra expression on his face. He knew that his father was prepared this time. He was reckless this time and shouldn't be so anxious. But what's the point of saying these now? He lost. Come here. Capture the sixth prince and lock him up in the imperial clan house to await his fate. The emperor spoke, and the surrounding imperial guards moved instantly. The surrounding soldiers were instantly controlled, and Chung Lixiang was also captured. Father, I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Chung Lixiang realized at this time that begging for mercy, no matter whether it was useful or not, as long as he could soften the emperor's heart, he would have a chance to turn the tables. He didn't think he was wrong. The ultimate goal of the sons of the royal family was the throne. As a result, he shouted for a long time, but the emperor didn't say a word, and Chen Lixiang was dragged away. Take the envoy of Qi away. I have to discuss the compensation of this matter with the emperor of Qi. The emperor looked at the third prince of Qi and Jun Chenxi, frowned, and spoke for a long time.
Yes.
The imperial guards also took the two away. Before Jun Chenxi left, she kept staring at Li Xiaochen with an unbelievable look. Those who didn't know would think that Li Xiaochen had betrayed her. When everything calmed down, the farce of tonight was finally settled. Okay, all the ministers have been frightened today. Everyone go back to calm down. There will be no morning court tomorrow. Everyone, please go away. The emperor said to everyone in a deep voice, but his tone was not as sharp as before. When the sixth prince was taken away, the emperor collapsed. He was not as cold and ruthless as before. After all, he was a son. Even if he had paid little attention to him since he was a child, the emperor still felt uncomfortable when his son wanted to take his father's position. I'll take my leave. I'll take my leave. Seeing this, everyone knew that the emperor was in a bad mood. Seeing that there was no danger, they all took their leave. Lin Yusin and Zhao Hanya also wanted to say goodbye and leave, but they were seen by the emperor, who interrupted Lin Yusin and the others directly. Lin Yusin, please stay.
I have something to talk to you about.
Madam Lin can go back first. I will send someone to send Lin Yusin back. The emperor said. Yes. Seeing that the emperor had spoken, Zhao Hanya had no choice but to agree. Before she left, she glanced at Lin Yusin and reminded her not to say the wrong thing. Lin Yusin nodded frantically. She wouldn't. She was obedient. My mother is gone. I don't know why the emperor kept me here. If he is not rewarding me with some silver, it would be a bit too much. I still want to sleep. It's so late. Is there anything that can't be said tomorrow? Lin Yusin smiled and sent Zhao Hanya away. She immediately complained about the emperor in her heart. Zhao Hanya, who had just walked out of the hall, almost stepped on the air and fell down. Fortunately, Lin Shishao reached out to help her. His sister's mentality is too active. He, a grown man, can't stand it, let alone his mother. Next time, I have to remind my sister to talk less and do more. When everyone had almost left, even the queen was sent back to Cunning Palace by the emperor. You come with me, the emperor said, looking at Lin Yusin and Li Xiaochen, who stayed behind. Then, the two followed the emperor all the way to the imperial study. After serving the emperor, Inuch Lu waited on the side, but the emperor sat in front of the desk without saying anything. He looked at the two for a long time before saying, Li Xiaochen, tell me about this matter. Your Majesty, I just got the news that Jun Chenxi was one of the envoys of Qi this time. I was afraid that the woman would do something weird again, so I went to check it out. As a result, I found that there was really a problem, so I took precautions in advance. Li Xiaochen said truthfully, respectfully, but he didn't say the part that Lin Yusin knew. I said, last night you sent a message saying that there would be a good show today, and asked me to be careful. You were so careful. But I'm surprised. She is so obsessed with you. Wouldn't there be so many problems if you married her? You are not a child anymore. It's time to get married and start a family. The emperor looked at Li Xiaochen with disgust at the end. Lin Yusin also looked at Li Xiaochen with a gossipy look on her face. Yes, you are considered an old man here. Why don't you get married? Xiaochen, tell me honestly, do you dislike women? The emperor thought about it and asked. He was brainwashed by Lin Yusin today and felt that Li Xiaochen might really like men. Wow. Even the emperor began to doubt. It seems to be true? Ha ha ha. Lin Yusin lowered her head and her shoulders shook violently. Emperor, can you be quieter? I can't hear you. Replying to the emperor, I have a crush on someone, not a man. Li Xiaochen glared at Lin Yusin and replied with gritted teeth. Oh, which daughter is it? Tell me and I will help you with advice. The emperor was immediately excited when he heard that Li Xiaochen had a crush on someone. Li Xiaochen was the son of his savior Li Changyin. When he was in the most difficult time, Li Changyin protected him and accompanied him, playing the role of both brother and father. But in a fight for the throne, Li Changyin died to save him. At that time, Li Xiaochen was only 3 years old. He watched Li Xiaochen grow up. Later, when Li Xiaochen grew up a little, he went to join the army. In 5 years, he made great achievements, but he disappeared in a war and was not found until a few months later. At that time, he was covered with wounds and almost could not be saved. After that, I don't know what happened. As long as he was injured, he would lose half his life. He didn't let him go to the war. He overcame all objections and directly made him a regent. Li Xiaochen also worked hard to help him deal with many things in the court. He was very good at it. He treated Li Xiaochen as a half-son.
I don't know who it is yet.
I want to wait a little longer. Li Xiaochen replied vaguely, without saying who it was. The emperor was angry when he saw him like that. I don't care. You are now 25 years old. You must find me a wife. The emperor gave him an ultimatum. This Li Xiaochen likes women? Am I wrong? But who is so unlucky to be liked by him? That icy face, his words are full of ice, and he is sharp-tongued. Is he thinking his life is not long enough? Lin Yusin watched the conversation between the emperor and Li Xiaochen and started to complain in her heart again. Li Xiaochen suddenly knelt on the ground and said to the emperor, Your Majesty, I have thought about it. I am indeed old enough. Since I have someone I like, I beg your Majesty to grant me marriage. The emperor was a little uncomfortable when he saw Li Xiaochen suddenly asking for permission so sincerely, but he quickly reacted and asked curiously, Tell me which girl she is first. Seeing Li Xiaochen's solemn request, Lin Yusin was even more curious about which daughter she was that could be favored by this living devil, and looked at Li Xiaochen straight in the eyes. Li Xiaochen raised his head and suddenly looked at Lin Yusin meaningfully, which made Lin Yusin's hair stand up, and she immediately had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Li Xiaochen was heard saying, I like the daughter of the Lin family, Lin Yusin. I beg the emperor to grant us marriage.
What?
Lin Yusin really couldn't help herself this time and shouted out, her eyes almost popping out. Li Xiaochen raised his head, looked at Lin Yusin lovingly, and said, Miss Lin has seen my body. Shouldn't she be responsible? Ahem. Ahem. Emperor, this is a bit too much. Let me slow down. Lin Yusin was choked by her saliva. She didn't. She was wronged. Your Majesty, don't talk nonsense. When did your servant see your body? You can't lie in front of your Majesty. Lin Yusin was anxious. She didn't want to get married so soon. Miss Lin doesn't remember. It's okay for me to remember. Li Xiaochen played rogue directly. If this woman hadn't been making up rumors about him in her heart, he wouldn't be so reckless. He felt that Lin Yusin was very special. He could hear her voice, and her voice not only knew a lot of things but was also very interesting. He was indeed attracted to her, but it was not certain how much he liked her. But today, Lin Yusin kept provoking him, and he couldn't stand it as a man. Anyway, he had a good impression of Lin Yusin for so many years, so it was okay to tie them together first and then slowly cultivate feelings. And Li Xiaochen felt that he might not have a good impression of other people. If Lin Yusin knew what Li Xiaochen was thinking, she would probably slap herself in the face. Let you talk too much and let you gossip, and now the marriage was almost ruined. But Lin Yusin didn't know. She was scared by Li Xiaochen now, and she stuttered when she spoke. You.
I.
Lin Yusin thought for a long time, but couldn't think of anything to say. Finally, she was dejected and sulked aside. Li Xiaochen looked at her like that, and a smile flashed in his eyes. The emperor watched the interaction between the two and understood something in his mind, so he said, Okay, since you two have a mutual understanding, then I agree to this marriage, but the matter of granting marriage is slow. Lin Yusin hasn't reached the age of marriage yet, so I will grant you marriage after the coming-of-age ceremony. During this time, you can spend some time together. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Xiaochen thanked the emperor and stood up. Mutually understanding? The emperor's words are really pleasing. With his icy face, you can't pierce his heart even with a sharp knife. Forget it. She cherishes her life. Lin Yusin pursed her lips and complained in her heart. The emperor saw Lin Yusin lowering her head and said bad things about him in his heart again, so he said directly, Why, Lin Yusin, do you have any objections to my order?
No. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Lin Yusin thanked him reluctantly.
How dare I object?
You are the emperor. Your words are final. You have decided my life in such a muddled way. How can I live freely in the future?
No.
Your Majesty called me here so late just to grant me a marriage? Is he too idle? Wouldn't it be better to let her go back to sleep? Lin Yusin was almost speechless. After entering the palace, the pills were almost used up, and she also lost her marriage. She suffered a great loss.
Ahem.
Lin Yusin, I called you here to ask you, are there any effects of the poison that the ministers were poisoned with today? The emperor coughed uncomfortably, and then got to the point. After all, the ministers, wives, and even concubines of the Great Xia Kingdom were poisoned. If it was really a deadly poison, the Great Xia Kingdom would be finished. Your Majesty, this has always been a drug that causes hallucinations and is generally used to control people. However, if you don't take the antidote for a long time, you may still become stupid. The song I played today can only suppress the toxicity in their bodies and make them sober temporarily. If you want to completely eliminate it, you have to rely on drugs. Lin Yusin put aside her depression and answered the emperor's question seriously. Is it the pill that Lin Xiaoyang gave me today? The emperor asked. Yes, but the pills I made myself are limited and can't help so many people, so I can write a prescription. Your Majesty can ask the imperial physician to get the medicine and distribute it to the ministers, or let the ministers take it home to get the medicine themselves. But there is a special medicine in it, which may not be available outside. If the minister's illness is delayed, it means that they will delay working for the emperor, which will not be worth the loss. Lin Yusin said seriously. The emperor thought about it and came to his senses. This girl was digging a hole for him, but he still had to jump, so he could only ask helplessly. What medicine? Dragon bone grass. This grass grows on the edge of a steep cliff. It is very difficult to collect and very rare, so it is rarely found in pharmacies outside. I have already asked when I was making the pills before, but they didn't have it. But there should be some in the palace, right? Lin Yusin looked uncertain, as if she really didn't know. I know. You write the prescription. The emperor didn't want to listen to Lin Yusin anymore and drove her aside. He didn't want to see this girl now. Yes. Hee, if I let you make a random match and don't let you spend some money, it would be unfair to me for all the hard work I put in to help you clean up the mess all night. Lin Yusin went to write the prescription happily, leaving the two men staring at each other. After a long while, the emperor spoke. I didn't expect you to have such a unique taste. Li Xiaochun understood instantly, and he said helplessly, I can't help it. I just like this. You kid. The emperor laughed angrily. He glared at Li Xiaochun and then said seriously, You go and deal with the matter of the third prince of Qi. I want to see if Qi still has the nerve to make trouble this time. Yes, but Your Majesty, what if the king of Qi is desperate and doesn't even want the son, but still wants to send troops? Li Xiaochun hesitated for a moment and still expressed his concerns. After all, Lin Yusin's voice said that Qi would send troops. Although he was not poisoned or injured this time, the envoy of Qi was indeed detained by them because of something, and there was no guarantee that Qi would not take direct action. If they really send troops, I will not be afraid, but the people will suffer. Now the crown prince is completely useless. Several princes have formed gangs to seek my position and have not paid attention to national affairs at all. Alas, I am still a failure. Several sons are useless. Do I really want to destroy the Xia kingdom? The emperor said at the end, and his mood began to decline. It's not that he is not sad that the sixth prince seized the throne, but he is the emperor of a country. There are so many people, he can't show his weakness. Now there are no outsiders. He looks decadent. Your Majesty, don't worry, maybe there will be a turnaround? Li Xiaochun comforted him. He didn't say clearly that the emperor had another son. The child is now safe in the Lin mansion. If he is taken back to the palace, he may not survive. Even if he survives, he may not be able to become a talent. After all, the palace is a place where people are eaten. The child is in the Lin mansion with Lin Yusin leading him, and he will definitely be able to do something. Although Lin Yusin is not good at talking, she is very capable and weird. Moreover, Lin Yusin is also shrewd and scheming and can consider the overall situation and is kind-hearted. The people taught by such a person will not be too bad. Moreover, he asked his subordinates to check and found that Lin Yusin had already started teaching the child martial arts, which shows that she is a promising person. The emperor nodded, indicating that he was fine. Lin Yusin came over at this time, handed the prescription to Anuch Lu, and said, "If this prescription is made into pills, just take one pill. If it is boiled into a decoction, you have to drink it 3 times. Remember?" Anuch Lu took the prescription and replied, "Yes. I remember it. Okay, if there is nothing else, you can go back." Hearing the emperor's words of driving people away, Lin Yusin was instantly happy. She could finally go back. "I'm leaving. I'm leaving." Lin Yusin and Li Shaoqun saluted in unison and retreated. Anuch Lu looked at the backs of the 2 people leaving, hesitated for a moment with the prescription in his hand, and asked, "Your Majesty, do you need to take this prescription to the Imperial Hospital and let the Imperial doctors take a look?" "No, since she can save me, it means she has the ability. Let the Imperial doctors prepare the medicine." The Emperor waved his hand and said that he was not worried that Lin Yusin would harm him. If it was the situation just now, she would not have saved so many people. But this girl's ability should be carefully checked. Lin Yusin walked out of the Imperial study and immediately felt that the air was comfortable. "Finally, I can go home." "Wait, this home."
Go.
"That way?" Lin Yusin's relaxed mood froze. She looked around. She followed Xiao Hanya into the palace today. Now that everyone else is left, how can she know the way out alone? It seems that the emperor said that he would send someone to send her home. Should I go in and ask? Forget it. She is afraid that she will lose more later. Lin Yusin thought about it, then looked at Li Shaoqun beside her and spoke carefully. "Well, Your Majesty, I wonder if Your Majesty is free. Can you give me a ride? I don't know the way out of the palace." Li Shaoqun squinted at the woman in front of him and said calmly, "Oh."
"Why?"
"Based on our previous cooperative relationship?" Lin Yusin barely thought of one. "Our cooperative relationship is not that close. And men and women should not be intimate, right?" Li Shaoqun squinted at Lin Yusin and spoke lightly. "Men and women should not be intimate? We hugged each other and we saw what we should see, and now we are talking about not being intimate? Who just said that he liked me in front of the emperor and he still has to take responsibility? It turns out that men's mouths are deceiving ghosts." Lin Yusin gritted her teeth and stared at Li Shaoqun. She wanted to jump up and hit him, but she couldn't beat him. So she could only endure it. Taking a deep breath, she spoke again. "Your Highness, you at least asked for the imperial decree to grant us the marriage just now. The emperor also said that we should get along with each other. How can we cultivate feelings without getting along? Now I am at least half of your fiancé, right? It's not too much for you to send your fiancé off, right?"
"Oh."
"Fiancé, let's go?" Li Shaoqun saw that she admitted it, so he stopped teasing her and walked out of the palace with his back to Lin Yusin and a smile on his face. Lin Yusin was stunned when she heard him call her fiancé and waited until everyone walked a few meters away before she reacted and hurriedly chased after him. Lin Yusin walked behind him and looked at his back in a daze. She suddenly had a fiancé? Although the emperor did not directly issue an order, the meaning was almost the same, and her fiancé turned out to be the regent in front of him who made people tremble? Lin Yusin felt incredible. Is this world a fantasy? But if it's him, it's not impossible. The regent is handsome, has a good figure, and is capable. Besides being 10 years older than her, he's an old man, and he seems to be short-lived. But it's not a loss to marry him. When he dies, she will inherit everything from the regent's mansion. Then she won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life?
Huh?
Lin Yusin laughed out loud at the end. I wonder what Miss Lin is thinking of that makes her so happy? Li Shaoqun gritted his teeth, stopped, turned his head to look at the woman who laughed in front of him, and asked in a cold voice. Li Shaoqun was almost angry to death. He's an old man? Only 10 years older. He died early? Who said that he would protect him? Now you're looking forward to his early death so that you can inherit his mansion? You wish. I will live longer than you and torture you every day.
Huh?
Nothing? I thought of the joke my second brother told me. Lin Yusin quickly restrained her smile and said perfunctorily, if he knew that I said bad things about him, I wonder if he would live to see the end of tomorrow? Li Xiaochen snorted coldly and turned away.
Hey.
Your Highness, wait for your servant. Seeing Li Xiaochen walking away in big strides, Lin Yusin was stunned for a moment and hurriedly chased after him. If she got lost, she couldn't get out alone. Sitting in Li Xiaochen's carriage, the two didn't talk. Lin Yusin was extremely uncomfortable and decided to find something to talk about. Your Highness, the drug that Jun Chenxi put in couldn't be the water you put in, right? Lin Yusin thought about it and asked. Li Xiaochen glared at her and said in a deep voice, no, the dagger was the water I put in, and the drug was an accident. This king found out that they would use the tiger as a lead at the state banquet to lure me into the game, and then want to control me, and then grant me marriage. But I didn't get into their game in the first step, but accidentally let you get into the game, and you ruined their plan, and then they broke the jar and came to a big one. This is my negligence. Lin Yusin was stunned for a long time after listening to his words. Is he apologizing? Lin Yusin shook her head. Impossible. Who can say for sure about such things? You don't have to think too much. Anyway, no damage has been caused. Lin Yusin pretended to comfort him for a while, although she felt that the Regent King should not need comfort. Li Xiaochen didn't speak anymore and closed his eyes to take a nap. Seeing that he didn't speak anymore, Lin Yusin didn't speak anymore either. She leaned against the side of the car and fell asleep while sitting. But she didn't know that a pair of eyes had been staring at her after she fell asleep. After Lin Yusin was placed at the door of the Lin mansion by Li Xiaochen, he left without saying a word. Lin Yusin didn't care. As for the marriage of destiny, cultivating feelings and so on, she didn't care. Looking at Li Xiaochen's appearance just now, he was cold to her, and he didn't really like her, as he said in the imperial study. It was probably because the emperor was urging for marriage, and he just caught her as a soldier. Since the imperial edict has not been issued yet, there is still room for maneuver. There is no rush for this matter. It is estimated that Li Xiaochen will find a way to solve it himself when the marriage is granted. Well, Lin Yusin felt that she was right, so she put this matter behind her mind so that she did not mention it to Zhao Hanya. Lin Yusin returned to her own courtyard, washed up, and then fell asleep. It was too tiring to attend a banquet. But Li Xiaochen did not return to the palace. He still had a lot of things to deal with next. Lin Yusin spent a few fulfilling days. Every day, she would go to the general's mansion to check their bodies and see how they recovered. Grandfather's old injury has healed for the most part, and he will not be exhausted after a fight. The wound on the second uncle's leg has scabbed. Lin Yusin drew some blood from the second uncle and prepared to start studying the poison in his body. Because the third uncle insisted on taking a medicinal bath every day, his weak symptoms have obviously improved, but this disease is congenital, and it is very troublesome to recuperate, but it is good to have a change. Everyone else is training as planned, but a few cousins can now run the entire general's mansion without panting. Because Lin Yusin asked them to take a medicinal bath every day, they would take a bath after training every day, and all the fatigue in their bodies would disappear, and their physical fitness would be improved. It's just that they didn't notice it. She had asked their grandfather to give them extra training yesterday. Now the entire general's mansion is under the control of Lin Yusin. If anyone disobeys, the medicine will be the bitterest, the medicinal bath will be the most painful, and the training will be the most tiring. In the afternoon, she returned to the Lin mansion to accompany Zhao Hanya, and the mother and daughter chatted about gossip. She also realized how busy Li Xiaochen was these days, because several major events had happened, all of which were Li Xiaochen's work. First, the sixth prince was named Prince Yu, and was granted Jinzhou as his fiefdom. The sixth prince was asked to go to the fiefdom immediately, and was never allowed to enter Beijing. It seems that the emperor is still soft-hearted. I just don't know if Prince Yu will come back and make a comeback. Second, Xia State demanded compensation from Qi State because the third prince of Qi State poisoned hundreds of officials and family members of Xia State, and even the emperor, the queen, and the concubines were poisoned. Otherwise, the third prince and Princess Chenfu would stay in Xia State forever, or fight a war. After several rounds of bargaining, Qi State was willing to compensate with 10,000 taels of gold and 5 cities. It is said that Qi State was so angry that he vomited blood, and it is estimated that he will not come again in a short time, which also gave the general's mansion a chance to breathe. Third, after the emperor used the medicine prescribed by Lin Yusin to detoxify all the ministers, he collected 1,000 taels from each family, calling it medicine money. Lin Yusin was stunned when she heard it. It was too much of a loss for the emperor not to become a profiteer. Why didn't she think of this way to make money at the time and let the emperor pick up the loophole for nothing? Lin Yusin regretted it. But the next thing is to deal with the divorce of the father and mother. That day, Lin Yusin asked Zhao Hanya directly, "Mother, Dad said that he would come to divorce after the state banquet. Why hasn't he done anything these days? Is he thinking of going back on his word?" "It doesn't matter. He won't be able to delay for long." Zhao Hanya had already asked her father to make trouble for Lin Xiong'an in the court, and she would let him take the initiative to ask for a divorce. Lin Yusin blinked. She had originally thought that if her grandfather was sent to fight this time, she could use this to make her father take the initiative to divorce. But now that her grandfather didn't have to go to war and had a chance to breathe, she could only think of another way. "Mother, this matter can't be delayed. Now that the evidence is basically available, it's better to divorce as soon as possible." Lin Yusin reminded worriedly. She didn't know why, but she was uneasy if her mother didn't divorce for a day during this period. "Okay, mother knows." Zhao Hanya gently supported the broken hair on Lin Yusin's forehead and said, since her daughter was so worried, she would speed up and take her 4 children out to live as soon as possible. Lin Yusin's worries came true. A servant passed a note in that day, and Lin Yusin happened to be in the mansion. "Miss, here is a note that says it's for you." The servant handed the note up. Lin Yusin frowned and took it. She opened it and looked at it, and her face turned pale. It clearly said Bai Ling Temple, trap. When she saw Bai Ling Temple, she knew that the prince and his scumbag father had taken action. She thought that if she pushed Bai Weiwei to the prince, this incident would not happen, and her eldest brother would not have this experience. The prince was really willing to push his own woman away for the sake of the military token. But how did they think that Bai Weiwei followed the prince, but could still threaten the eldest brother? Is there something I don't know? But I'm afraid that my eldest brother will be like in his previous life, and his mind will not be clear for a while. For love, he really goes alone, and then there will be danger. Lin Yusin held the note in her hand, and her fingers turned white. Who gave her this news? Was it out of kindness or for some other purpose? Shuiying. Master. Shuiying's figure suddenly appeared. Go check if the eldest brother is still in the military camp, and send someone to check who passed this note in. Lin Yusin ordered coldly.
Yes.
Shuiying disappeared in response. Lin Yusin waited anxiously, and an hour later, Shuiying came back. Master, the eldest son is not in the army, and I haven't found out where he went. And this note was passed in by Wang Yu, a subordinate of the regent. Shuiying replied respectfully. It seems that I owe him a favor. Shuiying, you quickly go to your grandfather to find a team of people, and we will go out of the city to suppress the bandits. Lin Yusin stood up and said to Shuiying, Master, are you going by yourself? Shuiying was a little hesitant. It was too dangerous for the lady to go by herself. Go quickly. If it's too late, you'll have to collect the body of the eldest brother. I'll wait for you outside the city. Lin Yusin frowned and urged.
Yes.
Shuiying had no choice but to obey the order. After Shuiying left, Lin Yusin took out a lot of self-defense items from the space, hid them on her body, then left the Lin mansion and rode her horse towards the outside of the city. In her previous life, her elder brother had both legs chopped off in this ambush and lived a miserable life. Big brother, I hope nothing happens to you. Wait for me. Lin Yusin waited outside the city gate for a quarter of an hour and saw Shuiying coming with a group of people. Master.
Miss.
Everyone saluted Lin Yusin with fists. No need to be polite, let's go. Saving my elder brother is the most important thing. Lin Yusin said quickly and rode her horse towards Bailing Temple. And in the study of the regent's mansion. Your Highness. Miss Lin has already led her people to Bailing Temple. Wang Yu replied in a low voice. Li Xiaoqin's stern face was expressionless. He asked, where are the people we sent? They've already followed. They won't let Miss Lin get hurt. Wang Yu complained in his heart. You were worried about her and sent her a message. Now she's going there in person. What if she gets hurt?
You'll be worried again. Well.
Li Xiaoqin lowered his head and continued to read the document. Wang Yu hesitated for a long time and finally spoke. Your Highness, if you're worried, why don't you go and protect Miss Lin in person? What if Miss Lin is really hurt? Li Xiaoqin looked up at Wang Yu. Are you free? Wang Yu froze and said quickly, no.
No.
Wang Yu hurriedly retreated and patted his chest. Does this prince like Miss Lin or not? Li Xiaoqin looked at the document in his hand and didn't read a single word. He was so busy these days that he didn't even have time to see that heartless girl. This morning, he got the news that the prince was going to attack Lin Qinglai. After much hesitation, he sent the news to Lin Yusin. He originally thought that he could just send someone to protect her, but when he heard Wang Yu say that Lin Yusin would be injured, he was confused and couldn't read a single word of the official document.
Hey.
Li Xiaoqin sighed, put down the official document in his hand, got up and walked out. Lin Yusin galloped on his horse and ran for half an hour, finally arriving at the foot of Bailing Temple. This Bailing Temple stands on the top of the mountain and has a history of 100 years, but there is a cliff behind the mountain, and opposite the mountain is a bandit's nest. This place is closest to the capital, so it should be impossible for these bandits to be here, but these bandits have pressed their nest on the cliff opposite the cliff, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is impossible to take it down at all. After a long time, even the emperor is very troubled, so he has kept them until now. But no one knows that these bandits are the troops prepared by the prince's mother, concubine Xiao Guifei, for the prince. This prince is mediocre, but he has a calculating mother. Over the years, these mountain bandits have robbed countless merchants and officials, and all the money has gone into the prince's bag. However, this concubine Xiao is the niece of the Empress Dowager, and she has accompanied the Empress Dowager to Lingnan for recuperation during this period. Fortunately, Lin Yusin did not see anyone at the state banquet, otherwise it would have been more lively. Let's go up first and find my eldest brother first. If we can't find him, hide him. Don't worry about Bai Weiwei. Lin Yusin ordered. Bai Weiwei's life or death has nothing to do with her. It's the young lady. A team of people went up the mountain. When they reached the top of the mountain, they really saw Bai Weiwei tied to a tree on the edge of the cliff, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. So pitiful. Any man would feel pity when seeing this. Lin Yusin looked around and didn't see her eldest brother. Could it be that he hasn't come yet? No, it's been so long. It stands to reason that the eldest brother should have finished fighting by now. It's time for his leg to be crippled, right? Lin Qinglai. Thank you, sister. Lin Yusin didn't see anyone, so she told her men to hide and not to take any action to see what they were going to do. She came here today just to save her elder brother. It was not her purpose to fight against bandits. It would be best if she could escape unscathed after saving her elder brother. So Lin Yusin hid in a tree a mile away, with Shui Ying protecting her all the time. Lin Yusin also told the others to hide and wait for her elder brother to show up. The people she brought were not right, only a dozen or so, but it should be enough to deal with the dozen or so bandits on the opposite side. Do you think Lin Qinglai will come? It's been so long. Miss Bai is almost fainted from fear. Who knows? This master is really willing to let such a beautiful woman suffer here. Can you guess what the master thinks? Do your job well, and don't miss the big things. A leader scolded. Yes. Lin Yusin hid in the tree to feed mosquitoes, and she was almost a blood bag. Just when she was about to get impatient, she finally saw her love-brained elder brother. Big brother, you're finally here. Your sister is almost eaten by mosquitoes. You are so slow to save a woman. You deserve to be without a wife. Lin Yusin gritted her teeth as she looked at her big brother, who really came to save Bai Weiwei. Lin Chenglai also heard his sister's voice and almost stumbled. Fortunately, he stabilized himself. He looked around and didn't see the girl. Why is Yusin here? I can't take care of her when a fight breaks out. Who will protect her? It seems that the plan has changed. Lin Chenglia's heart was full of mixed feelings, but there was nothing he could do now. He stepped towards the cliff. I'm here. Let Miss Bai go. Lin Chenglai shouted to the bandits on the opposite side. Haha, Lord Lin really pities beautiful women. The leader laughed and said, Stop talking nonsense and let her go. Lin Chenglai frowned and said coldly, Lord Lin, let her go? We will, but you have to hand over the military token to us. Otherwise she will be left with only a corpse. The leader directly stated the purpose of this trip. You want the military token? You may be wrong. The military token is not with me. Even if it is with me, I will not give it to you. Lin Chenglia's cold face was full of frost. Since you don't have the military token, then don't even think about leaving here. I will make you a pair of miserable mandarin ducks. The leader put the knife in his hand on Bai Weiwei's neck, bared his teeth and looked at Lin Chenglai viciously and said, Really? In fact, whether Bai Weiwei lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Why did I come to keep the appointment this time? It's to suppress bandits. Lin Chenglai curled the corners of his lips slightly and said nonchalantly, Suppress bandits?
Ha ha ha.
Are you kidding? How can one person suppress bandits? The leader laughed, as if he heard something funny. I can't eliminate the bandits by myself, but do you know why I haven't been here for so long? Lin Chenglai kindly asked.
Why?
The man was stunned and immediately had a bad feeling. Because I went to get reinforcements, and I was ordered to eliminate the bandits. Lin Chenglai said, raising his hands and clapping. Suddenly, a large number of soldiers rushed up and surrounded the dozen bandits.
Hey.
Hey, don't move or I will kill her. The leader was panicked. With so many soldiers, they might not be able to escape unscathed if they didn't get the military token today. The men he brought with him were also panicked, and their hands holding the knives were shaking. You can just kill her. Anyway, she is the prince's woman. When the prince asks about it, I will say that she was killed by bandits. Anyway, it can't be blamed on me. Lin Chenglai looked indifferent. No, brother Chenglai, save me, I don't want to die, Bai Weiwei panicked.
She didn't want to die.
She still wanted to be the crown princess. She still had wealth and glory to enjoy. Miss Bai, don't worry. If you really die today, I will definitely send you back to the Bai mansion in good condition and give you dignity. Lin Chenglai said such shameless words seriously, which made Bai Weiwei choke and Lin Yusin stunned. Is this still her serious, introverted and strict elder brother? He won't be possessed by another body, right? Or has something happened during this period that I don't know about? He was stimulated and said such shameless words. But it's so cool to watch. I have to confront her like this. This woman is relying on you to like her and hanging you. She deserves it. Lin Chenglia's ears turned red. His sister praised him. In fact, he said these words because Xiaoyang taught him. He said that if he meets a woman he doesn't like in the future, he has to be venomous so that she won't pester him. Since his sister said that Bai Weiwei was his doom, he had to make his own decision. Okay, take them down for me. Lin Chenglai gave an order, and the soldiers swarmed in. The dozen bandits began to resist. In the midst of swords and shadows, several bandits were directly killed. Lin Yusin looked at them expressionlessly. It was not easy to leave these bandits behind because so many soldiers did not take them down, and they fought for so long. Suddenly, a bandit fired something to the opposite side of the cliff, which exploded in the air in an instant, a bit like a flare. No, they're going to close the passage. Lin Yusin felt bad when she saw this. Since her elder brother was ordered to suppress the bandits this time, if he did not catch anything, if the emperor blamed him, his elder brother would be the one to suffer. Lin Yusin couldn't bear it, so she jumped down the tree without thinking and said to Shuiying, Come with me. Lin Yusin led a team of people to go around the edge of the cliff from behind them and looked down. Sure enough, there was an iron rope passage. Listening to the sounds below, they should be retracting the iron chain passage. They are sacrificing their vehicles to save their masters. This is the passage leading to the bandits' lair on the opposite side. Now they want to close this passage. We must go over and stop them. Otherwise, this bandit suppression will be in vain. Lin Yusin quickly said to Shuiying. Master, I'll go. Shuiying requested. Miss, let us go. Zhao Yi from the Zhao family army said hurriedly. No, this iron chain can't bear so many people, and we don't know the specific situation on the opposite side. Shuiying and I will go. Shuiying and I can take care of each other, and it will be convenient for hiding. Although I am not good at martial arts, I am very good at using poison, and I know the way in the mountain village. Maybe I can help you. The reason why Lin Yusin wanted to go there the most was that the other side was considered to be gold. All the things they had robbed over the years, except for those transported to the prince, were all on the other side. Now that she knew it, it was hers. But, don't say but, it's decided. Zhao Yi, you stay and guard here. If we successfully sneak in, we will find a way to open the passage, and you will meet us there. Lin Yusin interrupted Shuiying's words and instructed Zhao Yi. Yes, miss, be careful. Zhao Yi knew the situation was urgent, so he had to give up. Okay, Shuiying, let's go. Lin Yusin said, grabbed his wrist, and jumped off the cliff. Yusin. Lin Yusin, who was falling down, heard her elder brother calling her and was stunned. Oh no, I didn't tell my elder brother. He wouldn't think she jumped off the cliff to commit suicide, right? Forget it. I'll go back and explain to him. When Lin Yusin jumped down, the passage had been half closed. Fortunately, Shuiying was good at Qinggong. She grabbed Lin Yusin with her backhand and jumped up with the help of a few people. Otherwise, she would have fallen off the cliff today. As a result, before Lin Yusin could stand firmly, she felt that she was pulled by a huge force and directly entered a warm embrace. Master. Shuiying just stabilized her body and felt that her hands were empty. She thought that the master had fallen down, and she exclaimed in a hurry. As a result, she looked up. The surrounding scenery is still beautiful. Lin Yusin also raised her head in confusion at this time and saw that it was Li Xiaoqin's face. She asked stupidly, Prince? Why are you here? Li Xiaoqin protected Lin Yusin with both hands, standing on the iron rope that was being recycled, so that she would not have the possibility of falling down. Li Xiaoqin pursed his lips, his face was cold, and he looked like a stranger who should not be approached. Lin Yusin looked at him like that, and suddenly didn't want to know. What's so fierce? You look like a dead person all day long. You deserve not to be able to find a wife at the age of 25. Lin Yusin buried her head in Li Zhao's chest and cursed Li Xiaoqin in her heart. Shuiying on the side wanted to go up to save her master, but seeing the icy face of the regent, she did not dare to speak. Master, it's not that I don't want to save you. You're on your own. Li Xiaoqin was so angry when he heard her scolding. Did this woman know that she jumped just now?
He was almost scared to death.
He felt cold all over, as if he fell into ice water, suffocating and painful. He thought she was going to jump off the cliff. He thought he would never see her again. At that moment, he realized that this woman, who he had only met a few times, who always made him angry and gritted his teeth, really lived in his heart. When Li Xiaoqin jumped down and saw that they had a plan, he was relieved and angry. He is the regent, he is not stupid. He immediately figured out the whole story. He was angry that this woman actually risked her life. Didn't she know her own abilities? Li Xiaoqin's hands tightened unconsciously, fearing that the person in his arms would disappear again. Lin Yusin didn't know what Li Xiaoqin was thinking. She just felt like she was going to be strangled to death. Oh my god, I'm going to die. This rascal Li Xiaoqin wants to strangle me. I can't breathe. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Yusin's face flushed. Li Xiaoqin was stunned, and he relaxed uncomfortably, then changed to a hugging position, one hand around her waist, one hand around the back of her head, and pressed the back of her head to his chest, and Lin Yusin's whole body was just like that in Li Xiaoqin's arms. Hey, this Li Xiaoqin is hugging me so tightly, he is taking advantage of me, right? Right? Lin Yusin wanted to lift her head and move it, but after struggling for a long time, it was useless. She didn't know what Li Xiaochen ate to grow up so strong. Finally, Lin Yusin gave up struggling. Hold me. Hug me. Anyway, I won't lose any meat, and Li Xiaochen has a great figure. She can feel his chest muscles and 8-pack abs. Hee hee. It would be nice if I could touch them. Thinking of this, Lin Yusin raised her hands, wrapped them around Li Xiaochen's waist, and touched his waist. Li Xiaochen's whole body stiffened, his muscles tensed, and a tingling sensation spread throughout his body. Just when Li Xiaochen gritted his teeth and endured, he had to listen to Lin Yusin's voice. Wow, this waist is so strong to hug, so stylish to touch, and so safe. Love it. Whoever marries him in the future will be blessed. Lin Yusin felt like she was about to bleed from the nose. This beautiful man had come to her door himself. It would be a waste not to touch him. Li Xiaochen couldn't stand it anymore, so he freed one hand and grabbed the two naughty hands behind him, not allowing them to move, and scolded them coldly. Don't move. Lin Yusin pouted. If you don't want to touch me, then don't touch me, stingy. At this moment, the iron chain passage finally reached the other side. Li Xiaochen hugged her and jumped down quickly, landing behind a boulder, and Shuang followed closely behind. Has the iron chain passage been retracted? It's been retracted. It seems that the master's mission was not successful this time. Go and close all the passages. Don't contact the outside world during this period, and wait for the master's notice.
Yes.
A conversation sounded from behind the boulder. After the two left, there was no movement for a long time. Lin Yusin poked her head out and whispered, "Let's find a way to get in. We have come here, and if we don't get some benefits, wouldn't it be a loss? All the gold of the prince is mine." Li Xiaochen's eyes flashed with helplessness, and he said why this girl would ignore the danger. It turned out that she was obsessed with money. Li Xiaochen looked around. There was a cliff in front and a huge rock behind. If he wanted to get in, it seemed that he could only fly over with Qinggong. "Let's fly over," Li Xiaochen said, and was about to hold Lin Yusin and fly up.
Hey.
Wait, Prince, you are too conspicuous. I have a way to get in, and it can be done without anyone noticing. Lin Yusin was hugged by him, and she noticed his thoughts and hurriedly stopped him. Li Xiaochen turned his head to look at her, and the meaning was very clear. What method? Lin Yusin glanced at the two of them and smiled cunningly. A quarter of an hour later, 3 people climbed out of the tunnel under the iron rope passage. The 3 people had different degrees of dirt and dust on their bodies and faces. Lin Yusin looked at Li Xiaochen's appearance and couldn't help laughing, but she didn't dare to laugh out loud. She could only lower her head, and her shoulders trembled endlessly. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that the regent would have such a day. Our heroic and ruthless regent has now become a cat. Ha ha ha. If outsiders knew about this, they would talk about it for a long time. Ha ha ha. Li Xiaochen gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Yusin with cold eyes without saying anything.
Ha ha ha.
Oh no. Is the prince angry? Well, Prince, don't mind. When we get back, I will wash this clothes for you. I will wash them clean for you. Lin Yusin's scalp was numb from being stared at. She quickly stopped laughing and said in a flattering voice, "Okay, let's go." After Li Xiaochen finished speaking, he patted the dust off his body and turned away. Oh! Lin Yusin was stunned. Did she agree? No, she was just being polite. Why did you take it seriously? Then she reacted and followed closely behind him. She still knew what was good for her. Li Xiaochen had the highest martial arts skills. With her protection, her safety factor would be greatly improved. Shuang followed the 2 men, looking at the 2 figures in front, and suddenly felt that there was an indescribable harmony and warmth between the master and the prince. Lin Yusin didn't know that her subordinates thought of her and Li Xiaochen in this way. If she knew, she would definitely stand up and shout, "Are you blind? Can't you see that I pretended to be a dog to protect myself? Where is the warmth? Why is the passage blocked? What happened? I don't know, but something must have happened. Let's go." The 3 hid behind the eaves and waited until the 2 bandits finished talking and left before coming out. "Let's play a big game?" Lin Yusin looked at the backs of the two people leaving and said to Li Xiaochen. Li Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Because Lin Yusin was led by Li Xiaochen, she safely avoided the secret sentry and went straight to the water source in the kitchen.
He.
Lin Yusin stood in front of the water tank, holding a bag of medicine powder, and smiled very obscenely. Li Xiaochen couldn't bear to look at it and turned his head to one side. Shuiying also looked up at the sky. Master, you are a little abnormal. After Lin Yusin sprinkled the powder into the water, she took Li Xiaochen and the others and hid. Soon someone came to the kitchen.
Hey.
Brother Chong, why are you cooking so early today? If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. If they hear it, I can't save you. The man called Brother Chong scolded in a low voice. The two of them were captured and forced to stay here to cook for them. They have been doing this for more than a year. Because they have been in this village for a long time, they still know some inside stories. Brother Chong, I know. I'm just curious. I won't do it again in the future. The younger man shrank his neck in fear and explained. Okay, cook quickly, otherwise you'll be beaten again. Brother Chong reminded. The young man stopped talking and cooked seriously. Hee. I am such a genius that I will wipe out your army tonight. Let's go. I'll take you to get the treasure first. Lin Yusin saw that the pot was already cooking, and she knew that they would definitely not be able to escape today. So she took Li Xiaochen and the other two and left quietly. The three of them went all the way to the back of the village, where there was a cave, and the entrance of the cave was still heavily guarded. This should be the place where they looted gold and silver treasures and stored them, but there are too many guards inside, which is a bit tricky. Lin Yusin frowned as she looked at the dozens of bandits at the entrance of the cave. Don't act rashly. Wait a minute. Li Xiaochen protected her, and seeing her abnormal expression, he comforted her. Yes, don't be impatient. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The medicine she just sprinkled hasn't worked yet. Wait a little longer. Lin Yusin was comforted by Li Xiaochen, and her heart suddenly calmed down. The three of them really found a place to hide. Li Xiaochen and Lin Yusin were together, and Shuiying found a place to hide by herself. Time passed little by little, and it was getting dark. Those people finally started to eat. Lin Yusin was hungry. She touched her stomach and was getting impatient. These people are so slow to eat. I am almost freezing to death. If I had known that I would have to wait so long, I would have sprinkled poison on the vent and poisoned you to death.
Oh.
My legs are numb too. If it weren't for the money, I wouldn't have come to suffer this. Lin Yusin was extremely uncomfortable and began to stretch her legs to relieve the discomfort in her legs. Because she and Li Xiaochen were squatting on a big tree, the blood circulation in their legs was not good for a long time. Lin Yusin kept trying to stretch her legs to relieve the discomfort. Li Xiaochen saw that she was twisting there for a long time and was afraid that she would fall, so he had no choice but to dodge and jump to the branch where she was, grab her, put her next to him, and put her legs on his legs so that she could feel better. Stretch your legs to relieve it, Li Xiaochen said, stretching out his hand to help her rub her thighs. Lin Yusin had been confused since he hugged her. At this time, she felt a hand massaging her legs, and then she reacted and hurriedly pressed the hand down. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she whispered comfortably, "That, Prince, I can do it myself." Oh my God. What's wrong with this Li Xiaochen? Why is he touching me? In the past, he just hugged me accidentally, but now he touches me with his hands? Doesn't he know that men and women should not be intimate? Something is wrong. Isn't this regent a man who likes women? Does he like me? How could it be? Such a cold and ruthless person would like women? No, it must be an illusion. He must be so caring to me because of our previous cooperation. That's right. After some self-comfort and self-explanation, Lin Yusin finally suppressed the weirdness in her heart and began to rub her legs with peace of mind. Li Xiaochen glanced at Lin Yusin, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Is this girl's brain filled with mud? She's so stupid. Li Xiaochen didn't want to talk now. Lin Yusin rubbed for a while and saw someone coming to change shifts. Old Zhao, we're here to change shifts. Okay, be careful. The exit is closed today.
Got it.
After they changed shifts and the team left, the people standing at the entrance of the cave did not move. Lin Yusin raised the corners of her lips and counted silently in her heart. 1, 2, 3.
10. Bang.
When Lin Yusin counted to 10, all the people at the entrance of the cave fell down. It seems that the medicine is effective. Humph. I won't let you sleep for 3 days and 3 nights.
Li Xiaochun's Motwisha.
Lin Yusin hurriedly pulled Li Xiaochun and said, Quick, quick, prince, take me down quickly. Li Xiaochun had no choice but to hold Lin Yusin's neck and jump down. Lin Yusin covered her neck that was released and muttered, I'm not a dog. Why are you holding my neck up? Then she ignored Li Xiaochun and turned to Shuiying, who was following behind her, and said, Go and take a look at the situation of traditional Chinese medicine in the whole village. If it is basically the same, you go and ask for help. The people here must be captured today. Yes. Shuiying saluted with a fist, turned around and left. Your Highness, let's go. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe there will be a surprise? Lin Yusin made a gesture of invitation to Li Xiaochun. Li Xiaochun looked at her strange action, said nothing, turned around and walked towards the cave entrance. Lin Yusin pouted. You are so cold and unromantic. You deserve not to get a wife. Li Xiaochun walked in front, listening to Lin Yusin's complaints in his heart, and silently said in his heart, Don't be angry, don't be angry. If it's someone you like, just bear with it. Lin Yusin followed Li Xiaochun to the entrance of the cave. Lin Yusin stopped, walked to the people lying on the ground, and began to touch them one by one. Well, this one looks very valuable, keep it. Well, this one is also okay. Hey, this person is so poor, isn't it said that bandits are very rich? Hey, this person has so much silver on him. Earn money, earn money. Li Xiaochun watched Lin Yusin looting money there, frowned, and saw that Lin Yusin actually took off people's shoes. His eyes gradually began to dislike. What on earth did he take a fancy to? After Lin Yusin wrapped the looted things with a piece of cloth and carried them on his back, he happily said to Li Xiaochun, who was silent on the side, Let's go, my lord. There must be more inside. Then he stepped forward and took Li Xiaochun's hand and walked toward the cave. Li Xiaochun resisted the urge to shake her off and tried not to think about the fact that she had just touched the feet of those people with her hands. In the end, he couldn't help it, broke free and grabbed Lin Yusin's wrist with his backhand, and he started to pull her forward. Lin Yusin didn't care who was pulling who, as long as she could get in safely. After entering the cave, the light was not very good. Lin Yusin took advantage of the poor light and put the things behind her into the space, and then pretended that nothing had happened and was led by Li Xiaochun. The further they walked in, the less light there was. Your Highness, we can't see inside. I can see. Li Xiaochun's cold voice came from the front. He was a martial artist and had internal strength to protect himself, so he could naturally see at night. However, he was still worried that Lin Yusin would be scared if she couldn't see, so he directly pulled Lin Yusin in front of him and walked closer. Lin Yusin also consciously stuck close to Li Xiaochun, then thought of something, pulled Li Xiaochun and said, Wait for me, I have a way. After that, she took out a wooden stick from the space, wrapped it with a layer of cloth, and took out a bottle of alcohol she had extracted before and poured it on it. As a result, after she was busy, she remembered that there was no fire. It's over. How come I prepared everything, but didn't prepare fire? Look at my memory, I really have no way now. Lin Yusin was scratching her head anxiously, and suddenly there was a bright light in front of her, which made Lin Yusin unable to open her eyes. She closed her eyes and slowed down, and then opened her eyes again. Seeing Li Xiaochun holding a fire starter in his hand, she was immediately surprised and said, Wow, Prince, where did you get the fire starter? It really came in handy. As she said that, she put the homemade torch in her hand on it, and the torch was instantly lit, and the whole cave immediately became bright. I just picked it up casually outside. Li Xiaochun said lightly, put away the fire starter, put it in his arms, and did not ask where the torch in Lin Yusin's hand came from. He has good eyesight. Although it was pitch black, just now, he can still see something. He saw that the wooden stick in Lin Yusin's hand suddenly appeared, and he also saw her actions just now, but She didn't say anything. And the bag she just carried and was gone. It seems that this girl still has many secrets. Lin Yusin didn't care where he got the fire starter from. Now that she can see it, of course, the treasures are the most important. She said excitedly, "Let's go, Prince. I will take you to find the treasure." Unconsciously pulling Li Xiaoqin's hand and walking inside, Lin Yusin herself didn't realize that her contact with Li Xiaoqin is becoming more and more natural. Li Xiaoqin looked at the little hand in his hand, the corners of his lips slightly raised, and the strength in his hand was slightly clenched. He was pulled inside, but he was always alert and observed the surroundings. This girl is going to get rich. I want to become the richest man in Xia country, kick my father with my mother, and then find 8 or 10 handsome men for my mother. I will also find a few handsome men for myself. When the time comes, I will hug them left and right. Isn't it beautiful? Lin Yusin walked and walked in, smiling brilliantly, but she didn't know that the faces of the people behind her were as black as the bottom of a pot, and the air pressure around her dropped by several degrees. Li Xiaoqin stared at Lin Yusin's back with cold eyes. Still want to find a handsome man? I'm afraid you don't have that life. Lin Yusin, who was walking in front, suddenly felt a chill on her back.
Hey.
Why is my back a little cold? Did I catch a cold? Although this cave is a bit deep, the two still arrived in a short while. They didn't meet anyone along the way. Except for the people lying on the ground, it means that there is no other passage inside. It should be here. Lin Yusin pointed to a stone door that appeared in front. I'll go ahead. Li Xiaoqin pulled Lin Yusin behind him and walked forward. The two walked into the stone gate, and what caught their eyes were boxes of jewels, as well as gold and silver treasures.
Wow.
We're rich. Lin Yusin poked her head out and saw the gold and silver treasures. She was dazzled by the golden light. She looked past Li Xiaoqin and looked at the treasures that filled the stone cave. She was very happy. She touched it left and right, and took a gold ingot and put it in her mouth and bit it. Yes, it's true. Li Xiaoqin, who was watching from the side, twitched his mouth. He found that the longer he stayed with Lin Yusin, the more he almost became abnormal. After Lin Yusin was happy, she began to think about how to get these things back. She looked at Li Xiaoqin on the side, hesitating about how to get rid of him, but according to the regent's mind, it was not easy to get rid of him.
Hey. Got it.
Lin Yusin looked at Li Xiaoqin and said with a flattering smile, Your Highness, can you wait for me outside for a while? I will find a way to bring these things back, and then we will split it 30% to 70%. I have given you the money, and I am afraid that you will not listen to me. Li Xiaoqin looked at Lin Yusin and did not move. 40% to 60%? Seeing that he did not move, Lin Yusin frowned, thought about it and gave in. Li Xiaoqin looked at Lin Yusin expressionlessly and still did not speak. 50% to 50% is the best. If you still disagree, then find a way yourself. I will not give you a penny at that time. Lin Yusin gritted her teeth and gave in again, but when she saw that Li Xiaoqin still did not speak, she became anxious. Why did I say that I followed you all the way with an icy face? It turns out that you wanted to rob her treasures. I have already given in half, and you still don't say anything? Do you agree or not? If you don't agree, I will just break the jar and take all the treasures away, so that you will not get a penny. Li Xiaoqin looked at Lin Yusin, who was jumping up and down with a smile in his eyes. This girl was really cute when she was anxious. He looked at Lin Yusin and finally spoke. Okay, as long as you can find a way to get these out, I'll take 6 and you take 4. Okay, I promise. Wait, how much did you say? Lin Yusin heard him agree and happily agreed immediately. However, she realized halfway through that the proportion was wrong. She stared at Li Xiaoqin in front of her blankly and asked in disbelief, thinking that she had heard it wrong. I take 6 and you take 4. Li Xiaoqin looked at Lin Yusin and raised the corner of his lips slightly and said lightly, You are robbing money, and I will give you 6. You are dreaming. I don't agree. I worked hard to find the treasure. I am generous to give you 5. You still want 6? Lin Yusin argued for her own treasure. Now she is not afraid of Li Xiaoqin at all. Her money is about to be robbed, so what is there to be afraid of? It's okay, if you don't agree. After I go back, I will report to the Emperor that the daughter of the Lin family has hidden treasures. Let's see if the Emperor will ask Lord Lin and Madame Lin to come to the palace to discuss this matter. Li Xiaochen leaned forward slightly, and his face slowly approached Lin Yusin's face. Looking at the little face in front of him that was already red with anger, his fingers itched slightly, and he wanted to pinch it, but he held back.
You
actually threaten me? Are you still a man? Lin Yusin's face turned red with anger. This shameless man actually threatened her mother. I'm going to die. Why doesn't God take this monster away? Li Xiaochen, you rascal, actually snatched things from a woman like me. I curse you to never get a wife in your life, to be choked to death when drinking water, and to be killed by a horse when you go out. I'm so angry. Lin Yusin cursed in her heart, and then slowly calmed down. She took a deep breath, looked at the man in front of her coldly, and said, Okay, I agree, but you have to go out first. Li Xiaochen listened to her crazy cursing and knew that she seemed to be angry. He stood up uncomfortably, looked at her deeply, and walked out without saying a word. Lin Yusin looked at his back and glared at him fiercely. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel down and sing conquer. Lin Yusin snorted coldly, turned around and looked at these things, waved her hand, and all the things inside disappeared and were put into the space. After Lin Yusin finished all this, she walked out. Let's go. Lin Yusin walked to Li Xiaochen and said lightly, then took a torch and walked out. Li Xiaochen raised his eyebrows when he saw her coming out empty-handed, then took a look inside, and it was empty inside. He retracted his gaze and looked at Lin Yusin's back in surprise. He guessed that Lin Yusin had a way to take away so many things without anyone noticing, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Where did those things go? Does this woman have any other magical powers? But Li Xiaochen is a smart man. Since he likes this woman, he will dig out her secrets bit by bit. Li Xiaochen collected his thoughts and followed Lin Yusin. Lin Yusin was angry at the moment and didn't want to talk to Li Xiaochen at all. She walked out with a torch in her hand. Li Xiaochen didn't mind. He followed her and looked at her angry back, laughing. The two came out soon, but as soon as they reached the entrance of the cave, an arrow shot in. Seeing this, Lin Yusin had no time to react or hide. Li Xiaochen rushed forward and pulled Lin Yusin away, but the arrow scratched Li Xiaochen's arm. After Lin Yusin stood up, she noticed blood on Li Xiaochen's arm and asked anxiously, Are you injured? It's okay. I guess Shuiying has been discovered. Now this mountain village must be heavily guarded. You stay here and don't come out. I'll lead them away. Li Xiaochen held Lin Yusin's shoulder and said quickly, If both of them stayed here, they would be caught. No matter how good his martial arts skills were, he might not be able to protect her. Lin Yusin pursed her lips. She knew this was the best way. Her martial arts skills were not high, and Li Xiaochen would only be a burden if he took her with him. If they separated, they might still be able to escape. She suddenly regretted taking this risk for the treasures. She didn't care about being exposed. She took out a lot of first aid medicine from the space and gave it to him all at once, saying, Take it with you. These are medicines for injuries. Just in case. Your situation is special. Try not to get seriously injured, otherwise you will be in danger. Lin Yusin reminded him. She was afraid that he would be on the verge of death because of his injury. Okay. Li Xiaochen suddenly raised his hand and touched Lin Yusin's head. His expression was gentle. Then he retracted his hand, turned around, and rushed out. Lin Yusin was stunned. What did he mean by touching her head gently just now? He didn't really like her, did he? But the person had already left, and she couldn't ask. After all, Lin Yusin has lived 2 lives. Although she has never been in love, she has read romance novels. Although Li Xiaochen has a cold temper, he is a cold-blooded person in the book, and it is not said that he would die for anyone or take risks. But he jumped off the cliff with her today. She can think that it was for treasure and to catch these bandits, but what about just now? He had no need to put himself in danger for a woman like her. When Lin Yusin thought of this, she felt a little incredible and unbelievable. This regent prince really likes her? What does he mean by the face he gave her all the way? Oh, forget it. Wait for a chance to ask her in person later, so as not to guess here. Lin Yusin felt that men's thoughts were too difficult to guess, so she decided not to guess. She retracted her thoughts and stuck her head out. Seeing that there were not many people outside, it seemed that Li Xiaochen had led them away. She thought about it and decided to go to the exit to see if the iron rope passage was open. Now there are only 3 of them. It is a problem to escape. They can only ask for help. Lin Yusin walked out along the route she had just come from. Along the way, she still saw many people lying on the ground. Lin Yusin squatted down to check and found that they were all people who had fainted after being drugged by her. It should be that someone ate first, and after the drug took effect, they were discovered and the people behind did not eat the drugged meal, and Shuang was probably also discovered. Because there was blood in some places, it should have been caused when Shuang fought with them. Now I don't know where Shuang went and whether she was injured. Forget it. Go get help first. Lin Yusin ran all the way to the exit and encountered a few bandits on the way. They were all poisoned to death by Lin Yusin. She didn't want to kill anyone, but at this time, she would die for being soft-hearted. Lin Yusin silently repeated her sins twice in her heart and then ran to the top of the iron rope passage where they came from. She looked along the line of sight and found that the opening of the mechanism was above the passage. There was a huge gear there and it had to be turned. Isn't this playing with me? How can a woman like me turn it? After seeing clearly, Lin Yusin had something to say, but she didn't know whether she should say it or not. There was no other way, so Lin Yusin climbed up resignedly and finally climbed up.
Schwa.
Just as she emerged, a knife was placed on her neck. Don't move. A man's sharp voice sounded. Lin Yusin didn't dare to move for a moment and felt a sense of fear in her heart. She was almost killed just now.
Come up.
Lin Yusin had to climb up carefully, and then she saw that there were 2 bandits here, one holding a knife, guarding here, probably guarding this switch. Where did you come from? The bandit holding the knife on Lin Yusin's neck asked. Lin Yusin reacted quickly, pinched the flesh on her waist hard, and tears flowed in pain instantly, and then she began to act with tears in her voice. Brother, whoa, they brought me here. I was originally going to the capital with my family, but I was intercepted by bandits on the way and brought here. Whoa. They were arresting people in the stronghold just now, and I took advantage of the chaos to run away. Brother, please let me go. My family will be worried. I will work like in my next life to repay you. Whoa. Let you go? Haha, how can we let you go when you are in front of us? The bandit behind him stared at Lin Yusin with a lewd look on his face, holding a knife, and walked towards Lin Yusin. He stretched out his hand to lift up Lin Yusin's face, looked left and right, and then said excitedly to the bandit holding the knife beside him. Wow, you're quite good-looking, Brother Liu. Do you want to try it? You have been guarding here every day, and you haven't tasted a woman for a long time. This one that is delivered to your doorstep can't be wasted. The bandit looked at Lin Yusin a few times, became interested, and agreed. Haha, okay, let's have some meat today. Woman, we don't ask you to repay us in the next life. Now you accompany us well, which is repaying us. As he said that, the man threw the knife, grabbed Lin Yusin's hand, and threw her to the ground beside him.
Bang. Ah.
Lin Yusin was thrown to the ground by the bandit unexpectedly and cried out in pain. She stabilized her body. She hid the murderous intent in her eyes. When she raised her head, her face was full of tears again. No, don't come over here, whoa. Lin Yusin cried and retreated. She took out the poison and silver needles from the space calmly and held them tightly in her hands. Hee hee, you scream. This is our territory. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. Just obey us. The 2 bandits began to take off their clothes. Halfway through, one of them couldn't help but pounce on Lin Yusin. When he pounced on her, Lin Yusin saw the right time and took out the silver needle and pierced the man's acupuncture points. The man instantly collapsed to the ground. Lin Yusin didn't give them a chance to breathe. She jumped up and went to the person behind him. You. Before the man recovered from his surprise, he was stabbed with a needle. His whole body was numb, and he couldn't move. "You stinky woman. What did you do to us?" The two people lying on the ground finally reacted, but it was too late. They looked at Lin Yusin angrily. Until now, they have not realized the seriousness of the problem. Lin Yusin stood up straight, patted the dust on her body, and stuffed each of them with a pill of poison that she had prepared in advance. Ahem. What did you give us to eat? The bandits were forced to feed the medicine, and they instantly had a bad premonition. This must not be a good thing. They looked at Lin Yusin in horror and asked. Another bandit tried to stand up, but he couldn't even lift his hands, let alone stand up. "What do you think it is?" "It must be poison. I named this medicine Stretching Legs and Staring Eyes pill. After 2 hours, the poison will take effect. The legs will be stiff, the eyes will bulge, and it will look like a monster in the mountains. Then slowly the whole body will stiffen and turn into a human-shaped stone." Lin Yusin crossed her arms and looked at the two people lying on the ground leisurely and said slowly, "What?" "Ugh, cough, cough." One of the bandits wanted to spit it out, but because he couldn't move, he couldn't spit anything out for a long time. The other one was calmer. He looked at Lin Yusin vigilantly and asked, "What do you want us to do?" "Oh, I didn't expect there is a smart one here." Lin Yusin looked at him, raised her eyebrows, and then pointed to the gear opposite and said lightly, "As long as you open this iron chain passage for me, I will give you the antidote, but you have to be quick, otherwise the poison will take effect and the antidote will be useless." The two looked at each other, hesitated for a while, and nodded in agreement. "Okay, we will help you open it and you give us the antidote." Lin Yusin raised the corner of her lips and stepped forward to pull out the silver needle. The two gradually regained consciousness. One of them reacted and wanted to grab Lin Yusin, but she dodged and then directly pierced the man's acupuncture point with a needle. Puff! The man spat out a mouthful of blood and then knelt on the ground. "Don't think that I'm a woman and easy to control. If you don't remove this needle, you may spit blood and die." Lin Yusin held the silver needle in one hand and stared at the other one, saying it in a calm tone, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. "Puff, cough, please forgive me. I won't dare to do it next time." The man kneeling on the ground was still spitting blood, and he was scared. If he spitted more, he would really spit blood and die, so he begged for mercy. The other one didn't dare to act rashly, and then saw his companions spitting blood like that, and was still scared, and also begged for mercy. "Girl, we don't dare to do it. We will definitely help you open the passage. Please forgive us."
Puff.
"Please, girl, puff. Please forgive us, puff.
Please."
Seeing that the two finally gave in, Lin Yusin secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, and her palms were sweating now. She walked over calmly on the surface, took the needle, and then the man who spit blood really stopped spitting blood. He looked at the blood on the ground with a sad face. How long will it take to replenish so much blood? They have offended their ancestors. Go quickly. Otherwise, I will be unhappy and give you a few more injections or put some poison on you, so that you will have no chance. Lin Yusin threatened and signaled that they could start. His companion hurriedly helped the one who vomited blood up. The two of them walked towards the gear resignedly, turned on the switch, and then started to turn it hard. Only the sound of the iron chain loosening was heard, and then they saw that the iron chain passage slowly extended to the opposite side. The one who vomited blood was a little weak because he vomited so much blood, so the strength was not enough. At the end of the turn, his face turned pale. The two of them used all their strength and turned for a long time before they finally turned the iron chain passage. Okay, girl, it's done then. Our antidote. After turning, the one who didn't blood stepped aside and said cautiously, because they already felt their legs began to numb and stiff. Oh, the antidote. Here it is. Take it. Lin Yusin slapped her head when she heard what they said, as if she just remembered it. Then she fumbled in her sleeves for a long time, took out 2 pills, and handed them to the two. The two took the pills in surprise, but hesitated for a moment and didn't dare to eat it. What? Are you afraid it's fake? Then don't eat it anyway. I'm not poisoned. Seeing the hesitation and suspicion on the faces of the two, Lin Yusin pursed her lips and said indifferently. Seeing this, the two had no choice but to bite the bullet and eat it. As a result, they really felt that the numbness in their bodies was gone. My legs are not numb anymore. Ha ha ha, they are really not numb anymore. Yes, my legs are not numb anymore. That's great.
Bang.
As soon as the two were happy, they both fell to the ground and fainted. Lin Yusin walked over, kicked the two of them, snorted and said, "Humph, I said I would give you the antidote, but I didn't say I would let you go." As she said that, Lin Yusin directly stabbed each of them with a silver needle in the abdomen and said that this kind of thing has nothing to do with you in the future. After Lin Yusin finished all this, she felt much better. Turning around, she saw someone appear on the iron chain. It should be someone from the opposite side coming over, but it was not clear whether it was an enemy or a friend. She was afraid that after such a long time, the situation on the opposite side would change. So she found a secret place to hide, and then looked outside. Slowly, the people on the iron chain became clearer and clearer. The first one was Zhao Yi. After Lin Yusin saw the person clearly, she stopped hiding and ran out to pick him up. Zhao Yi jumped off the iron chain and saw Lin Yusin, clasping his fists and saluting.
Miss.
Okay, how many of you are coming? Lin Yusin waved her hand and asked. The other side is basically under the control of the young master. In addition to the people we brought here, the young master also brought a team of people to follow behind. Zhao Yi explained to Lin Yusin respectfully. Okay, when everyone is here, go and catch them. The people inside are basically knocked out. Some of those who were not knocked out were led away by the regent. And Shuiying is hiding somewhere unknown. I hope nothing will happen. Lin Yusin told Zhao Yi about the situation in the mountain village. While they were talking, more than a dozen people came over. Lin Yusin had already seen the eldest brother. She waved her hand happily and shouted, "Brother, here." Lin Chenglai saw Lin Yusin. He was anxious. He used Qinggong to take a few steps and walked over. When he saw Lin Yusin for the first time, he raised his hand and hit her head.
Ouch.
Big brother, why did you hit me? Lin Yusin covered her head in pain, took 2 steps back, and looked at her big brother accusingly. What did you say? You are a girl. Do you eat dragon gall every day? You dare to break into this mountain bandit's nest alone. What's the matter? Are you capable? If something happens to you, how can I go back and explain to my mother? Lin Chenglai yelled at Lin Yusin directly. Okay, big brother, I was wrong. It was an emergency. I thought that if the passage was closed, the bandits would not be eliminated. I promise, I won't do it next time. Seeing that her big brother was really angry, Lin Yusin acted like a spoiled child and begged for mercy. Do you want to have a next time? Lin Chenglai glared at her. No, there will be no next time. Lin Yusin immediately raised her hands and almost swore. Woo woo woo. Big brother is so scary when he gets angry. By the way, big brother, now is not the time to talk about me. Go find the prince quickly. He went to lead the bandits away from me, and now I don't know what happened, and I don't know where Shuiying is, whether she is injured or not. Lin Yusin hurriedly pulled Lin Chenglai to stop him from teaching her the next lesson, and told him the situation inside. You girl, why didn't you say it earlier? Lin Chenglai glared at Lin Yusin again in anger, and seeing that the people he brought came over, he hurriedly said to her, You find a place to hide. Pay attention to safety. After that, Lin Chenglai hurried away with his people. Lin Yusin looked at Lin Chenglai's back, pursed her lips, and muttered in a low voice. Big brother is getting more and more talkative now. Is this a collapse of his personality? Little miss, what about us now? Zhao Yi stepped forward and asked. Let's go, we will also go to find him, one more team, one more safety. Lin Yusin put away the little girl's appearance just now, and said seriously. She couldn't feel at ease waiting here. Yes. Lin Yusin led Zhao Yi and others to the cave. She planned to look for it from the direction where Li Xiaochen left. When they reached the cave entrance, Lin Yusin told Zhao Yi, Search nearby to see if there are any signs of fighting. Yes. Zhao Yi led people to search everywhere. After a while, Zhao Yi shouted, Miss, there is blood here. Lin Yusin's heart tightened, and she ran over to check. She squatted on the ground and touched the blood on the ground with her hand, put it on her hand and smelled it, and she felt relieved. It was not his blood. Looking, this is not the prince's blood. He should be fine. Lin Yusin frowned and said, hoping that he was fine. Yes. Zhao Yi and others searched for a long time and only found new bloodstains, including Li Xiaoqin's. Lin Yusin looked at the blood on the ground, and her heart sank. Li Xiaoqin had a special body, and any injury would endanger his life. Moreover, he had been away for an hour, and he was injured, so he was afraid that he would be in danger. Lin Yusin felt that it was not a good idea to continue searching like this. The longer it took, the more dangerous Li Xiaoqin would be. She took a deep breath and took out something from the space. Do me a favor, I'll give you 2 drops of celestial dew after this. Lin Yusin said to the thing in her hand in a negotiating tone.
Squeak.
Just 2 drops? You can't bear more. Lin Yusin frowned and did not give in at all.
Squeak, squeak.
If you don't help, there will be no drops.
Squeak.
Okay. Lin Yusin raised the corners of her lips, then looked around and saw that Zhao Yi and the others had gone to find someone and were not here, then took out the cloak from the space. Smell it. There will be something if you find someone. Otherwise, there will be nothing. Squeak, squeak. If you say I'm Zhou Baopi again, I'll give the opportunity to someone else. Lin Yusin looked like an iron-faced and selfless person.
Squeak.
The thing in her hand flew up directly, paused on the cloak for a while, and then went in one direction. I can't cure you. This thing is in the space. After she got the space in her previous life, she accidentally broke a bottle, and this thing flew out. At first, she thought it was just a bug and didn't pay attention to it. As a result, the next time she entered the space, it almost ate everything in her space. She also suffered a lot at its hands before she subdued it. Later, she learned from a book in the space that this thing is called a goo worm, and it is a goo king. After Lin Yusin subdued it, she never used it much, but it liked to eat the fairy dew in the space. Usually, Lin Yusin used that to tempt it, and it worked every time. Seeing that the thing had flown far away, Lin Yusin hurriedly put away her cloak and shouted to Zhao Yi, follow me. Then she chased after the thing. Yes. Zhao Yi heard Lin Yusin's shout and ran towards Lin Yusin. He only saw Lin Yusin's back and hurriedly chased after it. Lin Yusin ran all the way with the bug, shuttling through the woods for a long time before stopping. The insect stopped at a steep, flew down twice, and then flew up again. Squeak, squeak, squeak. You said he's down there?
Squeak.
Okay. That's fine, go back. Lin Yusin waved her hand, and the insect disappeared.
Squeak.
Only the insect's last unwilling cry was heard. Lin Yusin didn't have time to deal with it now. She looked down. Although it was not deep, it was quite steep. Miss. Zhao Yi rushed over at this time and shouted to Lin Yusin. The prince is down there, he should be injured. We have to rescue him as soon as possible. He has a special body. If it's too late, his life may be in danger. Lin Yusin said seriously. Miss, don't worry. We will definitely bring the prince up. Zhao Yi clasped his fists to Lin Yusin and promised. Well, you guys should be careful too. Lin Yusin reminded. Yes. Zhao Yi felt warm in his heart, and his tone became more respectful. Then Zhao Yi and his men took out a rope, tied it to a tree, and then put it around Zhao Yi's waist. Several people controlled the length of the rope and slowly lowered Zhao Yi down. Because it was night, the light depended entirely on the torches they brought. Zhao Yi could only hold the torch and move down little by little, checking the surroundings while moving, and also had to prevent snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Lin Yusin was waiting anxiously up there. Although Li Xiaoqin might still die in the end, this time was different. This time, Li Xiaoqin might lose his life because of her. Moreover, she had said before that she would protect him and let him escape death. As a result, because of herself, he was imprisoned. Lin Yusin felt very complicated. It was late at night, and the temperature was gradually cooling down. Lin Yusin unconsciously took out Li Xiaoqin's cloak and put it on herself, as if seeking comfort. She subconsciously stroked the cloak, chanting and praying in her heart. Prince, please don't get into trouble. I will never say bad things about you again. I will do my best to help you avoid death, and then help you get well. I will find you 17 or 18 concubines so that you can have many children and grandchildren. If you die, your treasure will be mine. I will not give it back to you." Who was downstairs had already begun to lose his mind. He was seriously injured. Otherwise, Lin Yusin had given him so many medicines before they parted, and he would have died here long ago. But now he could not hold on any longer. He had not yet made his feelings clear to that girl. Before closing his eyes, Li Xiaochun was somewhat unwilling. As soon as he closed his eyes and his consciousness was scattered, he heard Lin Yusin's voice. No, it was her voice. As he listened, Li Xiaochun suddenly opened his eyes, breathing rapidly, all because of anger. This stinky girl, she is still irritating me when I am about to die, and she still has 17 or 18 concubines. Am I so hungry? I haven't figured out Lin Yusin yet. Doesn't this girl care about me at all? And treasure? I think she just wants to take the treasure for herself and then find a bunch of handsome men. I will not give you the opportunity to find handsome men with the treasure. The prince instantly felt that he had strength, and he felt that he could live a few more years. Your Highness? Your Highness. At this time, Zhao Yi's voice sounded above him. Li Xiaochun looked up and replied coldly. It's me. Your Highness, are you okay?
I'll rescue you now.
Zhao Yi said respectfully, and hurriedly took out the rope and began to tie the prince to himself. You won't die, Lin Yusin is up there? Li Xiaochun endured the pain on his body and replied in a calm voice. Yes, the young lady is up there. You are missing, and the young lady is very worried. It was she who found you here.
Zhao Yi answered carefully.
The movement of his hands did not stop. Li Xiaochun raised his eyebrows. Would that girl worry about me? She must be worried about how to distribute the treasures. Although Li Xiaochun thought so, the corners of his mouth still subconsciously rose. After Zhao Yi tied Li Xiaochun, he pulled the rope on his body 3 times and shouted, I found the prince. Pull the rope quickly. After Lin Yusin heard it, she hurriedly ordered her subordinates to start pulling. Hurry up. There is strength in numbers, and soon Zhao Yi came up carrying Li Xiaochun. Your Highness? Lin Yusin rushed forward and laid Li Xiaochun flat with 2 servants. Your Highness?
How is he?
Lin Yusin squatted on the ground and asked anxiously, without stopping the movement of her hands. It's okay. Li Xiaochun replied weakly, but Lin Yusin ignored him. She carefully checked Li Xiaochun's injuries and found a knife wound on his chest, a fracture on his leg, and a penetrating wound on his abdomen. If he hadn't been given hemostatic drugs in advance, Li Xiaochun would have bled to death. Lin Yusin took out medicine from her arms and treated Li Xiaochun's wound first. The wound on his abdomen needed stitches, but the conditions did not allow it now and the light was too dim, so she could only bandage him simply. She first fixed his leg fracture with a wooden stick, and after bandaging his wound, she said to her men, Carry the prince away, we will go back to the village first, and try to be careful. Yes. Then Li Xiaochun was carried up and prepared to walk towards the village. There was a room there, and there was candlelight. The light would be much better, and the wound on Li Xiaochun's abdomen had to be treated first, and he had to take some anti-inflammatory drugs. Such a serious injury would definitely cause inflammation. Li Xiaochun looked at Lin Yusin running around for him, his heart softened, and his eyes never left Lin Yusin. When he was carried up, he panicked and grabbed Lin Yusin's hand. The moment he grabbed Lin Yusin's hand, he slowly relaxed, his head began to feel dizzy, and then he fainted. Lin Yusin looked at her grabbed hand, and then looked at the person being carried, who seemed to have fallen asleep. In desperation, she could only try to pull her hand out by herself, but she couldn't pull it out for a long time. She was speechless. What's the matter? You are injured and I have to give you a hand? There was no way. Lin Yusin couldn't pull her hand free. She could only hold her hand up and follow Li Xiaochun. The next scene was that Li Xiaochun was carried away and Lin Yusin was led away with her hand held up. After a while, Lin Yusin's hand was tired of holding it up, but there was no way. She couldn't pull it out, so she could only bear it. She couldn't stop cursing in her heart and finally turned it into one sentence. This lady really owes you. After finally entering the village, they found a larger house, and put Li Xiaochen on the bed. Seeing that her hand was still pinched, Lin Yusin couldn't bear it this time. She took out a silver needle and stabbed it into Li Xiaochen's hand, and Li Xiaochen's hand loosened. Lin Yusin frowned and rubbed her numb arm. She turned to Zhao Yi and ordered, "We should be safe now. You ask a few people to guard here, and the others go find Shuiying and Big Brother and control the people in the village. Don't worry about those who are unconscious due to the Chinese medicine. They may not wake up until tomorrow. They're just sleepy. I'm afraid those who don't have the Chinese medicine will run away." "Yes, I'll go right away." Zhao Yi clasped his fists and accepted the order, then went out to arrange for the staff. Lin Yusin stayed and began to prepare for Li Xiaochen's operation. Most of his injuries had to be treated again, and he had to be fed medicine. Lin Yusin also touched Li Xiaochen's forehead and found that he had a fever. Lin Yusin took out the medicine from the space, picked up the ones she needed, packed them together, walked out, handed them to Zhao Yi at the door, and said, "Zhao Yi, have someone boil this medicine and send it over. We'll need it after the operation." "Yes, young lady." Zhao Yi took the medicine in his hand, although he was puzzled as to why the young lady could take out this package of medicine. There was none in the room just now. But he knew that as a subordinate, there were some things he couldn't know. Now that everyone had been sent out, only 2 people were left here to guard, and he was one of them. After he agreed, he went to boil the medicine himself. After Lin Yusin returned to the room, she began to take off Li Xiaochen's clothes, leaving only his underwear. She was not in the mood to appreciate Li Xiaochen's figure now. Although Li Xiaochen's figure was really amazing, it was not the right time. Lin Yusin just glanced at him and forced herself to look away. She silently recited in her heart, "Color is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from color. Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color." After opening her eyes, Lin Yusin's eyes were clear. She took out the surgical tools and began to disinfect the wound with alcohol. There was no other way. There was no iodine in the world, only white wine. This alcohol was extracted from 10 jars of white wine to produce such a high concentration of alcohol. When everything was ready, Lin Yusin's expression was serious and sacred. She first used silver needles to give Li Xiaochen a few injections, using acupuncture anesthesia, in order to make Li Xiaochen sleep more deeply and prevent him from waking up later. Then she began to treat Li Xiaochen's abdominal wound. She had to suture the damaged organs in the abdomen first, and then suture the outside. This was a delicate job. It took Lin Yusin an hour to suture this wound. When Lin Yusin sutured the wound, her head was sweaty, but she couldn't wipe the sweat now, so she could only let the sweat fall down her cheeks. Then she began to suture the wound on the chest. In this way, Lin Yusin performed surgery on Li Xiaochen for more than 2 hours. When she finished, it was almost dawn. She packed up the tools and put them into the space. Lin Yusin held her waist and rubbed it. What a hard life. As soon as she turned around, she saw Li Xiaochen staring at her with his eyes open. Lin Yusin froze and asked cautiously, "When did you wake up?" "When you were treating your leg injury."
Li Xiaochen rapidly indifferently.
Lin Yusin, it's been almost an hour? Is this man so poor at acupuncture anesthesia? Then what did you see? Lin Yusin thought of the action just now, and her heart was weak, and she spoke carefully again. "I saw you looked at me." Li Xiaochen's eyes flashed, and he didn't say that the tools disappeared just now. This is not a treatment. How can a doctor's eyes be different from men and women? Lin Yusin touched her nose awkwardly and explained palely, "I'm dying. This atmosphere is so awkward that it can dig out a palace. I saved you, but you are blaming me. I was concentrating on performing surgery on you just now, so how could I have the mood to look at your figure? Now you are slandering me. I am at a great loss. But since he said that I looked at his body, it shouldn't be too late for me to look at it now. But it's been wrapped up like a mummy. There's really nothing to see. Next time I'm not only going to look at it but also touch it. I can't let myself down." Lin Yusin couldn't help but complain in her heart and looked Li Xiaochen up and down. Li Xiaochen gritted his teeth, feeling like a lamb lying on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered, letting her comment on him. He growled in anger. "Have you seen enough? Why don't you cover me with a quilt?
Ah,
Oh, I'll cover you right away. Lin Yusin came back to her senses and hurriedly picked up the quilt beside her to cover him. I don't want this, it's too dirty. Li Xiaochen refused, and the stench on the quilt could be smelled from a distance. Lin Yusin froze, and in the end she didn't cover him, but took out the cloak that Li Xiaochen had given her before and covered Li Xiaochen with it. You still have so many problems when you go out, you're so picky. Li Xiaochen listened to her complaints, stroking the cloak with his slender hands, but his mood improved and the corners of his lips rose. It turned out that she still kept this cloak. After Lin Yusin served Li Xiaochen, she went out to bring in the medicine that Xiao Yi had just boiled. She didn't know that the operation took so long, so the medicine was almost boiled dry. But it's okay, as long as it works. Lin Yusin took the medicine, returned to Li Xiaochen's bed, smiled sweetly at Li Xiaochen and said softly, Prince, drink the medicine. De Lang, drink the medicine. I'll drink you to death. You are so difficult to serve. Li Xiaochen looked at the woman in front of him, who looked gentle on the surface, but had scolded him countless times in his heart, and he felt itchy in his heart. No matter how she scolded him in her heart, she would still save him. When she was operating on him just now, he actually woke up in pain halfway through. When Lin Yusin was treating the wound, she was focused and didn't notice that Li Xiaochen had woken up at all. He didn't know why Lin Yusin's acupuncture anesthesia didn't work on him. He endured the pain from his wound and watched Lin Yusin sweating as she treated his wound. He wanted to reach out and wipe her sweat several times, but he held back. He saw that she was so tired that she couldn't straighten her waist, and her arms were sore. He didn't dare to rub them for her. His heart felt swollen and warm. Lin Yusin saw that Li Xiaochen's eyes were slowly getting weird when he looked at her, and her heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Li Xiaochen was possessed by someone? He actually looked at me with that kind of disgusting eyes. Why do I feel a chill in my spine? I saved him. He shouldn't plot against me, right? Li Xiaochen listened to her thoughts and knew that this girl's thoughts were getting more and more biased. He reached out and grabbed Lin Yusin's hand, holding the bowl in a hurry. Lin Yusin, this king. Miss, I found Shuiying, but the situation is not good. At this time, Zhao Yi's voice came from outside the door and interrupted Li Xiaochen's next words. Okay, I got it, I'll be there right away. Lin Yusin hurriedly responded when she heard that Shuiying had been found. She stood up and put the bowl in Li Xiaochen's hand, and said quickly, Your Highness, you are awake now, and you should have recovered some strength. Drink this bowl of medicine. If it is for anti-inflammatory purposes, you will be fine if you don't have a fever today. I will have someone come in to watch over you. After Lin Yusin finished speaking, she stood up and went out, and Li Xiaochen watched her go. Li Xiaochen silently said in his heart, There is a long way to go. Lin Yusin. After Lin Yusin walked out, she followed Zhao Yi to a wooden house next door and saw Shuiying lying in blood, with her eldest brother guarding beside her. Brother, what's the situation with Shuiying? Lin Yusin walked to the bedside and asked, and then began to feel Shuiying's pulse. The person we found under the cliff was already unconscious at the time. Sister, can you treat him? He knew that his sister had some medical skills because his grandfather's family was now being treated and nursed by his sister. During this period, the three brothers also took the medicine prescribed by their sister and took a bath. They felt that they had the strength to fight with others in the military camp every day. But I wonder if my sister can help Shuiying with such a difficult wound? As long as there is still a breath, your sister can pull him back. Lin Yusin retracted her hand, looked at Lin Chunglai and raised her eyebrows, and said confidently and flamboyantly. Lin Chunglai looked at his sister's appearance, and somehow he believed it. He chuckled and said, Okay, leave this to you. I will go to deal with the outside things. Okay, big brother, go and get busy. Lin Yusin nodded in response, then squatted down and began to check on Shuiying's other conditions. Just now, I took Shuiying's pulse. His pulse was weak, but he could still be saved. After Lin Yusin checked his body, she found that Shuiying had few external injuries, only two. One was on the thigh, but the bone was deep. The other was on the back. It was not deep, but there was a long cut that extended directly from the shoulder to the bottom of the shoulder blade. His coma should be caused by excessive blood loss and inflammation of the wound due to long-term lack of treatment. Lin Yusin still packed 2 sets of medicine from the space and asked Zhao Yi to boil them, 1 set to drink now and the other set to drink after the operation. Lin Yusin began to prepare. This time she did not perform the operation alone. It was too tiring, so she asked Zhao Yi to come in and help her. Zhao Yi took off Shui Ying's clothes, and Lin Yusin began to disinfect him. After disinfection, she took out the silver needle and began to anesthetize him. She was afraid that Li Xiaochun's situation would happen again, and he would wake up halfway through the process. So, after the first bowl of Ma Fei San was boiled, she asked Zhao Yi to feed him. After waiting for a while, it was estimated that the anesthesia took effect, and Lin Yusin began to treat the wound on Shui Ying's leg. This time, Zhao Yi was here, and if there was any inconvenience, Zhao Yi would help. Zhao Yi also slowly changed from being shocked at the beginning to numbness. Didn't he know that treating wounds was such a delicate job? Just like sewing clothes, the wound had to be sewn stitch by stitch, and it had to be sewn from the inside. Moreover, the young lady did not blink an eye, and her hands were steady, accurate, and ruthless, without any dragging of feet. After bandaging the leg wound, they began to sew the back wound. Because it was not convenient to lie down now, Lin Yusin asked Zhao Yi to help him sit up. Lin Yusin sat and sewed him. It took more than an hour for Lin Yusin to finish treating Shui Ying's wound. Okay, put him down and then boil the second dose of medicine I gave you just now and feed him, Lin Yusin ordered while packing up. Yes, young lady. Zhao Yi now bows down to this young lady. He had only followed the master's order before and brought people to help save the eldest young master. At that time, he did not think that a young lady from a wealthy family could be very capable. But now he feels that this young lady is very capable and deserves the title of the general's granddaughter. She is not comparable to those weak young ladies who cannot take care of themselves. Zhao Yi respectfully went to get the medicine. Then Lin Yusin handed Shui Ying to Zhao Yi's care. After she packed up the things for the operation, she went out. Lin Yusin is outside now. She took a deep breath. She was busy all night, and finally finished. Where is my eldest brother? Lin Yusin called a Zhao family soldier who was guarding the door. Lord Lin has escorted the bandits out of the mountain. He asked his subordinates to tell Miss Lin that you should stay here for a day and go back together when the prince is better. Lord Lin has already explained to you about the lady and told you not to worry. Also, the prince's people have arrived and we don't need to guard them anymore.
Oh.
It's bad, mother. Lin Yusin felt bad when she heard the 3 words, Mrs. Lin. She forgot about her mother. She left in a hurry yesterday and didn't have time to talk to her mother. It's been a day and a night. Her mother must be very worried. I don't know what the eldest brother said to her mother. Lin Yusin felt very empty now, but then she thought, at most she would be scolded, and she would act coquettishly and cutely at that time, and it should be fine, right? Lin Yusin put her heart back. Yes, that's right, as long as you are thick-skinned you can live longer. Go prepare some porridge. The prince has woken up and needs to eat something to recover better. By the way, what should we eat? Lin Yusin thought of something and asked. Wang Yu is already cooking the porridge for your highness. Our breakfast is ready. Would you like to have some? Okay, I'll go see your highness. Just send him over there, and I'll eat there. After Lin Yusin finished speaking, she walked towards Li Xiaochun's room. When she reached the door, she heard Wang Yu's voice inside. Your highness, the 3rd prince of Qi has been sent back to Qi. Also, there was a lot of noise in the prince's mansion last night. It was said that the prince had a big temper and killed someone. Okay, I got it. Make sure the 3rd prince can be sent back to Qi safely. Don't let anything happen on the way so that Qi can catch him. Yes. Keep an eye on the East Palace first. The prince suffered huge losses from the suppression of the bandits this time. I'm afraid he'll be quiet for a while. Li Xiaochun ordered coldly. Yes. How did Li Xiaochun know that the bandits were the prince's men? It seems that Li Xiaochun is quite smart. He has found out all this. This mountain bandit nest in the book has never appeared until Xiao Hao ascended the throne. However, this time, This mountain bandit nest was wiped out, and the prince's financial resources were cut off. I am afraid he will be so angry that he will blood.
He.
He is uncomfortable. I am happy, so that he can't cause trouble to my family. However, Lin Yusin heard the conversation inside. It was not right to go in from the door, and it was not right not to go in. After hesitating again and again, she decided to go in. She was just here to see the patient. What was she afraid of? So Lin Yusin plucked up her courage and pushed the door open. Li Xiaochen heard Lin Yusin's thoughts and knew that she was outside. When he saw Lin Yusin coming in, his eyes still lit up. Your Majesty, how do you feel? Are you feeling better? Lin Yusin walked in and looked at Li Xiaochen and asked with concern. Miss Lin, Your Majesty, I will take my leave. Wang Yu saluted very tactfully and then retreated. I just feel the wound is very painful and I feel a little weak. Li Xiaochen answered weakly as he looked at Lin Yusin, who was walking over. Oh, it's okay. It's all normal. The wound will heal in 2 days, and it won't hurt anymore. Just bear with it for the next 2 days. Seeing this, Lin Yusin thought that Li Xiaochen was really uncomfortable and hurried to comfort him. What if it really hurts a lot? Li Xiaochen stared at Lin Yusin's face, not missing any of her expressions, and asked, Does it hurt a lot? I'll give you an injection to relieve the pain. Lin Yusin was stunned and asked cautiously. Hurt? The dignified regent is still afraid of pain?
So fragile?
She has to keep this laughing stock. It will be enough for her to laugh for a long time. Ha. That's not necessary. I can still bear it now. Li Xiaochen held his forehead and said helplessly. Doesn't this woman feel sorry for me at all? Oh, well, if the prince can't bear the pain, just tell me, and I will make sure you don't feel the slightest bit of pain. When Lin Yusin heard that he could bear it, she didn't worry about it anymore, but she still had to be polite. Miss, your breakfast is served to you, and the prince's breakfast is also served by me. At this time, the subordinate came in, brought a plate of food on a tray, and said respectfully, Okay, you put it there. Lin Yusin's eyes lit up when she saw the food coming. She was busy all night and was starving. The man put the food on the table and left. Finally, we can eat. When Lin Yusin saw the man leave, she took 2 steps, ran to the chair, sat down, and began to eat heartily. I didn't expect these subordinates to have such good cooking skills. Delicious. When I go back, I will find them and bring them to Lin's house to be her cooks. Lin Yusin thought happily. Her mouth was full of food. Her cheeks were puffy, like an angry pufferfish. Very cute. This is also what Li Xiaochen is thinking now. He looked at Lin Yusin eating, which was very cute and appetizing. He suddenly felt a little hungry.
Lin Yusin, I'm hungry. Li Xiaochen interrupted Lin Yusin's eating. Hey.
Then I'll ask Wang Yu to come in and serve you? Lin Yusin stopped the chopsticks in her hand, turned her head and looked at Li Xiaochen and asked, He is a grown man. How can he serve me, a wounded king? You come and serve me. Li Xiaochen directly refused coldly.
Me?
Lin Yusin pointed at herself in disbelief.
Yeah.
Li Xiaochen nodded twice with his handsome head, confirming that it was you. This man did it on purpose. Let me serve others? I'm more like killing people. Whoever wants to serve can serve. Oh, then your highness, please wait a bit. I haven't finished eating yet. Lin Yusin said lightly, and started eating again. Lin Yusin was really hungry. She finished all 3 dishes, and also ate 2 bowls of rice. So full. Lin Yusin stroked her stomach, with a satisfied look on her face. Li Xiaochen just watched Lin Yusin finish a table of dishes, his forehead full of black lines. This woman can eat so much? Fortunately, his regent palace is rich and powerful, and can afford it. Lin Yusin, I'm still hungry. Li Xiaochen looked at Lin Yusin's full look, couldn't help but said, Oh, then I'll go call someone for you. Lin Yusin said and got up and walked out. Li Xiaochen watched her walk out, not in a hurry at all, and spoke slowly. I didn't expect that the daughter of the Shangshu mansion would be such an ungrateful person. When I go back, I will ask Lord Lin, are all the people in the Lin mansion so conscienceless?
Oh.
By the way, my treasures are still with Miss Lin? If anything happens to me, Will the emperor take back all the treasures? Lin Yusin paused when she heard this and gritted her teeth. This rascal is threatening me? You rascal! I should have not saved you earlier. You ungrateful rascal. And you still threaten me? Eat. Eat you to death. After Lin Yusin vented her anger in her heart, she took a deep breath, turned around with a smile, and said in a servile manner, Your Highness, what you said is wrong. How could I be ungrateful? I am afraid that men and women should not touch each other, and I am afraid of damaging your reputation.
He. Oh.
Is that so? But you saw me last night, and you almost touched my body. Do I still have a reputation now?
What?
You saw me, and you don't want to take responsibility? Li Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Yusin. Lin Yusin was speechless for a moment. Why did he talk about what happened last night again? Wasn't it because he was eager to save people? Did the doctor care about the difference between men and women? Did Li Xiaochen take the wrong medicine? Aren't you said to be cold and ruthless and taciturn? Why is he in the mood to talk about such trivial matters with her today? Also, did she take advantage of him last night? She was saving people. How could she save people without touching his body? I think Li Xiaochen was injured this time, and his brain was probably injured. Why do I feel the tea smell in the tea? Something is wrong. Lin Yusin looked at Li Xiaochen with a scrutinizing look, and suddenly her eyes flashed, as if she thought of something, pursed her lips, and asked carefully after a long while, Prince, do you like your servant? Li Xiaochen was stunned by Lin Yusin's direct question. His heart beat unconsciously, and his ears were slightly red. Is this something a girl can say? Not reserved at all. Li Xiaochen retracted his gaze, just looked at Lin Yusin straight, and asked tentatively, Lin Yusin, if this prince likes you, what will you do? Now, it was Lin Yusin's turn to be confused. Although she had some guesses, but now looking at the prince's look, is he serious? No. Why does Li Xiaochen like her? How is it possible? She is coveting Li Xiaochen's body, but it has nothing to do with love. And she doesn't like Li Xiaochen yet, so how can she say it? If she refuses directly, will the prince kill her? I'm going to die. I said that this matter between men and women is the most troublesome. Isn't it good to be beautiful alone? This girl is still thinking about finishing the family affairs and going out to see the beautiful rivers and mountains. Li Xiaochen listened to Lin Yusin's voice. His face gradually sank, and the air pressure around him became lower. She doesn't like this prince?
Why?
Is this prince not excellent? Li Xiaochen couldn't figure it out. But Li Xiaochen also wants to save face. Since he knows that Lin Yusin doesn't like him now, if he waits for Lin Yusin to really say no, where will his face as a prince be? So the prince who loves face said with a cold face, Oh, Lin Yusin, do you really think that I think highly of you? I was just joking. You look like a bean sprout, but don't forget that when you reach the age of marriage, the emperor will grant you a marriage, and then you will be the future regent princess. So don't have any bad thoughts, or I won't be able to protect you then. Lin Yusin. Did Li Xiaochen learn to change his face in his previous life? He was so kind just now, but now he looks like he wants to kill anyone. Did he take the medicine? She is a bean sprout? I think he is the short one. Lin Yusin was so angry that she almost died. Look at what this man said. How can such a poisonous-tongued man live in this world? Why not send down a thunderbolt to kill him? And it was not him who proposed the marriage. If he hadn't had a brain attack at that time and mentioned it like that, would the emperor have agreed? But he did remind me that if the emperor really grants the marriage, the two of them will have to be tied together. If you really have to find a husband here, Li Xiaochen is actually okay. Apart from a sharp tongue, he is handsome and has a good figure. Do you want to give it a try? After Lin Yusin calmed down, she felt that what Li Xiaochen said made sense, but now she can only say that she doesn't hate Li Xiaochen, although Li Xiaochen's tongue is a bit sharp, which often makes her grit her teeth. But every time she is in trouble, Li Xiaochen can protect her. She is not a person who doesn't know how to be grateful, and she and Li Xiaochen are now on the same rope. She also wants Li Xiaochen to protect the Lin family. After Lin Yusin understood, she was not so angry, but she was not very happy either. She felt that the relationship between her and Li Xiaochen was a little unclear now, so she decided to calm down and see what to do. So she looked at Li Xiaochen and said, "Your Highness, no matter what you think of me, we are both on the same rope now. I will not do anything to let you down. Please rest assured. Also, my marriage is a matter of my father and daughter. My mother will worry about me. If the emperor grants the marriage, I will be a good regent princess and will not bring shame to the regent's mansion. Also, we should not meet before the emperor grants the marriage. It will have a bad influence. If your highness has nothing else to do, I will take my leave." After Lin Yusin expressed her thoughts, she turned and left. Li Xiaochen was left looking at Lin Yusin's back, hesitant to speak, and annoyance flashed across his expressionless face. It was he who made her anxious. They rested until noon, and when Shuiying woke up, Li Xiaochen decided to go back. Lin Yusin went with them. Because Li Xiaochen was injured, Wang Yu carried the prince across the iron rope passage. After they took Shuiying over, when Zhao Yi was about to take Lin Yusin away, Lin Yusin stopped and turned to look at the mountain village behind her. Her eyes flashed, and then she called Zhao Yi, who was standing beside her. "Zhao Yi, go do something." Lin Yusin whispered a few words into Zhao Yi's ear, and then gave him a small package. "Yes, miss, wait a moment." Zhao Yi looked at Lin Yusin in surprise, but still took the package, replied to Lin Yusin, and took a few people back to the mountain village. Lin Yusin found a stone and sat down, waiting for Zhao Yi. Half an hour later, Zhao Yi and his friends came back. Without saying anything, they hurriedly pulled Lin Yusin's arm and rushed towards the iron rope passage. Bang, bang, bang. They had already passed half of the iron rope passage and heard several loud noises behind them. The explosions were mixed with the spread of the fire, and the entire mountain village was surrounded by fire. When they reached the opposite side, the mountain village was almost burned down. What happened? Li Xiaochen frowned and asked Lin Yusin. "Oh, nothing, just a tail end." Lin Yusin waved her hand indifferently and said. Li Xiaochen saw that she didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask. It's good that she's okay. Just now, seeing that she didn't come for such a long time, he was very anxious. If Wang Yu hadn't stopped him, he would have gone to find her. But he didn't know that this girl was so bold that she destroyed half of the mountain. "Let's go." Li Xiaochen glanced at Lin Yusin, retracted his gaze, and said to Wang Yu, "Yes." After entering the city, Li Xiaochen wanted to send Lin Yusin back, but was rejected by Lin Yusin. "Your Majesty, you should go back and recuperate your injuries as soon as possible, otherwise it will be bad if the injuries worsen. I'll let Zhao Yi and others send me back." So Li Xiaochen watched Lin Yusin and him part ways. "Your Highness, why don't you call Miss Lin back?" Wang Yu suggested in a low voice when he saw the prince's eager look. Li Xiaochen's eyes shone, and he looked at Wang Yu. Wang Yu froze and lowered his head. He shouldn't have said too much. After Zhao Yi sent Lin Yusin and Shuiying back to the Lin mansion, he returned to the general's mansion to report. When Lin Yusin walked into the Lin mansion, she felt that the atmosphere in the mansion was not right. All the servants were trembling with fear. Lin Yusin was puzzled. How could something big happen at home after she hadn't seen her for a day? "Send Shuiying back to my yard to recuperate." After Lin Yusin finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards Zhao Hanya's yard, intending to ask her mother. "Yes, miss." "Lin Xiong'an, you have to divorce today even if you don't want to. There is no room for negotiation. Otherwise, your Wang Xiqin will have to live in a pig cage. You have to think about it." Before Lin Yusin went in, she heard Zhao Hanya's cold voice coming from inside. "Huh? Mother is getting a divorce from her scumbag father? So sudden?" She didn't do anything, and thought she would have to wait for a while. But if the divorce is successful, it would be a good thing. But what good thing did Wang Xiqin do to be trapped in a pig cage? Lin Yusin didn't rush in. She walked to the door quietly and lay down to eavesdrop curiously. Zhao Henya also heard Lin Yusin's voice and knew that she was back. There was finally a hint of warmth in her cold eyes. This stinky girl finally knew to come back. "Zhao Henya, don't be shameless and let Wang Xiqin go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You've pushed me so hard that none of us can have a good life. Lin Xiong'an was caught cheating by so many people today, and he was also humiliated. Now he was forced to divorce by Zhao Hanya, and he was shouting in anger. I forced you? If it weren't for the dirty things you did, would I force you? Lin Xiong'an, so many ladies saw you and Wang Xiqin committing adultery in broad daylight today. You can't hide it even if you want to. Tomorrow, everyone in the capital will know about it. Then you will be the joke of the whole capital. Zhao Hanya didn't give him any face at all. She directly tore off the cloth covering Lin Xiong'an and sneered.
You.
Lin Xiong'an was furious, but couldn't say anything. He knew that his reputation would be gone after today. Lin Xiong'an, you and your mother designed to make me lose my reputation, so I had to marry you. Later, you and Wang Xiqin had an affair and gave birth to Lin Qianqian. You also designed to switch my Yusin with Lin Qianqian so that I could raise a child for you and another woman. Do you really think I'm a fool? Zhao Hanya looked at Lin Xiong'an with cold eyes, as if looking at a dead person, without a trace of emotion. How do you know? Seeing so many things exposed, Lin Xiong'an panicked. This woman actually knew so many things? If others don't know, then don't do it yourself. Lin Xiong'an, do you really think that we, Zhao Hanya, are so easy to bully? If you don't divorce today, then I will expose what you did to the emperor, and your position as Shangxi will end. You said that you're Wang Xiqin and Lin Qianqian. Oh, by the way, and the son of the illegitimate wife will not have a good life in the future. Do you think they will continue to follow you if you fall into poverty? Zhao Hanya mocked Lin Xiong'an and gave him an ultimatum. She originally wanted to wait for her father to trip up Lin Xiong'an in the court, and then use the things he did to put pressure on him, so that he would return all the money he had swallowed from her before, and then divorce. But he should never have thought about the children. This time by Wei Wei was, which reminded her of what Yu Xian said before, that liar would have his legs chopped off. She worried all night, fearing that it would come true, and she was relieved only when liar came back. If this matter had nothing to do with Lin Xiong'an, she would not believe it at all, so she would not wait any longer, and she could give up the money and treat it as feeding the dog. But the divorce must be done as soon as possible, and she didn't want her children to live under the eyes of jackals every day. So this morning she set up a plan to let Wang Xiqin enter the house, drug them, and had a collective adultery. At that time, she used liar's marriage as an excuse, and invited several women who were friendly with her to come for tea, and took the opportunity to let them see this scene. Then she took advantage of the situation to catch Wang Xiqin and locked her in the woodshed. After sending the ladies away, she directly explained her purpose to Lin Xiong'an. Lin Xiong'an's face changed again and again. It seemed that there would be no peace today. He turned his thoughts and looked at Zhao Hanya and said, "We can have a divorce, but I want the military token in liar's hand." Yesterday, the prince didn't get the military token, and the channel for making money was also destroyed. The prince is now angry. If he can take the military token to the prince will definitely appreciate him, and he won't have to rely on the general's mansion at all.
He.
Lin Xiong'an, I didn't expect that your brain is filled with paste. You're a civil servant, you want a tiger token? You said that if the emperor knew, how many brains do you have? When the time comes, can the person you want to cling to protect you? Zhao Hanya laughed as if she heard a joke, and looked at Lin Xiong'an with more and more disgust. I didn't expect Lin Xiong'an to be so brainless that he even wanted to the tiger token. That was something given by the emperor himself. Even if he wanted to change someone to take charge of the tiger token, the emperor had to issue an order in person, not him. Lin Xiong'an panicked instantly and didn't dare to speak anymore. Lin Xiong'an, you have no way out. You can only divorce. Otherwise, I don't know what I will do tomorrow. Zhao Hanya didn't want to waste time talking to him. She looked at Lin Xiong'an expressionlessly and reminded him. Lin Xiong'an looked at the arrogant woman in front of him. He and her have been married for more than 10 years. He knew that Zhao Hanya was a beautiful, smart, and resourceful woman before she married him. So, in order to get the support of the general's mansion, he listened to his mother's words and used despicable means. In the end, it really worked. He successfully married her. For so many years, Zhao Hanya has always been calm and self-sustaining, and a person with a cold temperament, but she didn't know that Zhao Hanya had such deep scheming and such fierce means. After a while, Lin Xiong'an calmed down and thought about his official position that he had climbed up with great difficulty. He couldn't just give it up. So he suppressed the hatred in his heart, looked at Zhao Hanya and said, "I agree to divorce." "That's good."
There is a pen and ink. Write it.
Zhao Hanya saw that he agreed and didn't give him any chance to regret it. She asked him to write it directly. Lin Xiong'an did not hesitate this time. He walked over, picked up the brush, and started. After a while, the divorce letter was written. Zhao Hanya picked it up, took a look, and then tore it up. "Zhao Hanya, what are you doing?" Lin Xiong'an roared when he saw this. "Lin Xiong'an, rewrite it. It's you who left the house with nothing and took your lover and daughter away from the Lin mansion, not me." "Zhao Hanya, don't go too far." The anger and hatred in Lin Xiong'an's eyes were about to overflow. If eyes could kill, Lin Xiong'an would have killed Zhao Hanya countless times. "You asked for this. For so many years, you have eaten my food and used my things, and asked me to help you raise your children. Shouldn't all these be returned to me? It's good enough that I let you leave the house with nothing. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to make your Lin family and Wang family disappear from the capital from now on." Zhao Hanya looked at Lin Xiong'an with a little disgust and said in a cold voice. Zhao Hanya was not bragging. He, Lin Xiong'an, was just a small official of the 6th rank who had just arrived in Beijing to report on his work. He had no foundation in Beijing and was not capable. He was transferred to Beijing by chance because of some political achievements. After that, he used despicable means to marry her and got the support of the general's mansion. After step by step to today, it was easy to drive away their Lin family. Lin Xiong'an was furious, but he could do nothing. He knew the situation of his family, and all his handles were in Zhao Hanya's hands. If he resisted, he didn't know what this woman would do. He had finally climbed to his current position, and he couldn't afford to gamble. When he climbed up to the prince and became a follower of the dragon, "I will make you all pay the price." Lin Xiong'an suppressed the hatred in his heart, so he picked up the pen again and wrote another one. Zhao Hanya took it and read it again. There was no problem this time. After she signed it herself, the divorce letter was completed. Zhao Hanya folded the divorce letter, put it in his arms, looked at Lin Xiong'an who was standing aside, raised his eyebrows and said, "Master Lin, aren't you leaving? You have nothing to do with me now. It's not appropriate for a man and a woman to be in the same room."
"Zhao Hanya."
Lin Xiong'an roared with gritted teeth. "Don't shout, I can hear you."
"Oh.
By the way, you, your woman, and your daughter have to move out today, otherwise don't blame me for throwing you out. It will be your Master Lin's face that will be embarrassed." Zhao Hanya didn't take his anger seriously at all. She sat down on the chair next to her and looked at him indifferently. "Zhao Hanya, don't do it to the extreme. After all, Liar and the other 3 are still my sons. If something happens to me, they won't have a good life." Lin Xiong'an looked at Zhao Hanya and said with a gloomy face, "Lord Lin, don't worry about this. Since the children are with me, they have nothing to do with you in the future. You should take care of your illegitimate son. It is said that he owes a lot of debts because of gambling. I wonder if Lord Lin has the ability to clean up your precious son's ace?" Zhao Hanya just signed the divorce letter, and the whole person was relieved. Now looking at Lin Xiong'an, it's like looking at a stranger, not caring about what he says. "You? Is it you who set the trap?" Lin Xiong'an only reacted at this time. He said that Cheer didn't know how to gamble before. How could he suddenly become so addicted to gambling? It's impossible for no one to lead him. He came back to his senses at this time, looked at Zhao Hanya in disbelief, and questioned. "I just asked someone to lead him to the gambling house, and the rest is none of my business." Zhao Hanya said innocently. "You vicious woman." Lin Xiong'an was furious and picked up the teacup on the table and threw it at Zhao Hanya. Zhao Hanya's eyebrows were stern, and her body slightly turned to avoid the cup that was thrown at her.
"Pa."
The cup fell to the ground. Lin Yusin's heart skipped a beat. "Mother." She didn't care about eating melons and rushed in quickly. "Mother, are you okay?" Lin Yusin came to Zhao Hanya and asked worriedly. It's all her fault. If she hadn't been watching the show outside just now, she almost caused her mother to be beaten by the scumbag. Lin Yusin blamed herself. She glared at Lin Xiong'an and said coldly, Lord Lin, you are so powerful. You are divorced, but you are still here to show off your power as the head of the family. Aren't you afraid of spraining your waist? You beast, who are you talking to? I am your father after all, you unfilial daughter. Lin Xiong'an felt that he and this daughter were not compatible. Since she came back, the family was not going well. The lady wanted to divorce him, and she also encountered obstacles everywhere in the court. If I had known this, I should have strangled her to death. Lin Xiong'an looked at Lin Yusin with murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Yusin saw it, and she was so angry that she raised her hand and wanted to beat the scumbag father, but was stopped by Zhao Hanya. Zhao Hanya didn't waste any words. She just stepped forward and slapped him.
Bah!
Lin Xiong'an, you have to move out of this house today, otherwise you will be left with nothing. Get out. Zhao Hanya looked at Lin Xiong'an and started to drive him away. Zhao Hanya, don't regret it. Lin Xiong'an covered his slapped face and looked at the two of them, his teeth itching with hatred. He couldn't beat them and couldn't win by scolding them. In the end, he could only threaten them verbally and turned away. Mother, are you okay? Seeing Lin Xiong'an leave, Lin Yusin walked to Zhao Hanya, held her arm, and asked with concern. It's okay, he is so weak, how could he hurt me? Don't worry, your mother went to the battlefield with your grandfather when she was young, and her kung fu is not weak. Zhao Hanya sorted out her emotions and comforted Lin Yusin. She felt that she felt more relaxed than ever before and was full of expectations for the future. Mother is really amazing. Seeing that Zhao Hanya was really fine, Lin Yusin was relieved and praised her. Really? I think so too, but I think you are also very amazing. Tell me, what did you do last night? A girl went out without leaving a message for Mother. Don't you know that Mother will worry about you? Also, if I hadn't found an excuse for you, would your reputation be ruined if the news of your not coming back all night spread out? Zhao Hanya changed the subject and raised her hand to pinch Lin Yusin's ear, questioning. It hurts, Mother. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it next time. Lin Yusin was suddenly grabbed by the ear, and she cried out in pain, but she couldn't resist and could only beg for mercy. Woo. If I had known earlier, I would have hidden outside for a few days, and I thought my mother would not pursue it. Lin Yusin wanted to cry, but had no tears. Humph, next time, it will be useless even if your eldest brother comes to talk to you. Zhao Hanya snorted coldly, but also let go of her hand and stopped punishing her. Mother, this happened suddenly. And I'm fine, right? Don't worry, your daughter has many ways to save her life. Lin Yusin promised with a smile. I also saved the prince and Shuiying. Although I don't know why the eldest brother's situation deviated from the original plot, he didn't go for Bai Weiwei's body, but went directly to suppress the bandits according to the order, and his legs were not chopped off, but it is developing in a good direction after all, isn't it? And Mother has successfully divorced the scumbag father. There will be fewer and fewer bad things in the future, and I will protect my brothers and Mother. Lin Yusin looked at Zhao Hanya with a smile, her heart full of peace. Zhao Hanya's heart was also swollen. This daughter has not been with her since she was a child. As soon as she came back, she tried hard to change the miserable fate of the family. She took every step carefully just to keep them alive, sometimes even disregarding her own danger. Zhao Hanya held Lin Yusin's hand, looked at Lin Yusin's face, her eyes full of love, and said earnestly, Yusin, Mother hopes you can be happy and live for yourself. Lin Yusin's breath was choked. She looked at Zhao Hanya's eyes, as if she saw something else, but it flashed by again, nothing. Mother, how can I not be happy? With you by my side, I am very happy and blessed. Lin Yusin smiled sweetly. Does Mother's words just now seem to have other meanings? Oh, never mind. Anyway, I am very happy now. You. Okay, you haven't come back all night. You are exhausted. Go back and rest early. Zhao Hanya listened to her daughter's voice, smiled helplessly, looked at her haggard face, and hurriedly urged her to go back. Okay, mother, I'll go back first. Lin Yusin also felt that there was a bad smell on her body. After working all night, her clothes were dirty. If you look closely, there are some bloodstains on them. Fortunately, her mother didn't pursue it. After Lin Yusin finished speaking, she stood up and bowed and went out. Zhao Henya looked at Lin Yusin's back, and her eyes flashed with heartache, but she couldn't persuade her. She could only do her best to prevent her daughter from worrying about it. Madame Zhao, send someone to guard the 3 people. Don't let them take anything away from the mansion, and make a new plaque to change the Lin mansion to the Zhao mansion. Zhao Hanya ordered in a deep voice. Madame Zhao was someone she brought from the Zhao family, and she was very relieved. Yes, madam. Madame Zhao stood up and went out. Lin Yusin returned to her yard and saw Xiaohao practicing martial arts in the yard, very seriously. Well, Xiaohao is really getting more and more handsome. During this period of time in the Lin mansion, the food has improved. He has gained weight, his face is white and clean, and his whole person has grown up. He looks like a little boss, especially when he is practicing martial arts with a serious face. Hee, I wonder if that girl will be lucky enough to grow up. Xiaohao? Lin Yusin retracted her infatuated face and called out to Xiaohao, who was still practicing martial arts. Sister, you're back? Where did you go last night? Xiaohao heard Lin Yusin's cry, turned his head and looked at Lin Yusin in surprise, but he saw blood on the edge of Lin Yusin's dress. His face changed, and he shouted nervously. Sister, you are injured. Where are you injured? Is it serious? Okay, Xiaohao, sister is fine, don't worry. It's not sister's blood. Sister saved 2 people last night, it's their blood. Did you see Shuiying? He was among the injured. Don't worry. Your sister has no other skills, but she has many skills to save her life. Lin Yusin didn't expect Xiaohao's eyes to be so sharp, and he noticed this, so she rubbed his little head and comforted him. I'm glad that sister is okay, sister will wait. When Xiaohao has learned the skills, Xiaohao will help you in the future. Xiaohao raised his head and said to Lin Yusin seriously. Lin Yusin looked at Xiaohao's serious face. Her heart softened. She touched Xiaohao's head and replied softly, Ha, good. Our Xiaohao is so sweet. Sister likes it, hee. But then she put her hands down on Xiaohao's face and began to rub it and changed the subject. Xiaohao, don't pretend to be deep at such a young age, smile. Okay, Xiaohao, study hard. Don't worry about these adult matters. Don't worry, if sister can't handle it, I will find someone to help. Jita. Xiaohao's face was deformed by being rubbed, but Xiaohao was not angry, because sister just praised him. Xiaohao felt happy, so he answered honestly. Seeing that he was so well behaved, Lin Yusin let go of his hand, patted his shoulder, and said, Okay, go and practice. Sister didn't rest last night. Go to sleep for a while. Remember, work and rest. Don't be too tired, okay? I know, sister, you go to rest. Xiaohao obviously saw that sister was tired. I didn't bother her much, and hurriedly urged her to go to sleep. Okay, then I'll leave, Lin Yusin said, and went back to her room. With the help of Xiaodai, she took a shower and changed into clean clothes. She felt a lot more relaxed. She lay on the bed to sleep, but she couldn't fall asleep. Since she couldn't fall asleep, she flashed into the space directly and saw that her medicine field was destroyed.
Squeak.
Get out of here. Lin Yusin knew who did it without thinking, and her anger rose, and she shouted directly to the front. After a long time of silence, Lin Yusin frowned and shouted again. If you don't come out, you won't get a drop of your elixir. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this time, a green caterpillar jumped out of the soil. It was hairless and bare, except for an eye on its head, which was only the size of a little finger. It stared at Lin Yusin with that one eye. If you look closely, you can see the anger and grievance in its eyes. You stinky bug. You destroyed all my medicinal materials, and you still have the nerve to blame me? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The insect jumped in the air, trying its best to tell its grievance. I was in an emergency at that time, and I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you. What are you saying now? I have lost so many medicinal materials, and your elixir is gone too. Lin Yusin didn't buy it and directly confiscated its reward.
Squeak. Squeak.
When the caterpillar heard it, it stood straight up, looking unbelievable, and then jumped around Lin Yusin. No room for negotiation. You have done something wrong and you have to pay for it yourself. Squeak, squeak. That's fine. As long as you restore me to my original state, I will give you 2 drops of fairy dew. Lin Yusin listened to its method and agreed. It would be great if she could have a free labor.
Squeak.
The slow caterpillar saw that Lin Yusin agreed and turned around happily. Okay, then you work, Lin Yusin said, and ignored it. Anyway, this little thing has some skills, so she is not afraid of it making trouble. With the fairy dew, it can't make any waves. Since the medicine has been almost destroyed, there are no medicinal materials to collect. She still has stocks of those precious medicinal materials on the mountain, so there is no need to rush to collect them. So Lin Yusin walked into the house, picked up a book on poison, and began to read. In the previous life, Lin Yusin only studied medicine. Because her work was related to medical skills, she only studied medicine and poison in the space, but not poison. Because poison in that world had long been lost, but it was different here. Although the plot didn't mention the existence of poison, no one can say for sure. Learn first. It's better to be prepared. It's always good to have one more skill. It's just that there is no martial arts in these books. Otherwise, she would have said she was the leader of the martial arts world. Lin Yusin read for a while and felt sleepy, so she flashed back to bed and fell asleep. Don't blame her, it's mainly because she was too tired. She used to do this kind of thing when she was reading and waiting for sleep. Lin Yusin slept until after dinner, and when Lin Yusin opened her eyes, she hadn't come back to her senses.
Who is she?
Where is she?
Miss?
Are you awake? Xiaodai heard the noise, pushed the door open, and asked. Yes, I'm awake. Lin Yusin came back to her senses when she heard Xiaodai's voice and replied lazily. I'll change your clothes for you. Xiaodai stepped forward to help. Lin Yusin didn't stop him. She had been in the Lin mansion for so long, and she was used to being helped to dress. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Lin Yusin was halfway through getting dressed when she thought of something and asked, Xiaodai, has my father left? The master took Miss Qianqian and Wang Xiqin out of the house before dinner. When he left, he was searched by Madame Zhao. All the valuables were found out, and in the end, he only took a few pieces of clothing. He didn't take anything else. Xiaodai knew what the young lady liked to hear, so she answered truthfully. Really? No trouble? Lin Yusin felt relieved, and then asked curiously. The master just had a gloomy face and said nothing. Wang Xiqin and Miss Qianqian were the most violent. They were unwilling to leave. One was reluctant to leave the money and jewelry, and the other was reluctant to leave the house to suffer. The two rolled around in the yard. It was so lively. Xiaodai smiled with pursed lips. It's what they deserve. They are so rude. They will have a hard time in the future. Lin Yusin's unhappiness finally dissipated. Their lives will not be so easy in the future. Miss, are you hungry? I'll get you some food. Xiaodai asked carefully after dressing Lin Yusin. Well, go ahead. It's just right, I'm hungry too. Lin Yusin touched her stomach. She slept for an afternoon and was hungry. The next morning, Lin Yusin got up early. Because she slept too much yesterday and didn't fall asleep in the second half of the night, she went to the space to read. Miss, are you awake? Madam just sent someone to tell you to go to her place later, saying that the second and third young masters will be back today. Xiaodai heard the noise outside and knew that the young lady had woken up. She pushed the door open, reached out to help the young lady put on her clothes, and reminded her. Second brother. Third brother will be back? Okay, I know. Lin Yusin nodded, indicating that she knew. She had indeed not seen him for several days. After putting on her clothes and washing up, Lin Yusin went to see Shuiying first. How is it, Shuiying, are you feeling better?
Oh.
Xiaohao is here too. Lin Yusin looked at Shuiying, who was lying on the bed recovering from her injuries, and it turned out that Xiaohao was here too. Master, why are you here? Sister. The two were surprised to see Lin Yusin coming over. I came to see you. Does your wound still hurt? Lin Yusin asked with concern. The wound still hurts a little, but I can bear it. Thank you for saving me this time, master. Shuiying said, and thanked Lin Yusin. It's too polite for you to say that. You're helping me, and I'll do everything I can to protect your personal safety, right? Come on, stretch out your hand, I'll take your pulse, and see how things are going. Lin Yusin said as she waved at Shuiying, motioning him to stretch out his hand. Shuiying looked at Lin Yusin, blinked, and stretched out his hand obediently. After Lin Yusin took Shuiying's pulse, she checked his wound, which made Shuiying's face flush. Otherwise, with Xiaohao and Xiaodai by his side, Shuiying would have to hide his face in the quilt. He was unconscious last night and didn't know anything, but now he's awake and being checked on by his master, a woman, makes him feel uncomfortable even though she's healing him. Seeing that Shuiying's wound wasn't inflamed, Lin Yusin changed the medicine for him and bandaged him up. Then she wrote a prescription, handed it to Xiaodai and said, Xiaodai, please take care of Shuiying these days. This medicine is for these days. I will come to see his condition in a few days. Okay, miss. Xiaodai took some prescriptions and agreed. Xiaohao, your master Shuiying is not convenient to teach you kung fu these days. I will give you a day off today. Do you want to go out and play with me? Seeing that all the instructions were given, Lin Yusin thought for a while, looked at Xiaohao and asked,
Can I?
Xiaohao's eyes lit up. He had never gone out since he came to the Lin mansion. He had been taking care of his body. After that, he started studying and had no chance to go out. Of course, but you still have to make up your homework tomorrow, understand? Lin Yusin rubbed his head and smiled. Well, don't worry, sister. I will make up my homework tomorrow. Xiaohao was so happy that he almost jumped up, not as calm as before. Seeing Xiaohao happy, Lin Yusin sighed in her heart. After all, he is still a child, so easy to satisfy. It's great. I hope he can be so happy in the future. Lin Yusin took Xiaohao to Zhao Hanya's courtyard first. Zhao Hanya was sorting out the trivial matters in the mansion. The scumbag father moved away, but the mansion still had to go on. Mother, madam. Lin Yusin and Xiaohao stepped forward and saluted obediently. You are all here, come quickly, this is Xiaohao. He is so handsome. How is he doing with your sister Yusin? Zhao Hanya saw that Lin Yusin brought Xiaohao over, and hurriedly called him forward to ask. If this child didn't know his identity, she wouldn't know that the prince was actually living so miserably. Zhao Hanya looked at the child in front of her who looked much more moist than before, and felt very distressed. Madam, my sister is very good to me. She also helped me find a teacher to teach me martial arts and calligraphy. Xiaohao answered respectfully, but he didn't show any cowardice. That's good. Since you have entered our Zhao family, you will be the master of this place in the future. If you need anything, tell your sister, okay? Zhao Henya looked at Xiaohao and said softly, Well, thank you, madam. Xiaohao knows. Xiaohao felt warm in his heart and responded obediently. He felt very lucky. He met his sister when he was most desperate, and then he had such a good wife. It was great that he was not a child that no one wanted. Zhao family? Lin Yusin was stunned. She didn't come out of the courtyard last night. I don't know how it became Zhao family. Well, I was in a hurry yesterday and didn't tell you yet. From now on, this Lin mansion will be changed to Zhao mansion. I will change it back after Liar gets married. Zhao Hanya explained. When she saw the plaque, she would think of being deceived by Lin Xiong'an for half her life, and she would feel upset. She planned to change it first. When Liar gets married in the future, this mansion will belong to Liar, and he can do whatever he wants. Mother, if you don't like it, then don't like it. From now on, this is the Zhao mansion. Otherwise, I will also change my name to Zhao Yusin. Lin Yusin knew her mother as not. After being deceived for so many years, anyone would be angry. Now that they have finally divorced, shouldn't they clear all the garbage? What nonsense are you talking about? Although your father is not a thing, he is still your father. In this world, filial piety is the first of all virtues. If you change your surname, you will be drowned in spitting stars. How can you get married in the future? Zhao Hanya didn't agree when she heard her daughter's words. Changing the plaque can be said to be a result of the unsuccessful divorce between husband and wife. If they change the child's surname, people will say that the child is unfilial, The father does not recognize him, and the ancestors are not wanted, and they will be cursed by the world. Mother, I'm just talking. I was wrong. I won't say anything. Lin Yusin saw that she only said one sentence, and her mother started a long speech. She was so confused that she surrendered quickly. I am dying. It is such a pity that my mother does not join the pyramid scheme. She is so eloquent. For every one she says, my mother can say 10. Lin Yusin rolled her eyes behind her mother's back. Xiao Hao beside her saw it and pursed his lips to hold back his laughter. My sister is so funny. What's wrong? Did my sister make my mother unhappy? At this time, Lin Chenglai walked in from outside. Hearing Lin Yusin's inner complaints, he asked with a smile. No, I am such a good child. How could I possibly make my mother angry? Don't talk nonsense, big brother. Lin Yusin was upset after hearing this. Why did she shake her head as soon as she came back?
Ha! You are so shameless to say that.
I haven't told you about this matter yet. Don't take risks like this next time, understand? Lin Chenglai glared at Lin Yusin and warned. I know. Lin Yusin pouted and lowered her head, feeling like a wounded kitten. This made Zhao Hanya and Lin Chenglai laugh. Okay, but you have also made contributions in suppressing the bandits this time. The emperor asked you to go to the palace tomorrow to receive the reward. Seeing that his sister was unhappy, Lin Chenglai gave her another sweet date. Really? Lin Yusin was indeed happy to hear the news. Last time, she put the 1,000 gold into the space and saved it. This time, she got it again. Wait, did I forget something? Forget it. If I can't remember it, I won't think about it. Who cares? Anyway, I will get silver again when I go to the palace tomorrow. Ha ha. What's true or false? Lin Xiaoyang and Lin Shixiao walked in and asked curiously. The emperor asked Yusin to go to the palace tomorrow to receive the reward. Lin Chenglai explained to his 2 younger brothers. Oh, sure. Your 3 brothers work so hard every day but haven't received any rewards. You've been rewarded twice, right? You're richer than your second brother now, right? How about you support your second brother's career? Lin Xiaoyang was a little jealous of his sister's wealth. The main reason was that he was too poor. Although his business was big, it was just a drop in the bucket to support half of the national treasury. That's right. The second brother only has the title of an imperial merchant. It's his ability to get 10 taels of silver in his pocket. It's a bit pitiful. But what should I do? I have to think about it carefully. Give gold directly?
2.
By the way, doesn't the second brother have a pharmacy? I'll research some beauty pills for him and let him sell them to the daughters and wives of officials, or those rich women. This is faster than making money from the people, right? Yes, let's do it. I'll go back to write a business plan tonight and talk to the second brother in detail tomorrow. After Lin Yusin figured it out, she raised her head and wanted to tell her second brother about her idea, but she saw her second brother staring at her with green eyes, which made her tremble all over.
Second
brother? Second brother, don't worry, my money has other uses. I will think of other ways for you and make you rich, okay? Lin Yusin thought that her second brother was thinking about her gold, so she quickly spoke to protect her own small treasury. Okay, second brother is waiting for your method, right? Second brother's future happy days depend on you. Lin Xiaoyang finished speaking excitedly. He just heard his sister's voice and thought that his sister's idea was very good. Instead of making a few cents from the people, it is better to make money directly from the rich. Those ladies for beauty have to spend a lot of money, right? He is so looking forward to it. Look at your worthless look. Others were so disgusted. As long as Lin Xiaoyang talked about making money, he was like a demon. You don't understand. Lin Xiaoyang rolled his eyes at his elder brother. A rough man like his elder brother would not understand the joy of making money. Okay, I'll talk to you in detail tomorrow. Seeing this, Lin Yusin promised with a smile. Okay, I called you together today because I have something to tell you. Yesterday, your father and I divorced. I believe you all know it. There are also some rumors outside.
Don't worry about it.
As long as our family is together and safe, it's better than anything else. Zhao Hanya interrupted the children's chatter, looked at the children, and said seriously, Mom, Don't worry, I am the eldest in the family. I will support this family, and I won't let you suffer any grievances. Lin Chunlai looked at his mother and said seriously, That's right, mother. I will make a lot of money in the future to support you in your old age. Lin Xiaoyang also said, Mom, the same thing. Wow, so touching. Are the brothers so sentimental? Should I say something too? What should I say? I feel like I don't have any ability. The eldest brother can fight, the second brother can make money, the third brother can solve cases, and me? Does being a doctor count? Woohoo. I feel like I'm such a loser at home. Who cares? Anyway, I'm the youngest, I protect my mother, and my 3 brothers protect me. Lin Yusin cried in her heart, and tears continued to well up in her eyes, but they just wouldn't fall. The 3 brothers listened to her inner words, and the sentimental scene was broken. They all looked at her tears with amusement. Their sister has no self-awareness of her own abilities. With her heaven-defying prophetic ability, she will be worshipped wherever she goes. Zhao Hanya thanked her children. Her heart was warm, her eyes were slightly red, her marriage was unfortunate, but she had 4 sensible children. She was still very happy. Be good, they're all my good children. Zhao Hanya rubbed Lin Yusin's head and said to the children, By the way, Ali, I changed the plaque to Zhao Mansion. When you get married, you can change it back. Zhao Hanya thought of something and felt that she should tell her eldest son. Mother, you can make the decision on this matter. If you don't like it, you don't have to change it in the future. Lin Chunlai didn't care about these things. It didn't matter what the surname of this mansion was.
It was their home anyway.
Get married? Big brother is 20 years old, right? It's time to think about marriage. Now that Bai Weiwei, the bad peach blossom, is gone, then those red stars should also be moved, right? I have to show Big Brother these noble ladies in Beijing. Which one is suitable for Big Brother? Lin Yusin touched her chin and thought hard. Lin Chunlia's old face turned red. This sister didn't want it a little bit. Can't this matter be said and said like rain? Moreover, as a big brother, he needs his sister to help arrange the marriage. Isn't it a bit unreasonable? Okay, let's talk about it after you get married, but I don't know which daughter you will marry in the future. Zhao Hanya knew that her daughter was thinking about the candidate, and she believed in her daughter, so she deliberately said this to throw out the topic. Which daughter? Of course, it is the second daughter of the Taifu family, Ji Qingxue. In the plot, she had a tragic fate for her eldest brother. After her eldest brother's legs were cut off, she resolutely followed her eldest brother and took care of him for 3 years. During the period, no matter how she was insulted and hit by her eldest brother, she did not leave. In the end, her mother threatened to die and forced her to leave her eldest brother. But later, because she followed her eldest brother for 3 years without a name or status, her reputation was ruined. After returning, she was married to another province by the Taifu and finally died of illness in a foreign land. This eldest sister-in-law is a woman who values friendship. I will definitely marry my eldest brother back. Big brother, you have to work hard now, right? Don't make the eldest sister-in-law angry again. After Lin Yusin thought of the candidate, she was instantly happy. It seems that she has to find a way to let them meet. The others all looked at Lin Qunlai, their eyes full of disgust. They could lose their wives. They were useless. Zhao Hanya was also full of disgust. This useless son deserved to be single for life. However, since she knew the best candidate, she, as a mother, had to find a way to let them meet. She also wanted to see this good girl. Lin Qunlai. He was wronged in this life. Do you believe it? Xiaohao was full of gossip, and now he was looking at everyone with surprise. He didn't expect that his sister's voice could be used in this way. He was exposed. Sister, third brother has something to ask you. Lin Shishao, who had been silent, thought about it and decided to ask his sister. Since his sister had this magical power, she would definitely be able to help him. Third brother, you said that I will definitely help if I can. Lin Yusin said with assurance. It's just that third brother has encountered a very difficult case recently. Every once in a while, a woman's belly band will be lost in the city, but we have investigated and found no traces of human intervention, nor any other clues. This matter has been suppressed by the Ministry of Justice for more than a month. If the case is not closed, third brother will be punished. Third brother really can't figure it out. Third brother thinks that sister is so smart that she can definitely help third brother find a solution. Lin Shixiao talked about the case seriously and then looked at Lin Yusin with expectation. Let me think about it. It seems that there is such a case. However, in the plot, the case was finally investigated by the prince's people 2 months later, and the man was promoted in the end. Because this was designed by him, he set up a trap to steal the belly band, making this a difficult case to solve, and then he solved the case himself. So, he was promoted and made the Ministry of Justice a helper of the prince. Thinking of this, Lin Yusin looked up at the third brother and reminded him. Third brother, you've only thought about human beings. Have you ever thought about what if it is not a human? What can get the belly band without going in? And since it has stolen so many things and has not been caught by you, there will be a next time. Lin Shixiao was stunned, and something flashed through his mind. He stood up and said anxiously, Sister, I know. Thank you. Mother, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After that, Lin Shixiao strode out.
Hey.
This stinky boy, I finally called him back and he didn't even have time to eat. He left again. Zhao Henya looked at the back of her youngest son and said helplessly, It turns out that the third brother is a workaholic. Next time I have a chance, I will go to see where he works. Working day and night is not okay. I still have to find a chance to tell him that working day and night can easily lead to illness and sudden death, which is not worth the loss. Lin Yusin looked at the back of her third brother leaving and decided in her heart to remind him next time when she has time. Zhao Hanya's heart tightened when she heard it. Well, it seems that she still has to take care of this youngest son in the future. If he works endlessly, how can he marry a wife in the future? Then she quickly told a nanny to serve the meal, otherwise the other children would leave soon. Oh, forget it, let's eat. Nanny, go serve the meal.
Cut. Cut.
Have a cold? Lin Shixiao, who had just walked out of the house, sneezed several times in a row, rubbed his nose tip indifferently, and didn't take it seriously. He only had his case in his mind. Lin Yusin had lunch with her family and took Xiaohao out of the house. Since she said today that she would take Xiaohao out to see the world, she had to keep her word, although she didn't go out for a walk many times. Before leaving, she found a servant in the mansion, named Xiadengzi. The housekeeper said that this boy grew up in the capital and knew every place in the capital, but his family was not well off, so he had been living outside. Some time ago, there was a big change in the mansion, and his family heard that he could make money as a servant, so they sent him in. When Lin Yusin heard this, she thought it was a map of the capital and immediately decided that she wanted this man. Xiadengzi, is this the most lively and crowded place in the capital, you said? Lin Yusin took Xiaohao away from the carriage and stood on a street that seemed prosperous but sparsely populated, and asked Xiaodeng, who was following behind her doubtfully. Miss, this street is called Shibao Street. It looks empty, but it actually has a lot of secrets. Xiadengzi answered respectfully. What do you think this street is called? Lin Yusin was stunned when she heard the name, and asked again in disbelief. Shibao Street? Xiadengzi didn't understand why the lady was so surprised, but she still answered honestly. Xiaohao also looked at his sister in confusion. What's wrong with this street? This is actually the famous Shibao Street. It is said that there is a place called Jiaxing Tower here. This Jiaxing Tower sounds very grand, but it is actually a red building. However, this red building is particularly famous because there is a Qingguan inside called Yanran. It sounds like a woman, but she is a man. This Yanran is 18 years old and has a lot of tricks. In just 2 years in Jiaxing Tower, she has made Jiaxing Tower very popular. It is said that many officials in the court have come to Jiaxing Tower and ordered Yanran. Well, since she is here today, she has to see what the popular Yanran looks like. Who is more handsome, Li Xiaochen or Li Xiaochen? Let's go to Jiaxing Tower to take a look. Lin Yusin retracted her gaze and said excitedly. Xiaohao looked puzzled. Is his sister going to watch the excitement or to see the handsome man? No, miss. This Jiaxing Tower doesn't open until the evening. If we go there now, they won't be open. Xia Dengzi hurriedly stopped Lin Yusin and explained. Lin Yusin, this is definitely a nightclub mode. What should I do? I want to go even more. Then wait. She completely forgot that she had to go to the palace to receive the reward tomorrow. Then let's go to other places first. Lin Yusin didn't mind and directed Xia Dengzi to the next place. In a tea house not far away, a man in a pink luo skirt and charming manners raised his peach blossom eyes and looked in the direction where Lin Yusin left. He raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the expressionless man beside him, but his eyes never left the window. If you look closely, you can see the anger in his eyes. He raised his eyebrows, looked at Li Xiaochen with a pair of peach blossom eyes jokingly, and asked, You have been staring at her. Have you taken a fancy to that girl? She is pretty, but she is not a good match for you. The man said softly and shook his head with regret. Li Xiaochen retracted his cold eyes, looked at the man coldly, and said, It seems that you want to go back and rest for a few days? The beautiful man froze all over, secretly regretting that he shouldn't talk too much and provoke this evil star. Okay, I was wrong. I shouldn't say anything about her, as long as you like it. The beautiful man raised his hands and begged for mercy. She will go to your place tonight. Don't touch her.
Li Xiaochen barnat coldly.
Are you serious? The beautiful man, also known as Master Yanran, was very surprised to see Li Xiaochen's performance. Is this still the prince he knew, who is not close to women and was cold and ruthless? Will he be possessed by someone else? Then he shrugged and said, Since you are so nervous, why don't you stay by yourself? If she touches me, I can't do anything. If she touches you, I will destroy that place. Li Xiaochen didn't waste any words. He knew that Lin Yusin liked men. He often heard comments about men in her heart. Sometimes he was a little jealous. If it weren't for his good figure, he would not be in the eyes of that stinky girl Lin Yusin. Last time he mentioned taking responsibility, she scared him away. He didn't dare to get close to her these 2 days. How could he be so cowardly as the regent? Yanran shuddered, feeling that her life was about to be lost. You, the regent, are actually in love? Who would believe this if she told others? Okay, I promise not to provoke her, that's all. Yanran raised her hands in surrender and admitted defeat very quickly. Lin Yusin pulled Xiaohao and followed the small stool along the way, stopping and starting, having a lot of fun. Every time she arrived at a place, Lin Yusin would go in to take a look. The sweet-scented osmanthus cake in Xiangsu Pavilion is delicious by some. The clothes in Qiala are beautiful. Go and have a look. The crispy chicken in Fuminlu is delicious. Eat some?
But the reality is, wow.
The proprietress of Xiangsu Pavilion is fooling around with the chef in the backyard while the boss is away. It's the right time to come today. There's melon to eat. Lin Yusin turned around and headed towards Xiangsu Pavilion. Half an hour later, the boss lady and the chef were watched. The boss of the sushi pavilion happened to come back and saw the scene, and then he had a fight with the boss lady. Lin Yusin retreated to the second line and ate melons on the periphery. Yo, the fight was so hard to separate. It can be called a classic. You should learn something. Let's go to the next venue. Lin Yusin watched the excitement for a while, then turned and left the sushi pavilion and followed the small stool to the next location. Xiaohao followed Lin Yusin to eat a whole melon, and the whole person was numb. He was just a 5-year-old child. Why did he have to endure all this? Xiaohao felt for the first time that his worldview could be overturned like this, and it was not a good thing to hear his sister's voice. He felt that his young heart was a little traumatized.
Hey.
The shopkeeper of Chui Yala stole silver to gamble. This has been stolen more than once, and the boss hasn't found it yet. In the end, the family was destroyed by the theft of the waiter. Do you want to help? Go in and take a look first. Lin Yusin paused and turned to enter Chui Yalu. Xiaohao suddenly had a bad feeling and reached out to grab his sister, but he was a step too late. Lin Yusin had already walked in. Xiaohao had no choice but to follow her, hoping that no one would get hurt. If a fight really broke out, he would try his best to protect his sister. Lin Yusin walked into Chui Yalu. There were no customers inside. There was a shopkeeper sneaking around to the counter. Lin Yusin walked up and knocked on the counter with her hand. Knock, knock. How much did you steal today? Lin Yusin leaned closer and asked in a low voice. Not much today, only 50. You, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm just sorting it out. And who are you? Don't meddle in other people's business here. The shopkeeper, who was busy counting the money, replied casually, but halfway through, he realized something was wrong, suddenly raised his head, looked at Lin Yusin, and asked nervously.
Me?
I'm the messenger of justice. Where's your boss? I have something to do with him. Lin Yusin looked at his covered cuffs, raised her eyebrows, stood up and asked, Can you see our boss whenever you want? Hurry up and leave. Don't be an eyesore here. The shopkeeper was feeling guilty, and just now he was caught by Lin Yusin taking money. When he heard that Lin Yusin wanted to find his boss, he immediately got angry. Was this woman going to sue him?
Bah!
Lin Yusin raised her hand and slapped the counter, saying sternly, What? You Chui Lu still don't receive customers? I said, I want to see your boss. Our boss is not here. Don't show off here. Hurry up, I won't sell you clothes. The shopkeeper was afraid that this woman would really sue the boss, so he wanted to drive her away before the boss came out. So his tone was particularly arrogant. Want to drive me away? Humph. Today I'll let you see the charm of silver.
Bah!
Suddenly, a 10 liang silver coin appeared on the counter. Can I find your boss now? Lin Yusin stretched the counter with her hand and looked at the shopkeeper provocatively. The shopkeeper looked at the 10 taels of silver, blinked his eyes, and felt that he could not bend over backwards for 10 taels of silver, and was about to speak.
You. Pa.
There was another ingot of silver on the table, which was bigger than the previous one, weighing 50 taels. What now? Lin Yusin raised her eyebrows and looked at the shopkeeper and asked.
I.
The shopkeeper stuttered a little, but his eyes were shining when he looked at the silver on the counter.
Pa.
Lin Yusin put another piece of silver on the counter this time, pointed at the silver on the counter, and asked again. As long as you find the boss for me, all this silver is yours. The shopkeeper looked at the 160 taels of silver on the counter, and his heart was moved. With this 160 taels of silver, he could pay off his gambling debts. After the shopkeeper figured out, he didn't care why Lin Yusin came to the shopkeeper. He changed his expression and bowed to Lin Yusin, saying, Girl, wait a minute. Our boss is taking a nap in the backyard. I'll go find him now. After that, he went to the backyard. Lin Yusin raised her eyebrows. This boss is a bit lazy. There is not much business here, and he is still taking a nap in the backyard. He is even lazier than her. After a while, a middle-aged man came out. He was wearing a black coat, very handsome, with a beard, but he looked very gentle. You can't tell that he is already middle-aged. I heard from the shopkeeper that the girl is looking for me. A deep voice came, making Lin Yusin's ears itch, and she couldn't help but look at the man a few more times. This man doesn't look like a lazy person, but how could the shopkeeper steal money and go bankrupt? Is there a plot that I don't know about? Lin Yusin's eyes flashed with doubt, but she didn't show it. Well, I want to cooperate with you, sir. Lin Yusin looked at the boss, without the aggressive momentum just now, and said politely, Cooperation? What cooperation? The boss was puzzled. His clothing store has been open for 2 years. Although the business is not very good, it is still well known. Moreover, he is not short of money. He does not think there is any need for cooperation. I want to cooperate with you to do business. I have seen your clothes here. The styles are too old and there is no new so the business is not very good. However, the location of your store is very good, in the west of Shibao Street. When customers come, they first see your stores. In addition, your street is originally a famous commercial street in Beijing. The rich and powerful will come here to shop and show their status. Therefore, the business of your store is like this. Although it is not good, it can still be opened. I will give you clothing drawings, and you will be responsible for production and sales. I don't want much. I want 20% profit for each piece of clothing. Lin Yusin didn't waste words and directly stated her purpose in one breath. The boss looked Lin Yusin up and down and said with a bit of amusement, Oh, miss, what makes you think I will cooperate with you, and you think you can become a shareholder of my Chueya building by producing a few drawings. He felt that he was not awake just now, or that this girl was a little bit out of her mind. Was she here to cause trouble? Duant rushed to refuse. I will draw a design for you, take a look, and then make a decision? Lin Yusin did not guarantee it, but suggested to draw a picture first. The boss thought about it and felt that it would be okay to take a look first. As for cooperation, he did not think this girl had the ability. Okay, come with me to the backyard. The boss nodded in agreement and motioned Lin Yusin to go into the backyard. Lin Yusin was not afraid of being cheated. She took Xiaohao and a small stool and walked to the backyard. There was a simple study in the backyard. In addition to the desk, there was also a reclining chair for a simple rest. I think the boss had just rested here.
Please.
The boss motioned Lin Yusin to the desk so that she could paint. Lin Yusin was not polite and walked over directly, picked up a brush, and started to paint. Fortunately, she practiced calligraphy when she was studying Chinese medicine, otherwise she would not be able to show it now. Lin Yusin painted very seriously. Her painting skills were acquired through hard work in her previous life. The boss did not leave the desk far away. He could see the painting Lin Yusin drew as long as he lowered his head. He was disdainful at first, but slowly his eyes never left the desk. His eyes moved slightly, this painting. After half an hour, Lin Yusin finished a painting, and she stopped, stood up, and said to the boss, "Boss, I've finished it. Please take a look." The boss came back to his senses, hurriedly walked forward, and picked up the painting on the table, which was not yet dry, and looked at it carefully. This unusual painting skill made the figure very three-dimensional, and the clothes were worn on the person just right. Although the person in the painting did not have a face, he was wearing that clothing, as if the person in the painting was about to walk out. And the clothing was a long robe with a cross collar and exquisite floral patterns embroidered on the robe. Every petal was as vivid as a real flower. The sleeves of the robe were loose, and they fluttered gently with the movements of the figure, as if playing with the wind. He had never seen such a style, but it made the person look very elegant and bright. Okay, girl, not only is your painting skill good, but this dress is also unique. But girl, our Chui Yalu has always sold women's clothing and has never sold men's clothing. The boss liked it, but he was still a little hesitant. It's easy, just wait. Lin Yusin understood immediately, interrupted the boss, and then lowered her head to start painting again. Another half an hour passed before Lin Yusin stopped the brush, stood up, and said, "Take a look now." The boss hurriedly leaned over to take a look, and a surprised expression suddenly appeared on his face.
This
And the one just now. The boss was a little excited and stuttered a little when he spoke. He was not stupid, and he immediately thought of what Lin Yusin wanted to express. Yes, it is a set with the one just now, which can be regarded as couple clothing, a pair. I will give you the drawings, and you will be responsible for selling it. If you sell this kind of couple set, I am sure many wives will rush to buy it. Everyone hopes that they and their husbands are a pair, right? Lin Yusin nodded and expressed her opinion. Naturally, if it is sold separately, there is no cine, so she can only innovate and take a different path. This is a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? The boss clapped his hands, excited, and felt surprised by Lin Yusin's idea. Miss, my name is Su Qianjin. What's your name? Let's sit down and talk in detail. The boss came back to his senses and began to introduce himself.
Su Qianjin,
the richest man in Xia country. She actually met him? This world is really small, but it is said that he had a miserable life later. His wife had an affair with his brother and designed to make him a vegetable, occupied his property, and finally starved to death.
Su Qianjin.
Who? Who is talking? Su Qianjin's whole body stiffened, and he felt hairy on his back. Did he meet a ghost? Why can he hear strange noises? He is afraid of ghosts. No wonder his Chui Yalu went bankrupt in the plot. It should not be all because of the shopkeeper stealing the silver. The shopkeeper may be his wife's people, who specifically looked for opportunities to poison here. This Su Qianjin is the richest man after all. How did he end up like this? This Xia country's richest man is so useless. It's better to let her second brother be the richest man. He can't even handle his own family affairs. So much property is wasted, and it's cheap for that kind of woman. Lin Yusin looked at the richest man in Xia country who looked okay in front of her, and the disgust in her eyes couldn't be concealed. This useless man, she regretted cooperating with him. If she didn't make money, and she would lose money in the future, wouldn't she be angry to death? Su Qianjin looked around, and finally her eyes fell on Lin Yusin's head. The voice just now was exactly the same as the voice of the girl in front of her, but she didn't say anything. And she said that his wife had an affair with his brother. Does wife mean madam? Brother is that brother? And poison him? Why didn't she make it clear? Is it true or false? This Su Qianjin will be so useless in the future. How about forgetting the cooperation today? He will be so miserable in the future, and he will lose all her money. Is it easy for her to make some money? Lin Yusin pursed her lips, made up her mind, and was ready to refuse the cooperation. Girl, I sincerely want to cooperate with you. The clothes you draw will definitely sell well. I am very confident. How about this? Instead of giving you 20% of each piece of clothing, I will give you 30% of the future income of Cui Yalu. That's considered as your investment? After Su Qianjin heard that the voice just now was from Lin Yusin and heard that she didn't want to cooperate with him, alarm bells suddenly rang in his heart. He had a premonition that if he didn't cooperate with him, he would not only lose money, but might really live a miserable life, as she said. So, he hurriedly interrupted her refusal and tried to lure her. Lin Yusin was a little moved after hearing what Su Qianjin said. What should she do? It's not that she didn't want to give up, but the other party gave too much. 30% of the profit of the richest man is not a small amount. Is she going to become a rich woman? And even if Cui Yalu's business is not good so far, Cui Yalu is a national chain store after all, with branches all over the country, and Su Qianjin has other stores, involving many industries. It doesn't seem to be a loss to make friends with such a person. Lin Yusin thought about it and decided to agree. Who would have a problem with money? My name is Lin Yusin. Let's have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Lin Yusin showed a standard smile and said politely to Su Qianjin. Ms. Lin, please sit down, let's talk about the cooperation in detail. Su Qianjin saw that Lin Yusin agreed, and her heart was instantly relieved. It was fine to stay. As for the weird things she just heard, there would be plenty of opportunities to find out in the future. The two talked about the cooperation for nearly an hour. Xiao Hao was listening with great interest at the beginning, but he couldn't stand it for a long time and fell asleep with his eyes half closed. Seeing this, Lin Yusin asked Xiaoxiaozi to hold him tightly to prevent him from falling. This is the prince, and he would have to apologize if he fell. It's a pity that Miss Lin doesn't do business. Listening to your words today is better than reading 10 years of books. I really benefited a lot. After talking with Lin Yusin, Su Qianjin admired her very much. He always thought that he had a good business mind, otherwise he wouldn't have made his business so big. As a result, he found out today that he was just a frog in the well. What bundling sales? What discounted products? What recharge cards? It simply opened the door to the new century for him. He also had the passion of his youth. Boss Su, you are polite. I am not interested in this. With capable merchants like Boss Su, they will come up with these ideas sooner or later. Lin Yusin smiled modestly. Miss Lin is too modest, but don't worry, since Miss Lin is cooperating with me, I will definitely not let Miss Lin lose money. Su Qianjin also smiled and promised generously. Okay, since we know each other now, I won't call you Boss Su anymore. I'll call you Uncle Qianjin, and you can call me Yusin so it won't be so awkward. Seeing that he was so generous, Lin Yusin simply changed the address so that she wouldn't feel awkward when taking money in the future. Hee. Okay. Uncle Qianjin will take advantage of you, Yusin.
Ha ha ha.
Uncle Qianjin, I'll go back and draw some clothing drawings and send them to you in a few days. That's it for today. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Yusin stood up and prepared to say goodbye. She didn't forget that she had to go see the number one handsome man later. Okay, then Uncle Qianjin will wait for your things. Su Qianjin also stood up and prepared to see Lin Yusin off. Uncle Tianjin has so many internal conflicts. Do you want to remind him? Lin Yusin walked a few steps, stopped, and turned to Su Tianjin behind him and said, Uncle Tianjin, be careful of the people around you. Only when the internal troubles are cleared can you live a better life. Su Tianjin was stunned and thought of the voice he heard just now. It seems that the voice was really said by Lin Yusin, but she didn't open her mouth at that time. Could it be the voice in her heart? Then what she said was true. His wife and his brother had an affair? And poisoned her? It seems that he has to check it out. Su Tianjin came back to his senses with a serious expression and said to Lin Yusin seriously, Okay, Uncle Tianjin knows. Thank you, Yusin, for reminding me. Well, it's good that you know it in your heart.
Take this.
This is a detoxification pill. Maybe it will be useful. Lin Yusin said, taking out a medicine bottle from her arms and handed it to Su Tianjin. Okay. Uncle Tianjin accepts it and also expresses Yusin's kindness. Su Tianjin took the medicine bottle. Although he didn't know if it would be useful, it was rare for Lin Yusin to help him unconditionally like this. Okay, we'll leave first. Lin Yusin waved her hand, called for a small stool, woke up Xiaohao, and walked out of Chueya building. Su Tianjin sent the person out the door and didn't send him off again. Boss, what are they doing? The shopkeeper saw the boss personally sending the person out, and his heart skipped a beat. He hurried forward and asked carefully. Su Tianjin retracted his gaze and looked at the shopkeeper. Lin Yusin's thoughts rang out, saying that the shopkeeper was his wife's man, often stealing money from his store, and even poisoning him. He looked at the shopkeeper's eyes gradually getting colder, and he said in a cold voice, You don't have to come tomorrow.
No.
Boss, why? Did that stinky girl say something to you just now? She's talking nonsense. I've been working diligently in the store for so many years. Even if I don't have any credit, I've worked hard. When the shopkeeper heard that he was going to be fired, he immediately panicked. If he was fired, where would he find a job with such a high salary, and sometimes he could get some money? No, he can't leave. Su Tianjin didn't waste time talking to him. She returned to the counter and opened the drawer. Suddenly, there was 100 taels of silver missing. This was what he had put in there when he came this morning. He said why his store's business was getting worse and worse, and the silver collected was getting less and less. It turned out that all the money was in his hands. You have taken thousands of taels of silver from me over the years. If you don't leave, I will report to the government and ask you to return the silver. Su Tianjin looked at the shopkeeper coldly and said sternly, No, I didn't take it. The shopkeeper panicked and shook his head to deny it. Su Tianjin took action directly, grabbed the shopkeeper's clothes, put her hand into his sleeves, and took out 2 ingots of silver. You still say you didn't take it. What is this? You, a shopkeeper, have 100 taels of silver on you? If you say another word, I will let you taste the taste of being beaten with a stick. Don't you get out? Su Tianjin was still very scary when she was serious. In addition, the shopkeeper had indeed taken a lot of money over the years. If he really went to the government, he would be in jail for life. He was scared and said hurriedly, I'm leaving. The shopkeeper shrank his neck and left. Miss Su put the 100 taels back into the drawer. It seemed that she had to find a reliable person. Lin Yusin didn't know what happened in Chui Yalu after they left. They were now preparing to find a place to eat because it was time for dinner after the delay just now. Xiao Dingzi said that there was a famous restaurant here called Fu Man Lu, and the crispy chicken in Fu Man Lu was delicious, which Lin Yusin must know. In the plot, this crispy chicken was very popular. Lin Yusin didn't hesitate at all and went straight to Fu Man Lu. When the 3 of them went there, it was dinner time, so it was crowded. Please come this way, sir. After Lin Yusin and the other 2 walked in, they were led by the waiter to a seat in the corner of the first floor, which was also the last 2 seats. Lin Yusin was not picky. She just came to eat and didn't care about the quality of the seat, so the 3 of them sat down. Lin Yusin ordered several signature dishes and crispy chicken. The food came up soon, and the 3 of them ate with great pleasure. Well, this crispy chicken is really delicious, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. I'll pack a portion for my mother to try. Lin Yusin's mouth was full, and she didn't forget to sigh.
Well,
Sure, my wife will definitely like it. Xiaohao also ate very seriously. He didn't even have enough food before, but now that he was in Zhao's house and had a good meal, he cherished every meal very much. Xiaohao, eat more. Lin Yusin had just finished eating the crispy chicken in her hand, and she tore off a piece of chicken leg for Xiaohao to eat. Well, thank you, sister. Xiaohao didn't mind his sister's greasy hands at all, and picked up the chicken leg in the bowl and started to eat.
well,
What my sister shared was delicious. Hey, where did you come from, you hungry ghost?
how long have you not eaten?
You are embarrassing yourself here. Get out of here. Give up your seat. When Lin Yusin was eating happily, a female voice came from above their heads. The three of them paused and looked up, only to see three people standing in front of their table. One man and two women, the man. I don't know him, and the woman. I don't seem to know him either, but the one behind is probably a maid. I still don't know her. Lin Yusin took a look and made sure she didn't know them, then lowered her head and continued to eat. This braised lion head is also delicious. Not bad, not bad. She likes this restaurant. The chef skills are really good. I'm talking to you. Get out of here, you ugly ghost. Li Jiayi was immediately angry when she saw Lin Yusin and the others ignoring her. No one had dared to ignore her like this since she was a child. Brother, have someone kick them out. This is the famous Fu Manlu in Beijing. How could such poor people come here to eat? It really lowers the standard. Li Jiayi said coquettishly to Li Yuxuan, who was standing next to her. Okay, Jiayi, don't be angry. I'll have someone kick them out right away. From Li Yuxuan's tone, it can be seen that he loves his sister. He is also stupid. Li Jiayi is actually pretty, but she has an overbearing look, which makes her features look more aggressive and very unpleasant. She is also wearing silk and satin, and it is obvious that she is not a child from an ordinary family. Li Yuxuan looks more gentle, with regular features, but he seems a bit arrogant in his every move. Lin Yusin took the time to look up and take a closer look at the two people, looking them up and down. Shaking her head, she really didn't know them. But not knowing them didn't stop her from bullying them. So Lin Yusin stopped eating, looked up, looked at the two people, and asked Xiaohao beside her with a curious look. Xiaohao, do you think these two people look about 500% similar idiots? Xiaohao heard what Lin Yusin said, and a flash of doubt flashed through his mind. What is idiots? But he is a good brother and can't drag his sister's legs, so he nodded in agreement. Well, they look like. The two people standing opposite were stunned. What did they mean? What does idiot mean? But the two knew that this was definitely not a good thing. Li Jiayi was immediately angry. She stepped forward, pointed at Lin Yusin and shouted, Do you know who I am? How dare you laugh at me like this? Are you tired of living?
Oh.
Then who do you say you are? Tell me and let me hear it. See if it's scary? Lin Yusin looked at the angry Li Jiayi indifferently and asked with interest. I am the second daughter of the Marquis of Qingyang Mansion. You lowly people dare to go against me here. You are tired of living. Li Jiayi raised her chin proudly and introduced herself. The Marquis of Qingyang Mansion? Is it the Marquis of Qingyang Mansion that is richer than the national treasury? The old Marquis of Qingyang Mansion began to embezzle and amass wealth in the previous dynasty. It is estimated that his wealth over the years is more than that of Su Qianjin. It is said that there is gold under the floor of the Marquis Mansion. When will you go and see and dig two pieces? No wonder the young ladies and young men from the Marquis Mansion are so arrogant and high profile. It turns out that they are all stretched by silver. Lin Yusin looked at the two gods of wealth with shining eyes, and she was no longer in the mood to scold them. These two people are walking ATMs. Xiaohao nodded and understood. So when he turned to look at Li Jiayi and his sister, it was like looking at two ingots of gold.
Oh.
So you are the second young lady of the Marquis Mansion. But since you are the young ladies of the Marquis Mansion, why do you come here and squeeze for this corner with us? Lin Yusin looked at the two of them with a smile on her face. Her tone was much softer than before, and she silently said in her heart, Don't scare the god of wealth away. Be gentle. Be gentle. Xiao Hao came back to his senses and looked at Lin Yusin, blinking his eyes. Is my sister so obsessed with money? Doesn't she even have a bottom line? Well, I learned something again. Lin Yusin didn't know yet that she was leading a future wise ruler astray. The two people opposite paused. Li Jiayi's eyes flashed with a trace of discomfort, and then she said angrily, "What do you care? I like this place. I want your seat." "Okay, since the young lady of the Marquis' mansion likes it, I can give it to you. But we got here first, and we haven't finished eating yet. It would be a pity to leave like this, and it would also lose a lot of money. This table costs a lot of silver." Lin Yusin looked at the food on the table with a regretful expression. In fact, the food on the table was almost eaten, but Lin Yusin still felt that she had lost money. "Take these and leave quickly." Li Jiayi suddenly took out a silver ingot from her arms, put it on the table, and said arrogantly,
This
is not enough. I'm not full yet?" Lin Yusin touched her stomach, looking like she wanted to eat more.
Now.
Li Yuxuan on the side took out a stack of silver bills and slapped it on the table and said. Seeing this, Lin Yusin wiped the oil off her hands first, then picked up the silver note with 100 taels written on it, and there were 5 of them. Lin Yusin looked at it carefully. She stared at the silver note in her hand without blinking. She had never received a silver note before. "Look at you, you look like you have never seen silver before. It's really..." Li Jiayi looked at Lin Yusin's greedy look and felt contempt in her heart. Lin Yusin ignored her. Although she was not short of silver now, the 1,000 taels of silver given to her by the emperor and the treasures in the space were enough for her to spend for several lifetimes, but it was the first time she saw a silver note. After having her fill, she took the 50 taels of silver on the table and put it in her arms, patted the 2 little ones beside her and said, "Come on, I'll take you to the next stop. This place has been bought by the young master and young lady of the Marquis' mansion. Hee. I made 550 taels of silver for nothing. These 2 guys are stupid and rich. I'll get more from them next time I meet them." Okay. So the 3 of them left happily, leaving Li Jiayi and her brother and sister stunned. "Brother, why do I feel like she seems to be very happy to leave?" Li Jiayi looked at Lin Yusin's back and felt like punching cotton. Remove the word seems. I didn't expect that this woman who shines at the state banquet is so interesting. Li Yuxuan looked at Lin Yusin's back, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Interesting, with her shabby look, how could she shine at the state banquet? It's probably a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. It was also because I didn't go at that time, otherwise how could she shine? Li Jiayi was not convinced. She just heard from her brother that there was a woman at the state banquet who could tame tigers and stole the show. She was very dissatisfied. Just now outside, her brother said that he seemed to have seen the woman at the state banquet, so they came in to take a look, and as a result, they saw Lin Yusin's wolfing down, not looking like a lady from a noble family at all. Li Jiayi was so disgusted that she felt even more unbalanced. She couldn't help but went forward to see Lin Yusin crying in fear, but she couldn't breathe out and it was blocked in her chest. Li Jiayi stamped her feet fiercely and glared at Lin Yusin's back as she left. But Lin Yusin didn't care about the 2 idiots behind her. She was happy at the moment. Xiadengzi, at this time, the Zhaixing Tower should be open, right? Lin Yusin asked Xiadengzi excitedly. She was waiting for it. Well, it should be open at this time. I should be able to see the performance of Master Yanran if I go there now. Xiadengzi nodded, looked at the time, and it was open, but he thought the lady had forgotten about it. What should I do? The lady is still an unmarried girl. If the lady knew that he took the lady to the brothel, would he be beaten to death? Xiadengzi wanted to cry, but had no tears in his heart. It felt like it was over. After Lin Yusin got the confirmation, she happily led the way in front. A quarter of an hour later, the 3 stood at the door of Zhaixing Tower. Lin Yusin looked at the 4 women at the door, wearing delicate makeup and transparent gauze skirts. They were looming and the cleavage on their chests was dazzling. "Sir, come on."
Come in.
The 4 women greeted the guests on the street at the door. Their charming voices made people's hearts itch. Even Lin Yusin liked them very much. Lin Yusin looked at the door for a while and drooled. This is really a beauty. If you don't know, you would think Lin Yusin is a pervert. It's really unbelievable that a woman can look at a beautiful woman so obscenely. Lin Yusin forced herself to look away and walked in.
Hey, girl.
Is this your first time here? Why are you bringing a child? This is not a place for children to see. A woman in a red gauze skirt at the door blocked Lin Yusin's way and advised kindly. All of them who came here were men, there were women as well, but most of them were married or widows, and they all came to see Master Yanran. There were no unmarried girls who came to see him. Most women still want this reputation, but today a really weird person came. It was obvious that she was an unmarried girl with a child. She was visiting a brothel? Lin Yusin rolled her eyes, pinched herself. Tears flowed down instantly, and said in a sad tone, "Sister, I also came to see what Master Yanran looks like, so that my brother can see it." My brother. He is sick. Woo woo woo. Our family is strict. My brother has been forced to work since he was born, although he is only 5 years old now, but he can do everything. Under long-term oppression, my brother now has a serious mental illness, and he wants to commit suicide if he is not careful. Woo woo woo. I thought that before I get married, I could bring him here to broaden his horizons and see the outside world, so that his condition will improve. Woo woo woo. Sister, please be kind and let us in for my brother's pity. Don't worry, we won't cause you any trouble. You see, my future husband is here, and we both want to cure my brother together. Lin Yusin's words moved the heaven and the earth, and the two people beside him were stunned. No, when did he get sick?
How could he not know?
When did he want to commit suicide? What on earth is his sister talking about? Xiao Hao looked at Lin Yusin crying with a dull face, and he wanted to help but didn't know how to help. Xiao Dingzi was even more scared. How could he become the husband of a young lady just by going to a brothel? If the lady knew about this, would he still be alive? He suddenly felt that his life would not be long if he followed the young lady. Woo woo woo. Can he go back to the mansion to sweep the toilet? Girl, don't cry. Just go in, it's not a big deal, but don't run around after you go in, okay? Don't contradict the guests. The woman in red softened her heart when Lin Yusin cried. She looked at the two people around Lin Yusin. One was a 5-year-old child. He looked pretty good, but his expression was a little dull. The man on the other side looked about the same age as Lin Yusin, but he didn't look very smart. She suddenly felt a little pity for Lin Yusin. What a good woman she must be, taking her stupid husband out to find a treatment for her brother. The prostitutes in the brothel are all people who have experienced hardships. Although they are engaged in this kind of flesh trade, they still have a piece of pure land and softness in their hearts. Yes. Thank you, sister. We will definitely not cause you any trouble. When Lin Yusin heard that she agreed to let them in, she immediately wiped the tears on her face and thanked her with a smile. Well, just call me Sister Yenji. Go in quickly. After watching the excitement, go back early, okay? Yenji bowed her head and instructed. Okay. Thank you, sister. Lin Yusin pulled the two people who were already dumbfounded around her, thanked Yenji, and rushed in. Hey, Yenji, what if something happens when you put people in? They are not ordinary people inside, and Master Yanran is here today. Jasmine, who was wearing a yellow dress, saw Yenji put the 3 children in and asked in confusion. It's okay, they just go to take a look and will come out in a while. Master Yanran won't know. Yenji felt that nothing should happen. After all, they are just 3 children. You just be soft-hearted. Jasmine glared at her and said helplessly. The 3 people who had just sneaked in were a little hesitant. The 3 stood at the entrance and dared not move. They were stunned by the scene of feasting and revelry. Lin Yusin had seen it before, but she didn't know that there were some gorgeous scenes in ancient times. She didn't react for a while. The other 2 had never seen such a scene before. They were also stunned for a while, and they were also curious. Lin Yusin was the first to react. She pulled the 2 and found a corner seat to sit down. Then she began to appreciate the scene. There was a round stage at the stairs on the first floor. There was a performance on it. 2 women wearing very little were dancing on it. There were 2 stairs on both sides of the stage, one leading to the box on the second floor, and the other leading to the side room on the third floor. The box was where some dignitaries looked for girls. They usually went to the second floor, because they would leave after playing. The side room on the third floor was prepared by those who played a lot and played for a long time. They usually left the next day, and some stayed for a few days. The first floor is where ordinary people watch the performances, but some wealthy people will call one or two to accompany them for drinking. Lin Yusin found a place in the left corner of the gate. There happened to be a pillar here, which could block their figures very well. To watch the handsome men, Lin Yusin felt that she had to keep her reputation. After all, it was not worthwhile to ruin her reputation for the handsome men in the brothel. "Miss, let's go back. If the lady knew, we would be finished." Xiao's stool regretted it more and more after being pulled in. Now she felt very uncomfortable sitting here, and began to persuade her. "If you don't tell me, and Xiaohao doesn't tell me, who knows? Besides, I won't stay long. I'll just look at young Master Yanran and leave. Don't worry." Lin Yusin waved her hands, signaling him not to panic. She also stretched out a hand to cover Xiaohao's eyes and whispered in front of his ear, "Xiaohao, you have seen the new things today. After that, you are not allowed to see them at your age. If you watch them again, you have to pay. Be good. It's time for you to sleep. If you don't sleep, you won't grow taller." "Okay." Xiaohao blinked his eyes and looked at the hand covering his eyes. If his sister said he couldn't watch it, then he couldn't watch it. Anyway, he had seen almost everything when he came in. It was just men and women hugging each other and drinking. So he closed his eyes obediently, leaned on Lin Yusin's arms, and fell asleep.
Well.
So good. Lin Yusin rubbed Xiaohao's head. "Praise him. Little stool. Miss, it's wrong for you to fool a child like this. You should send him back directly." At this time, the performance on the stage was over. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and 3 silks flew down from the stage. Then, a beautiful figure flew down from above and sat in front of the guqin on the stage. Yes, it is not an exaggeration to describe a man as beautiful. The man was tall and wore a white gauze skirt. The outer robe was looming, and the chest and abdominal muscles could be vaguely seen. The features were delicate, and the pair of peach blossom eyes showed the softness and charm that men did not have. The straight nose and thin lips were just right on that face. There was both the gentleness of a man and the beauty of a woman. These two appeared in a man. This was simply the goddess manhwa who gave all her love to him when she created humans. Lin Yusin looked at the man and thought jealously in her heart. The man slowly stretched out a pair of slender and beautiful hands, placed them on the guqin, and began to play a beautiful melody. This song can make people intoxicated and make people want to die. Lin Yusin frowned slightly. This song. She looked at the people who were frowning, and they all looked like they were about to die of ecstasy. She immediately understood that this was a soul song, which could make people intoxicated and find beautiful things in the fantasy world. This should be the reason why Mr. Yanran suddenly became so popular. However, this soul song is not very harmful. It just makes people with fragile hearts fantasize about beauty. It can't be considered that Master Yanran is harming people. However, if someone uses this song to harm others, the power is also huge. He can make you kill each other in your dreams, which can be said to be killing people invisibly. It seems that Master Yanran is not simple. I wonder who is behind him? Is it harmful to Xia Kingdom? It seems that Li Xiaochen has to check it out. After all, if he doesn't check the patron saint of Xia Kingdom, who will? Lin Yusin herself didn't realize that whenever she had something to do, she would think of Li Xiaochen and ask Li Xiaochen for help, but she didn't think there was anything wrong with this. In her subconscious, only Li Xiaochen is trustworthy. Lin Yusin retracted her thoughts, but saw that the 2 people around her were affected by this song. She had no choice but to take out her flute. Xiaohao was too young to bear the soul song, so she could only interrupt it. Lin Yusin put the flute to her lips and began to play the Qingling tune. When the tune sounded, it overlapped with the sound of the guqin, and there was also a sense of competition. The 2 tunes were equally good, but if you listen carefully, you will find that the Qingling tune is elegant and makes people feel better, while the soul-entering tune played by Yanran is slowly losing ground. After listening to the tune played by Lin Yusin, some people around woke up early. What's wrong? Is there anyone who can play a tune with Master Yenran? That's right, but don't say it. Listening to this tune makes me feel better.
Yes.
I was scolded by the stinky woman at home yesterday, so I came here to relax. Now I hear the sound of the flute, and my mood calms down. Suddenly I feel that the world is still beautiful. Look who is playing the tune. The people who woke up were called, and began to look for who is playing the tune. Some people were immersed in the tune to purify their souls. Where is she? That girl? Is she also from Jiaxing Tower? She looks quite pure and lovely. Although Lin Yusin's position was hidden, the first floor of Jiaxing Tower was only this big, and she could still be found based on the sound. Someone discovered Lin Yusin's position, and when the song was over, Lin Yusin put away her flute and prepared to leave with Xiao Hao and the others. When she was playing the song just now, she found that someone had been looking at her. She had seen this handsome man before, and she also had a rough idea of what the popular Mr. Yenran was like, so she was not very interested in Yenran now, and planned to go home. Girl,
Please stay.
Lin Yusin had just picked up Xiao Hao when she heard someone calling her. She stopped and turned around, only to see Yenran, the absolutely beautiful man who was on the stage just now, appear in front of her. She was startled, looked at the person who came, raised her eyebrows and asked, I wonder why Master Yenran asked me to stay?
Haha.
Don't blame me, girl. I just heard the song you played and wanted to discuss it with you. Yenran took out a round fan and fanned himself, looking like a gentleman. But Lin Yusin frowned. Oh my god, this guy is not going to a gay bar. This woman is so gusto. It must be the one below. Oh my god, did he just curl his fingers? They are definitely sisters. She respects freedom of love. She just can't stand men who are too feminine. The eunuchs in the palace are more manly than him. Yenran frowned. Who is lying? What does mean? Who is feminine? Who curled his fingers?
He is.
Yenran looked down at her hand and took it back uncomfortably. Is he used to it? Although Yenran didn't know who was talking, he got angry when he heard that the conversation was full of slander against him. However, he looked around and didn't see who was talking. Did he meet a ghost? No, I have to take my brother home to rest. He is sleepy. Lin Yusin refused hurriedly, feeling that there was nothing to talk about with him. Girl, don't be in a hurry to leave. Since you are all girls from this Jiaxing Tower, come and have a drink with us. At this time, a man's obscene voice came from the lobby. That's right, girl. What's your name? What song did you play just now? Let's discuss it. We come here to have fun. You are such a spoilsport. I will let the boss here punish you. When the people around heard the fat man speak, they all started to make a fuss. Lin Yusin turned her head and looked over one by one. Finally, she looked at a big-bellied man not far from her. He was holding a girl in his arms and looking at her with a smirk.
He was the first one to speak.
Lin Yusin looked at the fat man coldly, did not answer him, and ignored the noise around. Instead, he stood up holding Xiao Hao and turned around to leave.
Pa.
You stinky woman, you are so arrogant even though you are selling out. I asked you to come and drink with us, didn't you hear me? When the man saw that Lin Yusin ignored him, he instantly felt that he was looked down upon and humiliated. He stood up and walked towards Lin Yusin aggressively, blocking her. Lin Yusin was forced to stop. She looked at the man in front of her with cold eyes and a cold tone. Get out of the way.
Oh.
I didn't expect that you people in Jiaxing Tower still have such a tough guy. I like you. If you accompany me well today, this ingot of silver will be yours. The fat man took out an ingot of 50 taels of silver from his arms and shook it in front of Lin Yusin. He didn't believe it. How could this like money? Yenran on the side didn't move. He also wanted to see what kind of woman could be favored by Li Xiaochen, the evil star. If she can't handle it at that time, he will still take action after all. He doesn't want to be tortured by Li Xiaochen. Lin Yusin didn't even look at the fat man, but handed Xiao Hao to the small stool beside him. The small stool hurriedly took Xiao Hao, scared to death. It seems that he can't get away today. Will he find a way to hold this fat man and let the lady escape? Lin Yusin turned to look at the fat man, took out a silver needle calmly, and said in a cold tone, "I'll say it again for the last time. Get out of the way. I won't let you. I just want you to accompany me for a drink. Don't be shameless. Do you know who I am? I am the son of the Prime Minister, Holy Hai. If you accompany me well, I will redeem you in the future." Holy Hai said, raising his hand to touch Lin Yusin's face. Lin Yusin's eyes were sharp, and her hands moved quickly, stabbing at the back of Holy Hai's neck. Holy Hai kept his hand out, blinked his eyes, and suddenly closed his eyes.
Bang!
He fell to the ground, unconscious. Lin Yusin pursed her lips. Murder. Murder. Seeing this girl knock down a big man easily and without anyone noticing, and that man was the Prime Minister's son, if the Prime Minister blamed them, they would be in trouble. Everyone suddenly lost the mood to tease, and some of the timid ones even screamed in fear. In an instant, the entire first floor hall began to become chaotic. Lin Yusin was also ready to take the small stool and Xiao Hao to leave in the chaos. "Miss Lin, there are too many people here. Why don't you go through the backyard? I'll take you." Yanran saw that Lin Yusin was about to leave, suddenly leaned close to Lin Yusin's ear, and asked in a low voice. Lin Yusin looked up at this unreal handsome man, with doubt in her eyes. She had no connection with this Mr. Yanran, right? They had not known each other before, so it was impossible for him to help her just by playing a song today. However, this thought flashed through Lin Yusin's mind. If she had any intention, it would be exposed sooner or later, so she was not in a hurry. She immediately picked up Xiaohao, nodded to Mr. Yanran, and said politely, "Then please lead the way, Mr. Yanran." Yanran looked at Lin Yusin's appearance of not being afraid of strangers at all, and her lips curled slightly. She was indeed a person favored by the evil star, and she was really brave enough. "Please." Yanran stretched out her hand and gestured in a direction. Lin Yusin held Xiaohao, followed by a small stool, and the three of them followed Yanran all the way to the backyard. Unlike the front building of Jiaxing Tower, the backyard was much quieter, and occasionally you could meet a few servants serving tea and wine, and girls who had not started work. "Miss, aren't you afraid that the Prime Minister will settle accounts with you?" Yanran secretly glanced at Lin Yusin several times along the way, and finally couldn't help asking. "It's best if he doesn't come to me. If he comes to me, his position as Prime Minister will probably end." Lin Yusin replied lightly, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. Prime Minister Ho Mingyuan is now over 50 years old. He became Prime Minister at the age of 30, and it has been more than 20 years now. When he first took office, he was still a capable minister, but later he became worse and worse, and he also gave birth to a useless son. That is the one just now, Holy Hai. So powerful? This name is creative. When she heard that he was the Prime Minister's son, she knew who he was, so she took a ruthless action. This kind of person deserves it. This Holy Hai is a bad guy who lives a life of debauchery and does all kinds of evil. Over the years, he has used his father's position to do a lot of rascal things, such as robbing women and forcing good women into prostitution. I don't know how many innocent women have been forced to death. Moreover, he also accepted bribes and sold official positions. If it wasn't for his father's instructions, she wouldn't believe it. As long as the Prime Minister caused trouble for her, she would report the matter to the Emperor. Yanran heard the voice, and now he knew who was talking. He looked at Lin Yusin strangely. What he just heard was the woman's voice. Could this be some weird incident? Yanran couldn't accept it for a while. "Master Yanran. Master Yanran." As the few of them walked in the corridor in the backyard again, almost everyone they met was respectful to Master Yanran, which made Lin Yusin doubt the identity of Yanran. Maybe he was not a simple top-ranking master. The three of them were led by Yanran to the back door of the backyard and stopped. Yanran waved her fan tenderly and said, "You guys go out from here. No one will find you." Yanran did not ask what he had just heard. It was too strange that he could hear Lin Yusin's thoughts. Besides, the things in the words had yet to be investigated, so he did not intend to alert the enemy. "Thank you." Lin Yusin bowed as a gesture of thanks, then turned and walked out. Xiaodengzi followed behind Lin Yusin with Xiao Hao in his arms. "Miss Lin, we will meet again." Suddenly, The magnetic voice came from behind. But Lin Yusin kept walking forward. She didn't think there was anything worth meeting again between her and this. Yanran looked at Lin Yusin's back, then looked in one direction, and joked, "Your Highness, won't you go and see her off? It's so unsafe for this girl to be outside so late." Li Xiaochen walked out slowly from the darkness. He glanced at Yanran and said in a cold voice, "If your performance this month is not up to standard, you will join the army next month." Yanran's smile froze, and his face was full of disbelief. He questioned Li Xiaochen aggrievedly. "Your Highness, if you treat me like this, you will lose a loyal subordinate like me. Besides, how can I, who is so delicate and tender, join the army? Aren't you asking me to die? Then go die." Li Xiaochen felt itchy when he saw him like this. He clenched his hands for a moment before loosening them. "Go check Ho Mingyuan." After saying that, he turned around and chased after Lin Yusin without even looking at him. Yanran was left with a face full of grievances and a resentful look, looking at the direction where Li Xiaochen left. If you didn't know, you would think that Li Xiaochen had abandoned his wife and children. But then he realized why Li Xiaochen asked him to investigate Ho Mingyuan. What did he notice? After Li Xiaochen caught up with the person, he didn't go forward. He was afraid that Lin Yusin would be scared away again. He planned to take it slowly this time. So this time he just secretly escorted them back to the mansion, and he turned around and left after they entered the Zhao mansion. When Lin Yusin and the other two walked back home, it was almost Haishur. When she just walked into her Tingyu pavilion, she saw Zhao Hanya sitting in her yard. Lin Yusin paused and wanted to retreat guiltily. "You still know how to come back." Zhao Hanya's cold voice came from the yard.
He.
"Mother, you haven't rested yet." Lin Yusin stopped her steps and wanted to retreat, and hurriedly smiled flatteringly. "If I had taken a break, how would I know that my daughter hasn't come home yet at this hour? Little stool, you two, I asked you to follow the young lady, but you didn't know how to control her. A girl is out playing so late. Don't you care about her reputation?" Zhao Hanya was angry and worried, but she couldn't vent her anger on her daughter. She didn't have the right to be mean to Xiaohao, so she could only vent her anger on the little stool beside her. "Madam, I'm wrong. I didn't persuade the young lady. Please forgive me, madam." Little stool was so scared that he knelt on the ground and began to beg for mercy. Lin Yusin frowned, but she also knew that her mother was doing it for her own good. But today she had indeed played too much. She looked at Xiaohao in her arms and suddenly said, "Oh, mother, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Look, I have been holding Xiaohao all the way, and my arms are almost broken. Please don't be mean to Xiaodengzi. Come, Xiaodengzi, take Xiaohao back to the room to rest." Lin Yusin said painfully and motioned Xiaodengzi to get up quickly and take Xiaohao away. Fortunately, she and Xiaodengzi took turns holding Xiaohao all the way, and now Xiaohao was in his arms. Xiaodengzi was also smart. He kowtowed to Zhaohan quickly, then got up and held Xiaohao in his arms, loosened Lin Yusin's arms, but did not turn around and leave, and looked at Zhao Hanya cautiously. Lin Yusin rubbed her sore arm, and seeing this, she acted coquettishly towards Zhao Hanya. "Mother, you are angry with me. I forgot the time today because I was having fun, but Xiaohao is innocent. Let Xiaodengzi send him back. What if he doesn't grow taller after getting less sleep?"
Zhao Hanya glared at Lin Yusin helplessly.
She couldn't let the little prince not grow taller. If the emperor took the child back and blamed her, she would have 10 heads, and it would not be enough to chop off. So she compromised and motioned Xiaodengzi to go down.
"Go."
Xiaodengzi was relieved. The young lady still had a way. Otherwise, he would be in trouble today. Xiaodengzi bowed and carried Xiaohao down. "Tell me, where did you go today?" Zhao Hanya was not in a hurry to leave. She had to have a good chat with her daughter. She couldn't stand going home late at night like this. "I didn't do anything, I just went to Shibao Street to see what's going on." Lin Yusin didn't elaborate, fearing that her mother would worry. "I just went to Shibao Street to see the excitement, and by the way, I went to Zhaixing Tower to see the handsome man. The Prime Minister's son was stabbed unconscious." Zhao Hanya's blood pressure soared instantly after hearing this. You don't have to say it, but I know it. She felt that her daughter was good in every way when she just came back, but now she is so annoying in every way. She was really worried. But she looked at Lin Yusin's well-behaved face and couldn't say a word of blame. After a long while, she said, Lin Yusin, come back earlier next time. I will be worried. Mother, I was wrong. I won't do it next time. Lin Yusin was speechless for a moment and admitted her mistake with a guilty conscience. You admit your mistakes quickly every time, but you don't correct them. Zhao Henya rolled her eyes at her. She still knew what kind of character her daughter was. She looked well-behaved on the surface, but she was very opinionated inside.
He.
Lin Yusin smiled foolishly. Now she could only pretend to be stupid, otherwise she would be scolded. Okay, go to bed early. You have to go to the palace tomorrow morning. Don't offend the emperor. Zhao Hanya stood up and warned. Lin Yusin was dumbfounded. Right. It seems that she has to go to the palace to receive the reward tomorrow?
Got it.
Lin Yusin came to her senses and nodded to show that she knew. Zhao Hanya was still very worried when she left, and she left Tingyu Pavilion with her head turned back every 3 steps. Seeing that her mother finally left, Lin Yusin was relieved instantly. She felt that she had lost out on seeing the beautiful man this time. The beautiful man was beautiful, but if he was not masculine, he was not a beautiful man. She was also criticized by her mother for him, and she immediately lost her favor for the Yanran. With his appearance, he is not as masculine as Li Xiaochen. Just look at Li Xiaochen's abdominal muscles. Chest muscles. I drool just thinking about it.
Oh.
What a pity, I didn't touch him twice. Wait, why did I suddenly think of him? Lin Yusin shook her head violently, came to her senses, patted her face with her hands, and tried to wake herself up. She turned back to her room, asked Xiaodai to fetch water and wash, and then fell on the bed and went to sleep. As a result, she didn't sleep well that night. In the dream, Li Xiaochen was in front of her, and Lin Yusin stretched out her hand to try to catch him, but she couldn't catch him for a long time. Finally, she caught him with great difficulty. When she was about to touch him, she saw Li Xiaochen looking at her coldly and said, You scumbag, you don't want to take responsibility after seeing me. You still want to touch me? Dream on.
Scumbag.
No, don't go. I'm not. Lin Yusin was awakened by fear. She lay in bed for a long time and couldn't come back to her senses. This dream was too scary. How could she dream of Li Xiaochen? Did she think of him at night, so she dreamed of him at night? Lin Yusin thought for a long time and felt that the words and actions of Li Xiaochen in the village had an impact on her, which made her sleep poorly. Forget it. Lin Yusin lay back on the bed and prepared to continue sleeping, but she tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. She had no choice but to sit up and slip into the space. She still had to draw the clothing drawings and was going to draw them in the space. As a result, she saw that her space had changed a lot when she entered. She saw that the land in front of the house was planned into a square field. Each field was planted with a kind of Chinese medicine, which were rare and uncommon medicinal materials that could not be bought outside. The mature medicinal materials on the mountain were also roasted and stored properly. Only the older and better medicinal materials were not moved. A circle of wild flowers were planted around the house, probably picked from the mountain. These wild flowers did not look amazing, but they were very attractive, a fresh and leisurely scene. Lin Yusin curled her lips and smiled. The irritable mood caused by Li Xiaochen was relieved, and she felt much better.
Squeak.
Lin Yusin walked to the front of the house and called softly.
Squeak.
A very small figure came out from nowhere, stopped in front of Lin Yusin, and twisted in the air wantonly, as if asking for credit. Ha, good, you are very capable this time. In addition to giving you the 2 drops of fairy dew that I should have given you before, I will also give you a purple gold flower. Lin Yusin did not say cold words to Gigi for the first time, and said softly,
Zitsidi.
The little thing was even happier after hearing it, and twisted its body even harder. Okay, as long as you don't make trouble in the future and listen to me, I will give you more rewards. Not only will you be able to drink the fairy dew frequently, but you will also be able to eat the purple gold flower you like. What do you think? Lin Yusin began to paint a big picture. Just 1 drop of fairy dew a day is so precious that she herself can't bear to give it up. Otherwise, she would not use 2 drops of fairy dew as a bargaining chip if she was eager to save Li Xiaochen this time. What's more, the purple gold flower is a flower that grows on the top of the mountain behind a mountain. The petals are purple, but the center of the flower is golden. Lin Yusin named it purple gold flower. She didn't know what the specific function of this flower was, but this insect liked to eat it. Every time she released it, it would go to rub her flowers, but this time, seeing that the insect had worked so hard to tidy up the space for her, she would just draw a small cake to fool it. Lin Yusin really took out a glass bottle from the cabinet in the house, poured a drop from it into the insect's mouth, and then put the bottle away and didn't give it any more. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The insect squeaked. You absorb 1 drop today. That's enough. You can't bear 2 drops. Lin Yusin ignored its clamor and explained simply.
Squeak.
The insect instantly became depressed. It knew that the stinky woman was right, but it was afraid that the woman would not give it another drop. Because this woman has a criminal record. Okay, go play. Lin Yusin waved her hand and let it play by itself, then turned into the room and went to draw the blueprint. The goo worm looked at Lin Yusin's back as she walked away. It was unwilling to accept it, but it had no choice. If it wanted to stay in this space, it had to listen to her, and it didn't want to leave. So it could only accept its fate, and went to find a comfortable place to absorb energy. Wait, didn't the woman say she would give it the purple gold flower? She didn't give it to it? Liar. Forget it, I'll go to her to get it back after I've absorbed the elixir. The worm comforted itself, and then obediently found a place to absorb the elixir. Lin Yusin painted all night, and she didn't feel tired. She had just packed up the drawings when she heard someone calling her outside. She quickly slipped out of the space and pretended to have just woken up. Miss, it's time to get up. You have to go to the palace later. Xiaodai called at the door. I know, come in. Lin Yusin replied in a hoarse voice. Xiaodai heard the lady's voice and knew that she was awake, so she pushed the door open and went in. Miss, you have to hurry up. It's already Mao time. You must enter the palace at Qin time and wait there before the emperor finishes the morning court. Xiaodai put the water for washing on the shelf behind the screen and reminded patiently.
Got it.
Why do people have to punch in at work in ancient times? Lin Yusin had no choice but to choose a goose yellow silk skirt with the help of Xiaodai, which made Lin Yusin's already fair skin look even whiter. After that, Xiaodai combed Lin Yusin into a complicated hairstyle, and she looked like the daughter of an official. Miss, you are so beautiful, Xiaodai said in surprise. The main reason is that Lin Yusin rarely dresses herself up. She can go out with a plain dress and a simple hairstyle. Xiaodai wants to dress her up, but she finds it troublesome. So many jewelry on her head are too heavy. She still likes to collect gold and silver jewelry. Don't praise me, let's go, Lin Yusin said with a glare. When Lin Yusin walked to the front hall, she saw Zhao Hanya and Lin Qinglai waiting there. Don't talk nonsense when you enter the palace, understand? Don't think of some treasonous words in your heart, do you hear? Zhao Hanya saw Lin Yusin coming out and hurriedly pulled Lin Yusin's hand and told her worriedly. The last state banquet scared her. This girl said disrespectful words in her heart. If she accidentally said it out and offended the emperor would be furious, and their entire Zhao mansion would be finished. I know. Don't worry. Although Lin Yusin didn't know why her mother asked her not to think about it in her heart, she was not afraid. As long as she didn't say it out loud, she could curse in her heart. Zhao Hanya knew that the girl didn't take it seriously when she saw her like this. Don't worry, mother. I'll take my sister to the palace, and I'll keep an eye on her. Lin Qinglai comforted her. He also knew that his sister was a brave one, and he just hoped that his sister wouldn't do anything to scare him again today. Lin Yusin sat in a carriage, escorted by Lin Qinglai, and drove towards the palace under Zhao Hanya's worried eyes. Because she had been to the palace once, Lin Yusin was not so curious this time. She and Lin Chunlai were taken to the door of the imperial study and waited. There was no seat to sit, so they just stood there straight for almost half an hour. What's wrong with this emperor? He called her here so early and left her alone? Hasn't the morning court been over yet? My God, my legs are about to break. Sure enough, the palace is a place where people eat people. Lin Yusin stood there with a bitter face and began to change legs to make her legs feel a little more relaxed. Lin Chunlai, who was standing aside, looked at his sister's shaking body in silence. If you didn't know, you would think she had fleas on her body. She twisted and turned for that, and she started to talk nonsense in her heart again.
Sister, bear it.
Lin Chunlai couldn't help but reminded her in a low voice, hoping that she could restrain herself.
Oh.
Lin Yusin stood on another leg, and her whole body was wilted. Just like that, another quarter of an hour passed. When Lin Yusin didn't know how many times she had complained about the emperor, she finally saw the emperor coming back. Woo woo woo. Your Majesty, I've been waiting for you so hard. You're finally here. If you don't come, I'll die. This reward is going to cost me my life. Lin Yusin looked at the emperor, who was walking towards the imperial study step by step with a face full of surprise, as if she was looking at her parents again. But behind her were Li Shaoqun and 5 high-ranking officials in official uniforms. Generally, those who were called to the imperial study by the emperor had high official positions and were loyal ministers of the Xia kingdom. Your Highness, Your Highness. Lin Chunlai hurriedly saluted respectfully upon seeing this. Seeing the emperor approaching, Lin Yusin also hurriedly saluted stiffly. Don't blame her. She had been waiting for so long that her legs were stiff. It was good enough that she could salute. Humph.
Get up.
Follow me in. Emperor Qingdishuan glanced at Lin Yusin and snorted coldly. Don't think I didn't hear you, a stinky girl, curtsying at me in your heart. Then he turned and walked towards the imperial study. Li Shaoqun followed the emperor and glanced at Lin Yusin, who lowered her head and pretended to be respectful. A smile flashed in his eyes. This girl pretended to be respectful. Then he followed the emperor in. Lin Yusin heard the emperor snort, raised her head in confusion, and looked at the emperor's back. Was the emperor angry just now? She didn't make the emperor unhappy. Or did she encounter some difficulties in the morning court? Or is it that the uncle is here? Lin Yusin pouted, but didn't think much about it. She stood up and followed the ministers in. The emperor was speechless when he heard the maid's complaints behind him. Where did I get my uncle? Lin Yusin stood aside with her brother, waiting for the emperor to speak. In the end, I don't know whether the emperor did it intentionally or not, but Lin Yusin stood aside for a long time without calling her. News from the north says that it hasn't rained for a month. What do you think about this? The emperor sat in front of the desk and asked the 5 ministers standing opposite in a deep voice. These 5 are all the emperor's favorites: Prime Minister Ho Mingyuan, Taifu Jichulin, and 3 Shangshu, Minister of Work Shipeng, Minister of Revenue Geng Jiwei, and Minister of Personnel Qi Wenxian. 3 of the 6 ministers came, and I don't know what the emperor wants to talk to them about. Will it be bad for her to be here? Your Majesty, how about waiting a little longer? It hasn't rained for a month. Maybe the problem is not serious. Prime Minister Ho Mingyuan bowed and spoke to comfort the emperor first. Not serious? Not serious now. If it doesn't rain for 2 months or 3 months, how will the crops in the field survive? How will the people survive? Taifu Jichulin frowned and looked at Ho Mingyuan questioning. It hasn't rained for a month. It's not serious? In my opinion, why don't we send someone to understand the situation first, and then make a decision? Geng Jiwei, the Minister of Revenue, made a tactful suggestion. This is a good idea. After all, it hasn't rained for only a month, and serious problems haven't come out yet. Let's understand the situation first, and then make a decision. The Minister of Works on the side also nodded in agreement with this suggestion. Li Shaoqun didn't speak the whole time, and acted as an invisible man on the side. The emperor was angry when he saw this group of ministers who were slacking off. He didn't give any opinions, but even said some nonsense. North? Could it be Jibei City? If it is Jibei City, there is no need to investigate. This drought is inevitable. There will be no rain there for 6 consecutive months, resulting in no harvest in the fields and victims rampant. It was also this natural disaster that hurt the foundation of Xia State. In addition, it was still at war with Qi State at that time, which directly led to insufficient reserves and the loss of several cities. Later, Li Shaochen dragged his broken body to the battlefield and won the battle, but the lost cities were not recovered. However, Qi State did not go to war with our Xia State now, which is already good, but this drought, if we don't make a decision early now, in a month, the people will have no food to eat, and the problem will be even bigger. Moreover, this natural disaster, the crown prince and the third prince will interfere and profit from it, making the people live harder and more people die. Lin Yusin thought of this, quietly raised her head and glanced at the emperor, who was sitting there solemnly. I don't know if the emperor would be angry to death if he knew it. When the emperor heard Lin Yusin's voice, a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes, his expression was serious, and his fists were clenched. Crown Prince, Third Prince.
Good job.
You are really my good son. He asked Lin Yusin to come here for this reason. Since he heard the girl's inner voice last time, he realized that the girl had the ability to predict the future, or she knew what would happen in the future. He also sent people to investigate the child that Lin Yusin brought back. It turned out that it was really his and the queen's child, and it was replaced by concubine Xiao as a dead fetus. However, he was not in a hurry to recognize the person now because concubine Xiao was coming back soon. It was too dangerous to recognize him now. It was safer for him to be with Lin Yusin than in the palace. So he called Lin Yusin here today to test whether she really has the ability. However, what she said in her heart just now must be prevented. If it really doesn't rain for half a year, how can the people live? And it may also damage the foundation of the country. The emperor looked at Lin Yusin, who was hiding behind anxiously, thinking about how to let Lin Yusin do this blatantly. Yes, he thought this girl might have a way. Just when Lin Yusin was hesitating whether to open her mouth to remind the emperor, she felt a chill on her back. Is she going to catch a cold? Lin Yusin trembled slightly, and Li Shaochen, who had been standing aside and had not spoken, spoke. Your Majesty, I think it's better to make plans early. After all, it hasn't rained for a month. Some poor families probably have no food. If we wait for another 2 months, I'm afraid that disaster victims will start to run rampant. Well, I also think this matter should be dealt with earlier. Do you think there is any good way? When the emperor saw someone speaking, he followed his words and asked. I have no solution for the time being. Li Shaochen glanced at Lin Yusin, then lowered his head and said, No solution? Then what's the point of you saying so much? What about you? Do you have any solution? The emperor heard that there was no solution, and he immediately roared with a cold look, looking at the other ministers and asked. As a result, the ministers all lowered their heads and dared not speak. The emperor was even more angry when he saw this. He didn't expect this group of losers to be useless, but this group of people really had no solution at all. How could he be an emperor? A bunch of waste.
Pa.
The emperor was angry, picked up the memorial on the table, and threw it at them. The sound of the memorial falling to the ground made the ministers bury their heads even lower. The emperor was angry, so at this time, they should not be afraid of the emperor's bad luck, so as not to get into trouble. They still have this tacit understanding. The emperor's uncle is here as expected, so angry. This drought is not impossible to prevent, as long as the drought source project is done in advance. Improve the water and soil environment, carry out soil and water conservation projects, control and prevent soil erosion, and reduce the occurrence of drought. At this time, the angry emperor heard Lin Yusin's voice, and his anger subsided. Then he became more and more nervous and excited as he listened. His breathing became lighter, and he clenched his fists. This is a good idea. Li Shaochen looked at Lin Yusin, who was lowering her head, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. She felt that Lin Yusin was glowing. This was the woman he liked, and he liked her more and more. But Lin Qinglai was very proud. This was his sister. His sister was very talented and had this ability. She could also cure drought. Then improve the efficiency of agricultural water conservancy facilities, Strengthen the construction and management of farmland irrigation facilities. Improve the efficiency of farmland irrigation facilities. Increase the irrigation area and improve the agricultural production environment. Expand the development and utilization of water sources. Expand the development and utilization of water sources. Give full play to the role of water storage projects such as reservoirs, channels, rivers, and lakes, and effectively solve droughts. Strengthen the prevention and control of mountain torrents. Strengthen the protection of forest and grassland vegetation. Improve the vegetation environment. Carry out disaster prediction and early warning, and strengthen disaster emergency rescue and relief work. Strengthen meteorological observation and forecast and disaster warning. Strengthen meteorological observation and forecast. Issue drought warnings in a timely manner and take effective measures in a timely manner to prevent and reduce the occurrence of droughts. As long as these are done well, at least the worst results can be reduced. But how to tell the emperor this? Lin Yusin lowered her head and thought about the measures. She thought about all the drought prevention measures she had seen in her previous life, and these should be them. The emperor looked at Lin Yusin with shining eyes. This woman is really talented. She may be the auspicious sign given by God to their Xia country. Not only can she predict, but she can also cure droughts. It seems that her own abilities are also good. Such a woman is a blessing for my great Xia. The emperor sighed in his heart. It seems that she is to do this. Otherwise, I will not be at ease. Then the emperor glanced at Li Xiaochun, who was standing like a stick on the side, and got angry. Is this child so useless? He couldn't even handle a woman? He heard that the two of them seemed to have not seen each other for several days. Just now outside, the girl didn't even look at him. Really useless. Let me help you. Li Xiaochun ignored the emperor's disdain and still kept his eyes on Lin Yusin. Now that the girl didn't look up, he could take a closer look. If she looked up later, he wouldn't be able to see her again. Lin Yusin hesitated for a long time and decided to tell the emperor about these preventive measures directly. So, just as she was about to raise her head and speak, she heard the emperor's voice. Lin Yusin? Tell me what you can do?
Huh?
Lin Yusin was stunned. Is she in sync with the emperor? How does he know that she has a way? Maybe the emperor didn't think of anyone asking, so he asked her, a woman, to try? Well, that's possible. But since the emperor asked her, she would just borrow flowers to offer Buddha's tribute. Your Majesty, I do have some ideas. Lin Yusin saluted respectfully and replied, You have a way? What can a woman do? Ho Mingyuan said disdainfully after hearing this. That's right, you are a girl in the boudoir. How can you have a solution? I heard that you were taken away by the Lin family by mistake, and were only taken back half a year ago? You have been in the countryside before? How can a rural girl have a solution? Shipeng also said. It's not that he doesn't believe it, and this matter is not something that ordinary people can solve. She is a country girl who never goes out of the house. Even if she was taken back to the Lin mansion half a year ago, Mrs. Lin has taught her, but in half a year, even a genius can't know such a big thing, and there is a countermeasure. Although the other ministers did not question it out loud, the meaning was also very clear. They didn't believe it. The emperor listened to their doubts and snorted in his heart. This group of frogs in the well, if I can't hear the girl's voice, I guess he won't believe it. But now, he can only count on this girl. Okay, whether there is a way or not, let's listen to what this girl says first. The emperor interrupted their doubts. Seeing that the emperor had spoken, several ministers shut up and didn't speak again. They wanted to see what Lin Yusin could do. Lin Yusin, tell me, if you really have a way, I will reward you. If you don't, I will punish you. The emperor made everyone agree, and then looked at the well-behaved Lin Yusin standing aside, and spoke. Lin Yusin.
What?
She has to be punished even though she has no way. This dog emperor is too dog. She originally came to the palace to receive the award, but in the end she might not receive the award, and she has to be punished? If she had known this, she would not have asked for it. Isn't this courting trouble? Lin Yusin regretted it in her heart. She should have been a quail, standing aside stupidly. Why was she lying down and waiting in the muddy water? When the emperor heard that this girl actually wanted to back down and not talk about the plan, he suddenly felt a little regretful in his heart. Why did he mention the punishment? This stinky girl is so stingy. She has to curse in her heart for a long time if she is not satisfied with it. If he really doesn't say anything, he will have to find another way to let this girl deal with this matter. Forget it, I won't argue with the emperor. Saving the people is also a great merit. Your Majesty, I think that to prevent drought we must first. Lord Lin Yusin didn't care about the villain's mistakes. For the sake of the people, she still spoke up. When the emperor heard her speak, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He almost shot himself in the foot. Lin Yusin spoke out the several methods she had just thought of in her mind, and her mouth was dry.
Ha!
Finally finished. I've said so much. I'm so thirsty. When can you let me go, and let me drink some water? The emperor, Li Xiaochen, and Lin Qinglai were the ones who heard Lin Yusin's voice just now. They already knew this plan, but they were still shocked. They all had an idea in their hearts that Lin Yusin was definitely not an ordinary person. Not to mention the other 5 ministers, they were all stunned for a long time. Now, after Lin Yusin finished speaking, they came to their senses. The first to react was the Grand Tutor, Ji Qilin. Miss Lin, did you come up with this idea? Ji Qilin asked Lin Yusin excitedly. I guess so. Lin Yusin answered guiltily. After all, she could easily search for these on Baidu in her previous life. Miss, you are so talented. If you have this talent, why didn't you tell me earlier? These methods can definitely prevent drought. Ji Qilin was so excited that he was a little incoherent. He was really worried about this drought. It hadn't rained for just a month. It was said that some people couldn't eat anymore and were hungry one day and full the next. If it didn't rain, who knew what would happen? Master Ji, don't be happy too soon. No one has ever used the methods Miss Lin mentioned. For example, how to improve the water and soil environment. How to store water. How much water should be stored and how to store it are all problems. It's easy for her to talk about it. Ho Mingyuan said in a cold voice. He couldn't let this girl steal the limelight. He just felt that Lin Yusin was here to steal the credit. No one had ever used the methods she mentioned. They were all useless. Master Prime Minister, you said that the methods I mentioned are useless, so why don't you come up with one to solve the emperor's doubts? Lin Yusin didn't tolerate him and directly confronted him. I can't think of a way for the time being. Ho Mingyuan was speechless for a while. He really had no choice, and this job was thankless. If the drought was not controlled, he would have to eat the spoils, but he didn't want Lin Yusin to steal the limelight. Since the Prime Minister has no solution, how can you say that my method is useless? Have you tried it? Or is the Prime Minister hoping that the drought will be severe and the people will be displaced? Lin Yusin suddenly questioned Ho Mingyuan in a harsh voice, and her aura changed instantly, which made people feel a little scared. Seeing that Lin Yusin suddenly put such a big hat on him, Ho Mingyuan immediately began to panic because the emperor was still sitting there. If the emperor really suspected him, he would be finished soon. So, he hurriedly begged for mercy from the emperor and expressed his feelings. I am innocent. I didn't do it, Your Majesty. Please don't listen to Lin Yusin's words. She is slandering me. I am loyal to Your Majesty, and I must hope that the people can live better and better. You still do good for the people? Just your son, who is so powerful, has done a lot of things that harm the people, such as robbing women, forcing good people into prostitution, and buying and selling official positions. He has colluded with the prince to murder the prince, and he has done everything. He is very brave. Oh, by the way, it seems that he also colluded with the enemy and committed treason, but she couldn't remember which country he was colluded with, and she was not sure if it was a good thing. That's all. It's enough for you to drink a pot. If you provoke me, I will stab it in front of the emperor.
Oh.
By the way, I wonder if he knows that his precious son was beaten by her? If he knew, he would definitely be mad to death. Ha ha. Lin Yusin rolled her eyes when she listened to Ho Mingyuan's words. This Ho Mingyuan was really shameless. What she didn't know was that the emperor had just known what Ho Mingyuan had done. After listening to the glorious deeds of his prime minister, the emperor's gums were grinding. What a good prime minister he is. He actually did so many good things in secret. Investigate. Must investigate. Li Xiaochen's eyes flashed. He had someone to investigate Ho Mingyuan last night, and the results were not out yet. However, if what Lin Yusin said was true, then this prime minister's good days are probably over. Okay, regarding the drought, we will follow Lin Yusin's plan. However, I am worried that other people may not be able to complete this plan. I have decided to confer the title of Princess Pingning on Lin Yusin. This drought will be handled by you. The emperor suddenly issued an edict in a serious tone, shocking everyone present. Your Majesty, no. How can a woman like Lin Yusin handle this drought? Even if she came up with a way to prevent the disaster, there are so many officials in the court. None of them is more capable than this yellow-haired girl. Ho Mingyuan was anxious. How could the emperor casually confer the title of princess on this girl and give her so much power? If the drought was handled well, it would be a great achievement, and this witch couldn't get away with it. Your Majesty, I have no objection to you making Lin Yusin a princess. After all, Lin Yusin is a talented person who can come up with such a preventive plan. However, you let a woman like her deal with such a big thing as drought. If she fails to handle it well, she will be cursed by future generations. Even Ji Qilin, who is honest, felt that it was a bit reckless to let Lin Yusin take charge of such a big thing. Your Majesty, please think twice. Your Majesty, please think twice. Several ministers knelt down one after another, begging the emperor to take back their orders. Lin Yusin was stunned when the emperor issued the order. What did the emperor just say? Make her a princess? And let her deal with the drought? Your Majesty has taken the wrong medicine. She is a good homegirl. Why should she deal with the drought? She will not go for a job that is exhausting and thankless. Whoever wants to go can go. I hope that several ministers can help and work harder so that the emperor can take back his orders. She just wants to play at home and doesn't want to go out to play. Lin Yusin listened to the words of several ministers and nodded secretly. Yeah, you're all right. I am not worthy, and I have no ability. I am just a woman, and I am only suitable to stay at home. She felt that she was kind-hearted enough to come up with a preventive measure plan, and she had to do it herself. She couldn't handle such a big stall. She would die. Exhausted, Lin Yusin retreated, lowered her head and acted like a quail, waiting for several ministers to slowly perform. The emperor glared at Lin Yusin for being lazy. Don't think he doesn't know. This stinky girl has been working hard for the health of the Zhao family for nearly a month. Now she is pretending to be a turtle here? Do you really think I am easy to fool? The emperor saw several ministers kneeling on the ground again, and his head was twitching with pain. This group of useless people who drag their feet. He looked up at Li Xiaochen and spoke again. Since you are worried, then let the regent assist Princess Pingning in dealing with the drought. With the regent by your side, do you still have any objections? Several ministers looked at each other. They understood the emperor's determination to use Lin Yusin this time, and finally had no choice but to agree. Your Majesty is wise. Ho Mingyuan, since the emperor has asked this girl to go, if she fails to achieve results, even if Li Xiaochan protects her, she will suffer. Ji Qilin, with the regent accompanying us, there shouldn't be any big trouble. The other three, with the regent here, even if they have any opinions, they dare not raise them. Since no one has any objections, Li Xiaochen, Lin Yusin, why don't you two accept the order quickly? The emperor looked directly at the two people who were not tactful and signaled them to be more conscious. I accept the order. Li Xiaochen stepped forward and bowed respectfully to accept the order. Your servant accepts the order. Lin Yusin accepted the imperial order reluctantly and bowed reluctantly. These ministers are really useless. They can't even handle such a small matter. It seems that they have a lot of little tricks. But, Your Majesty, I have a request. Lin Yusin thought about it and pretended to hesitate. You say? The emperor asked with a smile, and the girl's calculations were all on her face. Your Majesty, I am a woman, and I have been given an important task suddenly. There will certainly be many people who will not obey. If someone does not listen to my orders or interferes, the disaster will not be controlled. You can't blame me, but I will try my best, Lin Yusin said with a weak look, ready to be bullied. The emperor glared at her. This girl pretended to be quite good. It would be strange if she was the kind of person who would be bullied. But she was right. At this time, it is better not to let those unscrupulous people interfere. The emperor thought for a while and said, "I know what you mean. Then I will give you the imperial sword, which can kill the tyrants and corrupt officials. If someone jumps in front of you, just chop him off." Lin Yusin was waiting for this sentence, and she was immediately happy. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward." The emperor really understood. Now that blind person dared to jump in front of her, he was chopped off. Several ministers also had mixed feelings, but they were now clear in their minds that the newly promoted Princess Pingning would probably be a new favorite around the emperor in the future, and they could not offend her easily for the time being. "Okay, that's it. Everyone leave." Seeing that the matter was almost settled, the emperor began to drive people away. "I'll take my leave. I'll take my leave." Several ministers took their leave and left. Seeing that the matter was over, Lin Yusin and Lin Chenglai were finally leaving and were about to say goodbye, but Lin Yusin paused in her gesture of saluting. "Wait, didn't she come here to receive the reward? Where's the reward? Your Majesty, didn't you ask me to come here this time to receive the reward?" Lin Yusin raised her head and asked cautiously. "Yes. Didn't you receive the reward yourself just now?" The emperor said seriously.
Ah?
Now it was Lin Yusin's turn to be dumbfounded. Her gold and silver jewelry was gone just like that? Woo woo woo. My gold and silver jewelry are gone, and I have to do such a hard job. Woo woo woo. Why am I so miserable? Lin Yusin wanted to cry, but had no tears. She felt that she was tricked by the emperor, but she had no evidence. "What? Are you not satisfied with my reward?" The emperor raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Yusin, who was about to cry, and asked, "Little guy, I finally know how to suppress this stinky girl so that you can curse me in your heart." Satisfied, very satisfied. Lin Yusin hurriedly showed a very ugly smile. "Okay, you all leave." The emperor was finally in a good mood and waved his hand to let the three people leave. "I'll take my leave. I'll take my leave." Li Xiaochen and Lin Yusin, brother and sister, bowed and left. Lin Yusin stood at the door of the imperial study, her heart bleeding. She planned to go back and have a big meal to relieve her depressed mood. "Sister, why don't you go back first? Big brother has to go to the Ministry of War." Lin Chenglai was going to the Ministry of War to get his new appointment letter. He was meritorious in suppressing bandits last time, and the emperor promoted him. He is now a centurion, but there is no official decree. "Okay, big brother, you go. I can go back by myself." Lin Yusin waved her hand indifferently. She really couldn't remember the way, so she could ask the eunuch. "I will send Princess Pingning away, and by the way, discuss the drought in the north." Li Xiaochen suddenly spoke from the side. Lin Yusin listened to his words and couldn't say the words of refusal for a while. After all, he was doing this for the serious business this time, so he should have no other thoughts, right? Lin Yusin was very uneasy, but she had no choice. She suddenly found that she couldn't keep calm when facing Li Xiaochen alone. "Then I'll trouble you, Your Highness." "Sister, don't talk nonsense, okay? Big brother is leaving first." "Your Highness, I'll take my leave first." When Lin Chenglai heard that Li Xiaochen wanted to send his sister off, he thought it was okay. So he hurriedly thanked the prince, and before leaving, he specifically told his sister not to talk nonsense. Lin Yusin looked at her brother's back and pouted. No matter how he told her not to talk nonsense, what did she say? At this time, eunuch Lu beside the emperor came over with a long box. "Congratulations to Princess Pingning. This is the imperial sword awarded by the emperor. Please keep it well, Princess Pingning. The imperial edict to confer the title of princess will be sent to the princess's residence soon. I hope the princess will pay attention to it." Eunuch Lu said respectfully with a smile on his face. Since the state banquet, Eunuch Lu knew that Lin Yusin would become a favorite of the emperor. As a result, it was true. It has only been a few days, and she has been conferred the title of princess, and such an important matter was handed over to her. It can be seen how much the emperor trusts her. How can he not be respectful? "Thank you, Eunuch Lu. This is a small gift from this princess. Please accept it, Eunuch Lu." Lin Yusin took the imperial sword, then took out a purse from her arms, which was full of silver, and quietly put it into Inuch Lu's hand, saying in a low voice. Inuch Lu touched the purse in his hand, and the smile on his face became even brighter. This Princess Pingning knows how to behave. This purse is full, and there should be a lot of money. Princess, you are too polite. The old servant will take his leave. Inuch Lu, take care. Lin Yusin watched Inuch Lu enter the imperial study before retracting her gaze.
Alas.
This trip to the palace is a big loss. I didn't get anything, and I also gave away a large bag of silver. She found that she and the palace are not compatible. Last time she encountered an assassination attempt. This time she directly lost money.
What?
Isn't there still an imperial sword?
Cut.
This imperial sword cannot be sold or eaten. It can only be placed at home as a decoration. At most, it can only be taken out to scare bad guys. It is useless for other things, and is not as practical as gold. Lin Yusin's face was calm, but she had already started to complain in her heart. Li Xiaochen just watched her complaining in her heart quietly, and thought it was quite cute. Princess, let's go. The king will take you there. Li Xiaochen said in a light voice.
Oh.
Okay, then thank you, Your Highness. Lin Yusin heard someone calling her, and then she suddenly came back to her senses, looked at Li Xiaochen, and thanked the prince awkwardly. After that, the two of them were silent all the way, and Lin Yusin awkwardly followed Li Xiaochen all the way to the palace gate. Seeing Li Xiaochen standing by the carriage without moving, Lin Yusin immediately said in a flattering manner, Your Highness, get in the car first. Li Xiaochen looked at her flattering appearance and was speechless for a while. Where did this girl get the virtue? But Li Xiaochen still got on the carriage first. Just as Lin Yusin was about to get on the carriage, she heard a shout from behind her. Princess Pingning, Princess Pingning. Lin Yusin stopped and turned to look. It was a palace maid. Lin Yusin was puzzled. When did she know a palace maid in the palace? I wonder what the aunt wants to see this princess for? Lin Yusin looked at the palace maid who walked quickly in front of her and asked puzzledly. I am the aunt in the queen's palace. You can call me Quebec. I am looking for you because the queen has obtained some rare things and asked me to send them to you so that you can taste them. The queen asked me to tell you that she and you hit it off at first sight and liked you very much. She hoped that you would come to the palace often to chat with the queen in the future. Shike looked at Lin Yusin respectfully and smiled softly, then handed the food box in her hand to Lin Yusin. Although Lin Yusin was puzzled, she took the food box and thanked her. Then please help me, Aunt Shike, to thank the queen. I will definitely come to the palace often to chat with the queen. I will definitely pass on the message. I will take my leave now. Shike said respectfully, bowed, and left. Lin Yusin suppressed her doubts, got on the carriage, looked at Li Xiaochen in the carriage, paused, and said cautiously, Sorry to have kept you waiting. Let's go. Li Xiaochen didn't answer, but said to the coachman outside. Seeing that Li Xiaochen ignored her, Lin Yusin touched her nose awkwardly and sat farthest from Li Xiaochen. Li Xiaochen looked at her movements, just frowned, and finally said nothing. But Lin Yusin lowered her head and looked at the food box in her hand. She couldn't help but open the food box. There were 2 plates of pastries in it, but they were very delicate. At first glance, it was obvious that only the imperial chefs in the palace could make such exquisite pastries. Lin Yusin looked at the 2 plates of pastries, and something flashed through her mind. She didn't touch the snacks on the plate, but took the lid to cover the food box. She knew who should eat this thing. I didn't expect that Princess Pingning is such a forgetful lady. Li Xiaochen looked at Lin Yusin, but couldn't help but spoke first. When Lin Yusin heard Li Xiaochen speak, her heart tightened. She didn't know if she had just dreamed about him last night. It was really embarrassing to see him today. She thought she could keep silent and treat him as a stranger, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Yusin's defense was broken. Her heart began to beat fast, and when she thought of her dream last night, Lin Yusin's face began to blush. I don't know what the prince is talking about, Lin Yusin asked with forced calmness. When we were fighting the bandits, the princess politely said that she would give me 60% of the treasure she got. but after coming back for so long, I didn't see the princess send it to me, so I had to come and ask for it myself. Li Xiaochen looked at Lin Yusin with a fake smile and said, "Oh, I said I forgot something." The nonsense, Li Xiaochen said, scared her. She subconsciously didn't want to mention Li Xiaochen. Later, she really forgot about it. And based on the principle of not having to think about it, she hoped not to think about it, so that the treasures would still be hers. As a result, her daydream was shattered today, and her treasures were all gone from her. Lin Yusin's heart was bleeding, but her face looked as if she had suddenly realized something. "Ah, it's all my fault. I've been too busy recently, and my mother has confined me to my house, so I forgot about it. Will I send it to you tomorrow?" "No, I'll send it to the regent's mansion today, so that you won't forget things again. By the way, we just have to discuss the matters of this mission. Do you agree?" Li Xiaochen looked at Lin Yusin with a smile, looking like she was distressed about the money, but had to pretend not to care, and spoke again.
Ah?
"Are we going to the regent's mansion to discuss it?" Lin Yusin was stunned. "Were we going to the regent's mansion? Where else do you think it's appropriate to discuss it? Your home? Or the inn outside? Are these places safer than my palace?" Li Xiaochen didn't leave her any chance and blocked her way. "It's still safer at the prince's mansion, so let's discuss it at the prince's mansion." Lin Yusin opened her mouth for a long time before agreeing with Li Xiaochen. "Turn around and go back to the mansion." Li Xiaochen raised the corners of his lips and shouted to the coachman. "Wait, prince. I still have to go back to get your treasure, right? How about you take me back first? I can go there by myself later." Lin Yusin heard this, panicked, and quickly thought of an excuse. The princess really has a bad memory. Why do I feel that the princess should be able to take out those things, and she doesn't have to go back? Li Xiaochen directly exposed Lin Yusin's lies.
Haha. How could that be?
What ability do I have? Lin Yusin smiled awkwardly. She forgot that although Li Xiaochen didn't see her collecting those things last time, he was the regent after all, second only to the emperor. Li Xiaochen was not a fool. How could he not guess her question? "Okay, I won't eat you. What are you afraid of?" Li Xiaochen looked at Lin Yusin's unwilling look and felt upset. Didn't this woman want to be alone with him? "Your Highness, you are worried." "I am not afraid," Lin Yusin said stubbornly.
Ah.
"I'm not afraid that you will eat me. I'm afraid that I will eat you. It's all your fault. You also caused her to have such a dream last night. How can I face you in the future?" Lin Yusin roared in her heart, but she had to face the reality. She seemed to be affected by Li Xiaochen's thoughts. She would think of him involuntarily, and her thoughts were confused because of his words, and she even dreamed about him. When Lin Yusin thought of this, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Li Xiaochen. She just stared at him intently for a while, but suddenly she laughed, looking at Li Xiaochen's brilliant and bright smile. Lin Yusin seemed to have figured something out, and she felt a lot more relaxed, but she didn't say anything, retracted her gaze, and sat quietly. Li Xiaochen's depression was instantly gone when he heard Lin Yusin say in her heart that she was afraid that she would eat him. Then he saw Lin Yusin suddenly looking at him and smiling so brightly, and he was directly fascinated by her smile, until Lin Yusin retracted her smile and stopped talking. Li Xiaochen was confused. What did Lin Yusin mean by looking at her smiling so sweetly and brightly just now? He didn't hear anything in his heart? Li Xiaochen opened his mouth slightly and wanted to ask her what she was laughing at several times, but he held back. He suddenly didn't dare to ask. The two of them walked all the way to the regent's palace in silence. Li Xiaochen got off the carriage first, and then Lin Yusin got off. After Lin Yusin got off the carriage, she called Li Xiaochen. "Your Highness, please send someone to the Zhao mansion to tell my mother that this princess is here to discuss matters with you, and I'm afraid she'll worry." "Yes." Li Xiaochen nodded in agreement. He winked at Wang Yu, who was walking out of the mansion. Wang Yu nodded, turned around, and left. Lin Yusin knew that Wang Yu went to the Zhao mansion, so she followed Li Xiaochen into the regent's mansion with peace of mind. This was her second time in the regent's mansion. The last time it was almost evening, and it was already dark. Everything was blurry and not very clear. At that time, She was cautious and anxious to find someone, and had no time to appreciate the environment of the mansion.